Imagine if the hero that was summoned to save the world preferred to have a peaceful life, but while he takes care of his small farm, the voluptuous demon queen takes over the world to the point of unifying every race under her without a way to fight against her. Humans became her slaves and even started to be against the hero. All of that happening while the legendary one is enjoying his tranquil life. The problem is that the queen wants to defeat the hero to prove to everyone that she is the pinnacle of all beings, so she did all that she could to find the legendary hero, but what she found wasn't as easy to deal as she expected. But all of that starts by telling us that this is a world with all races you can imagine, from simple humans to legendary dragons and everything in between. And at this moment, all races are at war with the queen of demons. However, even with the strength of all races against her, a demon army with the queen is easily destroying everything. The beating was so intense that humans began to surrender, causing several rebellions. And it was with the unfolding of this war that Elizabeth, the strongest demon queen in all the history, assumed the position of ruler of the world and of all races. At that moment, she sits on the throne. A priest speaks to her. Elizabeth, do not think that you have won. In the future, our hero will come and will completely defeat you. One of her minions comes and kicks him in the head, telling him to respect the queen. This minion of hers is a human who was trained to be the hero, the savior of the prophecy, but he betrayed all of humanity. He takes on a demonic form and moves towards the priest to kill him. But suddenly, the queen tells him to stop and asks the priest, "What is this talk of a hero and a prophecy that ends in the queen's defeat? You filthy human, explain what this means. There are more than 1,000 worse ways than death to make you suffer." The priest explains that the prophecy tells that when a hero appears and removes the sword stuck in the ground, it will be the day when humanity will destroy the demon race and regain control of the earth. The sword is there in the central hall. If you want, go take a look. She goes there, stares at the sword, and thinks, so when the warrior pulls this out, I will die. Interesting. Let's see when that's going to happen. Then she prepares her entire army for the arrival of the so-called great hero. And a year passes, then 2 years pass, but then 3 years pass, 4 years, and there's no one left properly guarding the castle entrance. 15 years later, where the hell is the hero who hasn't shown up yet? Life in the city has even returned to stabilize. The races are all living peacefully. Trolls, lizards, humans, elves, all living in peace. And because of this, most people don't even want the hero to return. They are insecure because they know that if the hero returns, there will be a war. A lot of people will die, and they will have to rebuild the entire empire again. Even a faction against the arrival of the hero has been created. No one wants the hero to come. In the hall, the queen asks, "Does anyone have any news of this bastard who hasn't come to kill me?" The elf tells her that she has contacted all the trees, plants, and insects on the entire planet. No one knows where the so-called hero is. The dwarf says he's dumb and can't collect any information. But of all the weapon shops and blacksmiths in the world, no one has heard of the hero. The trader who is now representing the human race says he doesn't even think it's worth worrying about anymore. Probably the hero doesn't even stand a chance against the queen anymore. But the bull demon who is on his side there already warns. Be careful, the queen is not afraid of the prophecy. She wants the prophecy to happen. She wants the hero to come here and fight her. Better not talk too much about it because she's been irritated for 15 years. The elf says, in fact, this prophecy is probably a farce, and this hero doesn't even exist. At that moment, that guy who had warned the queen that the hero was going to come and kill her enters with a sign from the Anti-Hero Arrival Association. The guy changed completely. Angry, the queen grabs him there with her hand of darkness and asks, "You didn't say there was going to be a hero of prophecy who was going to come and pull this damn sword here? Where is he?" The WoW #1 fan of her says that, in fact, she is so strong that the prophecy even failed to activate because humanity couldn't create a being as powerful as her. The queen's minion agrees with him. "That's true, my great queen. You don't even need to worry about this hero anymore. There's no chance for him." But he gets a thick tail slap in the face. The queen puts the priest on the wall and says, "Where is this damn hero? I've reached the top of the world, but I need to kill him. Otherwise, everyone will think I'm afraid of the prophecy. Where's this damn guy?" Shegan says she studied all the powers of this planet to learn the magic of the end of the world, just to face him. But where is he? At that moment, she stares at the sword and says, "Okay then, since you didn't come to me, I'll come to you." And she starts trying to pull the sword. Everyone is watching in horror saying, "Your Majesty, don't do it. You will die. The sword was made to kill you." Energy begins to explode all around the place. The queen is sweating, and everyone starts flying, having to protect themselves. She uses another wave of power and blows up the entire castle. However, with this, she pulls out the sword of prophecy. Who said only the hero can take this out? At that moment, she can feel for whom the sword is calling, and her gaze begins to sweep the planet toward a little house, a small farm in the middle of nowhere, and she says, "So this is where you've been hiding?" Then she uses a forced teleportation. Her subjects beg, "Please, your Majesty, don't go. Allow me to serve by your side, Queen Elizabeth." We then see life in that little farmhouse. A boy is there peacefully with his straw hat, wiping the sweat from his face and saying, farming is so peaceful." And he really is the legendary hero. We see how his life was before being reincarnated. He was a guy who worked all day, and he hardly had any hobbies. He didn't play video games, didn't read anything. The only thing he liked to do was watch some farming TikToks on the way to work, and he always thought, man, if I could live a life like this, just farming and without worries, it would be so good. And then he was transported to this world. The beginner system taught him how to do basic survival things, like using some weapons, how to hunt, and he really liked it. This had always been the farmer's life he wanted, but then the system started warning him. Congratulations, hero, you have completed the beginner stage. You can now start your adventure. But he thought, why start the adventure? Well, it's so peaceful here on my farm, I'm not in the mood. The system explained. After you leave the beginner village, you will encounter many people in this world. You will learn many skills and magics. You will learn swordsmanship and become stronger. And when you become the legendary hero, you will kill the demon queen. Please start your adventure now. But he thought, I'm not interested in killing the demon queen. Let her be. I just want to stay here and live peacefully. But the system kept insisting. No, you can't do that. The demon queen is killing everyone. Please start the adventure. Start the adventure. Every day he was spamming this to the protagonist. But he soon realized that besides complaining, the system couldn't do anything else. So he decided to live there forever. Since there's the beginner village where the hero starts, it comes with a protective barrier to increase survival chances in the beginning. So the place is undetectable, and time there still flows differently to help the hero evolve more. The days are much longer. He can plant, hunt, forge, meditate, all in the same day. Sure, he still doesn't understand anything about swords and magic, but that's not important. He doesn't feel like leaving here anyway. He'll just stay here with his simple life, doing his farming, very peaceful. But then one day, the system got angry and started cursing at him, saying he was only exchanging points for farmer items. And that was a disgrace. It was a shame for the system. He was brought here to kill the demon queen. With that, the system collapsed and exploded. Since then, he never received a message again, and life became more peaceful than ever. He's there on another day of his collection, saying it's time to eat. He realizes he forgot his little axe out in the forest, so he'll have to go back. But at that moment, the skies began to darken and gather energy, and the protagonist thought, oh no, just now. On the other hand, the queen appeared in the sky saying, finally found the legendary hero of all prophecies. Our hero was running because he left some clothes on the clothesline with some fish. And if it rains, everything will get wet and ruin. While taking things off the clothesline, he feels relieved. Thank goodness I managed to get here in time. If it had rained, my fish would be wet. My clothes too. I wouldn't even have anything to wear tomorrow. At that moment, a mechanical dog beside him starts barking. Our protagonist tells him to go inside because it's going to rain. But the little dog nods, indicating for him to look up. Our hero thought, what's that thing up there, son? The queen, hearing this, gets irritated. What do you mean by calling me a thing? He realizes she's getting angry and apologizes. I wasn't seeing clearly. You're kind of far away. The queen decides to check if he's the hero and sends something in his direction. When it gets to his side, it's the sword that surrounded him and went straight to his hand. So it's confirmed, right? He's the hero. On the other hand, our hero is all scared. He doesn't even want this sword, telling her, take it back, I don't want this thing here. The queen, seeing that he doesn't even want the sword, starts getting irritated, thinking, is he hiding his true power? I, Elizabeth, the strongest demon queen in history. I will obliterate you. The protagonist is dying of fear and annoyed because the system had said it was impossible to find him there. The little dog keeps barking at the demon queen, and the protagonist finally understands. Following the logic of the prophecy, it was inevitable that one day they would meet. So there's not much more to say. He drops the sword and walks back home as if he's accepting his fate. I'm going to die anyway, so I'll die peacefully in this house here at least. I've never practiced anything. I have no sword skills. I have no magic, so I'll lie down in this bed and be blown up. However, from the queen's perspective, she interpreted everything differently, as if he had told her that he didn't even need to defend the house, that only his little dog was more than enough, and that she should come at him with everything she has. Obviously, she didn't like that. This cursed hero is arrogant. She immediately sends a bunch of meteors towards the house. However, the little dog starts calculating her power. He prepares a barrage of missiles, shoots in her direction, and stops everything. Looking at that, the queen thinks, I didn't expect the great hero of legends to be so arrogant. Are you really going to rely on an advanced magical tool with consciousness? But in my presence, everything's inferior. The skies then turn purple and she prepares a devastating power, saying she's tired of playing games. However, the little dog once again does the calculations, conjures a black ball, and sends it towards her power. She tells him to stop being disobedient because that power was meant to destroy this entire continent. But when the little black ball touches the power, it turns into a black hole. It absorbs all of the queen's power, who disappears instantly. Looking at the house, she's baffled, thinking, what? Did my magic disappear? What did he do from inside that house? The protagonist is inside, lying on the bed, just waiting for death to come. The queen then descends from the skies to fight the little dog. It seems I underestimated you, didn't I? She unleashes her maximum power, saying that now it will be 100%. The little dog once again prepares his missiles and a huge explosion occurs. Meanwhile, the protagonist is there sleeping. After a while, he wakes up wondering, Am I dead already? Not dead yet. Huh. What's going on? Strange, I'm still at home. Let me take a look outside. Hesitant, he goes to grab the doorknob. He's afraid to open the door and find the queen that's ready to kill him. So he just takes a peek. And there she is, holding the little dog all destroyed. Our protagonist calls out the dog's name, Wankai. And the queen, in a mocking tone, says, "Oh, I'm sorry, but I had to completely destroy this magical tool of yours that you're so proud of." Our protagonist is scared, saying, "Can't we talk a little bit, queen?" The queen replies, "Of course, right after I kill you." But inside, she's thinking how unbelievable the situation is. How did that magical tool make me use all my power? Is this the end of the queen? And then she faints there, falls flat on the ground. Our hero rushes to help her, asking if she's okay. And the deactivation of her armor begins, which was sustained by magic. Everything covering her starts to fade away. And our boy obviously has a nosebleed as usual. Sometime later, it's already night. She wakes up in bed handcuffed. As soon as she notices this, she thinks, "Damn, how did I, the legendary Queen Elizabeth, the strongest of all millennia, get defeated so pathetically? And the worst part, instead of taking the opportunity to kill me, he imprisoned me. All of this is just for him to show me his power." She tries to free herself but can't and thinks, "Damn it, another legendary level tool which I've never heard of. How much more power does this hero of legends hide from me?" She looks around seeing chess pieces, playing cards, and thinks, "I've never seen any of this around here. Apparently, this hero is much more treacherous than I imagined. I really underestimated him." At that moment, our hero enters the room with some snacks in hand. She looks and says, "All right if you want to kill me, but don't expect me to beg for mercy." But our protagonist is just thinking how annoying this queen is. She's too strong. This is my only way to survive. So he tells her, "Can't we talk? These handcuffs I put on you, it was just a precaution because I'm very afraid of you. You're formidable." The queen is a bit confused, thinking she's being underestimated. He says, "I think we had a misunderstanding. I'm going to take these handcuffs off you so we can talk peacefully, okay?" But from her perspective, she's interpreting what he said like this: "Sorry if you hadn't realized from the beginning the difference between us, believing that you were strong enough to challenge the hero, okay. I'm going to release you here for you to realize that you can't do anything and you're going to obey everything I say." Then she thinks, "This bastard, how dare he threaten the demon queen?" He then says, "Ready, I already released you from the handcuffs to show you that I can't do anything against you. Got it? Let's talk." The queen is frustrated. "Damn it, I underestimated him too much. As strong as I am, I also have to know when to surrender, but he will pay dearly for this arrogance in the future." Our protagonist leaves the room trembling and says, "Go rest now." Our hero breaks the fourth wall and says to us, "You must be wondering, why didn't I kill the demon queen? But I've read in the books of this world, and it's extremely common for the demon queen to be revived immediately after dying. So if I kill her, she will come back. The only way to resolve this conflict here is by ending this conflict. There can no longer be a fight between the queen and the hero. As long as I'm not a threat to her, I'll be able to become her friend and we'll live happily ever after." The crazy hero is laughing like the Joker. The queen is just thinking, "Damn, he's still laughing in my face." The prota grabs the little dog there and says, "Hey, buddy, you're all be up, huh?" The queen, seeing that situation, says, "Oh, so this is your most powerful magical tool?" Our hero thinks it's not exactly a magical tool. It was just a little invention I made when I was kind of bored. And he responds to her, "Yeah, you could say that. It was one of the last things I developed." The queen lets out a little smile, planning, "Perfect, now's the time." He was careless. By taking off my handcuffs, he allowed me to use my secret abyss magic and instantly recover. And now, without the protection of your robot, the balance of this fight is completely in my favor. It's time to kill you. Ready for the attack, she said. "Sorry for breaking your things, great hero." But he replies, "Relax, it's okay. His memory card is still here." Behind him, she's thirsty. "This is the perfect moment. I'm going to end the hero of legends now." At this point, our hero says, "Luckily, I have 6 more of this little body of his prepared, so you don't need to worry about that, queen." The poor girl is speechless. He already puts the memory card in, and the little dog turns on, all happy jumping. Lipping, our hero still says to her, "I even like having company, but sometimes they're too messy, so I just leave one activated." In her view, all of this was a plan for her to be embarrassed. Seeing his distorted smile, she already falls on the bed, not understanding anything. There's no way. It's impossible. Suddenly, she smells something and says, What's that smell?" Liping says, "I saw you passed out, so I prepared a little meal here to warm you up, and it's ready, all made with the farmer ingredients he grew. But after being a farmer, therefore, the time his level of cultivation is the maximum." The queen looks at the food and says, "Why did you bother with this? Only the weak need to eat. I have transcended. I don't need these things." But she smells the food and ends up feeling like eating. Our hero says, "I myself cultivated all these vegetables and grains. Please try it." In his head, he just wants to resolve the conflict with food. She's still hesitant, but decides to try it, speechless. The protagonist is thinking, even though he has practiced cooking for so many years, would what he cooks be able to please someone of the queen demon's royalty status? She takes some more and bites, takes another, and already thinks with each bite, the meat juices explode in my mouth like fireworks. Not to mention that the flavor is so natural, and it still contains a very high amount of magical energy. Who would have thought that there are delicacies in this world that would please even the demon queen? I can't do anything but swallow every last bite of his meat. At that moment, she feels something exploding inside her and complains to him that it's too spicy. What did you do with this food? Lai Ping is scared, saying that the only thing he did was put a little chili, which is something he likes. Can't the demon queen handle spicy food? The queen is suffering and thinking. It was obvious, as if this hero was going to be so nice, he's only trapping me, he used me for experiments. He brings her a soup, saying it will help reduce the burning. She stares and thinks he gave me the poison and now he's giving me the antidote. Really, I'm playing in the palms of this hero. It's such an uncomfortable feeling, though. Suddenly, she transcends and goes to heaven with the protagonist's meat in her mouth. The taste is so comfortable, so peaceful. The war between the demon queen and the hero, none of that matters to me anymore. I'm going to forget everything and live quietly, because I finally discovered how insignificant I am. The food has such a high magical concentration that it even evolves her. Getting stronger, she gets confused. She looks at him and says, "Stop pretending. What do you want from me?" Lai Ping, feeling awkward, says, "What do you think? I just wanted to do some research to see if the demon queen and the hero could live together." But she interprets it differently. In this world, you are the only one qualified to be my research slave. Since I'm the hero, so come here, I will help you get stronger to see if one day you can beat me. Our protagonist asks, "Do you agree with this? I'll keep making delicious food to serve you." While the queen is losing her mind, saying that a knight died, but not passing so much shame, especially her, demon queen. She is sure that the protagonist's plan is to make her stronger to see if she has any chance of facing him. Thinking about it, she turns there, goes to the bed, stands up, and announces, "I agree with you, but there are two conditions. First, I am not doing this because I am afraid of you, but because I want to reach the pinnacle and be the strongest in the world." Lai Ping is confused. The demon queen, does she not know she can kill me? She continues, "Second, as long as I am here, don't think I will bow my head. I will never submit to you. My dignity as the great queen must never be violated. If that happens, even if I have to sacrifice everything, I will destroy you." Our hero is all embarrassed and says, "Understood. Understood. Okay, let's be friends. Let's stay close to each other." She gives him a stare and says, "It's okay if you want to do research. Feel free. And another thing, if there's anything tasty, give me some." And our hero agrees. A year has passed, and our protagonist is using the legendary prophecy sword to chop wood. While he thinks things have kind of complicated, because after the queen forced her way into the house, he lost the camouflage that hid the house from the whole world. And the monsters that keep passing by there don't seem easy to deal with. But obviously, when they sense the queen's presence in the house, they don't dare to attack. The problem is that he imagines as soon as the queen leaves, he'll probably lose his house. From inside, the queen is screaming angrily, asking why lunch isn't ready yet. In our protagonist's head, he can't let her escape, he needs her protection. Meanwhile, in a living room, the naughty queen is watching some high-quality content. And besides, after eating so much this whole year, she got chubby. She says, "I'm tired of watching these same recordings. Don't you have anything more from that system?" Li Ping responds, "I've told you. The system has been gone for a long time. Come over here, I made lunch." She thinks about getting up, but instead of walking, she conjures two little wings to fly over to the table. She looks at Lai Ping and says, "What kind of poison is in these potatoes here? It seems that the more I eat this, the lazier I become." She ponders. This darn guy using delicious food to paralyze me with his slow-acting poison and still trying to lead me to total depravity with these extremely provocative images, deluded. Lai Ping tries to explain it's just that these potatoes have a lot of calories and then by eating a lot, you start to gain weight and get kind of lazy. At that moment, she looks down and sees her belly, but then she conjures magic there and there, turn all the energy from the belly into magical energy, turning into a mega babe. The protagonist is impressed. Can magic be used in this way? She stares at him and says, "Haha, another of your tricks didn't work. Are you disappointed?" Lai Ping tells her, "Yes, I am very disappointed now. Let's eat already." She looks at the table. He says, "Wow, today's food is perfect. I won't hold back," and starts eating. Lai Ping lets some words in the air. "As much as she eats a lot, I always manage to go and make more food, right? And besides, I'll have to get used to it anyway, since we're going to live like this for a long time." Her interpretation, of course, is completely different. "You're still very weak. I'll have to fatten you a lot before I kill you." So he gets up and says, "I'll get you a dessert." She, on the other hand, can't stand it anymore, thinking the jerk keeps treating me like a pig, feeding me with these magical foods. I've evolved more than 10 times just this year. It's not possible that now I don't have enough power to challenge him. It's time for the great decisive battle. But right at that moment, our hero already gets the little pudding and says, "Here, your favorite here, look." Her eyes sparkle and she goes all happy to eat. The prota thinks even though she's the demon queen, she's not very difficult to deal with, you just need the right food. The scene changes to an old man running away with a blonde girl. They are being chased by some creatures in purple cloaks and white masks, or throwing some powers in their direction, until they get trapped in a magic cage and have to stop to fight. It's the father and his daughter. He turns to her and says, "I'll hold them here." He runs to the city and try to find a safe place. The daughter replies, I don't want to leave you here and escape alone. But the father retorts, I promised your mother I would protect you until the end. The creatures are already conjuring a massive magic to attack them. The father then says it's time to use the strongest power of all and sends a slash of white light that cuts the enemy who was conjuring the magic in half. But the guy seems to be made of slime and already reassembles. The daughter tries to shoot an arrow, but her attacks just go through the monsters. The father warns, there's no way you can help with your arrows, just run to the city and flee. The monster comes to punch her, but the father manages to defend. But unfortunately, he is thrown far away, hits his back on the rock, and is already all bloody. Almost dying, he says, don't come help me, just run away. Then the creatures begin to gather and transform into a giant monster. The daughter says to the monster, please, I'll go with you. Just let my father go alive. But at that moment, she feels she's about to die. But suddenly, what seems to be a gigantic mammoth appears, crushing the creature. On top of the gigantic mammoth, there's a house. On top of the house, there's an elder ninja frog leader. And on top of the elder ninja frog leader's head, there's a doghouse with the protagonist's little robot. The frog speaks to the dog. Big brother, what are we going to do with these two harmless humans? The little dog replies, don't hurt them. I'll take them back to the master. In the next scene, the girl is waking up at Li Ping's house, all confused about what's happening, looking around. She wonders, where am I? What happened? As far as I remember, my father was by my side about to die. She then gets up, rushes to the door, and opens it. When she looks, her father is showing some bodybuilder poses to our protagonist, who asks him, wow, how do I get a physique like that? The father replies, a warrior's physique is something fundamental. You have to take better care of yourself, my boy. Li Ping thinks, so this is the so-called warrior profession that I hear so much about. It's amazing. The little dog is all happy walking around the queen, who, annoyed, kicks him and says, who told you to bring these two here to my house? Stupid dog. The little dog gets all sad and starts crying. And our protagonist keeps squeezing the guy's muscles, saying, wow, you're so resilient. The father says, okay then. If the great Li Ping doesn't mind, I won't hide it either. He then bursts out of his clothes and our hero just admires, while the daughter is thinking, Dad, what are you doing there? Oops. Then she notices the presence of her daughter, and our guide tries to explain the situation. But the demon queen already goes to her and says, there now that you're awake, scram. I'm warning you, I got here first. Li Ping, trying to calm the situation, says, relax. Let's go inside. He then serves some tea and says, sorry for not having anything to offer you too. It's a rural place and I do everything myself. So it's all very simple. The boy looking asks, Dad, is this the miraculous potion you talked about that cured you instantly? Our protagonist is embarrassed. I think calling this a miraculous potion is a bit exaggerated. It's just a little boiled water with some herbs. The queen is furious on the side. Damn it. Why did this dog bring these two weak humans here? Is Li Ping not satisfied with just me? Am I not enough in this house? The father begins to explain the situation, saying that he was completely unconscious and vaguely remembers. But he remembers the dog bringing him, and then when he took a sip of the drink, he transcended instantly and was completely healed, becoming stronger than ever, and says, daughter, if it weren't for the great Li Ping, I could never see you again. She looks at the tea and thinks, wow, but this here is so precious. Can we really drink this? Our hero says, you adventurers are so humble, but relax. You can drink it. No problem. They thank him and start drinking. Instantly, both transcend, going through a myriad of events, ending up in the cornfield, crying on the ground, birds flying around, a circle with an alien ship passing by. Both are confused, and the father instantly goes from a 3-star archmage to 4 stars, and the girl goes from a 1-star mage to a 1-star archmage. The father turns to his daughter and says, girl, our level has advanced instantly, and she replies, indeed. I even feel that the elven blood from my mother's lineage was awakened by this drink. New ears grew on my head. I really checked and she didn't have ears before. The two are dismayed to realize how much stronger Li Ping is. For them, that is an unattainable power. They even get demotivated. The protagonist looks and says, relax, I'll serve another glass for you. The father crying says, it's okay, Mr. Li Ping. It's enough. The father is thinking, Mr. Li Ping is a heaven-sent person. I can't cause any more trouble for him. Our hero says, all right, thinking, I wanted to serve some different drinks and food. But unfortunately, Elizabeth took and hid everything. And if I take it to serve them, she'll kill everyone. And she's right there saying, everything here is mine. Don't even think about taking anything else. Our hero lets out a sigh saying, yeah, really, you don't have anything else to serve. I'm sorry you were attacked, right? What happened? The father explains that they were attacked because of the elven lineage in the daughter's body. Her mother was a great saint elf. However, her husband was of the human race. And for elves, it is forbidden to marry any other race. So the protagonist asks, oh, so the elves are hunting you down. The queen interrupts saying, stop lying. The demon queen banned interracial marriage long ago when she conquered the world. The father said it's a long story, but since her mother had to return to the elven place, he had to hide his daughter all this time. Li Ping then asks, but even so, if they know where you are, how do they find you? The father explains that actually the mother was a sacrifice, and since she returned to the elven tribe, they are no longer being hunted. but now it's the Black Guild of the Demon Kingdom that's after them. Lai Ping looks to the side thinking, demons, the Black Guild, could it be you? She is angry and points her finger at him, who apologizes. She sits down and tells him to explain where this Black Guild of Demons is wanting to capture elves from. The father explains that apparently this Black Guild is conducting experiments on living bodies to try to bring the Demon Queen back from the dead, and elves are necessary materials. They are trying so hard that even the daughter, who is not of pure lineage, is being hunted. Lai Ping looks thinking, I guess that has something to do with you, doesn't it? The queen grabs him and starts shaking him, telling him not to even think about it. Then she says it doesn't make sense for her to have been here for a whole year and for him to have always seen her, so she couldn't have left. The father and daughter are confused. The queen says, wow, just with my absence for a year, the land is destroyed like this, who has been spreading the rumor that the queen is dead. But they tell her, Queen Elizabeth hasn't been seen for over 500 years. If she were alive, she would have appeared to take over the whole world again. She must be dead, right? Lai Ping is biting his fingers, thinking, 500 years? She's been living here with me for a year. The queen sits on the couch and asks, what are the rumors of her death? The elf explains that according to the great literary legend, the queen was destroyed by the legendary hero. The father continues, the battle lasted for over a month until finally the great hero sacrificed himself to protect the continent and died along with the demon queen. At this point, the queen gives a glare at the two and takes them to a death world. The daughter asks, Father, what place is this? The father says that it is her pure intention to kill the two. The queen then says, all this rumor is false, and he just agrees. Lai Ping said it must also be a false rumor because he is the legendary hero. At least that's what the system said. Father and daughter then are left without understanding anything. Lai Ping explains, and this one here, which you're all talking about, is Queen Elizabeth. The two start exploding with excess information. Their brains can't reason with all this. From the queen's point of view, the interpretation is different. Look at this fool here. I've dominated her for so long, she doesn't even know what to do, laughs in her face. With that, she gets the table angrily, saying she's not going to stay here entertaining them. Thinking, Dan Li Ping, you stinker, it seems like you only saved them to humiliate me in front of them. This time you went too far. She slams the door and leaves. The father then asks Lai Ping, what are your plans for the future? What are you going to do with us? Our hero says he needs to calm down because even he doesn't know what to do after Elizabeth broke the barrier. The synchronization of time inside and outside became completely messed up. Night falls and the daughter is talking to her father. Wow, I didn't expect your story to be like this. Apparently, the great demon queen fell in love with the legendary hero and gave up the whole world just to hide with him, just like you did with Mom. The father replies, stop talking nonsense, we can't even compare to them. And another thing, at this moment, Lai Ping must be considering whether he kills us or not. The daughter said, but if he were going to kill us, he wouldn't have saved us. Why did he save us to kill us? But the father says, did you not drink that tea? Did you not realize how distant they are? Just by seeing his power, you should know that for them we are no more than ants. Whether we stay alive or not, none of that matters to them. It all depends on how they're feeling at the time. At this point, the protagonist enters the room and says, so it seems like you two haven't slept yet. What are you talking about? The elf gets scared. If you haven't slept yet, how about we play some cards? The father plays some cards. The three are then sitting around a candle. Lai Ping asks, did you understand everything? The father basically said that while the elf girl is thinking. It's like my father said, this here is Lai Ping's test to decide if he's going to kill us or not. Our hero then says, so now I'll start dealing the cards. The father swallows hard and says, Mr. Lai Ping, could I ask you what the name of this game is? The elf girl is terrified because there's an aura emanating from the deck. Our protagonist thinks I can't say we're going to play landlord. The people in this world won't even understand those words. I know. Then he says, the name of this game here is Dragon Battle. Surprised, they say, Dragon Battle. Elizabeth, who is nearby disguised, also gets confused. Dragon Battle? What does he want to do with them? Lai Ping explains, you two brave heroes have to join forces to defeat the dragon. We'll decide who the dragon is and who the heroes are based on the cards we draw. The father and daughter stare at each other, both thinking this is definitely a test. Nasram then says, I'll start dealing the cards now. Remember, choose very carefully. Lai Ping pulls his hand, I'll take a look at my cards first. The father looks at his son and says, we can't hesitate now. Draw your cards. All right, there's already a weird mana coming out of the deck. She then draws a card and the two are taken to another dimension. The poor girl is staggering, leaning on the ground thinking, this isn't good. Just by drawing a card, my mana was completely drained. I'm powerless. She looks at her father and says, I'm sorry. And he replies, it's okay, my daughter, leave the rest to me. Lai Ping asks, do you want to be a dragon? He stares at his hand thinking, even though I don't have many big cards, it's still a pretty good hand. Not to mention there's a king. This isn't bad at all. It can win. The father and daughter say they have no intention of being the dragon. Lai Ping, on the other hand, is having fun. If I can get another 4 and an ace, I'll have a winning hand. He asked again, are you sure you don't want to? They reply that they don't. Lai Ping says, since that's the case, I won't be polite. And he puts his hand on the deck and draws 2. Then he throws an 8, a 10, and a queen. He is dissatisfied with the cards he drew and looks disappointed. The father thinks, what happened? We didn't do anything. Is Mr. Lipping dissatisfied with our performance? Nosa then says, I'll start with an 8. It's your turn, Uncle Beerus. Uncle is already sweating cold. If we can pass this test, he'll spare us. I can't give up, but I'm feeling. Every time I play a card, it costs me a few years of my life. My life force is being drained. Trembling, he says, I play a jack. The daughter says, Father. But he interrupts, saying, it's okay. Leave it to me. She then says she'll pass. Li Ping thinks about their strategy. Besides the royal flush, they can make a sequence from 7 to the queen. Only the 10 and the jack are left. Should I break with the pair? If I do, they'll play a 2. Thinking of various strategies but unable to come to a good conclusion, he says he'll pass too. The father asks, are you really not going to play? Li Ping says no. The father is confused, thinking, this Li Ping, he's making me play these cards to consume all my life. Since that's the case, I need to get rid of all this as quickly as possible. He then plays 2 queens, 3 6, 3 7s according to the rules. This combination of cards is called Flying Dragon. I don't know what's going on, but it seems like all the life energy from his leg was drained. The price for this was a leg. The bigger the cards, the higher the price to be paid. A flying dragon appears between them and both are confused. What is this? The creature then uses a power and hits Li Ping on the head. Elizabeth watching everything. The father is afraid, thinking he made a wrong card combination. I just offended the legendary hero. But our hero is very calm and says, well played. The father says, it's your turn now, Mr. Li Ping. However, our hero responds, I'll just pass. You can go again. The father says, all right, and plays a 3, his fingers and leg already starting to feel lifeless. The elf daughter says, she'll pass too. Our protagonist then says, my turn, and plays a 10. Both look at each other knowing they can't beat that hand. Li Ping reveals 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, jack, and queen, a sequence. Now it's trouble for the two of them. Giant destructive waves begin to appear, and they are both drowning. The father tries to save his daughter, but it's hard to resist the waves. Until they both wake up breathless. I can't play. But our protagonist is calm. Now there are 3 kinds with a pair summoning a group of knights. The father tells his daughter he can't win, but the elf girl says, hold on, I can. The father tells her not to do it, it will cost too much life force and is very risky. But she says, I can't just hide. I also want to protect you and I'll play 3 of a kind with a pair. The knights then go against each other beyond. A battle in the skies ensues and only her knight remains. The father asks if his daughter is okay and she says yes. Li Ping praises her move, saying, you really have to protect your allies even if you have to sacrifice your own cards. The most important thing is that determination. Our protagonist thinks, I didn't expect them to learn how to play cards so quickly. The father looks at his dwindling hand. Determination? At that moment, Li Ping says, now it's too late. The father and daughter are scared of Mr. Li Ping. Elizabeth thinks things are getting bad. This aura is frightening. Our protagonist then plays 2 jokers. The dimension begins to shatter and a killer clown appears above. Elizabeth seems to recognize what he summoned, saying it's a 3-star demon, a clown king. He was about to attack the other 2, making a heart. But then he notices Elizabeth and says, what are you looking at, huh? Turning the heart into a knife. You better be careful, or I'll kill you. Elizabeth tries to defend herself. Who do you think I am to belittle? But she's angry. All this time she's been absorbing everything the protagonist has been doing for her, and theoretically giving all the possible energy. But she just reached the 3-star level. But this creature that Li Ping summoned is a 3-star demon. She's confused. How can he summon something with the same power level as me so easily? The father looks at his daughter and says, Elif, I'm sorry, but I don't have this power. It's okay, Gad. How can you blame yourself? It's all my fault. I annoyed Mr. Li Ping. The poor man is spitting blood, saying, my life force. It's being drained. Li Ping sees him spitting blood and asks, Uncle, are you okay? Thinking, wow, I don't think his injuries have healed yet. He sees the old man's hand that had 3 3s and 4 kings and says, wow, he could have won a long time ago. He was just letting me play with him. Man, I was so naive thinking I was good. It seems like I just disrupted his rest. With that, he says it's all right and takes all the cards. The dimension dissolves along with the demon, and he stands up, saying, sorry for causing trouble. The father and daughter can't understand the legendary hero, but they are relieved to see they are still alive. Elizabeth is angry, thinking, that ridiculous Li Ping. He pretended to want to play cards with those 2 just to take advantage of this opportunity and hit me with that clown. The next day in the morning, the 2 are leaving and Li Ping says, Uncle Bass, do you really not want to stay a few more days? The fruits I planted are almost ripe. He bows, we can't disturb you 2 anymore. Mr. Li Ping has already been very charitable and gracious. We will never forget. Our hero is a little embarrassed and says, it wasn't that serious. The father says, don't worry. After we leave, we won't tell anyone about what happened here. The elf girl with presents in her hand asks Mr. Li Ping, you still want to give us something so precious? But he says, it's just a little tea. No problem. Approaching the old man, he puts something in his hand and says to him, oh, and here's something for you too. A memento for you, uncle. The father looks to see what it is, and it's the deck of cards. Li Ping says, you can keep that. My card skills are very bad. I'm not cut out for this. Then Elizabeth appears, saying, hey. He looks at her, and she just opens her mouth. Go ahead. Get out of here. They both run away, and Li Ping is left somewhat confused. She enters, well, now that everything is back to normal, it's time to make some food for this queen here. Our protagonist simply agrees. The father and daughter are running as fast as they can. The daughter asks her father to stop, saying, I can't take it anymore. But he tells her, we can't stop. First, there was that game of the legendary card test, and then a threat from the demon queen. And then he remembers the night before. The two of them were in the room, when suddenly Elizabeth appeared and cut off their heads, saying, I, Elizabeth, command you two to leave this place tomorrow. You must not reveal any information about this demon queen and the legendary hero to the world. The two replied, yes, your majesty. The queen explained, if you have any plans to go against this queen, your head will be destroyed immediately by the curse on your neck. The father then tells his daughter, who would believe that the truth of the story is that the great hero Li Ping grew tired of the world's conflict and didn't want to cause harm anymore. At that moment, the daughter says, wait, isn't this place familiar? He takes a look. Did we run this far? The little dog nearby thinks, bringing them here should be enough for them to stop bothering the master and that evil woman. In fact, they didn't run that far. The little dog just grabbed the two and took them on a rocket ride. The daughter then says, are the bodies of the Black Guild apostles still here? The father starts looking around. There must be several types of high-level demons nearby. We have to get out as soon as possible. The little dog looks at something approaching and thinks, what is that? Whatever. I'm going back home to keep being beaten by that wicked woman. Those who felt sorry for the little dog being beaten up now know that he quite enjoyed it. In front of the two, a legion of shadows appears. One of the demons that appears lets out a hee-hee, and the others follow with a goo-hoo. The father says, I recognize that one. He's the great apostle. And he's a 2-star spiritual demon. Besides, there are several 4-star and 3-star spiritual demons, while the father and daughter are just 2 great mages of 1 star. She grabs his arm and says, Dad, the difference in strength is too great. Leave me. You can escape. But the father is now motivated. I know the difference in our strength is really huge. But after seeing the realm of those two, these apostles here are nothing. Your father used to be called the Iron Heart of the Heroes. He points the deck in their direction. Daughter. The demon is scared. The father says, since your mother returned to the Elven tribe, your father has been taking care of you and being cautious. But I was wrong. Escaping won't solve the problem. If we can solve this, I'll take you back to the tribe and go after your mother. He activates a quad invocation. Descendant of the god of the 4-card arrow. An elf appears in the invocation. It's literally her mother. The mother grabs a giant bow and arrow and sends it towards the creatures. Upon contact, the creatures are instantly destroyed. Everyone is being evaporated. The great apostle tries to hold onto the arrow and seems to do so effortlessly. But the arrow in his hand continues to gain strength. After some resistance, his head explodes. The father puts away the deck, the elf disappears, and he falls to the ground. The daughter runs, saying, Dad, Dad. The father says to her, it seems your father must change professions. From now on, a new profession has been born on this continent, the Master of Cards. And the elf creates a hole in the path. A week later, everything is calm in the protagonist's little house. He thinks, this magical world is so amazing. My attempt to create a hybrid fruit was very successful. But without someone to share the joy of the harvest, it always feels like something is missing. Knights, demon queen, warriors, elves. I originally thought I was content with a peaceful farmer's life. But after coming into contact with the outside world, my heart isn't so calm anymore. I want to see what's on the other side. People are always like that. They get one thing and want two. But I'm so weak. Forget it. The demon queen appears in front of him out of nowhere and says, you seem a bit down. What are you thinking? He responds, I don't know. I guess I wanted to go out and see some things, but never mind. I'm too weak. She gets excited. Finally, you're interested in leaving this place? Well, come with me on a trip. But inside, she's thinking, I understand that the outside world isn't comparable to you, but your attitude there is already too arrogant. Our protagonist, hearing the invitation to travel, is surprised. Really? In his head, it's a completely different story if I'm out there with the protection of the demon queen. She tells him to stop talking nonsense and change clothes quickly. The two then put on their adventurer clothes. The queen says to him, wow, I have to admit, not only your cooking skills, but your sewing skills are also impressive. He replies, of course, those are my specialties. Meanwhile, the little dog is barking there, wagging his tail. She snaps her fingers, creates a teleportation, and says, well, let's go. We'll reach the nearest city. Li Ping is impressed. Wow, what a convenient ability. The two then start heading towards the portal, but he says, wait a minute, Elizabeth. I have some questions after we go. First, you're not going to leave me alone, right? Second, will you control your emotions? Third, can you be discreet? However, her interpretation as always was completely different. First, don't go without my permission. Second, you better control yourself. Third, don't use magic or you'll ruin my adventurer's fun. She just agrees, saying, I got it. But Li Ping says, lastly, after seeing the outside world, will you come back with me? In his head, he's afraid that if he goes out with her and she doesn't come back, he'll be attacked without the barrier. She only agrees with this thinking. Before defeating that evil hero, the outside world meant nothing to me. Li Ping says, really? You'll come back? She then says, I'll come back, but you'll have to agree to a condition. Li Ping asks, what? The queen tells him, when we return, I want you to make me a super luxurious fruit pudding. Li Ping is a bit confused. A pudding? She says yes. Any problem? He says no, and they leave. The two leave, and the protagonist's little dog stays there. They enter the portal and appear in the city of Bolster. Several knights, creatures. Our protagonist is impressed. Wow, this place is amazing. It's like I've entered another world. Look over there, Elizabeth. There's even an equipment shop. And wow, look at this. They're selling ingredients, but this doesn't seem to be just pork. He starts going to all the stalls happily. However, Elizabeth is thinking, 500 years have passed here, but it seems that the changes weren't that significant. Our protagonist, looking around, thinks, this doesn't seem chaotic at all compared to how the old man described. She's feeling proud. This is because I established a very strong foundation here during my reign. In the original world, various forces were in conflict and the situation was chaotic. But I used my absolute strength to suppress everyone and establish a set of rules that made everyone treated equally. So I was the one who really saved the world, not the so-called legendary hero. After this speech, she looks to the side, and where's the so-called legendary hero? He's more interested in a little girl there selling teddy bears. Wow, the details of the stitching are so delicate. They're very well done. Did you make this, little sister? The girl says, yes, I did. If you want, I can even offer you a lower price. But then a pig-headed guy appears, kicking and shouting. Who gave you permission to open a store in this place? Stinky girl, your church owes protection money to my gang. And Nick, you had the courage to come here and open a store on my street? The poor girl's brothers are all shaking, and he grabs her by the neck. But she says, but you never even protected us. Why should we have to pay you any money for protection? The pig tells her, since last month, this street here is now the territory of the Beast Gang. If you want to survive in this place, you'll have to pay monthly tributes. The little girl says, that's not true. This church belongs to the nun. When she returns, you'll be in trouble. The pighead says, so it seems like you're still misinformed, huh? Or are you pretending to be ignorant and not wanting to understand this situation? Today, I'm going to kick all the orphans out of this place and destroy this broken church. Our protagonist tells the pig to stop it, and the pig asks what he's going to do if he doesn't stop. Elizabeth, watching from afar, thinks, my God, why are you getting involved in these matters? Leave these people alone. But our hero signals with his hands, asking for her help. She turns her head as if to say, no, I'm not going to stoop to that level. The furious pig says, I asked you what your intention is. Our protagonist is completely lost, until he thinks, I have an idea. And then he shouts to everyone, this pig here is bullying a little girl. Come on, condemn him. But everyone in the city pretends not to see or hear anything. The pig, laughing at him, says, did you really think anyone would be against me? My God, buddy, this is Beast Street. Judging by your clothes, you must be a foreigner from the south. Right, that woman next to you isn't half bad. Our protagonist tells him to calm down. Let's talk. I have some local spices in my backpack. I can share them with you. But the pig says enough with the stalling and tells one of his henchmen, beat this guy and take that woman to the gang. But that was the biggest mistake he could have made. Elizabeth asks, do you really think you're qualified to capture me? You stepped on a tiger's tail. The skies begin to darken and the pig is confused. Why did the skies change? What's happening? Li Ping tells her to stop. Don't do this. You'll destroy the entire city. He's waving his hands there. Please calm down. At most, just give them a little scare. There's no need to fight. They're ordinary people, you know. Elizabeth says, I'll spare him because of you. Seeing everyone's magical power there, you can see that Elizabeth's is much greater. And the little girl with glasses can see that. Suddenly, it starts to rain, and the pig is scared. He stares at our dude, saying, you two, you want to try to protect the church and these orphans. Our protagonist just wants to fix things. How about this? Tell me, how much is the protection money? The pig answers, it's 10 gold coins for 2 months in total. Elizabeth then loses her temper and says, 10 gold coins and you're causing all this chaos? You really are an idiot. Our protagonist goes to her and asks, you must have a lot of gold coins, right? She replies, stop messing around. I have so many treasures that I can't even count. Li Ping says, how about you lend me some? I'll sell some vegetables later at home and pay you back. Angry, Elizabeth asks, are you trying to use my food to trade for these useless things? I won't accept that. Besides, I had no money when I met you. The pig is brave, saying, so do you guys have any money? Li Ping says, we really don't have any gold coins. Can I use some local products from my backpack to pay for it? The angry pig refuses, are you kidding me? Enough of this. But suddenly, someone throws a bag of gold coins at his face. The pig asks, who did this crap? But when he looks, there's a lot of gold, and then a knight appears. This guy really lives up to the name of a knight. He looks at the pig and says, stop bothering my friends and get out of here. You've received your money. The pig says, so now the knight in shining armor is coming, huh? Okay, I'll let this one slide. I'm going, but you won't be so lucky next month. The little girl then thanks everyone there. Our protagonist thanks him, saying, I brought some fruits, you can have them if you don't mind. The knight suddenly says, I wanted you to be my partner in something. Staring at Elizabeth, the little girl is there confused. Partner? What can I help you with? Elizabeth crosses her arms and says, I'm not interested. Let's go, Leping. But our hero tells her that they can't do that. He just helped us. Let's at least see what he has to say, right? The girl then says goodbye to the other orphans, saying she'll be back soon. They are about to enter a bar. I don't know how he's going to sit in the chairs with his horse's body. The knight tells them not to pay attention to anyone. Elizabeth angrily says, it's all your fault, Leping. You insisted on bringing me to this terrible place, and I'm wasting my time. Our hero ignores her. The knight then says, we've arrived. When he opens the door, a bunch of girls cling to him. Our hero is confused when he hears the guys say they are his wives. He's then preparing some tea and says, well, let me introduce them to you. The first one is Gaksha, and her profession is a shield warrior. This one here is the assassin Lolo and the mage Glee. The guy literally gathered a bunch of wives to make a perfect group for going into the dungeon. This guy's Elon Musk when it comes to productivity in the fantasy world. Lastly, there's Galia. She's an incredible elven archer. Liping asks, so she's of the elven race? I also met a girl who had elven blood. Elizabeth impatiently says, enough of this chatter. This is a waste of time. What's the deal you wanted to talk about? We need to leave soon. One of the horse guy's wives seems not to like that and says, Master, what's with this woman? Her attitude is very irritating. Elizabeth stares at her and says, that's how a queen should act. Do you have a problem with that? The assassin says that Elizabeth is quite funny, even calling herself a queen. Master, is this girl's brain functioning? Look at the shape of her ear. She probably has a mediocre lineage with a little elven blood. What is she doing in front of me? I personally advise this woman to be quieter. Elizabeth says, if you really want to bring destruction to this place, don't blame me. The little one runs ahead and says, calm down. Let's just have some pudding. Phew, I'm glad I made some. He then explains we came from a distant place, from a tribe with no name, just to travel here. She is the princess of this place. Her name is Elizabeth, and I am her servant, Leping. The wives continue to criticize. No wonder you act so weird. Apparently, you're the princess of a place that has never even seen the world. Your name is Elizabeth? You must be from a terrible place that worships that demon queen, right? Our hero asks them to stop. Let's take it easy. She's still adapting to cultural differences. The knight then says, well, let's talk business. I want to invite you three to join a treasure hunt in a dungeon. But he's thinking that demonic aura she emitted on the street is not something a queen of an isolated tribe should have. Could it be? Liping is curious. A dungeon with treasure? And then he asks the girl next to him, do you know what that is? She explains, dungeons with treasure are dimensional spaces created by ancient magical entities. They usually have a lot of valuable things, but they're all very well hidden. Liping says he understands. The knight says, that's right, and I spent a lot of money and effort to get the information about this place. However, the condition is that to open the barrier, we need at least 8 people. Our hero then says he understands, you just need someone to complete the numbers. The orphan girl starts counting 1, 2, 6, 8. Wait a minute, is there any way I don't have to go? Liping finds it strange and says to her, hey, isn't this place supposed to be full of precious things? Shouldn't you be happy to be able to go? But the girl replies, you don't understand. These places, they're very dangerous and I'm just a level 4 mage. I'll die if I go there. Our hero says, so that's how it is. I really didn't know about all this danger. The knight tries to reassure them, don't worry. We just need people to complete the numbers. And your treasure in the end won't be less than ours. I guarantee you'll get at least a few thousand gold coins. One of the wives says, the master alone has taken out several dark apostles. He'll ensure our safety. The orphan boy says, a few thousand coins at least? Seriously? Then all the church's financial problems will be solved. Our hero looks at Elizabeth and asks, let's help them. It's just to complete the numbers. Okay. Impatiently, Elizabeth agrees, saying he's the one deciding. Just don't bother me while I'm enjoying my pudding. The knight then looks at the wife who has an orb in her hand. Our hero asks what that crystal ball is. The knight explains, you just put your hand over it, and it will measure your magical power. The orphan girl recognizes it immediately. Wow, the crystal is showing 8769. That's at the level of a demonic spirit. The knight tells them, so my magic level is already at 4 stars. My wives are also all great mages, 4 or 5 stars. Since we're forming a team, it would be good for us to cooperate well and get to know each other better. The orphan girl then places her hand on the orb, and it shows 300. One of the wives says, 300? I had a higher value when I changed professions for the first time. The girl apologizes, saying her level doesn't go up. Our hero says, I want to try too. He thinks to himself, well, I never learned magic during all these years, but I'm the so-called legendary hero. My potential shouldn't be that low. He puts his hand on the crystal, concentrates, and it shows 0. The knight is even confused. 0? Even for a pure martial artist, it shouldn't be like this. Our protagonist hits himself in the face. Oh, what was I expecting? I've been farming all this time. Obviously, I wouldn't have any magic. He sits down and says, I'm done. No magic in this life. The assassin woman says, what are you going to do then? Apparently, you're useless, right? Lai Ping replies, I'm pretty good at farming. Speaking of which, these fruits I recently harvested. You can even try them. Boy thinks, my God, look at this pumpkin. You can keep this trash for yourself. You really are just a servant. The knight says, Princess Elizabeth, it would be nice if you tried too. Lai Ping says, Elizabeth, just cooperate with them for now. She agrees, thinking, how annoying, he wants this queen to accompany this game with these ignorant mortals. She taps the orb using her power and a glow begins to emanate, making it impossible for anyone to look at. Lai Ping is afraid that if Elizabeth's identity as a demon queen is exposed, it will cause a lot of trouble. Elizabeth says she knows, and since they rarely go out, she'll join this game. She lowers her power and precisely puts in 8,768. The orphan girl says, wow, it's identical to the knight's power. She's also at the level of a demonic spirit. The wives think it's impossible. How is this woman at this level? Lai Ping sighs, phew, thank goodness. The knight tells her, wow, amazing, you really were the princess of a kingdom. With your entry into our group, the chances of getting the treasure will increase a lot. The orphan asks, how are we going to get to this place? The knight looks at one of the wives and she uses something. With that, she activates a teleportation scroll and opens a portal above everyone. In the next moment, everyone arrives at the dungeon. Lai Ping is excited, happy, wow, I even got a little dizzy with this. The orphan feels some strange aura in that place. Elizabeth, on the other hand, has just arrived but seems bored. The knight then says, let's not waste time, let's go straight to the treasure room. Elizabeth suddenly says, you know what? I'm not feeling it. Let's go home, Lai Ping. One of the wives gets irritated with this and says, you weird woman, you came all the way here and now changed your mind at the last minute. Do you know how much a magical teleportation scroll costs? If you're not going in, you better not even think about leaving. Elizabeth looks at her and asks, are you going to stop me? Our hero steps forward to calm things down. Everyone, let's not be impulsive. Listen to me for a moment. Since we came here, Elizabeth, please, let's just take a look. The orphan girl with glasses says, Elizabeth, did you notice? Inside this cave, there's a magical power similar to yours. Our hero is confused. Wait a minute. Power similar to Elizabeth? What's that mean? The knight tries to use his charm to convince the queen, puts his hand on her shoulder. Excuse me. Trust me. No matter what danger we encounter in there, I'll protect you. Please come with me, Princess Elizabeth. They then hold hands. However, she completely ignores him. After passing through the portal with the numbers 788, it closes behind them. Lai Ping asks, can't we go back to where we came from? Elizabeth tells him, stop talking nonsense. This is a special magical space. Unless you're stronger than whoever created the barrier, it's impossible to leave. So unless you find the target of this place and complete all the requirements to break the barrier, no one can get out of here. The wives say, as long as we're with a master, we'll solve all this. But obviously, none of them like Elizabeth very much. The orphan girl asks, what are we going to gain from here again? She's told not to worry too much. Of course, it's treasures and gold coins. You won't be left behind either. Seeing that there are many paths, the orphan boy gets confused about which one to take. But he concludes, Elizabeth is here to ensure our safety, so it doesn't matter, let's just venture forth. The assassin wife says, Master, should we split up? And he replies that for now, it's better not to. He then tells Lee to use an ability. She agrees and raises her hand, releasing a light that starts spreading throughout the dungeon. She's confident, thinking, learn how to find the best path quickly. But Elizabeth finds it ignorant and continues to spread power until she collapses from exhaustion. The knight then asks, what's the structure of this maze? But she replies, Master, this maze seems to have no end. I've extended my magic to the maximum and still haven't found any edges, no end. I don't know where this ends. Everyone thinks it's impossible. Her magic extension goes up to 3 kilometers. The elf says, what if I use my spiritual divination? It's not great because the accuracy is 34%. The assassin interrupts, I suggest we split up and work in groups. I can use my clone technique to help everyone. Lai Ping asks Elizabeth, do you know how to get out of here? She replies, of course, this maze is just an illusion, but this bunch of ignoramuses will never get out of here. Lai Ping tells her, hey, then why don't you help them? We need to repay the favor of that guy as soon as possible. Elizabeth says she's changed her mind. She doesn't want to help anymore and just wants to see everyone die. Suddenly, the orphan girl with glasses points her finger. If we go through the 3rd cave, we'll reach our destination. Elizabeth looks at her strangely. Our hero asks, how do you know? The girl replies that was just a guess. I just felt that there's a special magic coming from that direction. The mage wife gets angry and retorts, stop talking nonsense. I didn't sense any magic from there that you're talking about. A weakling like you shouldn't be making these random comments. The meek girl apologizes. The wife then says, even though I haven't explored everything, I'm sure the last passage is the one with the fewest monsters. Let's go that way. The knight asks everyone, what do you think? The assassin says she prefers to still split into smaller groups. And the other one says, I prefer that we listen to Glee. Even if we go to the wrong place, at least we'll stay together. The machine then asks the knight, please master, trust me. The knight then says, we'll stick together and go to the last cave. At this point, the orphan girl says, no, you can go anywhere but the last cave. She then summons her rabbit puppet and sends it in that direction. As soon as it reaches the mouth of the cave, it closes with its teeth and crushes the puppet. Our hero is curious. What was that? Ah, Elizabeth says it's just a parasite beast. We usually find this inside giant monsters. The assassin stares at the mage and asks, didn't you say there would be fewer monsters there? The people in the knight's group are all confused and lost. Elizabeth then says, let them suffer alone. Let's go. Lai Ping tells her, it would be better if you could lead the way then. She just starts walking. The girl with glasses says she's not sure if that's really the right way. The assassin looks at the knight and says, Master, should I use a clone to follow them and gather information? The knight replies, she just saw the horror of that killer worm. She wouldn't be able to make such a choice calmly without being confident. It seems Elizabeth's background isn't as simple as it seems. We'll follow them. And with that, everyone enters the same cave. And inside, there seems to be a lizard with a golden eye. In the next scene, we see the sneaky horse killing a bunch of creatures. He asks the wives if they're managing, but the poor things are having difficulties. It's not easy. While our kid is hiding behind the bulky one there, he asks, is Elizabeth safe? She says his acting is ridiculous. The little magic-like thing says, it's all your fault. Look at the path you made us take. It's full of monsters. Elizabeth, who took the potion of deliciousness because she's getting thicker with each chapter, says, the more magic in a place, the more creatures. That's basic, didn't you know? The little magic thing says she knew. She's just angry because Elizabeth's just standing there doing nothing. Elizabeth says she's standing there because the little magic thing said she'd handle everything, so handle it. The night horse says, Glee, calm down. Looks at Elizabeth and says it's an honor to escort her. Now the mage is even angrier. This cursed one is embarrassing me and even seduced my master. Then the archer asks, Master, why don't we rest a bit? The battle was very long. However, Elizabeth says, no one here will rest. This queen doesn't have time to waste with you. The assassin wife says, if you're so good, why don't you continue alone then? Obviously, everyone agrees with that. The horse says, Miss Elizabeth, please listen to me. It's better if everyone rests and stays together in this place. Let's at least drink some elven potions to recover our stats. Lai Ping gets curious. Elven potion? Elizabeth stares at him and asks, what, you want to drink this? He replies, I've never drunk it. I wanted to try, you know. I don't know what it tastes like. Maybe it will inspire me to create different things. Elizabeth thinks this damn kid is so used to eating good stuff that now he wants to eat garbage, but okay. Around the campfire, the little magic thing is saying, wow, this elven potion is so good. The buff one next to her says it's good indeed, but she's more concerned about how long it will take to find the treasure. Gilia, who is the elven wife, says, this one is my special potion already going towards Elizabeth. You can increase any kind of status just by drinking it. If you're so powerful, you don't even need it, do you? The knight tells her, Gilia, don't be so rude to her. She apologizes there and throws a little potion. The queen takes it without caring much and throws it into our protagonist's hand. He asks, Elizabeth, don't you want it? I'll drink it then. Already drank it all. However, our kid immediately throws up, damn, the taste of grass is so strong in this. You can't drink this. Do you want it for yourself, Annie? Annie says, sorry, Lai Ping, I haven't used much magical power, so I don't need it. Obviously, Gelia didn't like that and says it was a waste to give such a good potion to idiots like you. Elizabeth then throws it on the ground saying, all right then, I'll spend this on you. Now Finna got angry shouting, wait, what did you do with my potion? Elizabeth is very calm staring and says, what do you think I did? Lai Ping goes to the backpack and says, calm down and no fighting guys, I have something for everyone. Let me find it. Hold on, he then shows some bananas and says, I've been wanting to share these with you since then. Finally, I have the chance, here you go, already giving it to the knight. Everyone takes it, sort of thanking, and he hands an apple to Annie. She gets all emotional receiving something. Lai Ping gets scared. Why are you crying, Annie? It's just an apple. Annie asks if she can take it home. The orphanage folks haven't had fresh fruit for a long time. Lai Ping says he understands, of course. He then goes to get more so she can take it back for everyone to eat. But Glee and Gelia throw away and squash the banana, saying that doesn't compare to an elven potion. The knight says he'll only eat it to fill his stomach. When they find the treasure, he'll buy something tastier. The strong and the assassin decide to take a bite with him. The assassin seems to be a professional at handling bananas because she was drooling and salivating before biting, trying to melt the banana in your mouth. At that moment, the three feel something, and they end up in a sort of tropical paradise with a parrot there saying, banana. In front of them, what seems to be some crickets singing say, let's dance samba. Dance a samba to remove any fatigue and frustration. They start dancing there, unintentionally, and this assassin kills with blades and curves. Even the knight is all graceful. Follow me, 1, 2, 3. The three keep dancing there, the creatures singing, and the assassin squeezed the banana too hard, and it exploded. The force was such that its contents ended up covering a good part of her outer skin layer. Did I perhaps enter the wrong site? They keep dancing like crazy in the illusion, but back in the cave, they're all going crazy too. The knight is acting like an idiot. Glee and Gelia are confused. Master, what are you doing? Suddenly, the knight realizes that he's leveling up a lot. The assassin and the muscle mommy, who were already lower level, gain even more levels by swallowing the protagonist's banana. Our hero claps. Wow, what an amazing performance, loved it. Truly, the culture of other countries is extremely interesting. Seeing a centaur enjoying this dance was incredible. The queen, as always, interprets everything differently. Lai Ping, he knows very well that they were going to die a bit further. That's why he wanted to level up to continue with this little theater. He's really cruel. The elf Galia gets curious. What's happening, master? Why did your level go up so much? Annie tells her. It's because they ate Lai Ping's banana. Galia looks angrily to the side. What nonsense are you talking about? As if these bananas were bathed in holy water? But the muscle mommy says, Galia, you have no idea. This banana made me advance straight to a demonic 2-star level. The assassin is confused too. After she drooled and smeared the banana, she advanced straight to the realm of demonic sovereignty. Was there some enchantment in it? Even the knight is confused. I was already strong, but this made me advance 3 stages directly. It's unbelievable. He looks at our kid and asks, Lai Ping, what's the origin of this banana? He's confused. I don't know. The knight says, what's the problem? You can't tell. Lai Ping says, I don't know what to say. It's just a regular banana. There's nothing special about it. The knight says, I can tell it's a hybrid harvest. Lai Ping explains, yes, it's a hybrid harvest. The process is all natural and organic. It's time for 2 more gluttons to eat Lai Ping's banana. They go slowly. However, just as the 2 are about to touch lips, the banana rots in her hand. The elf says, ew, this is rotten. What is this? Annie says, it's because of synchronization. Elizabeth says, girl with glasses, you know quite a lot, huh? Anne responds, saying that Elizabeth is very kind, that she only learned from books. The knight asks, synchronization, or what do you mean by that? Anne explains to him, I read in a book that some special items and treasures need certain special conditions to provide the effect. Perhaps Lai Ping's banana had to be eaten by 3 people at the same time to produce the effect. Glee points to Elizabeth and says, stop pretending, can't you see she's eating alone there? Anne apologizes, she can't understand properly. But she's thinking, the condition of a treasure can sometimes be ignored if the person using it is much stronger than it. Elizabeth stares at her and says, don't look at me with those eyes. Anne apologizes, but her eyes are a little red. What's that? Angry, Jellia says. Oh, maybe it's because of the accumulation of my elven potion that produced this effect, that's it. The knight then asks Lai Ping for another fruit, and Jellia is angry, stop believing in this nonsense, master. But our protagonist is happy. For him, who has been cultivating for so long, sharing the fruits is the greatest pleasure. But not in Elizabeth's case, who already snatches everything from his hand saying, no, I'll eat this later. Already throwing it over her shoulder, let's go. You've already rested and the journey has to end. Lai Ping feels embarrassed and apologizes, saying he'll give them more when he has the chance. The knight then tells the 2 to go ahead. He'll catch up with them later with the wives. Lai Ping says, hey, don't you want to come along? But Elizabeth interrupts, saying, let's go already, Lai Ping. Lai Ping then says to everyone, see you later, bye. The drooling and greedy assassin has a wicked little plan. Master, should we steal that backpack from them? The muscle mummy also says maybe they have something even better hidden there. Look at the greedy knight also enjoying the big banana, saying, no rush. It's not the right time yet. Looking at Elizabeth, he thinks the way she carries that treasure shows she doesn't care about it. Someone from a remote tribe wouldn't act like that. He licks his lips thinking. Recently, one of the 4 major powers in the kingdom is offering a reward for information about the lost princess. Maybe she's right in front of me. Brothers, I thought he was just going to take the information and sell it, but his plan is to make her his woman. Oh, my warrior, he wants to climb the ranks of the aristocratic empire in this way and gain even more of these delicious fruits. Friend, give up, man. But taking something from his back, he says, I'm going to use this to completely conquer you. Laughing like a psychopath. The 4 wives are in love, saying there's an incredible pheromone emanating from the master. Maybe they need to satisfy him even more. Look how Manani, he has some item to have so many women. But in the background, the labyrinth has a bunch of eyes staring down the path. And the leader of the Shadow Wolves is watching when he sees our people coming and runs away. Lai Ping asks the Queen, Elizabeth, this labyrinth is getting darker and darker. Is the exit really here? Elizabeth says, I've already explained to you, the labyrinth is just an appearance. We're already getting there. We then see something coming from the sky, taking a peek at them. Anne warns Lai Ping something is getting close. Suddenly, a beam of light comes out and something happens. Lai Ping is there coughing. When they look ahead, the knight appears saying, oh, sorry for making you wait. The wives seem to be all under some kind of spell, all sweaty and red. He comes all seductive, saying, I was a little late. Forgive me, Miss Elizabeth. Can I serve you for the rest of my life? You can even sit on my back if you want. She just interrupts him, saying, get out of my way. You're not even qualified to be my mount. Elf Gilead gets angry. You're arrogant, shameless woman. How do you treat mine? Head cut off from one moment to the next, the elf died. Everyone's pupils shrink in shock. Some rocks start falling from the ceiling. When they look up, there are some insects coming down. Lai Ping asks, what's this? From the sky, what's coming is a dragonfly with Gelia's head already being swallowed. The creature stomps on the wall, then goes to bite Elizabeth, who just looks, and the creature explodes in front of her. Anne is crying scared. Lei Ping takes the opportunity to run and cling to the voluptuous queen. You devil, look where he's going with his face, saying it's a matter of life and death. Elizabeth, what are we going to do now? Elizabeth takes a little look and thinks, is he trying to test human nature? Letting the selfish and arrogant ones die first by destroying themselves. Apparently that's it. The dragon fleas are flying back and forth. The muscle mummy grabs the carriage as Defense and Glee conjures a protection spell. Lei Ping asks, and what are we going to do here? The knight says, I believe you'll find a way out on your own. His plan is to finally understand Elizabeth's strength, especially because if she does nothing, her servant will die. The muscle mummy stares at them and says, who cares about you? Cooperation is over here. Confident Glee says, stay outside of our magic and die. But she's done too, her head flies off. The dragonflies keep attacking. The assassin there is trying to survive, and the knight is even killing some. Meanwhile, our Lei Ping is hiding quietly. The knight uses his slash and thunder lightning cuts an insect right in the middle, and Muscle Mommy uses a shield attack, managing to kill one too. Even the assassin is managing to use her own techniques to kill. These three seem to be alive because of the banana they swallowed whole. However, the assassin is lying on the ground thinking, there's no way we can kill these creatures. It seems endless at this rate, we'll die from exhaustion. One is coming to take a big bite at her head, but the knight manages to save her. The creature falls all destroyed on the ground, but there are still several flying around. Elizabeth asks Lei Ping, do you see how they really are? Do you still want to play this adventure game? Lei Ping shows that he is innocent but not a fool. He tells her, forget it. It's time to go separate ways. Thinking this world outside is truly unpredictable. Maybe staying on my farm in the village is the best thing to do. Elizabeth smiles, look how he acts. First, he made them suffer. Then he determined if they had any value to deserve to be saved. And now this is the third step, abandoning them here. She looks at him and says, get ready to leave. He's confused, leave? Have we arrived already? She says it's just ahead, and they start going. Then a creature comes to attack them. But Anne takes a look, and her little bear comes out punching and explodes the creature. Suddenly, her little bear turns back into just a bunny. And she's confused, hey, what happened? Lei Ping turns around, hey Anne, come on, she says, oh okay. Elizabeth touches the wall, forming some waves, and says an incantation that opens the way. In front of them, a giant gate appears. Lei Ping says, wow, so the exit is this giant door that starts to open with a golden light. Elizabeth goes ahead, telling them to come quickly. From afar, the knight looks back, and our Lei Ping also looks at him. And he says to Anne, let's go. And with that, they're gone. The knight, who was facing the creatures until now, says, come on my back, and let's try to escape. The two look at him, and then the knight is going crazy, saying, damn, do they think they can just abandon us here like this? But apparently the door has already closed. Inside, there's an immense amount of treasure. This room is on a floating island. The knight's wives manage to enter. Lei Ping is celebrating happily there with Anne. At that moment, the knight arrives and throws him aside. The muscle mommy does the same to Anne. He pauses for a moment there, staring and smiling like a psychopath, thinking, the treasure really exists, the Demon King's nectar. Lei Ping says to him, now we're on equal footing. I don't want your gratitude, like you don't need to act like this either. The knight looks back and says, yes, you helped a lot, by completing the number of members we needed. With gratitude, I'll let you die quickly. But then a coin falls, and there's a golden eye in the middle of all that treasure. The room starts shaking, and a giant hand appears. A golden dragon emerges in the midst of everything, facing everyone. Lei Ping, sweating, says, Elizabeth, there's a dragon there, my daughter, there's a dragon. Shaking her. Anne is trembling, there's something even scarier hiding. Her eyes turn black again as she says, master, what do we do now? Elizabeth just observes this. The dragon lets out a roar towards everyone. The knight tells his wives, you too buy me time. I'll prepare my strongest attack and kill him with a single blow. They agree, and the dragon gives them a swipe and they go up. They manage to dodge the first blow. The muscle mommy tells the assassin to go ahead and draw his attention. She says, okay, leave it to me. She releases some origami there and uses a Naruto-style clone technique. Then she throws herself at the dragon. Seeing the situation, the knight thinks, now that this giant dragon is the only threat, I don't need to hide anymore. I'll gather all my energy and use my best move. Quick thunder cut, already charging up, getting all electrified. Lolo's clones are using assassination techniques, but nothing's happening. The plan was to use this technique to create a weak point, but it's not working. The muscle mummy says, relax, let me handle this. And she uses an explosive shield transformation, throwing the shield with some torpedoes straight up at the dragon, hitting its leg. She feels confident seeing it hit, thinking it worked. But the big dragon is just staring at her, intact. It raises its paw, she's confused, and then it crushes her. When it raises its paw, there's just her remains all crushed there. The assassin says, Sister Gakshag, what happened? She uses the Shout 1,000 Clones technique, and darn it, to be happy, I only needed 2 of these 1,000 in my room. She's confident that even if she can't cause damage, she can distract him. However, the dragon takes a look, flaps its wings, gathers all the coins, creating a sort of golden whirlpool. Her clones are all destroyed, and the tornado starts shooting the coins like bullets in every direction. The coins are flying, almost hitting our guide, but they're not hitting. Elizabeth looks at him and says, "Are you so calm? But that's expected of you, isn't it?" Li Ping is thinking, "Darn it, I almost died." The dragon keeps spinning. At that moment, Anne takes a look and activates the dollhouse invocation. But what appears is a giant bear in front of them. Now is protecting them from the bullets. The assassin tells her clones to protect the master so he doesn't stop the conjuration. She manages to save him and is happy. The dragon takes a look and sends a bullet right in the middle of the forehead. Man, headshot. But at that moment, the knight finally completes his charge. Thunder cut 300%. He goes up saying that not even a spiritual demon could block it. However, when the smoke clears, it only made a slight scratch on the neck and his sword shattered. He looks at the broken sword, confused what's happening. The dragon once again takes a look, lashes its tail, and sends him flying, destroying the entire room. Now he looks at our trio. It's a 4-star golden dragon from the demon sect. Li Ping and Elizabeth are standing with their arms crossed. He says, "Elizabeth, the poor guy is thinking the centaur died from a tail lash. I think I'll have to use my trump card, right?" Elizabeth looks at him. "Okay, what are you going to do now?" Li Ping says, "You can act now." She's confused. What? Has he already figured it out? I don't know what, but there's a plot twist going on. Li Ping tells her, "If you don't do this, I think everyone here will die." Well, he'll die, right? That's why he's scared. Elizabeth angrily says, "Don't order me in front of other people." She's thinking he's trying to use my mount to threaten me. I can't believe it. While Anne is saying the real terror hasn't started yet. I don't think we're getting out of here. At that moment, Elizabeth puts her hand on her head and says, "Jinju's bloodline. Show me what this kind of magic is about." Anne's eyes activate that effect, and some memories start appearing to her from the orphanage. From when she had dinner with the children to a day when she was sleeping, and when she opened her eyes, the woman was staring at her with a sinister smile. Next scene, those evil creatures went to the orphanage to attack everyone. She was about to be captured when suddenly the bear appeared on her back and all the creatures were killed. Unfortunately, the orphanage people had already moved on to the next life. Elizabeth realizes that Anne suppressed these memories with her own power. She extracts some energy from inside her head, saying it's foolishness. Poor Anne falls to the ground, saying it's all her fault that she killed her brothers and sisters. She wants to apologize. Elizabeth is cruel. She looks to the side and says, "You are a disgrace to Jinju's bloodline. If you want to escape the prison of regrets, stand up and fight for me." Anne gets serious. Even though she's crying, she gets up, saying that at least this time she wants to save her brother Li Ping. Suddenly, she starts floating in the sky, forming a purple energy. Li Ping doesn't understand what's happening, but then she opens her arms and summons puppets. An eagle, a rabbit, a panda, and a snake appear. The dragon comes to claw at everything, but its paw plunges right into the panda's belly, which expands, and when it returns to normal, it's holding the dragon's paw. At that moment, the rabbit is already attacking, beating him up and breaking his neck. Li Ping asks, "Elizabeth, what did you do to Anne? Why did she change so much?" Elizabeth says she didn't do anything special, just made her accept reality. The rabbit is going up, and Annie is now motivated. Smoke rises, and when everything clears, the little bunny is also clinging to the dragon's paw. Now the two are holding him. The snake then comes and starts wrapping around the dragon, crushing it. The dragon once again flaps his wings to summon that golden tornado. However, this time the eagle cancels out his tornado with hers. Li Ping, impressed, asks Elizabeth, "What's this Jinji bloodline thing about?" But suddenly he's pulled and thrown to the ground. They took a light cut. The knight appears almost dead. But he stole the fruit backpack and is saying, "Ah, now." Elizabeth looks, this trash isn't dead yet." Li Ping is shouting in the background, "Hey, give me my backpack back." He with a psychopathic look says, "Now your trump card is in my hand. All these kingdom fruits are mine. Eat the pineapple, eat the orange, eat the grape." Li Ping is confused. "What are you doing, man? Don't you think it's too late to eat now?" However, he swallows everything and starts emanating an aura, saying it's coming. His body begins to mutate, tremble and rolling. He goes crazy, getting mega muscular, saying he's feeling unprecedented power, and now his level is with a question mark. Staring at his own hand, he thinks, "Finally, with this power, I'm no longer afraid of those old men from the Holy Sword Guild." But the dragon seems to get angry and breathes a golden dragon breath in his direction. When it's about to hit, he disappears and is already next to his head saying, "Stop bothering me." He uses a thunder kick that makes the dragon stumble and fall to the ground. The centaur then descends and goes right to the middle of the altar to get the so-called Demon King's chalice. Looking at it, he thinks, "If I add this, I can't imagine how strong I'll become." Without hesitation, he swallows it and his pupils turn red. He once again begins to transform, wings sprouting from his back, and he enters demon form. He says that this sweet Demon King's wine is very good. It's gradually understanding everything. Anne is there in front, and Li Ping says, "That guy is getting weirder and weirder. Elizabeth, do something, my daughter." Anne tells him not to worry, she won't let him get near brother Li Ping. She conjures a marionette spell, but the knight has already pierced her chest. Holding her in the air, he says, "First, I'll eliminate you who are a threat." Li Ping is terrified. The centaur throws Anne on the ground, coming towards them saying that the next one is him. Lai Ping completely ignores the centaur and goes to Anne, telling her to hang in there. Elizabeth will save her. The centaur goes to Elizabeth's face and says, I know you're hiding your strength, but it doesn't matter. I'll give you two choices. You become my woman, take me to your kingdom, and make me inherit everything. Or the second option, I'll have fun with you until there's nothing left, and then I'll sell you to get what I want. Crying, Li Ping tells Elizabeth to kill him, but the centaur looks to the side. Who allowed you to open your mouth, you servant trash? He uses an ability to appear instantly in front of him and crushes him to the ground. An explosion rolls, coins everywhere. The centaur seems to have been hit. When the smoke clears, Li Ping says, okay then, I'm tired of pretending. Brothers, will you get serious? The centaur thrown back is lost and all beaten up. Wondering what happened? Wait, I hit him with all my might, but why does it seem like my attack returned? He looks at Elizabeth and asks, is it your doing? Elizabeth, staring at Li Ping, he knows very well that not even my magic can destroy his clothes. That's why you forced him to attack you, just for him to be the cause of his own destruction. Li Ping is there, all badass, thinking they say I'm the hero, but he thinks phew. It works just the way I imagined. As long as I give Elizabeth a lot of delicious food, she will protect me whenever I need it. As long as I'm useful to her, she won't let me die. No matter how dangerous the situation is, wanting to kill me is the same as wanting to leave her without food. There's no way our boy finds out he's too strong. The work ends on the spot, man. He's going to become a Saitama 2.0. The centaur says, truly unsettling. You're quite proud, but I only use half of my strength. Woman, you rejected a centaur as powerful as me. You could have had fun, but chose to reject me. Then he charges. So this is your choice then. Elizabeth remains calm. Midway as the centaur speaks. I want to see you reflect my next attack. Something's already coming from his left, hitting him hard, slamming him to the ground. Elizabeth looks to the side and asks, finally awake. The centaur is completely shattered on the ground and nothing left of the guy. From the shadows of that place, a golden dragon begins to appear. The centaur realizes that there is the true form of the dragon. What he killed was nothing more than some crumbs of power. He reabsorbs his old dragon body and Elizabeth says, using your tail to pet, I used to play with you like that too. It's the true void dragon, a golden dragon queen from the demon king's realm of the star. The centaur still doesn't understand. Impossible. I also have the power of a demon king that can't lose. But he is instantly crushed by the dragon's claw. Lying on the ground, Li Ping is confused. Elizabeth, is this real? Elizabeth says, I think you figured that out a long time ago. This place isn't real. Suddenly they're floating. Elizabeth says, despite magic being your weak point, I don't think this would escape your notice. The dragon speaks some unknown language to Elizabeth, who responds. Then he starts crying, smoke in the air, and turns into a loli. Of course, there had to be one, Yugan Chinese. Her name is Amelia, and she's Elizabeth's pet. She cries, is it really you, queen? I've been waiting for you for so long. Elizabeth tells her, you have arrived in the realm of a demon king and are still so innocent. I didn't want to come here because I knew it would wake you up and you would start clinging to me. Amelia, hugging her, says, no, master, you disappeared for 500 years without a word. I miss you so much. We then see Amelia's story. She was born between heaven and earth, and it was Elizabeth with her magical energy who incubated the egg. When she was born, they made a contract, and Elizabeth not only gave her the name Amelia, but also created her personality, trained, and played with her. That's why Amelia has a sacred oath to serve her forever. When she grew up, she became Elizabeth's mount, carrying her around the world to face cruel creatures. This is because, to end the wars, Elizabeth decided to dominate the world. Amelia was happy to see her mistress achieve world domination, but she smiled less and less. Amelia knew the stronger Elizabeth became, the less she could help. And one day, out of nowhere, she decided to pull out the sacred sword and disappeared. At the race meeting, Elizabeth's absence is causing problems. Even all the reputation she had is now not serving much. The amount of crime continues to increase. The orc minister says that this is the case in their tribe too. Several are announcing separation as the only thing that unified everyone was the fear of the queen. The dwarf minister says that maybe it's good for everyone to return to their homelands and take care of the regions until the queen returns. Twyla, who is the minister of the elves, asks Jin, who is the minister of the demons, where's Elizabeth? You are the closest person to her. Was she defeated by the legendary hero? Jin says it's impossible. He has seen her terrifying power. There's no one in this world who can beat that. Everyone there can do as they please. From now on, he will go hunt the majesty on his own. Her former minion Malfoy says that this is the case too. He'll go after her. Everyone is dismissed. In the end, the ministers separated everything and divided their regions. Amelia wasn't interested in any of this, so she took half a cup of wine and left. She returned to the place where she was found the first time, hoping Elizabeth would return. And then she waited and waited and waited and waited, and now she's there crying. Finally, you've returned, mistress, Elizabeth says. It seems everything went well, right? This long wait taught you meditation, which was a key to reaching the level of Demon King. Amelia continues crying. Mistress Elizabeth, don't leave me like this again, please. Poor thing is thinking. She abandoned me just so I could understand meditation and increase my level. She really does everything for me. Li Ping up there trembling says, hey Elizabeth, Stop dwelling on the past and save Annie already. At that moment, Annie opens her eyes and says, Brother Li Ping, where are we? Li Ping is relieved. Annie, are you okay? She says yes, but she reaches for the backpack, pulls out the apple he gave her, and the apple is all destroyed. Li Ping pets her, saying, that's not a problem. Relax. Seeing the situation, Elizabeth thinks. From the beginning, he had already made this plan. The scenario was already set when he gave the bananas. Amelia is all cute, rubbing against Elizabeth, but she gets mad when she realizes the queen keeps looking at Li Ping. So she asks, Mistress, who's that guy over there, huh? Elizabeth says, him, he's the hero of legends. I stayed at his house while I was away. Amelia gets even angrier. Hey, you, while she thinks, the hero of legends, did he kidnap my mistress for 500 years? And it seems he wants to take her heart. I need to end this now. Our smiling hero says, my name is Li Ping, nice to meet you. Amelia smiles and has a plan. Now that I've reached the Demon King level, I can reach my mistress. If I join forces with her, we can kill the hero of legends. She already summons a Dragon King's claw and charges, saying, nice to meet you. It hits him hard in the chest and an explosion occurs. Poor thing is confused. What happened? He shut off her claw. Li Ping says, oops, sorry. I couldn't react in time. However, Amelia is puzzled. My attack was strong enough to destroy a city and he canceled it like this. Li Ping reaches out his hand and says, my turn to take initiative. Amelia is sweating, realizing he might be more oppressive than the mistress. Poor thing is there. No, please. He takes her hand very gently and says, sorry for messing up your handshake. Now it's clear why Elizabeth is so calm. She has a polite friend like you. Amelia is confused. Handshake? Friend? Elizabeth says, I mean, friend? You could say that too. But actually, she's my mount. Li Ping thinks. Mount? Already imagining one on top of the other running. Elizabeth then snaps her fingers and everyone appears outside. She says, enough of this for today. Amelia says, wow, mistress, you're so amazing. Li Ping is also impressed. Wow, is it that easy to return? All I really have to do is stick to Elizabeth's thighs and everything will be fine. However, for Annie, the journey was too long and she faints on Li Ping's shoulder. Elizabeth tells Li Ping to take Annie to rest because she needs to talk to Amelia about something. And we're back home on the farm. Amelia asks, what do you want, Elizabeth? You can give me any order. I really want to serve you. Elizabeth asks, have you heard of the Black Demon Guild? Amelia ponders, saying she slept most of the time. And then she remembers. It's the guy called Malfoy, the former prince of humanity. Do you remember him? Elizabeth makes an effort and says she might remember. Amelia wants to know, wait, you want him and not me? Elizabeth says it's not that. She heard that this Black Guild is killing people under the pretext of wanting to resurrect her. That's making her angry. Amelia gets angry. Resurrect you when you're alive? That's disrespectful. What do you want me to do? Elizabeth says, you're going to make them disappear from this world without revealing any information about me or this place. Amelia only accepts. Elizabeth then says, when you're done with this, I'll release you. Amelia says that a job given is a job done. And in her interpretation, doing whatever she wants is clinging to Elizabeth all night long. With that, she sets off motivated. But there's a missile heading her way that explodes in the sky. When the smoke clears, she's injured. Who attacked me? Realizing her skin is all scorched, she knows. It must be someone, at least in the sovereignty realm. Down below, Wankai is detecting a target. He raises the defense system to level 2. She's sweating cold. The missile comes, and she defends with her wing. She looks and asks, you chose me to be your opponent? Wrong choice. But when she sees a barrage of missiles coming, the explosion covers the entire sky. Poor thing is all beaten up. Wankai analyzes again. Target detected as alive, increasing defense to 3. At that moment, Elizabeth shouts, stupid dog. She's my person. Let her go. The little dog is trembling. Okay, I'll put her on the whitelist. Poor Amelia leaves thinking, damn place, it's terrifying. I want to get out of here. Inside the house, our hero is cutting oranges, making a delicious juice for Anne. He goes to her and says, if you're feeling unwell, you can have this. She thanks him, takes a sip, and her entire cells begin to restore. Every bit of the fruit contains a huge amount of magical power. She's amazed. Is this sensation some kind of advanced divine magic? She reaches a clear state of mind and remembers the orphanage fair like a monster saying, I am you and you are me. Stop suppressing your true self. Anne is crying there, lost, while Li Ping falls on the couch saying, indeed, a home sofa is the most comfortable. At that moment, Elizabeth enters, passes by her and says, looks like you finally remembered everything, huh? You know your Jin clan ancestors always swore loyalty to me. If your bloodline woke up, the power of the oath also awakens. At that moment, Anne can see Elizabeth giant with her in the palm of her hand. Trembling, she asks, are you a legendary demon queen? Elizabeth replies, yes, I am the commander of this whole world. Anne is confused, but according to the legends, you died with a hero. Brother Li Ping, who are you? Li Ping awkwardly says, I'm ashamed to say, but yes, I'm the hero. Anne says, now I understand the whole story. It was like this, right? In the past, Li Ping and Elizabeth fought the final battle for the position of the most powerful. As a result of a month of battle, you began to like each other. After so much bloodshed, you gave up this fight to know who is the strongest and fell in love. And then you lived this secluded life for 500 years. Elizabeth says, that's almost the truth indeed. While Li Ping said she got it all wrong. Elizabeth then changes the subject and says, as a descendant of the superior warriors of the demon bloodline, you're in this state. You're a disgrace to the demon clan. Li Ping is confused. Wait, is Anne from the demon clan? Anne is standing there without saying anything. Elizabeth says, it was 600 years ago, right? A child named Jin awakened the demon lineage. When his eyes shone red, his ability power and magical power increased greatly. However, as his power grew, he became more and more violent. Only death could satisfy him. In just a few years, he left the northern territories in chaos. Hundreds of my elite warriors were destroyed by him. His ambition grew so much that he came to the castle to challenge me. Obviously, he was easily defeated, and then she sealed his violent side. And with a loyalty oath, he has been serving her for generations. Trembling, Anne says, I didn't know any of this. My first memory, I was living in the church orphanage. The nun and the brothers were all my family. Elizabeth tells the truth. We killed everyone in the orphanage when you went mad. You couldn't accept reality, so that's why you kept thinking you were waiting for the nun to come back. Elizabeth thinks, with the power Jin has, he could have dominated the world in this time that I've been away. What's going on in that place? Anne is freaking out, saying, no, I didn't do this to my brothers. Li Ping says, Elizabeth, we met her brothers at the market, didn't we? Elizabeth says enough of that. She opens a visualization portal and says, let's expose the truth and see what these brothers of yours really are. When they look, they're all dolls. In Anne's interpretation, she really saw them as people. But clearly, that wasn't the case. Elizabeth closes the portal and says, do you understand? You're using your magic to sustain this bunch of dolls. That's why you're stuck at the mage level. Li Ping is confused, not believing it either. Elizabeth is cruel and relentless. To get rid of the Black Apostles, you activated your bloodline. However, you went mad and killed everyone. That's the truth you want to avoid. Anne starts going berserk Dragon Ball Z style with the purple aura. To stop this, Elizabeth flicks her forehead and she faints. Li Ping picks her up and Elizabeth says, I know you want to help her, but when she wakes up, if she triggers her lineage again, she'll destroy the whole city. But Li Ping says it's okay. We'll try to handle it. Back at the church, Anne is waking up. She gets out of bed and apologizes for being a nuisance again. Li Ping says it's no big deal. They used Elizabeth's teleportation. But how is she feeling now? Anne starts crying again, saying she can't believe she caused all those deaths. Li Ping says that's not the case. She was trying to protect everyone. She's not a murderer. However, Anne doesn't accept that. She says it's all her fault for losing control. But our hero says it's their fault for attacking and forcing you to lose control. So stop blaming yourself. Plus, there are still missing materials here. But she keeps crying, saying that the fact doesn't change. Li Ping interrupts her, explaining, when you made the dolls, the details were good. But you were so afraid of the cotton coming out that you made excessive knots. Because of the lack of quality, the dolls lost their spirits. But it's okay. I'll help you remake them. And he starts dismantling everything. However, Anne doesn't like seeing him destroying her brothers and starts going berserk. At that moment, Li Ping literally drops a line from Shakespeare. Do not wander under the tree. Do not question under the rain. And do not cry in the darkness. Anne then wakes up in the middle of a lake confused. In the sky, a giant golden hand comes. And Li Ping finishes the sentence. Look forward and never back. As long as you have the courage to face it and keep your head up, you will realize that this mist was nothing but a little rain. The skies shine and Li Ping picks her up in his palm. At that moment, he made a doll that's an angelic child and says, this is the doll I remade for you, Anne. Its name is Rafal, the angelic doll. He hopes that will help her heal. Anne takes his hand, saying she's sure. It's the same feeling. These are her brothers. She sees all of them around Li Ping, who tells her not to worry anymore. And then they disappear, saying goodbye. Anne then once again breaks down in tears, saying she will protect the church. And our boy tells her that the sky is clear. He sighs. Phew, thank goodness I studied psychotherapy in those system books. Meanwhile, in the demon realm in the swamp of death, Amelia is flying around looking for the guy. Seeing everything destroyed, she says it's a shame what they did to her mistress's house. She then lands and a bunch of creatures appear, saying they want to devour her soul. However, in the blink of an eye, the creatures all explode. She wonders, why are they treating this place like a dump? She moves on, and a chubby baby mage comes out of a book, asking who she is and what she wants with the Black Guild. He's the sixth pillar of the guild, a 5-star demon. Then a room full of eggs incubating some demons appears. And in the guild hall of the Black Guild, there's a meeting going on. The leader says it seems like someone powerful is coming. One of them says that one of the troops was completely destroyed when invading the Saint's Guide. Are they coming to get revenge? A round and chubby girl says it's no problem. Someone named Kurtuz will handle it. The chief of staff asks the child if she wants to go there and have fun, telling him to shut up. While the tentacle guy says whoever is can't reach them. But the master on the throne says he was afraid he wouldn't get the materials. Who would have thought what he needed would come right to his doorstep? It's Malfoy from the beginning of the work, just 500 years worse off. The chubby wizard with the pacifier who tried to stop Amelia is completely destroyed. He couldn't even react properly. He had stepped on by the dragon. It's over. A bunch of apostles appear, one of them literally being a girl carrying 6 balloons. They are confident they will kill her. However, she just activates the power of the Golden Dragon King. She lets out a roar that already blows everyone away. With that, she continues walking calmly. She arrives in front of a giant eye that underestimates her once again. She kicks and destroys it, and enters the boss's chamber. She sees Malfoy and says he looks horrible. Poor Malfoy is really finished, but he recognizes her. But in the blink of an eye, he's blown up in his seat. Everyone is frightened and doesn't understand what happened. Obviously, she just made a little dragon arm and squashed him. The finished Malfoy asks, "Why did you wake up from your sleep?" But apparently he has a reconstitution ability. Did you happen to find Elizabeth? She gets confused. Some tentacles come from the ground and wrap everything around her. Of course, those damn Chinese. The tentacle guy tells her there's no way she can escape. She asks, "Escape? What do you mean?" She bites, and the guy gets scared. She starts swallowing everything like pasta, and it's over. Poor guy for digestion. A mega curvy one comes from behind saying she surrenders. She joined them against her own will. She sends a little kiss that activates his seductive magic. And boy, she is seductive indeed. In front of Amelia, she says that since attacks don't work, she's going to make her a prisoner. However, Amelia burps up the octopus she had eaten and finishes her off. Another one comes to attack, was finished again. Now she's face to face with Malfoy. She asks if he's going to take his own life or face her. Malfoy says he can't face her. However, if he joins what's behind him, then it's different. When she sees in the incubation cocoon, there's an Elizabeth being produced. A month later, we're on the little farm. Obviously, planting, watering, and harvesting a peaceful life. Back home, chopping wood, making food. Elizabeth finds it strange there's something wrong with him. Before bed, Li Ping was getting impatient, and then he decided on something. That morning, he made the breakfast Elizabeth likes the most. She immediately asks, "Stop beating around the bush. I don't like this. What do you want?" Li Ping says, "After living together this whole year, I'm not a threat to you. This proves that the hero and the queen can coexist. I think it's time for you to leave here, Elizabeth, and control the world again." She asks why. He explains that when he hid, he didn't imagine she would appear here. And the biggest problem is that time outside is passing too fast. Because of her absence, the apostles are destroying the whole country. Even this black guild appeared and is making everyone's life difficult. Elizabeth says she doesn't care if it's chaotic, it doesn't affect them. For our protagonists, the system route was end of the world in their fight, then world peace. However, because they became friends, the world is in chaos. He explains to her that he wanted to keep her here because of the destruction of the barrier. If he didn't know what was happening outside, he would continue here without problems. But now that he's seen everything that's happening, he can't stand still. However, he can't be a hero, and he also can't save people from this suffering. Elizabeth, somehow, is interpreting this as him saying he can't live without her. She asks, "What do you want then?" Li Ping then says, "I want you to go back to the world and save everything because I'm an incompetent hero, and I can't continue being selfish." In his head, he's thinking, even if this place is destroyed by monsters, it's okay. I'll move to the city. Now Elizabeth's interpretation is explained. In her head, he's being selfish, wanting to have the queen just for himself and not letting her stay in the world. She finishes the food and asks, "Do you want me to leave this place and solve the world's problems?" That's easy. Our hero is happy. Seriously, you agree? Then I'll prepare everything now. However, she turns around, "No, I'm not interested in the outside world. But there are 2 ways to solve this." She's thinking, "Bastard, are you looking for an excuse to kick me out of this place? I'm not that easy." Li Ping asks, "What are the 2 ways?" She says the first one is simple. She goes outside, uses a magic that destroys the whole world, and done. Li Ping says, "No, not that option." She says the second option is to find someone who can rule the world in her place, and she'll help from behind the scenes. Li Ping wants to know who that person would be. She says, "You already know, besides me, only you are qualified for that." He sweats, "Wait, you want me to rule the world?" Next scene, he's practicing sword techniques, confused. How did things end up like this? Beside him, she keeps shouting, "Practice properly, I want to see." He responds, okay. But she's just thinking, are you trying to play games with this queen? You're too young for that. I can't deny that you're a little stronger than me. However, when it comes to psychology, you don't stand a chance. The queen seems to be falling in love. She's thinking that when he told her to leave this morning, she was so sad she almost did. But then when he told her he couldn't live without her, she understood everything he was trying to say. He knows very well that with the power of both of them, it would be very easy to destroy or dominate this world. So the best thing to do is to let the world go on as it wants and occasionally observe what's happening. Since she's already put Amelia in charge of dealing with the Black Guild, there's nothing to worry about. Now she's convinced, saying he's pretending with this little plan, but she's already seen through all his little games. Apparently, the legendary hero has fallen for the queen, while our boy is all confused there, believing in the plan. Thinking, is it true that you could become a sword master by cutting 1,000 times a day? Seems kind of simple. She's imagining he's the pinnacle of strength, but he likes to take a little beating. Apparently, she's the only one in this world who satisfies this hero's malevolent interests. But now she has a plan. Even though she's not interested in silly things like love, it's different when it comes to him. He has the greatest power of creation and production, and she has the best swordsmanship and magic. Together, they can create the strongest child ever. What would their child be like? Would they break the limits of the existing realm? But she won't agree to that so easily. For now, she'll let him practice his horrible swordsmanship. He has to get stronger for this child in the future. Lai Ping is confused. What is this girl thinking so much about? Is she really going to want to teach me swordsmanship and magic to destroy the Black Guild? He's going to make his sword cut, and suddenly she turns into a child who falls to the ground. My sword turned into a child. The sword boy says, "Who are you calling a child?" "I am the spirit of the majestic legendary sword, Alpha." The queen asks what's going on and immediately recognizes Alpha, and she moves towards her saying die, but took a kick to the face and was sent to the other side. "Sit down, let's talk." Lamping apologizes. He didn't know the boy was conscious all this time. The boy says that at the critical moment of the fight against the demon and the queen, he appears. However, he wants to know why he's been just chopping wood for so many years, huh? Li Ping tells him to calm down, but the boy doesn't stop and asks, "Did you change the story script and see her friend? You don't deserve to be a hero." Elizabeth asks, "Are you trying to kill me?" The boy sits there. "Actually, no, I don't want to. This system's craziness. You're my savior." She says, "Okay, whatever. Now that you're here, help Li Ping rule the world." Alpha says, hold on, rule the world." Li Ping says, "It's more like saving the world." He looks to the side. "Hey, what are you talking about, Li Ping?" Our hero says, "I'm tired of sitting around doing nothing. I'm going to take on the responsibility of being a hero, practice, and save the world." Alpha asks, "Practice? Don't you know your talent? Then can't you practice with me 100 times and gain enough experience to fight a demon king? And he even awakened me. It doesn't make any sense." The work explains that when he was cutting down trees, they were the ones gaining experience. Li Ping looks at Alpha and says, "I know I don't have much talent, but with you and Elizabeth, I think I can." Alpha is about to say something. "What are you talking about, dude? You are." But Elizabeth casts a spell and seals his mouth. She then tells Li Ping to stay there while she has to talk to this little boy. She grabs him with her demonic hand and takes him behind the tree. Smoke rises and he comes back all beaten up. He then looks at Li Ping and says, "All right, I'll cooperate with you, brother." Elizabeth says, "Enough with the delaying, let's start this already." The city is bustling with the blondie looking for members for the guild, and the chick selling roasted chicken, a criminal. And our boy is there too. This is the city of Titano, which is under the influence of the Holy Sword Guild. Elizabeth tells Li Ping that her magical sense is telling her that something large-scale is going to happen in this city, and maybe it's good for him to take a look and gather information. Li Ping says he understands the first step to ruling the world is gathering intelligence. Alpha says it's nonsense. Going to this place is a waste of time. Elizabeth gives him a stare. "Do you want me to break you in half?" He sticks to Li Ping, "Sorry." Our hero sees a paper on the ground and picks it up. These flyers are everywhere. Could this be the event that's happening? Competition between guilds. Elizabeth says it's a fight where each guild sends its representative. Someone plays a drum telling everyone to place their bets. People are all excited to bet, and Li Ping pulls Elizabeth, who's all modern in this outfit. They head towards the giant arena. However, when they're about to go up, a green bull stops them, saying he couldn't detect their tickets with magic. Li Ping says, "Elizabeth, I'll handle this." Li Ping then takes out a bag of coins and says, "I saw on the poster that it's 10 coins per ticket. Can we buy them?" The big guy says yes, but he monopolized them all and is now selling them for 200 coins. Li Ping thinks the guy is a damn crook, but Elizabeth uses magic on his head and the guy hands over the VIP ticket. With that, they both go happily. Li Ping is impressed. The place is very luxurious. There are some guys there that you can't see properly. A guy smoking a pipe writing some magic, a dwarf, and 2 hot babes from the Holy Guild. Wow, that's a lot of divinity. The blonde is Luna, and the redhead is Anna. Hannah asks if those 2 are on the guest list. Meanwhile, Elizabeth is telling our boy to go get some snacks, but those 2 little saints are just keeping an eye on them. Then someone shouts, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final guild competition." He announces it's going to be the sword genius from the Holy Guild, King, the giant bear guild's general, Gala, the wonderful elf from the elf guild, Travis without Scott, and lastly, a special guest from the Holy Guild representing the card guild, Yi. It's all going to happen at the same time. The goblin jumps out of the arena. The atmosphere becomes tense. The elf thinks that big guy looks very stupid. He probably won't be of any use. The guy is screaming like a maniac. The card guy seems weak, not to mention he's only here because he helped the Holy Guild. That means in this competition, the biggest danger is the blue sword guy from the Holy Guild. The big guy stomps on him and goes straight for him. The elf pulls out 3 arrows and fires at him. It's 1 for each, but all 3 dodge. But the arrow falls to the ground, turns into a root that transforms into vines and entangles everyone. The big guy gets angry and tries to break free, but it only tightens even more. The elf says this is the gum root. The more force you exert against it, the tighter it gets. The blue sword guy then draws his blade and cuts it all down. while the card guy is just standing there doing nothing. The sword guy apologizes for killing her plant. The elf says it's no problem. He just has to pay with his life, then fires another arrow at the dancing butterfly. But the guy is all monk samurai and says fearlessly, doubtlessly, without confusion, altruistic state, blue bird, power matches power. But the elf has already lost her little arm, which fell onto the ground shattered. He approaches her, points the blade at her, and says, "You've lost." The elf says he deserves the title of genius, but she is also one. He is then surrounded by exploding butterflies. His blade flies off, and when the smoke clears, he's there all beaten up but alive. She then takes a seed from her mouth, spits it on the ground, a plant grows, she puts her arm into it, which turns into a new arm. But it's crooked because it was crushed by the buff guy. And it was crushed hard. He then looks back and says it's the samurai's turn, who finds the aura of that guy strange. But in the audience, everyone is going crazy, loving this competition. He throws his arm aside and pulls the blade back into his hand. The buff guy says power is everything, and now he's going to crush. He jumps, activating 70% of his muscular strength. The swordsman dodges, sends him a cut. However, it touches his skin and nothing happens. He comes for another blow with 80%. He tries to defend with the sword and is thrown back, and the sword bends all crooked. He comes again, now at 90%. He dodges several times. Li Ping is curious, asking Elizabeth who she thinks will win. She doesn't say anything. While Anna is finding it strange how come a sword forged by rank B dwarves was destroyed with a punch. Luna asks if they should stop the fight, but Anna says not for now. Up in the super VIP section, the guy is asking, shouldn't we interrupt this? A guy named Bowie says, I think those two are handling it. What do you think, boss? The guy says maybe. He's the president of the card guild, isn't he the girl's father? The boy next to him noticed he's trembling and thinks it's because the buff guy's magic is from the apostles. That's why he got so angry. But he's scared because he saw our protagonist with his little demon in his head. Li Ping came here to see how he's using the deck. He has to meet the expectations of the great hero, while down below the buff guy is just going for it. The blue sword can't do anything but run away. The buff guy grabs the ground and uses it like a sheet. The blue blade jumps to dodge, but he's caught in midair and falls to the ground in a ball of stone. The buff guy goes to touch the stone, but suddenly he takes a microcut. When he steps back, it's over, his hand is gone. He gets angry, saying he'll kill the blue blade, who repeats the same phrase. Fearless, doubtless, surprised, or confused, altruistic state. The buff guy thinks of doing something, but is cut from afar and falls to the ground agonizing. The blue blade tells him it's your last chance. The buff guy says he doesn't care, he's not going to play with him, already remembering that he can use the forbidden drug. But the blue blade warns, if you give up the power given to you by the Black Guild, I will spare your life. However, he breaks a pill in his mouth to reach the realm of Demon King. But before anything happens, his head is separated, and it rolls towards the card guy who's been standing there in the trap all this time, who is actually the little elf girl our protagonist saved. We then see the card guild and her practicing with the decks. As she's been drinking tea with the herbs our boy gave her before she left, she keeps evolving. Her father comes back from a trip and tells her he helped the Holy Guild deal with the apostles, and for that, he received a gift. She thinks it's that pile of apostle remains in the bag, but it was actually the direct qualification invitation for the finals. If she wins, the card guild will be recognized as an official guild. She feels insecure. She can't compete with those geniuses. But he says none of that matters. She has to be more confident. They've evolved a lot. They're not the same as before. When the time comes, I'll give her Li Ping's deck, and with that, she'll win. Amidst the vines, she's pondering. Even though I have Li Ping's deck with my current strength, I can only use 6 cards at once. The rest of the battle, I'll have to rely on card replicas, which will significantly weaken the power of my attacks. However, I can't retreat here. Determination is the most important. Reaching for her belt, she grabs the deck card cut, easily freeing herself from the vines. That devilish head seems alive. The blue blade speaks. It was a good strategy to hide and only reveal your power in the end. But you're not an opponent for me, so just admit defeat. She sends some cards his way and he dodges, saying, wow, the guild owes you a favor. I don't want to hurt you. It's the last warning. Everyone is confused, fighting with cards. She then sends a flying sword from poker. The blue blade says, I know these are fake attacks to use something more powerful on me, but I won't give you a chance. Already ready to strike at her. She's scared that he caught onto the plan so quickly, but she takes a step back and steps on a card, sending her flying, and from above, she sends another barrage of cards. But the blue blade jumps and manages to dodge. She sends some circles of cards this time, and once again, he defends himself. But the cards surround the sword and his body, weakening the ki. The blue blade says to her, this is foolishness. If you force me to get serious, you will die. She says she was just trying to buy time to complete a final attack. Raises her hands with a bunch of cards and says release, creating a gigantic dragon of spades. Everyone is now interested. The dwarf is curious to know who made these cards. They have various effects. The foolish Li Ping in the audience is impressed. Wow, are they fighting with cards? How do they even do that? The blue blade once again activates the altruistic state to the maximum level, sends a blue bird towards the dragon. The two collide in the middle of the arena. and an explosion occurs. The cards are all destroyed and fall to the ground. She's thinking he's too strong, there's no way to win with just replicas. But she's afraid to use the real deck because she can't control it. The blue blade goes for the kill, blaming her for making him have to give his all. Sends a slash towards the cards and she's already defeated on the ground. He says it's over. She says it's okay, she lost. There's no point in going beyond this. But on the blue blade's back, something is coming towards him and enters his head. His eye turns purple, and he seems to be taken over by the head of that creature that had been severed, which now has taken over his body. The great apostle says the body is very good. How do you use this key sword thing? Already attacking everyone in the city. Luckily, there's a barrier. Otherwise, the public would have died. Li Ping asks Elizabeth what we should do. Should we help them? Elizabeth says no. For him to dominate the world, he'll have to adapt and get used to these small changes. That's nothing. Much bigger things happen. He says it's okay. The poor father is thinking, damn, they knew we were going to be invaded. That's why they came to see. I need to have a good performance to satisfy Mr. Li Ping and the queen. The old man next to him is thinking, if you go to save your daughter, you'll prove that you don't have enough fighters to deal with the Black Guild. And when the Holy Sword is looking for other people, you'll come to us. The devil is in the Blue Blade's brain, and our elf is angrier than ever. She hates the Black Guild, and if that's the case, she doesn't need to worry. Activating the new deck. The apostle is confused. What's this? Her magical power has increased too much. I need to kill her instantly. He sends an attack her way, but a knight with a shield appears to defend her. Li Ping finds it strange. Huh, that looks somewhat familiar, doesn't it? The dwarf and the analysts are confused. Hold on, this is much more incredible than the previous deck. If I'm not mistaken, this is a ghost of the 13 sacred knights. The old man then says, Boss, is this the trick you used to defeat the 6 demon pillars? The father says, I used the number 9 before. She's only using 5 now. I just hope it's enough. She sends some cards, telling the creature to let go of that body. But he dodges, wondering, damn, how does she have so much strength in those cards? He jumps to evade, thinking he'll escape. But he hits the shield of a knight, who then sends him to another and another. They bounce the demon around. He manages to use a blade strike to stop in midair. But the shield knight comes from behind and encloses him in a box. She then orders them to crush him. The 4 knights come from each side, focusing all the pressure on the apostle, who shrinks down. Destroyed, he falls hard to the ground. At that moment, her father looks at the arena and thinks Li Ping and the demon queen will be pleased with this, right? Meanwhile, Li Ping is talking to the queen, saying, wow, is that you, Li Fu? No wonder she looks so familiar. Do you remember them, Elizabeth? It was the father and daughter we helped. But Elizabeth is ignoring Li Ping, glaring at the father, thinking, who let him reveal himself like that? The poor guy is trembling over there. The father greets the two of them, shaking with fear. You two are here? I didn't want to ruin your experience, so that's why I didn't inform you that I'm here watching. Please forgive me. The father is trembling with fear. Now that Li Ping has noticed the old man is there, he stands up and says, oh, uncle, as expected, you're here too. I just realized it was you, Li Fu, fighting. I have a lot of things to ask you. The old man becomes even more unsure, wondering, a lot of things? Could it be that Li Ping isn't satisfied with the card skills? The other warty old man next to him is just thinking, who is this boy that the boss respects so much? The scene then shifts to a banquet where everyone is gathered. Li Ping whispers to the queen, why do you think they invited me here? The queen says it doesn't matter. He should take this chance to learn more about this kingdom. He'll need to hold many meetings when he conquers the world. Li Ping agrees but tells her to stop talking about world domination or people will misunderstand. The old man with warts congratulates the elf's father, saying that the victory was incredible. However, the father responds, old sword, we'll discuss these small things later. First, I want to introduce you to 2 guests. This young man here is the person who saved my daughter from the apostles of darkness. His name is Mr. Li Ping, and the woman beside him is... The father hesitates when he sees that the queen is staring at him. Father and daughter are startled. We can't reveal her identity. The old man with the sword asks, why not? The father wants to speak, but it's clear that he has a mark on his neck. If he opens his mouth, he'll die. Li Ping, seeing this, thinks, this father is so kind. He's afraid of exposing Elizabeth's identity to everyone and causing trouble for us. He then goes to Elizabeth and says, hey, Elizabeth, from now on, it's okay if you pretend to be a novice princess. It's better to hide who you really are. She turns and says she doesn't care. Li Ping then says, we're actually from a small nation in the south. I'm a minister there. You could call me Li Ping. This person next to me is the princess. The butler standing nearby says, a princess from the south? My homeland is there, and I've never heard of you. The father ignores what the butler said and says, it was Mr. Li Ping who taught me the card skills. Li Ping responds that he's exaggerating. I don't even have that much talent with cards. I wanted to learn from you. Actually, I'm even looking for someone to teach me swordsmanship. Luna says to the blue sword, did you hear that? He wants to learn swordsmanship, even though he can make such powerful cards. What's his plan? The blue sword tells her, be careful, now's not the time to discuss these things. Li Fu gulps and says, Mr. Li Ping, did you see my fight? Were my card skills satisfactory? Lai Ping is confused, wondering what skills she's talking about. The father interrupts and says, Lai Ping, be honest with us. Was there something lacking in our performance? But Lai Ping's expression darkens and he says he has nothing to comment on. I just didn't expect you to use my cards like that. The father starts sweating and begins to apologize. I had this stupid idea of copying some cards and forming a guild without your permission. The elf also apologizes, saying that what she did in the fight is the best she can do. But Lai Ping changes his tone and asks, why are you apologizing? This way, more people can participate in the games, which is very good. Yilefu asks him, are you saying that since the cards carry power, it's good because more ordinary people will be able to learn? The father says that must be it, a chance to promote the guild. Lai Ping remembers. Oh crap, they're talking about magical power, not just cards. The guy sitting at the table with the monocle is just observing. This is really interesting. The girl has an extremely dominant magical power, while the other one is completely suppressing his, I can't see anything. He's using the demon lens, and at that moment, Elizabeth gives him a glance. The guy starts sweating, wondering, damn it, have I been discovered? Impossible, I used the demon lens to observe. There's no magical reflection. There's no way she could know. But what is this feeling of oppression? Elizabeth looks at Lai Ping and says she wants to kill one of them. Lai Ping is startled and asks what she means, then pulls out a pudding and says, if you have any questions, ask them at the end of the meeting. Here, take this. She goes all chubby and greedy and grabs the pudding happily. The old man with the sword then coughs and says, enough chit-chat. Let's get back to the main topic. With the events of the competition, I invited some people here, and I want to discuss an alliance, because we urgently need to eliminate this black guild. The waiter then places something on the table, a bag of black gears that were all used just in this championship by the players. Lai Ping asks, black gears? What are those? The father explains that when you accept the power of the black guild, they place this gear inside you, which grows along with your power. The drunken dwarf speaks up. 30 gears in the competition? It seems the black guild is already well infiltrated. But Luna says that the muscle-bound guy had passed the sword purification test. Could it be that they accept the power after being qualified? Anna, on the other hand, says that maybe the Black Guild has found a way to avoid the purification. But the monocle guy explains that only those with a very low degree of fusion can be detected. That means most of them don't even need to hide anything. Some people, when they accept the gear, lose control and become apostles. In the second case, they manage to resist but have no control. And with that, they become a great apostle. In the last case, if the person manages to accept the gear and fully control the Demon King's power, they become a pillar servant for the king. However, regardless of what happens, they are forced to be loyal to the person who gave them the gear. The blue sword asks, so I almost became a black apostle. The monocle guy says it's impossible to know. He was controlled but not integrated. But considering his abilities, if he had truly been controlled, he would have become a pillar of the Demon King. The old man with the sword says, thank goodness the boss was here to help, right? I wouldn't have known what to do with these old bones of mine. The card guy says he was also a member of the Holy Guild, so he had to help. The blue sword says, when the guild was in trouble, I was on a mission outside and couldn't fight the Black Apostles. But today I saw the card skills that killed one of the 6 pillars. I was convinced by my defeat. Yilefu, you're a strong girl. But she points to our Lai Ping and says it's all his doing. She only has that power because of the cards she received. The dwarf wants to know where Lai Ping learned to make those cards and if he's a blacksmith. Besides that, he's looking at the sword on Lai Ping's back and knows it's of extreme value. Lai Ping says he just likes to do some handiwork at home from time to time, just to kill time, with no blacksmithing or anything involved. The dwarf says he's a very humble young man. Meanwhile, Luna says that if the Sword Saint were here, the Black Guild wouldn't even dare to invade. Anna says she's saying too much. And Li Ping asks the boss, Yilefu's father, if this Sword Saint is the most powerful swordsman and where he is. But the boss tells him, I'm no longer a member of the Holy Guild, I can't give an opinion on that. The old man with the sword says, it's alright, boss. We can't hide this for much longer. Rumors spread quickly. The dwarf says, so the rumors were true. And the monocle guy explains, after the rebellion of the Holy Sword Guild, not only did their combat power decrease significantly, but even a sword saint has gone missing. That's why the Black Guild is taking advantage to attack. The old man with the sword confirms, that's true. The Sword Saint sent some messages about half a year ago. There hasn't been any information about him since. Lai Ping is confused. Rebellion, the saint disappeared. The butler explains, to be precise, he went to apprehend the Axe Elder, who betrayed the guild. However, he hasn't returned yet. The blue sword says that his last mission was to try to find the saint, but when he got there was nothing. Luna asks, if the Sword Saint was more powerful than the guy he went to arrest, how was he defeated? The blue sword says there's no doubt about the Sword Saint's power. However, when he went to the mountain, everything was completely cut down. He has no idea what kind of battle they fought there. Half the region had been turned into flat terrain. The old sword adds, it's because the Axe Elder obtained a supreme magic. All that is known is that it's a giant axe called the Demon's Burial. It has terrifying power and emanates an aura of resentment. The strength it grants to a person allowed the Elder to defeat the Sword Saint. The dwarf says he's seen all the weapons produced in his kingdom of S rank, and there is no such demon burial axe. It appears to be a masterpiece created by the Black Guild itself. Lei Ping looks at Yi Laifu and asks, I still don't understand. Who is this elder, and why did he betray the Holy Guild? The boss explains, in the Holy Guild there is a leader, the Sword Saint. Beneath him, there are 5 assistants who guide the disciples. The Sword Elder, who is the guy there at the table with warts, the Dagger Elder, the Spear Elder, the Shield Elder, and the Axe Elder. However, one day the Axe Elder joined the Black Guild and launched a rebellion within the Holy Guild, killing the Spear and Dagger Elders. The Shield Elder died in a fight against the Black Guild. The Sword Elder says that he is the only one left standing. During the rebellion, many from the guild betrayed them, including his most precious son, Sir Buckthorn Tyrus. Lei Ping asks, Tyrus, is he a centaur who wields a sword? The old man looks and says, yes, that's my son. How is he now? Without hesitation, Lei Ping says that he's dead. The father, apparently indifferent, responds, it doesn't matter. That's the fate of a traitor. What's important now is that we unite and fight against the Black Guild. The dwarf says his kingdom can provide some weapons. However, rank A or his weapons will be difficult since they're short on stones. The monocle guy asks, Sword Elder, you said you're in a very unstable situation right now. What makes you believe you can defeat the Black Guild with our help? The old sword says, it all depends on the boss. I think he should give up on this card guild and return to being a vice president of the Holy Guild. The boss asks, Elder, you want me to go back to being vice president? I've been away for a long time. I don't think it's right. However, the old sword says, if I say you're qualified, then you are. Cards are now also considered weapons, just like daggers and throwing knives. We can still open a new unit and make Yi Laifu an elder. Yi Laifu now becomes flustered and scared too. Wait, me? I'm not qualified to be an elder of the Holy Guild. But the Sword Elder says, if you agree, boss, the plan will go smoothly and the guild's resources will all be used as you wish. Even I will obey your orders. The butler tells him to consider the option. It will be much easier for him to help the Holy Guild than to try and create a guild from scratch. The boss looks at Lei Ping and asks, what do you think, boy? With the Holy Guild's help, the card skill will spread even faster. Lei Ping is confused. You're asking me, in my homeland there's a saying, it's easier to become an executive in a large company than to try and start your own big company. However, the ambitious always prefer to work on their own business. This means it's up to you, sir. To the boss, what Lei Ping said was, do you want to become someone's accessory or do you want to rise in life? If even with everything I've given you, you lack ambition, I'm disappointed. But he's unsure because the old sword is insisting a lot. If he refuses, he'll offend the entire Holy Guild. The old sword says, boss, if you're still dissatisfied, tell me what conditions you want. The boss stands up and says, Elder, say no more. I didn't establish my guild because I wanted fame and wealth. I did it to elevate my card skills. Lei Ping, do you see? My resolve is strong. The Sword Elder is confused and asks, boss, are you sure about this? Have you thought it through? The old sword is wondering, I don't sense any aura coming from this Lei Ping. If the boss says this guy taught him everything, there must be some excuse to hide something. Lei Ping says, good job, boss, but inside, he's disappointed. Dan, I wanted to use my connections with the Holy Guild to learn swordsmanship from them. The boss then says, but even though I refuse to join the Holy Guild, don't worry, Sword Elder. It's my responsibility to eliminate the Black Guild, and I will fully support you. The old sword says he understands, and since the agreement was already made, they will recognize the card guild as legitimate. Lei Ping looks at the boss and says, you're pretty brave, boss. The boss responds, it's all for your satisfaction, Mr. Lei Ping. The other fool also says she will work hard. The old sword then asks the dwarf when their king will come out of seclusion. They need rank A and weapons to help in the fight. The dwarf, who is the prince of the kingdom, says he can't speak on that. But the truth is they're in need of grinding stones. It's hard to find any in the entire kingdom. Even the kingdom of Aristoteles is refusing to cooperate with him. That's why his father is researching in seclusion until he finds a solution. The old sword asks Tagore, the monocle-wearing guy, if he can provide some weapons and combat magic. Tagore says he's neutral in all this, but if it's just about using some magic, that's not a problem. The old sword then says, let's reach a mutual agreement so that in 2 months we can join forces. During this period, let's try to solve all the other issues. Any other questions? Lei Ping raises his hand and says he wants to join too. The elder asks, you want to join the fight against the Black Guild? Lei Ping says, no, actually, I want to join your guild to learn swordsmanship. Even though I've been idle for a long time, it's never too late to start learning right. The father and daughter ask if he's joking. He wants to learn swordsmanship. Lei Ping says it's the princess of idea, and if they want to know the reason, they should ask her. Elizabeth is calmly eating her endless pudding. It really is magical. But obviously, neither father nor daughter would question the queen's decisions. The old sword says it's fine, but there are many types of swordsmanship. I want to know what your magical power is. Lei Ping, a bit embarrassed, says, I tested it before and it's kind of low. 0. Actually, I'm not good with magic. The butler behind the elder says, if you're not good with magic, you won't be able to use the skills taught by the elder. Lai Ping asks, isn't there something more basic like a sword technique that doesn't require magic? The elder explains that there is, but only one person knows that type of swordsmanship. It's our president, the Sword Saint. If you find her, she'll surely teach you. It seems the Sword Saint is a woman. The boss says, Lai Ping, I think the only person qualified to teach you is the Sword Saint. Poor Li Ping stands there feeling dejected. Nobody wants to help me. They're just sending me off to find this person because they want to avoid me. At that moment, Tagore speaks up. Wait, he starts writing down some things, draws something that begins to float, and says, I recently acquired some sword magic. Maybe it'll help you. Lai Ping takes it in his hand, looking at it, thinking, wow, how do I even use this? Meanwhile, Elizabeth's pudding has just finished. Lai Ping shows it to her, saying, look at this, swordsmanship skills. She, now angry, says, I just finished my pudding and you already want to talk business. She crushes the pudding cup and crushes Tagore in his chair, exploding his body. She then says she had to get rid of an insect who was trying to act smart. The scene then shifts to a desert where an explosion occurs, and look who appears. It's the Sword Saint. Now there's a powerful and a slim one for our hero. Her name is Chissy Saugus. She's shouting, come out, stop hiding. The Axe Elder appears, asking, what's your problem? Why are you coming here to cause trouble? Chissy responds, Axe Elder, I've come here to cleanse you of your crime of joining the Black Guild, and I'm going to eliminate you today. She makes a slash with her hand that tears for the entire desert. The Axe Elder defends and sends a black aura back in her direction. She dodges it effortlessly. The Axe Elder says, now that the integration between me and the demon burial is becoming deeper, your threats are becoming irrelevant. Now I'm going to start hurting you. Chissy warns him, if you keep acting this way, soon you'll be completely controlled by that axe and lose yourself. Wake up. But the bearded man replies, lose myself. So what? After experiencing this supreme power, losing myself in it is a privilege. Everything will be fine, demon burial. Take over my body. An aura begins to flow through his body and the crazy guy draws, what the hell is this? He has a woman's chest. Now speaking in a female voice, he says, resentment, you want to abandon me? I won't let you. The transformation continues and the guy turns into a voluptuous woman from the neck down. Chissy says to him, you idiot, you're now under complete control of that black gear. The Axe Elder, who is now the demon burial, replies, are you talking about this? She grabs the gear and pulls it out, tearing off the ugly face of the elder along with it. And now there she is. Welcome, you're quite a sight for sore eyes. This is the real power-up. Fixing her hair, she says, now that's much better. Chissy declares that she's going to destroy her now. She draws her sword called Phantom, which was made with materials from the Ghost Horse King and forged by the Dwarf King himself. The seductive demoness, who still doesn't have a name, points her massive axe and says, Stinky, come at me. In the next moment, the Sword Saint is behind her. She sends out a mist slash. A whole field explodes, sand rises, and a crater opens up. Chissy says, the Axe Elder is dead. There's no reason for me to show you mercy anymore. It's over. But her sword begins to crack and falls apart. The demoness looks back and says, my body felt a small impact from your strike, but if you're capable of that, I can see you're quite powerful. Got any more tricks? Now Chissy is worried. That sword was practically indestructible and barely managed to hurt her. The demoness says, if you're done, I'll start my warm-up. Be careful now, all right? The demoness literally starts warming up, stretching her legs, extending her arms, while Chissy begins to summon all sorts of weapons, grabbing a scroll, throwing everything up, fusing a spear with a scythe with a dagger. Everything starts exploding. Even her eye now has a pentagram. She invokes space distortion and sends a black light sphere toward the demoness. The demoness, reaching the climax of her transformation, says she's finally getting more flexible. Chissy even threw 2 scrolls to surround her, while the space distortion is approaching. The demoness, still warming up, says she's being underestimated. Chissy says she'll have to use destruction sorcery. She pulls out a hammer and strikes it against the space distortion, with the spear at the tip, the scrolls surrounding it, and sends everything at once toward her. But in 0.001 seconds, the demoness smirks, makes a slash, and in another 0.001 seconds, the slash begins to cut through everything the Sword Saint had sent, tearing through the entire desert. In 0.004 seconds, the slash is already in front of Chissy, and she feels that death is coming and that she's about to be sliced in half. She then invokes the protection of the 7 sword guards, but the strike comes and starts breaking the swords. In 0.05 seconds, she sees she's going to be cut in half again. But unfortunately, this time there's nothing she can do. She's struck, and the swords shatter. In less than half a second, she's finished and falls to the ground. The demoness, looking down from the sky, says she's very inadequate. Now that she's warmed up, it's time to deal with what matters. The axe-wielding demoness starts looking around. She sees through an eye that begins scanning for something. Her vision sweeps across the planet, and look who she's focusing on, Elizabeth. She says she's heading there now, while Elizabeth is running to grab the remote and some chips to chill out. She tells Lai Ping, you were always right. Staying home eating chips and watching TV is way better. Let others worry about world domination. Lai Ping throws himself onto the sofa too, saying, man, I'm mentally exhausted. This whole ruling the world thing isn't for me. But the queen reassures him, saying that since they've already agreed, she'll help him, so he doesn't need to worry. Liping says, "Hey Elizabeth, but you should have warned me before doing something like that." She bites into a chip, replying that he's a very demanding boy. Back to the moment when Tagore exploded. The old sword was startled, the butler behind him drew his sword, everyone got ready, even the poor blue sword, who's barely holding on, mustered what little energy he had left. Meanwhile, the dwarf is calmly drinking, saying that the show's going to be good. The boss stands up and tells everyone to calm down and listen to him. He looks at Liping and asks, "Sir, can you give us an explanation?" Liping is there but doesn't even know what to say. Then Elizabeth says, "With your level, it's no wonder you're being infiltrated by the Black Guild." Liping asks what she means. Elizabeth tells everyone to pay attention. She uses a deconstruction magic on the power that Tagore had given to Liping, which falls to the ground with a parasite. The little creature looks around searching for something, then looks at Liping and jumps toward him. Liping is startled as the creature approaches, all excited. Elizabeth just flicks her finger, and it's crushed. At that moment, the butler, who was nearby, sees that Tagore's body was also disintegrating. Even the guy's flesh was a type of spell. Luna says, "So even a big figure like Tagore joined the Black Guild." And Anna adds, "Now it makes sense why so many people are joining. With so many powerful people, of course they wouldn't refuse." Elizabeth says, "Their techniques are ridiculous, nothing more than a bunch of idiotic gears." Liping is biting his nails, looking like an idiot, wondering, what was that parasite? Would it have hurt if it bit me? Gold Sword then asks Elizabeth how she knew about the parasite, but she just glares at him and says it's none of his business. The old man is losing his patience and says the Holy Guild is getting weak, but it won't tolerate this kind of disrespect. The poor boss is now in a tight spot. Damn, the elder is very sensitive. He doesn't like having his pride hurt, but he doesn't know the true identities of Mr. Liping and the queen. He must be thinking they're beneath him. If he offends her, the consequences here will be catastrophic. The boss then tries to smooth things over. "Mr. Liping, could you please explain?" But Liping replies, "I still don't understand anything either." Elizabeth pulls him by the arm, pressing him against her, using her assets to her advantage. Good stuff. She takes him away, saying it's time for afternoon tea. We'll discuss it later. Goodbye. Liping waves goodbye to the boss, saying, "See you next time." The boss already knows everything is going to fall on him now. How am I going to explain all this to the chief? Elizabeth looks at him and asks if he's done. The boss stays quiet, saying nothing more. They then leave, and the old sword tells the butler to conduct an investigation in the southern region. Back at home, Liping says, "If you're going to do something like that in the future, let me know beforehand. I need to be mentally prepared." Elizabeth is thinking that there are two important things to note. That guy's eye was definitely forged by Jim, the red-eyed demon. Second, the dark magic he was using was different from that of the Black Guild. So clearly there are other, even more powerful forces that haven't moved yet. But maybe none of this matters since Emilia eradicated the Black Guild's headquarters. All that's left are some demons for Liping to play adventurer with. Liping, lying on the sofa, says, "That parasite thing freaked me out. How did you know he was a bad guy? Teach me that. It must be magic, right? I'm not talented in that." Elizabeth is thinking, when someone uses that eye, they can see the reflection of magic. To detect it, you'd have to be as powerful as I am. However, Liping's clothes don't detect magical reflections. They can sense a malicious intent before the person even does anything. In her mind, Liping is saying, "Admit it, my clothes are better than all your powers." She eats her chip angrily, saying, "I'm not going to teach you anything." Liping asks, "So what do I do now? Is it really enough to just do 1,000 sword swings a day? I need to learn some other techniques, right? The sword swing is missing, so why don't you teach me a bit, Elizabeth?" Elizabeth replies, "No, our agreement has 3 conditions. First, you must conquer the world with your swordsmanship and magic. Second, aside from your clothes, you can't bring any other items you've created. And third, I'll go with you, but I won't teach you magic or swordsmanship." Liping protests. "When did we agree on that?" She responds, "Just now." Liping says, "Fine, then I'll ask Uncle Boss. Even though he switched to cards, I think he can still teach me something." At that moment, the sword Alpha, who has returned, says, "Better give up. I didn't sense any pure swordsmanship from them. They can't teach you anything." Liping asks, "What do you mean by pure swordsmanship?" Alpha explains that it's because all of them use magic with their swords. To have pure swordsmanship, it's only possible for someone who has no magic at all. The protagonist thinks it makes sense, right? In a magical world, everyone would use power to strengthen their swords. So you know what? He stands up and says he knows what to do. Alpha tells him to stay longer, but our boy is already gone. Alpha then looks around the house, wondering what kind of place is this that he prefers staying here instead of conquering the world. He decides to investigate. He sees a microwave, a fan, a little cleaning robot, and a bunch of strange things. What are these things? At that moment, he feels a blade slicing through him and is shocked. What the heck was that? Was it Liping? No, such intense killing intent wouldn't come from him. Was it Elizabeth? No, her killing intent would be more violent. Then he realizes the aura is coming from the kitchen utensils and gets confused, saying, "I'm the sacred sword. A kitchen knife wouldn't do this to me, right?" Liping suddenly shouts and Alpha is startled. The poor sword runs off, stating he doesn't want to stay there anymore. Our protagonist is left not understanding what's going on. Whatever, I finally found it. A Tai Chai's sword exercise book helps prolong life and cure diseases. Stay fit and learn the mysteries of nature. Lai Ping opens it confidently. I always thought this would be useless. I'm glad I kept it on my shelf. He reads through it, then closes it. Wow, there are 13 movements that seem simple. They can be used by both men and women, but can I really use this in combat? He then tells Elizabeth that he found the sword manual and asks if she can help. But Elizabeth, stuffed with chips, says she's tired and wants to just lie there. Our hero says, all right then, I'll find Alpha and test it with him. Watching him leave, the sly Elizabeth is thinking you have no idea how to refine your swordsmanship. Soon you'll hit a wall and won't know how to overcome it. That's when I'll step in to guide you and you'll realize my superiority. Lai Ping then heads to the garden calling for Alpha, but he's there in sword form. Our hero asks, why are you back in sword form? If you keep ignoring me, I'll start practicing without your consent. Alpha stays silent, so Lai Ping opens the book. Let's go first movement, stretching his arm out, saying, like a dragonfly touching the water. The scene shifts to 3,000 kilometers away, where that big toad, who's a friend of Wang Kai, is getting beaten up. He's trying to use some magic techniques, but the demoness is there saying, just kill him, and the others will obey. She strikes with incredible agility, flexibility, and power. She kicks the toad in the stomach, sending him flying far away, where he crashes into the ground, beaten. The toad has a hole in his chest, and she walks towards him, saying, you have so many high-level creatures protecting you, but enough of that. I'll wipe them all out so you can't hide anymore. From today on, your peaceful days are over. At that moment, a barrier appears above him. Above the toad, Wang Kai is calmly watching. The demoness recognizes him, thinking, here comes an enemy that will give me trouble. Wang Kai glances down and lets out a small bark. The toad, now battered, says, since you're going to fight, I'll take a break, and disappears into smoke. The demoness warns, if you don't want to die, you better get out of the way. Wang Kai begins his analysis, sees that she's not on the whitelist, recognizes the high-risk level, and activates the rule that no one can ever disturb the master. He immediately escalates the threat to level 3 and deploys a missile barrage. The entire field explodes, and far away, our boy Lai Ping is practicing his Tai Chi techniques. After a while, he's feeling confident. Wow, I actually managed to do them all. It's not that hard. At that moment, the sword Alpha reverts to its humanoid form. The protagonist asks Alpha what happened. But when he looks at Alpha, who's now cultivating, Alpha slowly opens his eyes and says he's finally recovered. Lai Ping then asks, give me some tips about this swordsmanship I've been practicing. Alpha is confused. Swordsmanship? What are you talking about? Lai Ping gives him a few pats on the head, saying, I know the techniques I've been practicing are more for exercise. They're not that great for combat. But Alpha is thinking about something else. Those weapons inside the house were incredibly powerful. He ran away in fear and passed out by a tree, which is why he reverted to sword form. His soul was so suppressed that he became a sword without consciousness. If Lai Ping hadn't practiced like he did and given Alpha energy, he would have remained a mindless sword forever. But why did he save me, wake me up, and ask about sword training? Alpha imagines Lai Ping saying, my little boy, the oceans and seas are deep. Now you understand why I never worried about using you or finding the demon queen. Compared to what I have here, you're just a piece of junk. Trembling, Alpha says, I'm sorry, sir. I was foolish. He begins to have an existential crisis, questioning why he came here and what he's doing. I don't know who I am. He reverts to sword form, saying, I want to get out of this place, and flies off. Lai Ping shouts, would I need someone to teach me? Back with the demoness, explosions are going off and she's getting worn out, saying, are you really going to be a lackey for the rest of your life? Cooperate with me and let's destroy this world. But Wan Kai is just barking at her. The demoness says he doesn't appreciate the favor and she only asks for cooperation to save time. She's not afraid of him moving in to strike with a slash, sending a cutting blast his way. But Wan Kai simply hops to the side and the attack rips through the ground. Wan Kai analyzes the strike and sees it will reach deep into the earth, potentially disturbing our dear Lai Ping's life as the magma would destroy the region. If that's the case, this has to be stopped, he says, extending a small hand to catch her attack. She seizes the opportunity, launching another attack, but Wan Kai pulls out his second small hand and absorbs her next strike too. Then he starts draining the energy from both attacks, causing them to disappear into nothing and charging up his own energy. The demoness, furious, shouts, you scoundrel, you're absorbing my attacks. Wan Kai calmly thanks her, saying, thank you very much for the energy. If you want to leave, I'll let you. She draws the demon burial axe, saying this attack was meant to finish off that heartless person. But now I have no choice. I'll have to finish you off, dog. The constant destruction of hope, the eternal torment of waiting, the sadness and fury of being abandoned. The resentment I've accumulated for 500 years is all now gathered and about to explode. Filthy dog. Now that you've seen this, you're about to be sliced in half and die. She sends the resentment of the final deadline his way. Wang Kai, still calm, scratches himself and then reaches behind him, pulling out a small mirror. a simple, perfectly smooth mirror, a creation of Li Ping. The entire attack strikes the mirror and is reflected back. The demoness is stunned, even the axe's eye is in disbelief as the power rebounds. It travels off into the galaxies and explodes in several planets. The demoness in disbelief looks on, my 500 years of resentment gone just like that. Wan Kai then releases a few drones. The demoness tries to react, but she's surrounded by the drones, which construct a force field around her. Wan Kai, now lying down, says, "This is the second strong woman to invade, but after getting beaten by the first, I powered up to handle any risk." He increases the force field to 50. The demoness begins to explode and melt, crying out that it can end like this. She starts screaming that she won't give up, but the force field is already at 100. As the eye of the weapon agonizes, everything explodes and the demoness collapses to the ground. Wan Kai, stretching, comments that the opponents he's been facing lately are quite strong and he'll need to upgrade himself. At that moment, a hand emerges from the ground, startling Wan Kai. And there she is, the Sword Saint, making a well-timed appearance to teach our boy some important lessons. She had a legendary lucky pendant that saved her life. Meanwhile, back at the house, Elizabeth is watching TV, but she's getting bombarded with ads and is getting frustrated. Damn it, so many ads. I'm going to tell Li Ping to get me a premium subscription, but then she realizes her chips are all gone. She looks at the bottom of the bag and says, "The best part is always at the bottom." She sticks her finger in, savoring the last bits, making a playful comment about how good and satisfying it is to lick that up. She tosses the bag in the trash, slips on her slippers, and opens the door, thinking it's almost time. Li Ping must be suffering so much with his sword training. He has no idea how much I had to endure to master the art of swordsmanship. When he's on the verge of giving up, thinking it's impossible, I'll show up to guide him. Seeing it this way, I'm definitely stronger than him. She says out loud, "You're not being lazy, are you? How's your training going? I came to check on you." Li Ping tells her to be quiet, and when she looks, she sees he's cultivating. She's confused and asks, "Didn't you say you were going to practice swordsmanship? Why are you sitting cross-legged?" He keeps ignoring her. She's getting annoyed, saying, "I'm asking you something." She then concludes, "You must be struggling to progress and feeling embarrassed, huh? Trying to avoid the problem by ignoring me, but that won't change anything. If you lower your head and ask for my guidance, maybe I'll teach you a few things. Of course, there will be 2 or 3 conditions." But at that moment, Li Ping finishes, wakes up, and says, "Elizabeth, you're here? I didn't realize you were talking. Sorry, I was deep in meditation." She's still a bit annoyed, responds, "So that's it? It seems like you practice well. But I think you're confused. You were supposed to be practicing swordsmanship, not meditating." Li Ping waves a wooden stick in her face and says, "You think this is useless? These are strengthening exercises. It's very important to cultivate both body and mind. While you're eating chips and sleeping, I learned the 13 Tai Chi sword positions. Do you want me to demonstrate and then you can guide me?" She laughs, a bit smug. "All right then." But she's thinking, if you want to make a fool of yourself, I won't stop you. Do you really think you mastered any sword skills in such a short time? Li Ping spins the wooden stick in his hand and says, "The most important thing in Tai Chi is to have a calm mind, eyes closed, and a straight posture." He then performs the first movement, the dragonfly touching the water. Elizabeth observes, thinking quite a bit of power for just one movement. But he's the legendary hero, and I've lived with him for a year. I'm used to this. But this is so calm that I'd say it's no threat at all. Where's the destructive power going to come from? Li Ping continues, moving on to the second movement, the swallow capturing insects. Then the third movement, the dust floating in the wind. In the sky, a tornado begins to form. Elizabeth is shocked. Wait, is the power changing? Li Ping doesn't stop. It's time for me to change my stance. He tosses the branch into the air. Fourth movement, sudden storm. Elizabeth starts preparing her power too, wondering, how did he reach this level so quickly? I need to surpass him. She draws her sword, her horns appearing as she becomes even more stunning, saying, "Not bad. Let me guide you a bit." Li Ping continues, fifth movement, the blue dragon out of water. A dragon actually emerges from the water. Elizabeth activates the demonic sword of destruction, summoning a dragon and sending it to clash with his. The dragons collide and Elizabeth's dragon is destroyed. In the sky, all that remains is a peaceful blue. Elizabeth, seething with anger, mutters, "Damn it, this makes no sense. Why am I so much weaker than you?" Li Ping continues, "When you're calm, your mind lacks nothing. When you're still, you're at peace. Every movement must be calm regardless of the events that occur. Only then can you understand the true essence of Tai Chi." He lightly touches the water on the ground, activating the eighth movement, the moon on the water. It's literally that, a moon reflected in the water. A well-explained name. Thanks. Everything starts to explode and Elizabeth yells, "Li Ping, you sneaky little. You're pretending to be weak just to pull this on me again. But fine, if it's about swordsmanship, I'm not going to lose to you." The moon continues to grow and she declares that it's time to get serious, no more holding back. But as her feet lift off the ground, she starts floating, realizing this bastard is trying to use gravity to finish me off. I won't let him. She then notices that the entire landscape has changed. She's now standing on top of a moon he created. Li Ping, still with his eyes closed, continues, as the Tai Chi's sword movements progress, the mind becomes calm and vast. And so you begin to understand the mysteries of nature. Ninth movement, meteors striking the moon. A shower of meteors is coming, and Elizabeth thinks, damn it, each one of these is as powerful as my destructive magic, and there are so many of them. As the meteors approach, she shifts into her demonetization form, saying it's my fault for underestimating his swordsmanship. But then she slices the moon in half, and the meteor shower is about to collide. She shouts, he's wrong if he thinks he's better than me, and starts cutting through all the meteors. She then charges toward Li Ping, who's still in cultivation mode. She screams, my swordsmanship is the strongest in history, and unleashes a powerful slash right at him, slicing him in half as he dissipates. The entire moon is torn apart. She suddenly feels a pang of fear, thinking, wait, I was driven by the desire to defeat him. I didn't accidentally kill him, did I? However, a new Li Ping appears in the sky, calmly saying, in the vast emptiness, be sincere and calm. She looks up bewildered, wondering what's going on. Li Ping continues, the state of mind is expansive. This is the embodiment of Tai Chi as a part of nature. And do you remember that the last chapter ended with our warrior Li Ping fighting against the demon queen? He was calm, saying that in the vastness of the void it is necessary to be sincere. And she looked up, asking what that was. But Li Ping just said that the mind needs to be calm and stay connected to nature. With that, he used the 10th movement of holding the moon and reconstructed everything she had destroyed. Elizabeth became even angrier for worrying about his safety, even if just for a second. However, she decided she would use this chance to finish him off for good. And with that, she cast an aura to the heavens, activating all her magical power. She faced Li Ping and said she could do everything he could do. However, calmly he just threw the moon upward and warned that in the final movement a form is cultivated without the use of swords. Activating the 11th movement, the awakening of the sword, 3 clones of him appeared. Elizabeth laughed, saying she would entertain this clone technique and began summoning a bunch of extremely dangerous things to this channel. However, Li Ping continued cultivating, saying that all things merge into one. But Elizabeth's clones told him to stop running away, and they all attacked at the same time. Yet she soon noticed that none of the attacks seemed to have hit. He was standing there on top of a yin-yang, and Elizabeth became furious, realizing he was unreachable in that state. Li Ping only said that when you meditate, your mind naturally opens. But she said that just because the attack didn't reach him doesn't mean she couldn't do anything. And with that, she sent a giant barrage of attacks in his direction, saying he would experience the most powerful blow ever created by this demon queen. However, Li Ping activated the 12th movement, 3 lives give rise to all. With that, the entire planet above him exploded as the blade created by Elizabeth approached. She saw her entire attack disintegrate upon contact with the universe he created. That had been the strongest blow she had created in her entire life. However, it was easily turned into dust. That whole universe was seen in a drop that dripped on a leaf where the two now stood. For a moment, she touched the water, and that's when Elizabeth realized she was facing Li Ping. She said that everything she had been practicing all this time was not enough. Our poet said that the mind walks through time until it returns to where it came from, and that's where it finds peace. Elizabeth became even angrier that he was trying to give her a lesson. However, suddenly, she changed and said it was okay. After seeing the vastness of the universe, she really felt calm. Perhaps leaving her swordsmanship behind and accepting the instruments he possesses was the right way. Suddenly, her hand seemed to touch a strange barrier, and Li Ping said that the last movement was coming. Elizabeth said that beyond time and space, she also has a movement without a sword. She realized she would have to break the rules of the world to kill him. She went for the final attack, saying that now is his end, so nothing that happened matters. As soon as she dies, she will have no reason to continue in this world. But in the end, it was she who defeated him. However, Li Ping only said the last movement, slowly raised his hand, activated the 13th movement where one is all, and stopped her attack before it reached him. With that, everything she had destroyed was undone. And Li Ping, with his eyes closed, pulled her close. She got face to face and asked what he was trying to do. Our boy just questioned what she thought she was. And in the next second, they were back in the house. Our boy calmly called out to her, who had just made an advancement to a 7-star demon. With that, Li Ping asked if she believed he could do it. She was confused, not knowing what he was talking about. He said he was obviously talking about swordsmanship. Even though he had learned simple movements, she thought he was getting better. The poor girl was confused and somewhat in love. However, our boy honestly wanted to know if there was anything he could improve on. She continued just staring without saying anything. And our boy began to feel embarrassed, wondering why she was looking at him so much. She realized she was a bit disoriented and pulled away from his arm. Our boy stood there awkwardly, while she was like a statue beside him. He realized the mood had turned sour and decided to break the tension. She then says that even with her eyes closed, she could feel how much she guided him. So clearly, she's an expert. However, while he's talking about a bunch of things, she's just caught up in her usual misunderstanding. She thinks that Li Ping pretended to want to learn swordsmanship just to help her evolve. First, he expanded her senses and then put her in a desperate situation. After pushing her to a limit she never imagined, he brought her back to the beginning, and then she evolved. She tells herself she was foolish when she really thought she could ever defeat him someday. Clearly, he's not interested in fighting for fun and doesn't want to risk destroying this entire world either. If that's the case, there can only be one reason he's still helping her. My goodness, even the author decided to ban this here. She's certain that our boy's plan is to make the strongest baby in this world. Pig is trying to talk to her, but she can't pay attention to anything. And now she thinks he's strengthening her so she can carry his child. Suddenly, she snaps back to reality and tells him to stop belittling people like that. He's making that usual silly face, wanting to know what she's talking about. However, now she's certain that every time they fought, he was deliberately afraid of hurting her. In her mind, Ping always wanted to train her as little as possible, or else she would break in the process. She says she will have to swallow her pride, but she will say this. She then admits that she promises this to him, but he will have to tell her something. Our boy is confused and asks what she wants. She wants to say something, but she can't muster the courage. Then suddenly, something falls beside them. Confused, he turns to see what it is. Of course, it's the little dog bringing the completely battered Sixie. Ping approaches and asks Enkei what that was. He has no idea because once again, the little dog brought someone injured. Seeing how badly she was beaten, she asks why Enkei hit her so much like that. However, the dog strangely thinks this was some kind of compliment. At that moment, the poor thing feels a violent aura. Obviously, it's Elizabeth wanting to know why this stinky dog brought another person, and she asks if he forgot what she promised the last time. Meanwhile, the sword is flying around, and the Alpha appears in the middle of some distant garden. He's exhausted because he fled in fear for over 30 kilometers. The poor guy just woke up, and this situation is far beyond his comprehension. The hero of legends not only went against the script, but is also having a wrong relationship with the Demon Queen. Moreover, everything that damn Ping builds is much stronger than he is. In that house, he's just a piece of scrap metal, so what does his existence mean? Why is he only being used to chop wood, and what was the intention of whoever put him in this world? However, he is determined to rediscover the meaning of his existence to regain his confidence, when suddenly, someone asks for help. He turns around startled, asking who it is. It's the girl from the demon burial, battered on the ground. The Alpha quickly realizes that she is a spiritual weapon. He approaches and asks what happened and where her real body is. She says it was destroyed by a bad guy and begs for help. The Alpha is moved, seeing that not only is she wonderful, but she also needs him. She agonizes, saying she won't last long and needs to act quickly. The Alpha asks what she wants him to do since it won't be possible to find his spiritual body so quickly. She says the best solution would be to temporarily enter his body. The Alpha agrees, thinking that he really has enough energy to sustain her for a while. And at that moment, the Evil One thinks she managed to deceive him. However, the Alpha starts laughing in her face, leaving her confused. And then he asks if she really thinks he doesn't know what she's planning. At that moment, she thinks that even though she's tired, she'll have to force this weak guy. Feeling full of himself, he says that it seems she knows he is the legendary sacred weapon called Alpha. The boy is all emotional, just got abandoned, but has already found someone who needs him. He then extends his hand and says that since it's her, he sees a possibility. If it were anyone else, he would refuse. The woman thinks she really found the biggest idiot of all, but later she'll just replace him with someone better. She then starts to get up and with all of her charm, asks him to come closer. He approaches and asks what it is, and here comes the little hand. She brings him closer to her face and tells him to look deep into her eyes. He clearly doesn't have that much courage and asks what the next step is. She tells him to look straight into his own eye, and with that, he apologizes awkwardly. He then says that no matter the resentment he carries, she will help resolve it. And with that, a strange hypnosis begins to move towards him. The Alpha wonders what his resentment is. Then, under hypnosis, he says that the problem is that he's been losing the meaning of his own existence. She replies that if that's the case, he should just hand over his body, and she'll take care of any problems. With that, she jumps and starts to invade his body. The Alpha begins to stand up with her aura. And now, under her control, he says that she will finally get the revenge she wants. She just finds it strange that this body seems very weak for someone who claimed to be a sacred sword. But whatever, since the resentment he carried was indeed very strong. Now she's going to avoid that dog and find a way to finish off Elizabeth once and for all. The scene shifts to someone waking up and seeing Elizabeth. Of course, it's Chi-Chi, who is now going to suffer at the hands of the Queen. As soon as she wakes up, Elizabeth is already there staring at her. Chi-Chi asks who she is and why she was saved. But the Queen just says that she's not in a position to be asking questions. She then leans on the bed and tells her to listen. She came to give a warning to the already frightened girl. She warns that she was the first to arrive here and anything in this house belongs to her, including the guy who lives here. Chi-Chi is all confused and just says she understands. Moreover, she can't figure out if she's weak or if this person really has such a strong aura. Suddenly, someone opens the door. It's dear Ping who brought some soup. That's when he notices that the girl is already awake and sees a scene that he clearly misinterprets. The poor guy is all embarrassed, not knowing what's going on, and starts to close the door without saying much. A little later in the living room, Ping tells her to stay there while she recovers from her injuries. Then he asks what happened and how she ended up like that. She says she was chasing a traitor from the Black Guild. For now, she believes the best option is to hide her name. Lei Ping is just wondering why there's yet another case involving the Black Guild. Elizabeth questions if she's sure because this guild seems to have disappeared recently. Meanwhile, she thinks that if she sees that damn Amelia, she'll beat her up because these guys were supposed to be gone. Chichi then says her name and mentions that the Black Guild is very active at the moment. Lei Ping introduces himself and says that recently he's been trying to become a hero to destroy the Black Guild as well. He introduces Elizabeth as Xiao Bai and says she's the roommate. The girl seems to understand something wrong, but Elizabeth just wants to know if she has anything else to say. Lei Ping says that although Elizabeth seems angry, she helped the girl change clothes and even healed her wounds. Chichi is impressed that apparently it was Elizabeth who used magic on her, which is strange because to heal those wounds, one would have to be stronger than the leader of the Elven clan. She soon notices that Elizabeth has a pointy ear. Knowing about the aura in this event, she's already sure that this woman is special. Lei Ping says that magic is something very powerful, and he feels envious of his friend. With that, Chichi says that their house has many strange things and asks if they've lived there for a long time. Lei Ping politely says yes, but Elizabeth just wants to know why the girl is asking so many questions. To her, the two got completely different auras, one very kind and one very evil. She's talked to many powerful people, but this is the first time she can't get an idea of the strength of the two in front of her. At that, Elizabeth says that if she's already recovered, she can leave and stop dirtying this house. Chichi is confused by this business of being dirty, but Lei Ping tells her to calm down because the girl just woke up. Annoyed, she turns away saying he can do whatever he wants then. But Chichi quickly stands up and apologizes for bothering them. She talks about someone she has to return to and finish the job. Otherwise, the entire continent will remain in danger. She makes a hand gesture, telling her sword to emerge, but nothing happens and the two just stare at her. Looking puzzled, Lei Ping asks what's going on. She keeps insisting, telling her sword to emerge, but suddenly her finger gives a shock and she falls backward. She finds it confusing and says she can't remember a single sword formation. Elizabeth says she lost her abilities by creating impurities when she forced her body where it shouldn't have gone. A confused Lei Ping asks what this business of impurities is, and Chichi says that to defeat the Black Guild, she signed a contract with the Sea of Darkness. Looking puzzled once again, Lei Ping has no idea what that is, and Elizabeth says it's just a bunch of trash and that it has a little connection to both of them. However, the girl admits that all of this really is her fault for not resisting temptation. Lei Ping says that if she doesn't mind, she can stay there and learn swordsmanship with the two of them who are also training. But immediately, Elizabeth warns that she hasn't agreed to teach anyone else. Lei Ping apologizes and says he thought Elizabeth was interested in destroying the Black Guild. Once again, Chichi stands up and says it doesn't matter. She'll leave so as not to bother them anymore and thanks them once again for saving her. Lei Ping says she must be hungry, and he made some instant noodles just for her to eat. The thing is there on the table, exuding an aura and full of energy. However, she just thanks him for his kindness and says that unfortunately, she needs to calm down before doing anything. And with that, she starts heading for the door. Lei Ping, seeing that she's determined, tells her to be careful because there are many dangers around. With that, Elizabeth steals the noodles he made and says that the girl is really smart to realize that only she deserves to eat this. However, Lei Ping says the girl got hurt fighting the Black Guild, so why doesn't she want to help her? Elizabeth turns away and says she won't get involved and he can do whatever he wants. Outside, Chichi is sitting on the grass, remembering the fight. She remembers when the demon delivered the final cut. All she could see was the attack coming toward her, and in the next second, she was lying battered on the ground. At that moment, the woman disappeared. It was when the crystal on her necklace shattered, and a little later she saw Wan Kai appearing. She finally wakes up, saying she remembered everything. If it weren't for the lucky gem, she would have died at that moment. It's foolish of her to have believed for a second that she was the strongest person on this continent, considering she died in a single attack. At that moment, Lei Ping approaches and says that it seems she didn't get very far. He says he understands her because he once thought about learning swordsmanship but became more focused on rural life. However, lately he has returned to practice and realized that he is a fool who has no power at all to defeat the Black Guild. Chichi shrinks back and says that he can't understand because what she learned wasn't simple swordsmanship. It was in fact demonic swordsmanship that she luckily obtained from some ancient ruins. Our boy says that she still has power within her and can change classes. He knows an old man who did the same thing and became much stronger. However, Chichi is devastated and says that losing her swordsmanship is worse than losing her life. But our boy says that in the vastness of the universe, everything is so insignificant that she can always start over and asks if she wants to try along with him. Obviously, Elizabeth is listening to everything and wonders what this business of trying together is. She already imagines Lei Ping giving lessons to his friend. Man, this room evolved quickly. And at that moment, Elizabeth says she won't let that happen. Suddenly, he says he's hearing Xiao Bai's voice, and in a second, she teleports in front of the two. Excited, Lei Ping asks if she appeared to help everyone. However, she just sticks out her tongue and says she does whatever she wants, and it's none of his business. With that, Elizabeth asks if he forgot that he can't give anything to someone else without asking her first. He says he didn't do that, but she says that he himself counts as something that can't be given to others. She then pulls out a spatial curtain, throws it in Chichi's direction, and tells her to come with her. With that, the two disappear in front of Lei Ping, who thinks that in the end, Elizabeth has a sharp tongue, but a warm heart. The poor girl, when she starts to open her eyes, is in a void. She was brought directly into the vastness of Elizabeth's consciousness and knows that this can only be done by someone who has reached the Demon King realm. Elizabeth then says she's there to help her. Confused, Chichi asks how, and the queen says that first, she will have to be completely destroyed. She is startled and sees something approaching her eye, carapace that she narrowly avoids. Confused, she asks Elizabeth why she's trying to kill her and questions why this woman who has the power of a demon king saved her the first time. Elizabeth sends another sequence of attacks and tells her to stay still, saying she'll suffer less that way. Another attack comes, and Chichi realizes it won't be easy to dodge it. She starts doing backflips to avoid everything and soon seems to notice where it's coming from. She sees Elizabeth from afar and says she's at the peak of the 5th star, so she won't accept death just like that. Elizabeth sends a barrage of attacks and says she doesn't have time to chat with her. With that, Chichi's arm is caught by the shadow. She is immobilized by all 4 limbs. While Chichi screams, telling her to let go and asking why she's doing this, Elizabeth only says that the girl's mind is really disoriented. Losing demonic swordsmanship and trying to use this kind of power only puts her in danger. Chichi continues to agonize, telling her to let go. But at that moment, a hand stretches out and begins to approach. The attack lands squarely on her face, and she begins to writhe in agony with a bunch of pentagrams in her eye. There seems to be something strange in her belly fighting for her, and the hand Elizabeth found seems to find a parasitic worm that slowly starts to be pulled out until the creature is removed from within her. The girl is left desolate, trying to recover, and Elizabeth looks at that thing and asks how it appeared in her plane. She wants to know what its relationship is with the Black Guild. The creature only says that if it weren't for her, everything would have worked out, but Elizabeth explodes, saying that it's irrelevant. She observes Chichi writhing, saying that she will have enough power to win and defeat a demon king. She murmurs, saying that every time she shows weakness, they take something from her, and that if his body were destroyed, you would use hers. Chichi, dominated by something strange, says that Elizabeth is a shameless person who broke her promise. However, she's there not too concerned, saying that apparently something happened. The scene shifts to 500 years ago in a lava pit. The Demon Queen was at her cultivation point. She told herself that to defeat that damned hero, she would need to get even stronger and reach the next realm. It was then that a voice said that if she wanted to get stronger, he could help her. Slowly, she opened her eyes and asked who he was and, more importantly, how he managed to access the cultivation point. The creature introduced himself as Azathoth and said he was the Lord of the Sea of Darkness. She then asked how he could help her grow stronger. The creature replied that all she needed to do was accept that he would reside in her body. The chaotic power he possessed would merge with her, and thus she would no longer have to fear the legendary hero. Elizabeth questioned his offer, and a pentagram began to appear in her eyes. The creature said she was on the right path and just needed to accept. However, suddenly she grabbed him with her hand and said that he was trash if he thought she really feared the hero. But the creature simply replied that she didn't need to fear or worry that he wouldn't be able to dominate her body since she was so strong. However, Elizabeth had already read his thoughts and knew that his plan was to take over her body when she was weakened by the hero. The creature said it was too late now. She had come into contact with the spiritual sea, and the contract had been formed. If she refused the union, things could get worse for her. But she just threw him aside and said she had already absorbed chaotic energy long ago, and that the energy he offered could only convince someone weak. With that, she threw him aside into the lava. Back to the situation with the possessed Chichi. She launched an attack telling Elizabeth to die, but Elizabeth easily activated an impenetrable barrier that blocked all the energy. The creature wondered how it could be so difficult to defeat that woman. However, Elizabeth simply responded that the swordsmanship she was using was created by her, so it's obvious she knows all its weaknesses. Moreover, the title of the strongest swordsmanship no longer belongs to her. The monster couldn't understand, especially since he was already a 2-star demonic creature, so this shouldn't be happening. Elizabeth just said he was like a frog in a well, someone who believes they are strong simply because they don't know the vastness of the world. Suddenly, the creature placed its hands on the ground and tried to retreat, telling her to wait. For now, she might not be able to overcome this, but soon she would unlock the seal on her body. The creature tried to free itself, saying that hand was in the way. The monster told her to give up because no magic would be able to break the contract she made. But suddenly, Elizabeth threw Li Ping's instant noodles on the creature's head, saying she didn't need to do anything because she had these noodles made by him. The monster felt humiliated and asked how she had the audacity to do that. Then it began to notice something was wrong with those noodles. They were invading its body's cells and draining all the chaotic energy. And suddenly, the creature began to writhe in agony. Slowly, the energy returned to Elizabeth's pot, and she said that in the end she relied on him again. It seemed that once again his plan had worked and she couldn't do anything. Meanwhile, Li Ping was standing in the garden until a portal appeared behind him. Our boy turned around and said that was fast, asking if they were okay. Elizabeth had put an oxygen-made outfit on and said everything was fine. Li Ping wanted to know why those women were acting like that. Meanwhile, Alpha was flying around. The woman from before said she had finally figured out where they were and was slowly approaching their house. Once again, she felt Wan K's presence. She immediately stopped in the air, knowing it was that guy. That was something she knew she had no chance of surpassing, so she immediately changed her mind. However, the poor little dog had been beaten by Elizabeth for bringing Chichi, and you remembered the blow he took from her transformed. That's why he had to stay on the ground all the time to fix himself. The demoness couldn't understand how this dog seemed to be everywhere around this house. She decided to try again from another direction to avoid his presence. But once again, he was there too. She ran to try and find another alternative, and an hour later, she was making moves everywhere, trying to figure out how he was always where she went. She was already certain that she had been discovered, and this dog was toying with her. With that, she transformed into Alpha and said that if she didn't defeat this dog, she wouldn't be able to see that person. She ran towards him, saying he could kill her, but he couldn't humiliate her like this. Alpha began scanning her approach. She prepared a dark attack, saying she would finally end this. He identified Alpha as a master's item with a danger rank of D. He immediately activated whitelist mode, went behind her, and pulled out a stick, stretching it out with a welcome back sign. Obviously, he stopped confused in front of the dog, who asked how this was his home. But Wan Kai just gave a little paw and pointed to the house. With that, he approached the two, and now he was face to face with Li Ping's house. The strange thing was that she stood there looking around. She saw the house and the trees and said that she was finally back to the place where she was born. Once, a long time ago, Li Ping was hammering metal. He carved the wood, and that's how he brought the first axe to life. That was one of his incredible creations and also one of the first conscious weapons he managed to create. And on that day, he named it Dazuang, who had already noticed this plot twist. The story gave several hints when it showed in the early chapters that the axe disappeared overnight. And now we see that from the beginning, she had been chopping wood with him. Until one rainy day, our boy was rushing home and accidentally forgot the axe. She felt abandoned. She lay there on the ground while he ran off to get the clothes from the line. The poor thing fell, pleading for his return. Unfortunately, he never came back. More than 500 years passed with her on the ground. Her consciousness began to deteriorate and resentment accumulated in that axe. A long time passed after that day, until by coincidence, some apostles were talking nearby. They handed a strange potion to a guy and said it was a new experiment from the Black Guild. The axe's first master found it odd that he would become stronger just by drinking that. But he wasn't afraid, so he consumed it immediately. His body began to tremble, and he felt something strange. The gear that appeared on his chest seemed to greatly increase his power. The Daezhuang axe was still abandoned on the ground, and its energy began to be absorbed. They all noticed something strange and looked to the side. Suddenly, the apostles in front of him exploded. Sweet and cold, he wanted to know how everyone had been killed so quickly. He approached the axe on the ground, which commanded him to kneel. He obeyed immediately and asked who that was. That's when Daezhuang appeared and introduced herself as a demonic burial. Back at the house, she was furious. She had been abandoned for over 500 years, so why was she feeling nostalgic? That's when the door started to open. She was in shock when she saw it. It was Li Ping, who was heading out to chop wood. But then he saw Alpha and said that it seemed like he was back. Daezhuang thought he was talking to her. But Li Ping called Alpha by name and said it was time for them to cut wood. At that moment, she was furious, thinking this so-called Alpha had apparently taken her place. Our boy grabbed the sword's scabbard and told him to say something. Since Alpha didn't respond, he said he would start working soon. But Daezhuang was feeling a very familiar sensation. He prepared to start chopping wood, but said he found it strange that today he felt nostalgic holding it. Daezhuang thought he was pretending not to know it was her. With that, Li Ping prepared and chopped the wood. Daezhuang felt something odd. And once again, he chopped another piece of wood. She began to realize that even after 500 years, this was the best feeling that existed. Li Ping asked why Alpha was making strange noises today, but he didn't care as he felt they were a perfect duo. With that, many cuts were made. And a long time later, a lot of wood had been accumulated, with Li Ping saying it had been a long time since he felt this way. He was used to chopping wood, but today reminded him of the times he was with Daezhuang. Crying, she was moved to see that her master had never forgotten her. All resentment had been dissolved, and now everything was resolved. Li Ping said that if that barrier hadn't been broken and the whole world changed, he would definitely have wanted to find her. It was a shame that this would be the last time he would feel the sensation of chopping wood with her. Daezhuang realized that without her body made of resentment, she no longer had the strength to sustain herself. At least she had been lucky enough to be created by him and hoped that the next axe would serve him well. Li Ping just said that later he would have to make another axe since Alpha would now have to start going on adventures with him. He left it there and said he was going to cook now. Poor Alpha was left standing there. But suddenly, he transformed back. Clearly, she was still under control, saying that those damn people had reconciled. But how was she going to fit into this situation? In the house, Elizabeth asked Chichi what she knew about demonic swordsmanship. She explained that it all started 100 years ago. At that time, the Black Guild was beginning to gain influence and capturing many people from the continent. Everyone was more concerned with surviving than trying to stop them. However, when she obtained the title of Sword Saint, she decided to go alone to gather information about them. But that information leaked and she was surrounded by several apostles and thrown into an abyss. That's when she fell into the Demon Queen's cultivation point. That's when she felt a strange sensation. In that place, she could see traces of the Demon Queen's swordsmanship practices. Even though it was minimal, she began to absorb the surrounding energy until there was nothing left. She evolved a lot in 3 months, but unfortunately, she was limited by her talent. But then she realized that there were people much stronger than she could ever be. In the midst of this confusion, a voice asked if she wanted to become stronger. Li Ping asked what she did, and she said she accepted to be able to defeat the Black Guild. It seems that Chichi already knows that Li Ping is the hero and is wondering if he thinks it was wrong that she accepted the Sea of Darkness. She then says that the creature couldn't take full advantage of all the power and ended up delivering a tentacle weapon. Elizabeth just says that thing had already been sealed by her, and that she'd get contacted, in fact, a clone of the consciousness. And with that, Li Ping asks if the weapon she received is like an octopus. Then he stops to think that he has never tried this type of food in this world. Elizabeth immediately wants to know if it would be tasty. He says that in his world it was very good, but he has no idea about the creatures in this place. Chichi wants to know why they were talking about the end of the world earlier, and now they're talking about eating octopus. But then he says enough talking, it's time to eat. With that, he pulls out the pot radiating a golden energy. Chichi is immediately startled by the amount of magical power. You already know what's coming because he made an infernal curry. Elizabeth is all excited, but you know what's going to happen. Here comes the first spoonful. She puts it in her mouth, saying it's delicious. Apparently, she learned to control herself because she only says it's a bit spicy. She already has to drink some juice, saying it's ridiculous that a 7-star demon can't handle this taste. Li Ping asks if it's too spicy and says he'll cut some icy onions. He stretches the mash sheet on his own hand, saying it will be quick. With one touch, it completely dematerializes. Chichi wonders how it's possible that he thinks he has bad swordsmanship when he managed to do that. And he throws everything into the soup as if it were micro pieces. With that, he serves some more, saying it's less spicy now. Elizabeth says she likes spicy food and for him to stop humiliating her like that. Li Ping offers, but Elizabeth is right there saying she's going to kill someone, apparently. I think she didn't know this because she seemed a bit embarrassed, apparently wanting to accept. As she goes to take the plate, Elizabeth calls out to her, and she warns that she has to think carefully because she can only choose one of the 3 options. Confused, they ask what that's about. Elizabeth then pulls out 3 items. She says she can choose between a pot of curry, a swordsmanship manual, or one of Li Ping's kitchen knives. Confused, our boy finds this very strange and says he wasn't too keen on giving away his knife. Elizabeth tells him to be quiet because this is a moral test, and he's playing too. Chichi believes she's being tested. She knows the correct answer must be hidden in the previous conversations. She's certain that curry has such powerful energy that she would evolve instantly. However, seeing that even Queen Elizabeth couldn't fully resist, she would probably be destroyed. That knife makes any rank S weapon look like a joke. However, the hero himself didn't seem to want to give it up, indicating she has no chance of using it. Neither the curry nor the kitchen knife can be chosen. All that's left for her is that swordsmanship manual. So she says that following Elizabeth's advice, she wants the manual. At that moment, the door is destroyed. The 3 of them turn, confused by what happened. And our boy asks why Alpha is like that. He enters, full of resentment, saying he came to get revenge and kill everyone. Chichi stands up immediately, saying she's sure it's the demon burial. She gets up, asking to borrow the knife to solve this problem. But as soon as she grips it, she feels the energy of a gigantic genius. She tries to control the power, but it seems to have some sort of spirit inside. Her hand can't even hold it properly and all her energy is drained in an instant. The poor girl falls, drained to the ground. The knife drops and rolls in Dae Yuang's direction. She realizes she made a mistake by entering this place and the thing slices clean through her. With that, Alpha himself is cut in half and the machete alone returns to Li Ping's hand. Our boy sees the drained girl and calls out for Chichi. Not to mention that Alpha is lying there, torn in half. He shouts, asking how all this happened without him doing anything. The scene shifts to a destroyed field. The 6th pillar of the demonic guild is lying on the ground. The other, who looks like a computer, arrives to try to wake him up and shocks him to see if he revives the poor guy. The bear gets up, electrocuted, and now looks like Volibear from League of Legends. He calls for the Golden Dragon King, saying he's going to keep fighting. But then a little heart appears, and he starts drooling. The girl named Bader tells him that the battle is already over. Robot number 24 explains that the president was eaten, everyone died, and she disappeared. She says none of that matters since the outcome was decided. In the midst of them all, there is a golden dragon egg. And the boss says he never expected Amelia to have such an ability to save her own life. However, he actually never intended to hurt her. And with that, a tentacle moves towards the egg. It starts wrapping around it and absorbing it completely. A glow begins to emerge from inside the mirror. Even the old man sustaining it starts to disintegrate. He says that indeed, the power of someone at the king level is completely different from the norm. If it had been just a little more, the master would have been reborn immediately. An insect with that ugly face asks how the Black Guild ended up in such a deplorable state. The connection between him and a certain Daigle was severed, so he wants to know about the rest. The guy apologizes, saying that Dable sacrificed himself to protect the guild. It's that guy from the previous meeting who asks if the old man advanced in the research since he seems to be younger. He just says that actually he managed to get the right materials and asks why he's there. Tagore simply says that the identity of this body has been exposed, so he'll have to find another one. The demonic pillars ask who that guy flying is. The robot says that he's one of the people who also controls the Sea of Black Consciousness. Tagore just says that the plan to capture the Dwarf Kingdom will have to be put on hold for now. And the boss on top of the portal says that unfortunately, they lost many apostles. A few years earlier, when the old man was doing his research, he finally thought he had found what he had always been looking for. When he pressed the button, Elizabeth began to be reconstructed. He was emotional, thinking he had really succeeded, and number 24 praised his work's success. But soon she started to turn into a corrupted mass, and with that, she disintegrated. The old man was desperate, realizing it wasn't going to work. Once again, all of his research had failed. He had no idea why the body was still so unstable, and the years of relentless research were starting to catch up with him. The time a human has on Earth is too short, and he needed to evolve before life ended. Until something appeared and said that if he wanted to become stronger, it could help. The old man asked who it was. The creature introduced itself as Azathoth of the Sea of Darkness, and said they should work together. A rat that was nearby began to transform and go mad. In the same instant, it turned into a giant creature. And the old man realized that with chaotic energy, he would have enough power to resurrect anything he wanted. Azathoth then said he had all the energy the old man wanted but would need some bodies. That's when various creatures began to be born and the gears became part of the demonic cult. It didn't take long before hundreds of thousands of creatures were incubated. Azathoth asked the old man why he didn't accept the demonic energy as well. The old man said he wasn't interested since his only plan was to resurrect Elizabeth and not to become stronger. The creature said that was fine. He would take over that place for a while. He realized that damn Malfoy was very cautious and that the plans wouldn't work on him. That's when he handed over the tentacles, which were another part of his consciousness that would take care of that place. Malfoy said it was okay and would make him an apostle. Azathoth smiled, and that's when another part of his plan began. Back to the present. Azathoth asks how long it will take to reconstruct the sovereign body he had. Malfoy says it will take a long time, especially since this entire place is now destroyed. But Azathoth tells him to stop lying because he knows he can build a demon king in minutes and asks why he doesn't hand over that Elizabeth clone. But the old man says that if he mentions that again, he'll be killed on the spot. The subordinates immediately kneel, wondering if this is the true power of the president. Azathoth says he doesn't need to be so serious and that he was just joking, while thinking that Malfoy is extremely dangerous, so he can't reveal the information about where Elizabeth is. He then says he's leaving and will return when he has new information. The old man starts licking the mirror, saying it will soon be ready. The master will return to him in an even more perfect form. And clearly down below, there's a clone of Elizabeth all ready to go. The scene shifts to the city of Boss. Apparently, Elizabeth sent our boy there to explore as an adventurer. What he's wondering is why the entire place seems to be under reconstruction. Then he sees a giant church and wonders how Annie is doing. He decides to run over to knock on the orphanage's door. He knocks on the door, but it strangely opens right away. The pig is inside, and everyone is telling him to keep scrubbing. Lei Ping immediately questions why this guy is there. He kicks the door, telling them to stop that. The pig trembles and asks why he's there again, while Lei Ping just wants to know where Annie is and what happened to her. He just gets up, saying she's resting upstairs, and asks if Lei Ping thinks he's playing around here. As always, our boy thinks he can't do anything without Elizabeth, and the pig asks for help, saying he's very tired. Then someone approaches, fixing her hair. As she spent some time at home outside, the years passed much faster. The pig calls for his big sister, and our boy is confused. He immediately runs to her, telling her not to worry and that she can rest. He tells her to look at the floor that he cleaned with all his care. And he thanks him, saying that as always, they are working hard for the church, and the monsters are really all focused. Lei Ping then realizes he was called to help clean, but then Annie asks what Lei Ping is doing there. A while later, she serves tea, and he says she's grown a lot. She says it all happened when she managed to regain her magical powers. Lei Ping awkwardly says he understands and asks why all the beasts are working for her. She says she doesn't know exactly, but it seems something happened in the city last week. Lei Ping already asks if it involves the Black Guild, and she says yes. Some of the beasts in this place were transforming into creatures. Everyone started running, screaming that it was an apostle attack. That's when they found themselves face to face with it and knew they were going to die. The pig asked what was happening to his brother and told him to calm down. Nearby, Tagore observed everything, saying that it's much easier for orcs to lose their heads than for humans and elves. The only problem is that they lose their rationality. That's why they only serve as machines of destruction, and not as parasitic hosts. The pig orc was attacked by his brother, and the blow hit and affected everyone. Or, actually, when he opened his eyes, it had been defended by a stuffed panda. The orc started screaming and losing his head even more. But Annie said she would protect that place and summon her entire collection of plushies. With that, a war broke out in the middle of the city, and that's how everything got destroyed. However, at least Annie managed to win the fight, and all the gears embedded in the creature were torn out. It collapsed to the ground and began to disintegrate, and the pig was left crying, seeing his brother. Annie apologized, saying that unfortunately she couldn't purify the power in that monster. Tagore found it strange that there was someone so strong in this city. He decided that perhaps she would be a good target for him to parasite. But at that moment, she turned around and her gaze instantly exploded the Azathoth creature, and she realized that something was watching her at that moment. Back in the conversation, Lai Peng says that this confirms that the Black Guild is involved. She says yes, and that the person who was watching her seems to have something related to the lost memories. Li Peng tells her not to worry, that all of this will return, and he's just there to ask if she has any psychological trauma and to see how she's doing. She says that since he helped her recover, she has remained stable. And just as Elizabeth said, she will use her bloodline to contribute to the peace of this world. Li Peng smiles and says that indeed, the best option was to leave everything to her. He says it's a shame, but Elizabeth doesn't actually care that much about the peace of this place, and as someone who doesn't understand magic, he can't help much. Perhaps if the world really needed the so-called legendary hero, everything would become a mess. Annie starts trembling and asks what he means by that, because in her view, she believes that Li Peng is too strong to use his power, and that if he had to do something, the entire planet would be wiped out and he would have to rebuild the world from scratch. She thinks this is a warning that if they don't resolve this, everyone will die. But Lai just smiles and says that if Elizabeth approves of the girl, then she has potential. Trembling, she says she understands and will do her best, believing that he trusts her so much because that day, he showed her a bit of his power. The problem is that she is still far from being able to control it. She apologizes, but Li Peng says it's okay. He pulls something from his back and tosses a bag onto the table, a bunch of fruits that he says he promised on his last trip and now brought for her. At that moment, Annie thinks that he always knew her limitations and brought magical fruits to help her achieve what she needs. This means he's been supervising what she says and ensuring she can use the power he gave her. With that, she thanks him, saying she'll do her best to protect this city. He says that if that's the case, she trusts that nothing will happen there. All because he needs to fulfill the agreement that Elizabeth will be able to rule the world. She's confused by this business of Elizabeth ruling everything, but she says that apparently, if the sacred hero is involved, it's a good thing. Our boy tells her to stop thinking about these things because it's not quite like that. He just wants to dominate the world with her because she says that's the easiest way to ensure everyone's peace. But unlike her, he wants to do it differently. Hesitantly, Annie asks what way that is. He says he'll tell her more later. Today, he's here to ask for advice. He knows she's read a lot of books, so he wanted to ask about the continents and the major forces in each of them. Annie replies that he can count on her. She doesn't know much about the Black Guild and the Demon Kingdom, only that they have some main forces. The Dwarf Kingdom is more secondary but has a direct connection to the Sword Saint. The Guild of Swords is the most important of all, and anyone who wants to establish themselves must gain their approval. With that, she starts explaining the map of the world and each person who dominates these places. There's a lot of text to say that basically the Sword Saint is the strongest in this city where they are as isolated from everyone else. That's why no apostle was sent to help her. Li Peng realizes that it's as he imagined and each person is more concerned with their own territory. Annie then says she would like to know how he plans to achieve peace on the continent. He says that true peace cannot be achieved just by destroying the Black Guild. They would need an alliance to stop any evil in this world. He believes he has no strength at all, so his plan is to create a unit that would eliminate the apostles. The current problem is that he doesn't know how he will convince people, so he's following Elizabeth's method. Annie says she's starting to understand perhaps this business of a different method from the Demon Queen. It's because the whole world is just a bet between the two of them. They are betting to see who has the most effective method. Elizabeth achieved peace as quickly as possible, but as soon as she disappeared, everything fell into chaos. However, Li Peng wants to show that unity and collective power are the solution for lasting peace. He is planning to visit the entire continent to recruit people who fit into his plan, and she, in the midst of all this, is just a pawn being used in this game. The most dangerous thing is that if she doesn't demonstrate power, she will likely be eliminated. However, she tells herself that she can't think about these things since it's for the greater good of the world. She needs to become stronger with the angel he gave her and help him as quickly as possible. Li Peng says she seems thoughtful and asks her to explain what she's thinking. He wants to know about the kingdom of Aristotle, famous for its technology and magic. She says she doesn't know much, but it seems they have some giant metal things that can move mountains with little energy. He becomes thoughtful and concludes that it will likely be the first stop. However, Annie warns that it's actually better for him to go to the Elven Kingdom since Aristotle is currently closed. Moreover, it seems that a guild recently accepted by the Sword Saint entered the Elven Kingdom and gained a lot of reputation. Who could these elven guys be who gain reputation? Obviously, it's the father and daughter. The father warns that to enter the Elven Kingdom, they will have to pass through the purgatory of plants. He asks if Elif is ready, and she says of course. With that, with a single swipe of the cards, all the plants are destroyed. But he explains that the closer they get, the stronger the plants will become. And in the midst of them all, there seems to be one observing both of them. Just as they are about to reach the largest tree of all, She says that the sword saying has already warned everyone about their arrival. Perhaps this whole difficulty is an extra test designed for them. Suddenly, something begins to emerge from the ground, and in front of them rises a plant with 5 elements. The father warns to be careful because that one seems to be at its final stage, and with that, it starts spinning a bunch of balls in all directions. But he tells her not to worry, as 30 years ago, he already advanced to this place passing through here. Once again, he uses a swipe of the card that easily destroys everything. They find themselves surrounded by the plant, and she tells him to use the dual ability. With that, they perform a synchronized slash that destroys the plant instantly. Ella says that as far as she knows, that should have been the plant in its final stage. But the father warns not to get distracted or underestimate that creature. At that moment, something starts to emerge from the part they cut. The plant's head reappears, but this time with 4 mouths. Moreover, from each of the mouths, others emerge and they all start firing. The project's shooting in every direction, and Elif uses a card barrier to block it. The two have to team up or they won't survive. Some cards, however, begin to fall to the ground, destroyed. Elif admits she really underestimated the enemy and was even injured. But man, those cards serve for everything, and he tells her not to worry. With that, the deck passes around her arm, healing it. He says it's better for her to rest, but she insists she can still fight. However, he tells her to be more careful this time because that thing seems more dangerous than usual. Suddenly, something purple starts to emerge from the plant, and elemental pieces begin to appear from all sides of it, from darkness and ice to metal and fire. The father says that even someone extremely prepared would have difficulty dealing with something like that. However, the last time they came, the sword saying ended it instantly. But on the other hand, this one seems much stronger than the one he knew 30 years ago. The only way to defeat this will be by using the true deck. Elif asks if he has the courage to use the 10th card, but he says that the 3rd card will suffice for now. Suddenly, an arrow almost hits them both. It gets stuck in the ground and seems to be a new plant that emerges, and from it, a strange pollen begins to spread. However, the 5-element plant seems to react to it. It begins to tremble, and in an instant, it retreats back into the ground. The daughter says she's feeling a familiar aura, and he says it's because she's an elf. Suddenly, a spirit appears in front of them both and extends its hand, telling them to enter. The arrow then disintegrates. The father says that it seems they have been recognized, but Ilith wants to ask a question. If her mother is in that tribe, why didn't she come to fetch them both? He tells her not to doubt her mother's love, but that the elven hierarchy in this place is more complex than she thinks. And the truth of it all, they are about to discover. With that, they walk calmly through the forest until they reach the elven tribe. Everyone there is looking at them and commenting that the girl is a half-human, half-elf mix. The women even say they can smell something disgusting coming from her. Elif asks her father why everyone seems so hostile. He says the people there have never left this place, so they don't know how to deal with differences. She then questions why there are elves in various guilds that are extremely powerful. The boss explains that there are several tribes around the entire tree and each one has its own hierarchy. Moreover, the closer to the center, the more resources it receives. For example, common people in the center are considered nobles in other places, while those from the outskirts who come to the center are considered from the periphery. He warns that there are some exceptions, and she asks what they are. However, before he can answer, a mist passes by them. A girl appears on a horse, introducing herself as Blanchett, the general of the elven tribe. She says she will show the way to the sacred land and tells the two to follow her. With that, before they can respond, she already starts leaping ahead. Elif says they don't seem very friendly. However, the father tells her to get used to it. The deeper you go into the forest, the more common this is. He climbs onto the cards and warns that her mother must be waiting in the sacred land. With that, they follow Blanchett through the forest, and Elif comments that it seems the path closes behind them. He explains that the elven forest is impossible to enter unless you're authorized. After some time, they begin to approach the great tree. She is impressed, and the boss says that this is where it all began, back when he was 19 years old and a member of the Holy Guild. Someone was shouting that they couldn't control it and for everyone to get out of the way. This person passed through, destroying the entire elven village. Clearly, the horse was out of control. However, someone mounted it and from behind took her hand and told her to stay calm, that this was how it was done. The elf was embarrassed but thanked him, and the man said not to worry, he would help her. He approached and said that if she wanted to thank him, she would have to let him take a ride with her. With that, the two were there enjoying the ride together. They went up to the upper part of the kingdom, which was uncommon for a human. The boss was impressed, but the elf said it was better to go back because she was embarrassed. Confused, he asked why she was so shy. She said it wasn't shyness. It was just that she was scared because she believed she would never learn to ride that horse. The boss then points out and tells her to be careful because her father is watching everything. She tells him to hide because if they find out that someone from outside rode that horse, he will be killed. The boss says he was lying and that her father isn't there. The poor girl is confused, wanting to know why he's telling such stupid lies. He tells her not to focus on the details and just appreciate how beautiful the landscape is. She is impressed, saying she had never gotten so high in this region. He says that if that's the case, they should have a little more fun, and with that, they start climbing to the top of the tree. Up there, he gets on the horse's back and invites the girl to do a Titanic. She gets all excited for a second, and then immediately blushes. Wow, that was a quick romance. They even stayed watching the stars with the horse there beside them. He told her not to worry that the officials would be out of the city for another 3 or 5 days. She said that his aura felt so tranquil and calm that it made her want to see the other side of this world too. The boss said that if that's the case, they could go out together, as he knows several places. She got excited, asking if she could really go with him. He said yes, but reminded her that as an elite elf, her life would be much better in this place. But she said that life there was no different from being shackled. It seems that some kind of election is coming, and to gain the support of one of her uncles, her father is going to give her away to him. The boss said he understood, and indeed losing freedom was the worst thing. He would get a teleport scroll the next day, and they would both flee this place. She said she lived a simple life, and that was really all she wanted. And with that, they shared a kiss. Back to the present, where Blanchett is guiding them. To approach the tree, they need to pass through a portal. However, from a distance, something continues to watch everything and sees them using this entrance. Inside, they see a large green field with a tree in the center. Blanchett slowly approaches some people waiting for her. With that, she thanks the servant and tells him to leave. She approaches the elders and says that her mission is complete. Elif asks the boss who those people are. He tells her to be careful with her words because those are the elven elders. However, suddenly she feels something strange. Her body becomes nauseous in an instant. The elven elder named Verton tells Blanchett to step aside. Another named Elrond also introduces himself. And the girl named Avery says it's been a long time since she's seen the boss. Awkwardly, he seems impressed and says it's really been a long time. With that, Sinclair greets all the elders. Elrond remains silent, and Avery says he's changed a lot, especially since he used to be a young boy. But Verton says she already knows he's there because he wants them to join the Holy Guild. He says that actually, they want to form the Heroes Alliance to go after the Black Guild that is being formed, and he came specifically to ask the elders to join. Avery laughs, saying she knows very well that the Holy Guild has weakened a lot. And Verton says everyone knows that the Sword Saint has been missing for 3 months. He says that's why he wanted the help of the elves to locate the saint. She is essential to the plans, and all the elves who know her are well aware of her power. This Elrond hasn't said a word so far. Avery says that this would require a lot of magical power. They want to know what they will receive in return. However, Elif says that now is not the time for anyone to be thinking about personal gains. But Verton says that elves only help those who are deserving, and a golden plant begins to emerge from the ground. She says that if they can defeat it, they can discuss this so-called alliance. The plant opens up with a golden light, and Elif asks the boss what he thinks of it. He replies for her not to worry and he can handle it. The plant then shoots a laser of light at the two of them, so bright that all the elves can't even see anything. But their father had already used the Guardian card and created a shield in front of them. The boss says that they have indeed lost some of the power they once had, but he hopes they can understand that he is determined to destroy the Black Guild. With that, the golden plant falls to the ground. Avery laughs, saying that it seems the little boss has indeed grown stronger. Verton finds it strange that a card used sacred magic. Elif says that the attack felt more like they were trying to kill them than test them. She was about to say more, but the boss tells her to stay quiet. At that moment, Elrond speaks for the first time, saying that it has been 16 years. Hesitantly, the boss just agrees. Elif questions why he is so polite to these people who are clearly trying to make things difficult for him. The boss then reveals that the man in front of them is her grandfather. Verton then says that apparently Nikita's daughter is now 16 years old. Elif is confused, having no idea she was in front of her grandfather. Suddenly, he starts throwing confetti and playing a trombone, saying she didn't expect this. The two of them are completely confused by this sudden change. Avery says she warned it was better not to play around, but Verton says it was fun. Confused, the boss wants to know why they did that. Elrond grabs his hand and says not to worry, and that he can call him grandfather. The old man, feeling awkward, questions the sudden change and asks where Nikita is. He says not to worry and just to follow him. With that, he gives Elif a nod. Confused, she asks if he understands what's happening. He says he has no idea, but maybe her mother has improved her relationship with him. However, Elrond does not look healthy at all, and from behind, Blanchett is just observing them. A group gathers in front of the tree. Elrond says that the tree seen from outside their home is a projection, and the one before them is the real one. Its birth can be traced back over 500 years. The first elder, Tevala, used her own body as a nutrient to create this tree. With the powers provided by it, the elves became stronger and began to gain influence. The problem is that all that influence began to wane as the tree started to wither. As a result, many elves began to flee and join people from outside this place. That is why they prohibit marriages between elite elves and outsiders, to prevent the natural talent provided by the tree from being lost. And that was the reason he opposed Nikita's relationship with the boss. But now he's going to show the true home of the elves, something not even the Sword Snake knows about. The boss, confused, asks what he's talking about. Elrond raises his arm and activates a magical removal. Elif instantly feels the same nausea as before, and the illusion that the tree was well-nourished begins to fade. The true form of the divine tree, with several elves trapped in it, is revealed. Elif covers her mouth, unable to even look at it. The boss asks why it looks like Nikita is in the middle of it. Elrond says that she became a nutrient to keep the tribe alive, and in the middle, they can see the completely withered face of the man's wife. The boss starts screaming, calling out for Nikita. He grabs Elrond and asks how he had the nerve to bring her back just to turn her into a pile of nutrients, calling him a selfish demon and demanding that he bring her back. Elrond remains silent, with spit all over his face, and then tells Vertin and Avery that the time has come. The two change their expressions and say yes. With that, they approach the tree and place their hands on it. Instantly, they begin to be absorbed, and in a split second, the two disappear. A small leaf sprouts on one of the branches, and their faces are carved alongside the others. Elif, not understanding, asks why they did that. Elrond explains that they must understand that what they did was never selfish. For them, becoming nutrients for that tree and dedicating their lives to the tribe is the highest honor, and he is sure that Nikita thought the same. But the boss punches the ground, saying that this is horrible. Elif approaches and asks if he is okay. Elrond explains that each small leaf that sprouts on the tree extends its life by another year. However, since both of them are there, he has changed his mind and suggests that maybe Nikita should be resurrected. The boss asks how that is possible. Elrond says it is indeed possible as long as they are willing to pay the price, and with that, he points to Elif. The boss tells him not to even think about it and warns that things will get serious if he tries to insist. Elrond says that what he really wants are the cards at her waist. Obviously, it's the true deck that was given by Liping. The boss wonders if he really wants the true treasure of the hero, and Elif seems to fall silent, not knowing how to respond. Elrond says that if those cards were given to the tree, he feels that it would be completely revived. This means that if there is energy left over, it might even be possible to revive Nikita. He promises that if this works, Nikita will be the priority. This leaves the boss in shock, wondering if this could really be true. However, Elif says that this is strange because a life that has been lost cannot be recovered, not to mention that those cards are meant to save this world. But someone is manipulating a book and seems to be meddling with something. Suddenly, Elrond's head gives a snap. He turns around and says that he really can't guarantee that this will work, but if it does, all the elves will be able to help defeat the Black Guild. The boss gets excited, saying that the true goal is indeed to destroy the guild and stake the continent. Elif tells him that those cards are extremely important, and if they lose them, they will be responsible for it. However, at that moment, the cards start to float from her waist. The boss takes them, saying that you will take full responsibility. He gathers all the cards and asks what the next step is. Elrond says to just hand them over to him, and after the power is absorbed, Nikita will be resurrected. Elif continues to ask her father if he is sure about this. He hands over the deck, saying that he will do anything to bring her mother back. As soon as Elrond receives the deck, he calls the boss an incredible brother-in-law. Suddenly, a branch starts to emerge from the ground, and a bunch of vines wrap around the two of them. Obviously, Elif is trapped with great force, right folks? And the boss asks what the meaning of this is. That evil hand continues to manipulate the book. Elrond starts laughing, saying that it was extremely easy to deceive the two of them. For a long time now, the elves have been part of the Black Guild. Upon seeing the gears, the father and daughter are shocked. Elrond says that, in fact, he hasn't been the real Elrond for a long time. With that, a golden plant emerges from the ground and slowly opens up. Inside, someone is drinking something, and a clown appears, saying that this entire tribe has been puppets for a long time. Elrond kneels and hands over the deck to the clown, who says that the elves have been so well trained that he doesn't even need to do anything else. The boss shouts for Elif, who says it's okay. At that moment, both activate a power in their hands, and Elif says that they will take down these evil guys. The cards start to emerge from the deck. However, Elrond turns around and activates a spell, enveloping the two of them in a bunch of flowers. Elif realizes that all of her magical power is being drained. Her father tries to call out to her, but is also nearly losing consciousness. The clown congratulates and thanks Elrond. With that, the clown says he will give him a well-deserved rest. Elrond's body seems to disconnect, and the clown begins to pull the cards, saying that he feels they summon spirits. However, he soon realizes that it seems to consume life energy. As he starts to lose consciousness, the boss thinks that the clown doesn't know the true secret of the deck, so he will never be able to use it. But the clown starts to toy with him, saying that it looks like this will be easier than he thought. All he needs to do is control people to spend their life energy. A strange hurricane starts to form at the top of the forest. Everyone wonders if it's some kind of earthquake. But at the same time, they all feel that strange nausea, and their life energy begins to be absorbed. The soul of every tribe member is sent towards the center of the tree, both human and animal. The boss tries to understand what is happening. With the deck in the sky, the clown continues absorbing everyone. The life energy of the entire tribe is distributed among all the cards, and the clown smiles, telling them to absorb it all. Seeing this, the boss knows very well that there's no way anyone in the alliance can win against something like this. The clown then gathers all the cards and smiles, saying that he will summon all the invocations. With that, each of the abilities starts to activate, including a torpedo that begins to create a crack in the sky. And the same clown that Lai Ping had summoned appears to him. At that moment, the boss starts to lose consciousness. Meanwhile, back home, Elizabeth is saying that they need to clean that pot of instant noodles as something purple is coming out of it. The thing falls to the floor and Li Ping says he wants to talk about something, but the purple mass seems to be approaching him. It gets extremely close, ready to absorb Li Ping, but is suddenly crushed by his little cleaning robot. Li Ping then sits down and says he wants Elizabeth to come with him to the elven tribe. She asks if he plans to conquer that island. He says no, he actually wants to persuade her people to join them. Besides, he remembers that Elizabeth said she knows a high-ranking elf, so she could help. Elizabeth thinks that since elves live for 500 years, that person is probably still alive. She agrees, but says he'll have to prepare more of that juice for her. Li Ping thanks her, saying that will be easy. She questions what he's going to do with the people outside, and he says to let them play with Ankai. Outside, the little dog is calm, but everyone is around him, getting ready. Chichi says that no one else needs to help because she is now part of the group. Annie says it's incredible that he's there, but she believes that Chichi doesn't know the extent of Li Ping's plans. Alpha, on the other hand, says that he is the most important of everyone. Chichi says that the martial arts manual she received makes it clear that she is more important to him. Annie responds that she also received an incredible gift that she's still learning to use. But Alpha starts laughing, saying it's ridiculous for these outsiders to think they are closer to Li Ping than he is. He has a relationship with this hero that spans over 500 years, and they're just trying to assert themselves. He literally exists for the hero, so it would be best if the two of them left. Annie says that if that's really true, then the two of them shouldn't even be here. But Chichi argues that a true weapon of the hero wouldn't harbor so much resentment. Besides, he doesn't resemble Li Ping's other creations like Ankai. Alpha says that recently he was imperfect, but he was broken and rebuilt by Li Ping. Now he is the true sacred sword Alpha. Annie asks if that's true of Ankai, somewhat doubtful, says maybe. He recalls the time when the sword was broken in half. Li Ping picked up the two pieces and was in shock. He then took an axe and thought about how he would put it back together, but the guy had some super glue. With that, he glued the two sides together, and now it was perfect. Ankai says that the master really used a great invention to resurrect Alpha, who now shows the scar down the middle of his face, saying that it is a symbol of Li Ping's love for him. Chichi says that talk is useless and that only one person can serve Li Ping and the Demon Queen. She is sure that now that she is advanced with their help, she will be able to win this challenge. Annie agrees, although she doubts she has the strength for it, but she knows she has the power of Raphael to defeat Chichi. Alpha gets angry, telling the two to stop plotting to take his place. However, they are already starting to activate their powers, and he says to wait. With that, Ankai raises a sign telling everyone to stand still. Alpha asks for instructions, and Ankai says he's not giving any instructions. Annie says that having too many people around could disrupt Li Ping's life. And Chichi comments that this is why only one of them can stay. Ankai says that the goal is not to disrupt the master, but each one must have their own identity. For example, he is the companion pet who stays at home and never does anything outside of that. When he's away from home, he dominates all the creatures around and makes sure they don't let anyone get close. But ever since that woman arrived, he's been going so far that he can't do anything. Now his plan to be able to take care of Li Ping and get all the attention has been ruined. Confused, Chichi asks what they are going to do in this case. Ankai says that now that he's going to start advancing through the world, he'll encounter various dangers that could disrupt his peace. The three of them should be cleaners who ensure that the master has a peaceful life. Basically, no matter where he goes, they should clear the obstacles and make sure his path is always smooth and free of difficulties. And obviously, he doesn't even need to mention the benefits of serving the master. Additionally, they can receive whatever the master offers, but they can never ask for anything. And lastly, only he can keep the leftovers from the trash. They all say they understand very well. He sees the door opening and tells everyone to stay in place. Li Ping then asks what they're doing. Everyone is there, happy and smiling around Ankai, and asks if he's already leaving for the elven tribe. He says he needs to grab some tools and will then leave. He starts heading to the back of the house, and obviously Elizabeth's shadow looms over the three of them. She says she's watching everything they do. The eastern part, dominated by En, and the southern part, dominated by Chichi, are already under Li Ping's wings. After taking the Elven Kingdom, only the north will remain for him to control this entire land. From the moment he saved that father and daughter, his plan has been in motion. Although he has hidden everything very well, now she can understand that he has been preparing to dominate this world. What she wants to know is whether she is also part of this plan. Everyone is scared, wondering why the queen is standing there staring at them. And M wonders if Elizabeth thinks she's unqualified. Everyone looks to Ankai for help. He approaches and says he'll handle it. He starts pulling something out of his back, saying he has a way to deal with this cruel woman. Everyone wonders if a legendary battle is about to take place in front of them. But Ankai pulls out a rattle and starts playing with it, trying to act cute. He was about to say something about a happy dog when something suddenly came at him. The poor thing got kicked and stuck to the wall. Elizabeth says that realizing all of this already makes her angry, and that dog still tries to be funny. Everyone says that the dog was indeed wrong, and they would never do anything like that. Elizabeth says that if they really want to accompany the two, they need to understand that their lives will be at stake, and they won't always be able to be saved. Everyone says they understand very well what the Demon Queen said. And just then, Li Ping arrives with a chainsaw, saying he's ready. It's clearly another spiritual weapon, with a little girl clinging to its handle. She asks if they're ready and what he's created this time. He says that since Alpha is going back to being a real sword, he needed something new to cut wood. Not to mention that the pocket spatial magic she created for him is very cool. In fact, she's always had that power. It's just that now that she's a bit stronger, she's able to make it work with what he creates. Suddenly, Alpha is startled and asks if it's her. He seems to be able to see the spirit clinging to his leg. And he can also see spirits and says that one looks much more complex than Alpha. He says it doesn't matter because Li Ping can only see him, so that's his big advantage. Li Ping is eager to go to the Elven Kingdom and picks some plants to put in his garden. He says it's time to go, and Elizabeth asks who the two people are that he's taking with him. He turns and says that the purpose of this trip is to persuade the Elven tribe. Chichi says she's the best option because she's been there countless times and knows the current leader. Annie, on the other hand, says that the eyes she awakened will be much more useful in a negotiation. Alpha pushes the two aside and tells them to give up because there are only 2 spots. As the hero's exclusive weapon, he has to be with a boy at all times. But Li Ping tells him to wait a moment. For a mission like this, it's better not to take a sword because it could appear hostile. Annie gets excited and Chichi knows her chance is over. Elizabeth says to stop chatting because they need to get going. With that, they start to leave and Li Ping tells Alpha to take care of the place. But the poor guy is wondering why he feels this way again. Once again, he's been abandoned even after being reforged. Suddenly, he receives a message asking Alpha to respond. He's confused, wondering who's calling him. It's the sneaky little dog who wanted to get kicked on purpose as always because he likes to be punished. Suddenly, Alpha gets the idea to train with Ankai to become stronger than ever. Annie says it's time for them to go on a patrol in the region. I thought it was just Annie, but actually it's the 2 of them plus him and the queen. Li Ping seems interested in the tree, but Elizabeth has already noticed something strange. She finds it odd that such a giant tree doesn't have any sign of life. Li Ping points out, saying that something so large must be destined. Elizabeth activates a power, saying they need to change their clothes. Chichi is covered in oxygen. Li Ping turns to see what the new outfit is. Thank goodness she had already changed again. Elizabeth says they can't wear any clothes made by Li Ping, otherwise this trip won't make sense. Our boy, confused, says okay and tells them to go then. They advance through the forest, but as always they're being watched by the plants in the region. The clown already knows about everyone's arrival. He kidnapped Bosker, the Alliance's representative, and now Chichi appears like this to him. If that's the case, it seems the war with the Black Guild is finally going to start. Moreover, he has to observe these 3 people beside the Shin sword. He seems to notice something and wonders if there's something in the memory of the 2. Father and daughter are having their minds abducted. A plant connected to them starts projecting everything they've been through. The moments they had with Li Ping and Elizabeth, but then something startles him. He realizes that the woman there is the real Elizabeth and is shocked, wondering why she's there. It's been 500 years and it's strange that she's here. What's even more different is that she doesn't seem like the same arrogant woman from before. The clown says to kill everyone and leave only that guy alive. Blanchett hears this and says she'll obey now. They easily advance through the forest, defeating all the creatures. Chichi arrives at the 5-element plant region and says it's strange that it hasn't appeared. Annie is impressed that her friend has so much information and is motivated to help Li Ping even more. Li Ping says she seems so strong that she should even be part of the Holy Guild. At that moment, she's about to say that she's actually the saint, but before she can finish, something approaches them. They were about to be hit by an arrow, but Chichi cut it in midair. Someone is watching a person flying in the sky. It's Annie with her eye who says there are people hiding, but there's no need to worry. However, Chichi already activates the first move from Li Ping's book. The aura emitted comes into contact with Blanchett, who is impressed that the girl broke her stealth so easily. But she releases a barrage of seeds, saying it doesn't matter. Annie summons her bear to protect everyone, but the seeds that fall to the ground start to create a bunch of vines. Chichi says this is normal, but the scale is much larger than usual. Suddenly, Li Ping asks if she remembers the adventure they had a few months ago. She says yes and asks why he's bringing it up. In front of him, there's a destruction course with flying debris and a bunch of cuts. He says that before he would have been extremely scared, but now he doesn't even need to pretend to be calm. That's because, in reality, he has Elizabeth by his side and is sure she'll save him. Especially now that he's brought Annie and Chichi, he really doesn't need to fear danger. Elizabeth asks if he's trying to show off, thinking that now that he's decided to dominate the world, he doesn't need to pretend to be weak anymore, and that's why he's feeling so confident. The girls are easily defeating the plants. He says he's not showing off, he's just happy to have her by his side. What he hopes is that they can live together as friends forever. At that moment, the poor guy is swallowed by a plant. He starts to be devoured and begs for help, but the plant just keeps swallowing him and sending him down. Chichi turns around in shock, and Annie asks how this could have happened, while Elizabeth wonders if he was confessing to her. Suddenly, all the plants begin to be destroyed and smoke starts rising from the ground. Annie comments that Li Ping has disappeared, and Chichi says they should just interrogate that woman. But at that moment, Blanchett says the mission to capture him is complete, so now it's time to self-destruct. With that, all the plants start to glow and the entire forest explodes. Slowly, someone descends to the ground. It's Blanchett, who says that sacrificing 35 plants is better than facing the Sword Saint. However, Annie managed to save the two of them. She says that now it's going to be difficult since the two strongest puppets are injured. Blanchett thinks that the other one's energy has vanished, so now only the strongest swordsman of humanity remains. She plants more seeds in the ground, saying she'll have to solve this quickly. Behind the creatures, a new planet starts to grow with insane growth happening, and 6 more appear around, once again activating destruction. The forest is destroyed again, and this time Chichi activates the sword's shield. But something catches her attention. A gigantic plant was aiming at the two of them, and from a distance, the explosion could be seen. Blanchett said it really wasn't as simple as she thought, but now it's resolved. Then she trembles. Elizabeth was behind her and said that she would have to start explaining herself. Blanchett tried to turn around, wanting to know why the woman didn't die in the explosion, but Elizabeth said she didn't need to speak since she would look for herself. Blanchett felt that being caught by that hand was worse than death, and she quickly pulled something from her wrist, activating a self-destruction of arrows from within her. Her body fell, and Elizabeth said that was indeed the best choice, but she already knows that there might be some connection to the Black Guild here. She continues walking, but it seems like she's being watched. She says it's ridiculous that no one respects her anymore after just 500 years. On the ground, in another place, a little plant is sprouting. It emerges in the middle of the forest and spits out Lai Ping, completely covered in goo. The poor guy is confused, not knowing what happened until he looks up. The little plant is blushing and strangely bearded. Our boy tells this weirdo to get away from him, but the monster once again comes while he calls for Elizabeth's help. Strangely, the monster collapses to the ground. He's confused and slowly opens his arms to take a look. The plant seems to be eating something that fell on the ground. That's when he realizes that the thing he brought is coming out of his pocket. He pulls it out to take a look and sees that it's organic fertilizer he made himself. The problem is, this was the gift he was bringing to the elven tribe. But the little plant is desperate, asking for more. Our boy asks if she likes it, and he says that if that's the case, he'll give it all to her as long as she doesn't eat him. She immediately blushes and eats everything. She starts consuming it all and seems to be shrinking. A while later, she collapses on the ground, exhausted. Our boy thinks that fertilizer is good, but consuming too much can be bad for the plant. He thinks he's safe, but the problem is he doesn't know how he'll win over the elves now. He decides to take a walk through the forest since Elizabeth should find him soon. Meanwhile, Elrond says he lost control of the plant halfway through. The clown says they need detection skills to find the boy quickly. He says that strangely the boy seems to have magic that hides all his power. The clown says that now, confirming all the information, his identity is revealed. After all, he saw everything in the minds of the two. He saw the scene of the game they played, and he knows that this is the legendary hero. An explosion happens in the forest. Annie's little bear is more beaten up than ever, but once again, the two manage to survive. The problem is that Chichi is already bleeding and has used up a lot of magic. Annie asks if she's okay, and Chichi says she just needs a break. Suddenly, Annie feels the like on this. And do you guys remember that the last chapter ended when Annie and Chichi were in the middle of that fight? Annie suddenly looked to the side and said she had a feeling that a strong magic was approaching. A flood of magical attacks was heading towards the puppets. In a second, the two creatures had turned into a pile of exploded plushies. Annie asked if that was the plant's doing, but Chichi said no. There was something in front of them that was much more dangerous. A creature called the cartoon little mage number 33,333. Annie asked if her friend noticed, and she replies that she did. The strange monster had the aura of a hero, but also an evil energy. The monster raises its staff and seems to start gathering energy. But in a second, Chichi already attacked it using the third move. However, when she looked down, she saw that her branch had broken a piece. The cartoon little mage had activated the Matrix Guard. She turned around confused, but seemed to be hit by a charge and thrown far away. Luckily, Annie's Yagda plushie ended up saving her. The problem is that she had used the demon's red eye too much and feared losing control. Then the little mage casts a spell, and a cartoon skeleton appears on the field too. Chichi lands on the ground and thanks Annie, but tells her not to worry because she would handle it. The problem is that she's also coughing up a lot of blood. The excessive use of both her fencing and the hero's style is wearing her out. Seeing this, Annie immediately asks if the Sword Saint can still fight. Meanwhile, the cartoon mage starts summoning several spheres of various elements. They begin to merge, creating a purple orb. Annie knows that fusing elements is extremely difficult, so their chances of winning are very slim. The monster prepares for the attack, and she knows they could only win if the Sword Saint were at 100%. Suddenly, she clenches her fist and says she can't think like that. She can't live forever depending on the Saint and Leping to keep this place peaceful. She needed to go beyond and meet the expectations of both Elizabeth and Leping. But the mage finishes the spell and launches it toward them. It was an elemental bomb that hit the ground, throwing all the soil into the air. A cloud of smoke rises, and suddenly something surprises the monster. Annie had summoned the giant snake that was swallowing the entire spell. Man, she sends it down and even manages to absorb everything. Annie's horn awakens her bloodline and tells the monster to come at her. Chichi immediately senses that with this change, the girl had reached the level of a sovereign demon. No wonder she had been chosen by the hero and the queen. Annie puts her hand forward and the plushies advance. Then the front guard activates the matrix protection. Several cubes appear, but the snake easily dodges them. Annie knows that if one of those cubes appears inside the snake and traps it, it will be hard to win. However, thanks to the demon's red eyes, she could see where the cubes would be summoned. She then activates a wind attack to try to create a distraction. The bird casts a spell, sending a storm slash. But the knight only responds with a matrix shield. What is this, man? It was a massive sequence of attacks on the creature. Yet the little monster only responds with a boo, and I don't know if it's scared or just doesn't care. The big snake bit the cube, and it was close to being swallowed. Or actually, it was swallowed. Both are inside it, which is trying to digest them. Annie clenches her fist and says that no matter how strong someone is, if they're eaten by the snake, she wins. That's because, little by little, the magical energy is absorbed until eventually it becomes stronger than the person. The problem is that the pace wasn't enough and the snake is starting to wobble. Besides, the bloodline was almost stealing Annie's consciousness, and she was struggling to concentrate. Then the snake is completely torn apart. Here we go again with this time thing in 0.01 seconds. Annie was thrown backward. In the next millisecond, Chissy felt something and tried to look to the side. But there was already a giant golden barrage coming towards them. Man, the attack swept through the entire forest and opened a crater in its path. However, Chissy managed to summon a shield that seems completely destroyed. Sadly, I must announce that, unfortunately, her clothes were affected. Annie is lying on the ground. Meanwhile, Chissy realizes this is the third time she's been defeated recently. Amid the smoke, the two appear. But this time, the cartoon general is in front of them, saying he's going to take care of this. The scene then shifts back to Elizabeth in the middle of the forest. Man, I missed our demon queen. I had forgotten how strong she was. She seems to have reached the place where the magic is most concentrated and wonders where the culprit is. Suddenly, someone throws some playing cards and says the big fish has finally arrived. Another one laughs, and that's when Elizabeth passes through a barrier. She felt the barrier and knew that by its power it was someone of a demon king. Then she yells at the sky, asking if they're trying to trap her there and telling them to stop with cheap tricks. That's when a Matryoshka, one of those Russian nesting dolls, appears. Elizabeth stands still, and the doll suddenly surrounds her. I don't know if the monster is growing or shrinking. I think it's growing because it's already gigantic, taking up the entire forest. It seems to have multiplied countless times, and this was the sealing magic of the cartoon creatures. The person who threw the doll says that with each layer, she is slowed down. Since she's trapped within 1,024 layers, she's stuck forever. Elizabeth is really just standing there doing nothing, until she gives a little smirk. The person who summoned the doll wonders how it's possible that she hasn't been affected. Meanwhile, Elizabeth easily seems to be breaking through all the layers. The debris starts to fall, and she says she lived in a time barrier for over a year. Then the person becomes wary and begins summoning a scythe. But Elizabeth just tells them to stop with the tricks and get out of her way, until the scythe seems to pierce her stomach. She looks up and sees the cartoon reaper. The scythe was embedded, and the creature gives it a tug. Elizabeth's soul was being ripped out and pulled toward the creature. This creature's special ability is that when it lands a direct hit, it can ignore levels and directly extract the soul. It smiles, confident that it has won, until suddenly, the soul grabs it by the neck. Even in spiritual form, Elizabeth says it's too arrogant. She commands to know who ordered it to do this and commands it to answer quickly. That was the only way it would end a quick death. At that moment, the Reaper felt fear of death for the first time. Suddenly, it disintegrated. The cards then fell into the hands of the mysterious figure, confused that not even a soul extraction worked on the girl. Elizabeth's consciousness returns, but now she's furious. She says she can feel that this is Li Ping's aura and wonders if this visit to the Elven tribe was another part of his plan. Dark auras start emerging as she says it was fine to test others, but not her. Two hands appear and begin tearing through space as she says that she is a chess player, not a piece on the board. She looks up and tells the person that their best option is to take their own life, because their death will be miserable. But the purple creature says the queen is too arrogant, and it wants to see if she can really handle everything. Then she is teleported into a cartoon maze. Elizabeth realizes the creature wants to trap her there. But with a simple stomp on the ground, the entire maze crumbles. She looks up once again and says the creature is incredibly ignorant. The cartoon queen then appears, saying she will handle this, while the king sits on his throne, saying he's eager to see the queen's victory. Suddenly, Elizabeth flies into the sky and sits on a hand of darkness. She looks down and says it's ridiculous for him to call himself a king in front of her, warning that he isn't worthy of that title. The king's expression changes, and he orders to kill her. Suddenly, the queen draws some cards that transform into swords in her hands. Fed up, Elizabeth launches an attack, telling her to shut up and die. The queen tries to activate wing protection, and look at that, she managed to cut through Elizabeth's attack. She even takes the chance to counterattack, but Elizabeth easily blocks it, though she's surprised that her fingernail cracked. Then the card queen appears again from above and launches another attack. I'm not sure what's happening, but it seems like things are being cut. The card queen keeps attacking when suddenly something from Elizabeth comes from behind. I think the card queen cut it again, but the spheres started healing. I'm confused by this fight, guys. Suddenly, the card queen says these are just simple magic bullet attacks. She begins cutting everything around her. But it seems like every time she does, they multiply and the number of strikes increases. Then she gathers all the daggers into a single claw, spinning and striking in every direction. But her expression changes and she wonders if this is even possible. Elizabeth was continuously summoning more and more magic bullets. She even raises a finger and says that a simple spell like this is enough to deal with her. Then she commands an attack and the card queen is pierced. She disintegrates in the sky and the cards begin to fall. But Elizabeth notices something strange and says they really are full of little tricks. Something is spinning and absorbing all the energy around. The queen reappears and behind her was the cartoon dinosaur 999. Elizabeth knows these are the last two cards, one for magic absorption and another for resurrection. The card queen laughs, saying Elizabeth will die from arrogance. What she doesn't realize is that the dinosaur is struggling to absorb so much energy. The magic bullets weren't decreasing, in fact, they were multiplying and twisting the entire monster. The card queen then says she will double it. The dinosaur opens its mouth and launches an attack at Elizabeth. Its power wasn't just to absorb magic, but also to return it doubled. But of course, Elizabeth easily defends herself, telling them not to forget their place. And the card queen can't understand how it didn't work. Elizabeth says that if it was created by her, even multiplied hundreds of times, it wouldn't cause any damage. She then clenches her fist, creating a heavy punishment. The three of them start being crushed by what seemed like an aura. Man, they all disintegrate in front of her. She says that this attack was inspired by that idiotic dog. But honestly, the effect was pretty good. Then the cards start falling. And once again, she's surprised. The card queen appeared again and attacked from behind. However, Elizabeth dodged, an explosion occurred, and the queen remained terrified. This time, though, she was truly sliced in half. And Elizabeth unleashed her transformation, saying that now she'll take things a little more seriously. The problem is that the resurrection jar activates again. Elizabeth realized it doesn't require any action from the main body for it to trigger. The card queen reappears, saying she already warned that she won't die. But in a second, she's surrounded by Elizabeth's claws, who activates the final confinement. Elizabeth warns that she'll limit the use of this resurrection through this restriction and toy with her. She activates the dissolution punishment, and the card queen dies once more. Yet a drop falls from the leaf and she emerges again. She explains that where this drop comes from, there's an entire ocean, and she will be resurrected forever. Elizabeth ignores her and activates a poisonous punishment. Once again, the queen seems to die and suddenly begins to writhe in agony. Elizabeth continues activating punishments, flesh stripping, the 1,000 needles, the light punishment. While the woman is being crushed, Elizabeth warns that the longer she's trapped in infinite confinement, the more punishments will accumulate. The leaf that enabled her resurrection disintegrates along with the woman. Elizabeth figured that by turning eternal life into eternal pain in the end, the best option was to give up. The focus shifts to the king, who states that, apparently, they'll have to handle this personally. He jumps for his throne and the same daggers appear. Then he activates a polymerization ability. Things start flying, a serpent forms, and a spear emerges. Man, the king got jacked, declaring that now he has ascended to another realm. He became a one-star demon king. He says he's the king and Elizabeth is the queen. But in this world, there's only one throne for the strongest. Elizabeth laughs and he asks why. She then says that long ago there was a demon king who believed he was the strongest being in the world. And now looking at the card king, she realizes how foolish she was back then. The confused king says she's talking nonsense and doesn't realize how powerful he is right now. He attacks with his spear, activating the world-shattering martial art. Elizabeth responds with a world-shattering spell as well. He follows with another great strike spear attack, and seriously, where are these hits landing? Man, for the first time, Elizabeth seems surprised. The attack appears to hit, sending her flying. What's going on? The king even said she was weak. He chuckles, claiming he truly is the king of this world. The guy is going crazy, laughing to himself, swinging side to side. But in reality, he had already turned into a playing card in Elizabeth's hand. Man, she crushed him like that, wondering if this was Li Ping's goal, using these kinds of tests to show her she still has a long way to go, making it clear that she can't beat him, and like the king, dreaming of it is as foolish as that idiot before. She stands still and says that's fine, but eventually, she'll catch up to him. Then she wonders why, if all the cards had been destroyed, she hadn't left this space yet. That's when she looks down and realizes something is still missing. The throne then transforms into a strange duck. There was a creature of unknown magical level that let out a quack at her. The monster seems to be trying to communicate, but she's confused and launches an attack, telling it to disappear. Her claws head toward it, but it seems to respond with the same attack. Then she realizes it must be a monster with copy magic. What the heck? A second Elizabeth appeared, but this one has a duck face. So if who's going to face off now, huh? Elizabeth didn't like that and calls it an arrogant bastard. The scene then cuts to our dear Li Ping. Man, it's been a while since I saw him. He's happily collecting fruits, saying that the elf tribe is truly prosperous. While he's marveling at the variety, something lurks behind him. Some kind of zombie elf with bulging eyes, all decayed. Meanwhile, someone delivering information reports they found the man's body. The little clown on the rows asks what they're waiting for and tells them to bring him back immediately. Ping is peacefully gathering, unaware the zombie is creeping up behind him. He launches an attack, but by stepping forward, the creature falls flat on its face. The monster twists itself, flips over, and charges from behind. But suddenly, Ping drops some fruits on the ground. They roll and the twisted creature steps on them, slips, and, man, I think it face-planted and that was it. The brainy creature only feels pain, while Ping wonders why this forest has so many varieties. He squats down, remarking that in this magical world, plant growth really defies climate laws. Meanwhile, the little zombie gets up with its face half-rotted. It lunges at him again, thinking it might finally be useful. Ping grabs a cactus and turns around just as the zombie lunges and they lock eyes. Ping screams at the sight of a ghost while the creature clutches his painful hand. He runs off in a panic, yelling that this place is terrifying. The elf was already crying in pain, asking if he could activate the rest of the corpses, because this hero wasn't as easy as he seemed. The clown said it was fine, but to hurry up and bring that kid over. From the forest floor, a swarm of zombie elves began to rise. Ping was running in a panic, wondering why there were so many zombies in the middle of the elven forest. He desperately wanted to find Elizabeth and the others to escape this place. But then an earthquake began and he stopped, wondering what was happening. That's when he felt the tremor was coming from behind him. Looking back, he saw countless little green eyes staring at him in the distance. Confused, he noticed the zombies were already surrounding him. Looking around, he tried to stay calm, reminding himself that he was the hero and couldn't die there. But the problem was that he hadn't brought the alpha. Then the ground started splitting and he wondered if the zombies were going to grab his feet. The consumed elf ordered them to kill him, and the horde charged at Ping. But suddenly, a green laser cut through all of them. Our boy had been saved by the little plant from before. He asked if it was the same one and it blushed, celebrating. The elf seemed to have tried using plant magic but couldn't. Now he understood it was because the hero had tamed them. Ping's own Plants vs. Zombies was firing in all directions. As he held on tightly to avoid being thrown off, the plant kept mowing down the zombies, but they seemed to be regenerating. The hands had activated a plant control spell. Ping wondered why it suddenly stopped. Apparently, some of those zombies were elders from previous generations. The brainy guy said he couldn't defeat the elven race when it came to nature magic. They then used the power to cancel evolution, and the creature shrank. In a puff of smoke, it landed in Ping's hand, blushing, unable to explain itself. Meanwhile, the zombie horde kept advancing toward our guy. A wave of corpses formed, ready to bury him. Looking up, he wondered if this was where the hero's journey ended. The bodies collapsed on him, forming a sphere. But suddenly someone laughed, pulled out a chainsaw, and tore through everything. Man, the attack didn't just slice through the ball, but also the elf controlling everything. He disintegrated in front of the clown, who was now terrified. He knew that corpse control magic only transmitted sensations, so why had all the damage been passed on? It was raining with the cut-up zombie falling and the chainsaw flew into Ping's hands. He remembered crafting that weapon. The problem was, he didn't know how it had returned to him on its own. The weapon's spirit clung to his leg, saying it wouldn't let him be harmed like that. One of the zombies started crawling toward him, but more rose and one leaped from behind to attack. Our hero, all twisted, swung wildly, yelling for them to stay away. This time, it was the clown himself controlling them, and his finger got sliced. He realized Ping's chainsaw had a true damage effect and would harm him. Then one of the zombies fired an arrow, or rather, many did. They launched countless attacks while our boy simply raised his chainsaw. The outfit he had stitched had the effect of returning 100% of received damage. The zombies were all pierced by the arrows, and the clown's hand was harmed too. He couldn't understand how even reflected magic caused real damage. Truly, the legendary hero had mastered magic use. But here, the clown had territorial advantage and infinite magic to exploit. So eventually, he would find a way to win. In front of Ping, a clown head formed from corpses. He slashed wildly, telling it to stay away. His strikes created a massive shockwave that shredded the head and the forest, or rather, even tore through planets in the galaxy. What the heck, man? The big clown was split in half and collapsed, realizing he was killed in a single move. Bodies rained down as Ping raised his chainsaw, saying these zombies were terrifying. But suddenly, they seemed to regain consciousness. Maybe? They all stared at Ping, who, looking crazed with the chainsaw, charged at them. Now the monsters that remained started to flee. Meanwhile, Elizabeth was using world-destroying magic against the duck version. The creature used an earth reconjuration, seemingly casting the same attack. Elizabeth prepared another spell, declaring she'd turn it to dust for such an insult. I think the duck version turned into a cocoon that twisted and smashed together, becoming a metaphorical orb in the sky. Elizabeth said that if this was Ping's doing, she knew how to handle it. She began drawing a sword. Oh no, this is the form that drains my wallet, but is truly powerful. She used the art of world destruction, slashing toward it. The metal orb seemed to be cut, but Elizabeth wasn't satisfied. Inside, the clone remained intact and even assumed an extremely dangerous demonic form. The question remains, who has the courage to face the duck-headed menace? Elizabeth was furious that the damn Ping used such a valuable ability. She heard him saying that the magic level didn't matter. With mastery of principles, much could be achieved, and even the weak could become strong. She began to wonder if this entire trip to the Elven tribe was his plan to help her advance. While the duck version seemed a bit confused, Elizabeth raised her fingers, declaring she used this trick to settle a fight. The duck activated perfect replica. Both stretched out their hands toward each other, activating the queen without a sword technique. Meanwhile, Leping was running through the forest, holding his chainsaw high and shouting for no one to come near him. But just by raising it, the chainsaw seemed to tear through dimensions, opening a portal to another place. The very place where Elizabeth was fighting. She noticed him fleeing through another dimension, and even the duck woman looked confused. Suddenly, everything started to twist, and Elizabeth realized she had gotten distracted. The two of them were still fighting as Leping kept running, until Elizabeth fell back into the dimension where Leping was. She saw him screaming and asked what he was doing. As soon as he saw Elizabeth, he tripped over a rock like an idiot and face-planted joyfully. The boy was buried. Unfortunately, Leping was defeated for the first time. While being crushed, the chainsaw's spirit begged him not to abandon her. She was angry, wondering how she could get his attention. The chainsaw spun in the sky, and since Leping wasn't getting up, it seemed like he wouldn't. She took on a spiritual form, slipped into his backpack, and promised not to abandon her father, but not before giving Elizabeth a cold stare. However, Elizabeth wasn't the demon queen for nothing. She noticed the spirit's anger and deliberately provoked her even more. Then Leping pushed Elizabeth aside and finally lifted his head to breathe. He admitted that was close, and if he hadn't found her, things would have gone badly. Elizabeth asked what he meant by that. Naturally, he came to a nonsensical conclusion. The demon queen's swordless art had been copied by that creature. In the end, she realized the copy was like a reflection, and in that space and time, something terrible could have happened. If their two hands had met, it might have led to her annihilation right there. Fearing she'd get hurt, Leping created that distraction to pull her out. He apologized, leaving Elizabeth stunned. He said it was his fault they were in such a risky situation, and that he wouldn't do something like that again. But in Leping's logic, he regretted bringing everyone unprepared. He hadn't expected things to be so dangerous. Yet Elizabeth didn't let him off the hook and pulled him closer. She told him to stop showing pity because she was ready for any test he had for her. It had been a while since he blushed. He awkwardly asked what kind of test she was talking about and if they weren't standing a little too close. Elizabeth thought about how he wasn't just training her to be his partner, but still cared about her dignity as a queen. So she replied that she knew exactly what he wanted and didn't need to pretend anymore. Man, the two were standing so close, staring into each other's eyes. But suddenly, they heard a sound beside them. It was Elizabeth and the duck woman, hands on their hips. They turned, and Leping asked what the heck was going on. He was instantly confused because there was an Elizabeth and a duck version. The real Elizabeth said that since he was already there, she had no intention of continuing this any longer. He should just remove whatever was in front of him. Of course, Leping had no idea what she was talking about, but she shoved him forward, telling him to handle it. Stumbling, he approached Duck Elizabeth and gave a crooked smile. She glared fiercely back at him. Suddenly, she began to disintegrate, activating perfect replica. Leping was startled as a giant Leping clone started forming. Elizabeth thought he was doing this to show that she wasn't as good as him, but she was curious to see how he would defeat something as strong as himself. Our boy anxiously bit his nails, asking if she saw that. The duck version seemed to be trying to form but couldn't. Elizabeth watched as it suddenly turned into purple smoke, fell to the ground, and disintegrated back into a pile of playing cards. The cards flew up and landed in Leping's hands. Seeing the back of the cards, he recognized them as the ones he gave to his uncle. So why were they here? He turned to Elizabeth and asked if she saw that. She interpreted it as him asking if she understood that in the face of true power, cheap imitation abilities would fail. The only way to win was to become so strong that you couldn't be replicated. Elizabeth wondered how it was possible for him to be so much stronger, especially since she was a 7-star demon queen. Leping said he still had a long way to go. She lowered her head, saying she already knew. Though she thought he might want her, she doubted she could handle it. At the same time, he wanted to train her but was afraid she'd get hurt. His indifference constantly confused her because whenever he got serious, it seemed like he could genuinely challenge her. He then raised a finger and asked why she didn't just use teleportation to take everyone to the sacred tree. She simply raised her hand and activated a magic circle. The scene then shifted to an isolated place. Man, Chissy was torn in half with playing cards scattered around. Anne was also in bad shape. Honestly, when I said she was cut, I didn't think it was this bad. There was a crater between the two of them. But suddenly, a golden hand stretched out between them. An angel appeared in the sky, glowing as it lifted Chissy and Anne's bodies toward the heavens. A boy with white wings descended, activating the Resurrection of Life ability. These cards are starting to feel a lot like Yu-Gi-Oh, aren't they? Both of them regained consciousness, looking up in awe. A magic circle appeared between them, and the boy said that now that his master and his people were there, he could finally retire and complete his mission. The entire elven field seemed to return to normal, and the boy appeared before the sacred tree. Chissy and Anne lay on the ground while Elizabeth stood there, furious as always. Leping looked over at Chissy, confused. He asked Elizabeth what had happened, and she replied that she didn't have time to deal with them. First, they needed to figure out who was behind all this. Elizabeth's black hand attack grabbed the tree and ripped it from the ground without effort. Within the roots, something purple was connected. Leping had no idea what she was talking about, thinking to himself how terrifying that tree she pulled up was. The thing floated in the sky, and roots kept spilling out full of that purple stuff. Within the trunk, there was a visible imprint of an elf's form. Elizabeth remarked that in the past 500 years, a lot had changed within the elven tribe. Among the flowers, Liping spotted the uncle and his daughter. Liping called out for Bose and Elif. As he approached the tree, a root rose up, nearly hitting him. Elizabeth struck again, startling Liping, but he stayed still as the attack narrowly missed his head, heading straight for Elizabeth, who casually glanced at it, causing everything to shatter. A massive crater formed in the creature, revealing something fused within it. The clown on the ground muttered that they had destroyed the plant defenses, wiped out the entire elven tribe and the cartoon cards. Not to mention they disabled the corpse magic, causing his entire plan to fail. Hiding behind Elizabeth, Liping asked if this crazy guy was an elf. The clown finished by saying he didn't expect the first person he'd meet to be the one he hated most, and he called out Elizabeth by name. Confused, Liping asked if they knew each other. Elizabeth, looking puzzled, replied that she had no idea who he was. The clown covered his face, saying it was obvious because he used this clown facade to hide his identity. He then removed his hat and threw it to the ground. Wiping off his makeup, he said she should remember him now. Then we saw a bald old man and a little robot preparing to start something. A 100,000-volt current was activated, electrocuting the old man. A strange organ appeared, and the old man confirmed this separation had been successful. The robot asked if it would go to a certain room, but the old man replied that this sample was different and needed further study. When the thing hit the ground, it began to rise, covered in a strange slime. The robot remarked that it just seemed like another clone and asked what made it different. The old man explained that this time he gave part of his own nature to the creature. In a way, it was truly a piece of his existence. That's when the clown boy emerged, questioning whether he was the old man or if the old man was him. They stared at each other, and another figure appeared. His twisted clone asked if it was true that winning this fight would free him from this place. The robot simply ordered the battle to begin. Immediately, the creature stretched its neck, calling this the perfect opportunity. But the other clone dodged and activated corpse magic. Before he could do anything, he was crushed by the other clone. The robot commented that it was anticlimactic but expected from someone who had already won battles. The old man said survival of the fittest was most important, but it wasn't over yet. The hand that had crushed him started being surrounded by slime. The strange clone wondered why he couldn't move. It was as if the other had taken control of his cells. Then the hand was destroyed by a corpse magic attack that tore through the body. The old man remarked it was good to see he had completely mastered it. The hand returned to normal as the figure walked toward the old man. He knelt, and the old man said that since he had fully inherited corpse magic, he would now teach him how to control black tool technology. With that, he would finally become the perfect clone with the mission to invade the elven tribe. The robot suggested creating multiple perfect clones to invade other places, but the old man explained that was the problem with a perfect clone. If he kept splitting to create more, he'd eventually cease to be himself. He decided to make this first one because he had given it his humility, something he had long wanted to discard. By removing that part, he finally became perfect and believed himself worthy of the master. The clone knelt before Elizabeth's clone, who, thankfully, hadn't awakened yet, but he seemed full of rage toward her. The robot warned of a strange electric current within this body. Suddenly, he lunged to attack the clone, but the old man simply ordered him to know his place. The clone felt something, and in the next second, he was on the ground. The old man said he understood his humility and loveless nature, and the hatred he carried, but he still needed to understand the purpose of living on. I'm just as confused as the twisted clone, not fully understanding the old man's words. He simply said that he was a tool designed to help him achieve his goals. The clone continued dissolving, wondering if he was truly just a tool. Back in the present battle, the clown declared that after decades in hiding, he could finally emerge and reveal his true purpose. He was himself and would replace the original and kill Elizabeth, his two greatest desires. Liping asked if Elizabeth remembered this person, and she replied, unfortunately, she did not. No one really cared about the guy. But Liping figured this must be some kind of enemy Elizabeth made back when she ruled the entire world. The problem was, if she had attacked so many people, now that he was under her protection, he would also become a target for many. Elizabeth then commented that it seemed the elven tribe had become nothing more than this. She was curious to see what Liping would do now that the tribe had no one left qualified to help him. He replied that he wouldn't waste time thinking about trivial things. After all, the only useful thing he could do here was fix the soil. So he suggested maybe it would be better if she handled it. Angrily, she asked if he was expecting her to clean up the mess from the start. While they argued, the clown just listened in silence. Then the clown spoke up, demanding if she really didn't remember him, was Malfoy. Unbothered, Elizabeth asked if he was with the Black Guild now. That caught Liping's attention. Malfoy declared he was a new person now, no longer needing to prove himself to her. Even though his corpse magic had been cut down by the legendary hero, he still had the power granted by the elves and the black tools. He activated the sacred tree whip. Elizabeth calmly raised her hand and said that if he was truly Malfoy, then she had to take action. In a blink, he was already caught by her black hand. Liping warned her to be careful not to hurt Bose and Elif. Elizabeth effortlessly teleported them to safety and told him not to worry. She wouldn't harm his pieces. Meanwhile, Malfoy realized he couldn't move a single inch. Elizabeth questioned why he was there and where Amelia was. She also mentioned hearing rumors about attempts to revive her. So what was happening? Malfoy rambled, explaining he was created from the destruction of love and humility of the original. But he believed that if he could deliver her broken body to that other man, it would cause a mental collapse. Elizabeth squeezed her hand tighter, crushing him further. She told him to stop speaking nonsense and warned she wouldn't ask again. Malfoy, however, muttered that he didn't understand what was so special about her. He only felt hatred because as long as she existed, he would never find his own purpose. Suddenly, a scroll emerged from his mouth and Elizabeth's magic was dispelled. She recognized it as the power of a demon god. 2 playing cards appeared in front of Malfoy. They depicted the clown from Li Ping's game, who was actually a supreme 3-star demon king. The clown offered Malfoy a deal. If he allowed his soul to be tortured for 100 years, any wish he desired could be granted. Malfoy pointed at Elizabeth and Li Ping, commanding their execution. The summoned monster casually agreed, saying it would be easy. Elizabeth scoffed, calling it ridiculous for a superior being like him to obey lesser creatures. But knowing her magical advantage wasn't enough, she prepared to defend herself. The monster replied that rules were rules, and he had wanted to fight her for a long time. Both were masters of dark magic, and he wanted to see who was stronger. Elizabeth activated the Forbidden Time Zone while he summoned flying daggers. At first, he seemed straightforward, but his attack struck directly, unsettling Elizabeth. The Time Zone magic should have stopped the attack, but it didn't. The clown asked if she now understood that magic level didn't matter as much as the power of rules, and his rules were above hers. For the first time, Elizabeth looked genuinely concerned and called out to Li Ping. He turned around with a confident golden smile. The clown monster was startled upon seeing his creator, yet the daggers were still flying toward both of them. But the monster himself moved into the attack's path, shielding them. Wounded, he groaned, saying he was lucky to have blocked it in time. Elizabeth's magic faded as Malfoy watched in confusion. The monster slowly approached Malfoy, saying he had almost been deceived. Malfoy questioned why he feared Elizabeth so much, insisting the contract was signed. But the monster screamed, unleashing a laser declaring Malfoy's soul was worthless. Malfoy was vaporized. The monster turned to Elizabeth and Li Ping, apologizing, saying that dark mages were always so treacherous. Li Ping didn't understand why that guy turned to ash and asked Elizabeth who she had been talking to. She asked if he wanted to continue the fight, and he immediately declined. He admitted he hadn't seen his creator in a long time and didn't know they were now friends. He vanished, saying to let his creator know he wouldn't cause any more trouble, and waved goodbye. The 2 cards reverted into a joker. Li Ping again thought about how these were the cards he had given to Boss, so why did this happen? Elizabeth warned that he was underestimating the power of that deck. In the wrong hands, it could cause countless disasters. Li Ping questioned how something like that could happen. As far as he knew, those cards were safe with Boss. Elizabeth interpreted this as him suggesting the cards were merely tools and that the user was the key. The cards remained safe with Boss because he was a good-hearted man. Amid the torn tree lay the clown's corpse, split in half. Elizabeth was determined to understand what had happened over the past 500 years. She raised her hand and commanded them to rise. The corpses of Bose and Elif appeared, and she ordered them to explain what had happened. They seemed to be trying to speak, but no sound came out. Li Ping rummaged through his bag and remarked that they looked tortured and extremely dried out. They definitely needed a sip of water. He poured a little water for each of them, and in the next second, they both sprang back to life, calling his name. Our boy smiled, relieved they were healed. Truly, the power of magic was amazing. A bit of water was all it took for them to recover. But then both Bose and Elif collapsed again, saying they deserved death for causing trouble for him and the Demon Queen. Bose insisted that if anyone deserved punishment, it was him for overestimating his abilities. Li Ping told them to get up and asked what happened. Bose explained that the Elven tribe had been corrupted by the Black Guild. They had been deceived and their deck of cards was stolen. Elif added that her magic had been drained, and after that, she remembered nothing. Boz recalled that the clown seemed to have sacrificed much of his life force, and that's when he lost consciousness. Elizabeth commented that their mental confusion was likely because someone tampered with their memories. She extended her hand toward them, saying she would need to fix this mess. Li Ping thought they might have a moment to recover, but Elizabeth had already performed a memory extraction. Both fell to the ground as she absorbed their memories, and Li Ping questioned why she did that to them again. But Elizabeth simply changed her expression, saying she now understood everything. Li Ping asked for an explanation. Elizabeth replied that they hadn't lied. They truly didn't know anything. As Li Ping continued splashing water on everyone, Elizabeth wondered where she could get information now that the entire tribe was gone. Suddenly, a head emerged from the ground, offering to tell her. Elizabeth turned, and Li Ping recognized this was the one who had attacked them before. The elf woman then fully appeared, explaining that after they killed Malfoy, she was freed. Li Ping thought that was good news, but Elizabeth questioned why they should trust her. The elf placed her hand on her eye patch and said, because of this. When she lifted it, a black gear was revealed, and it immediately exploded, though it wasn't clear what had happened. Li Ping blurted out that she had torn it out, but it was actually Elizabeth who had pulled it free. Elizabeth recognized it as the infamous black gear containing the dark magic those people were using. The elf said that now that it was removed, she would trust them. But Elizabeth immediately performed a forced memory extraction, saying she didn't trust her yet. She grabbed Li Ping's hand and told him they would watch together this time. They saw the clown arriving at the tree and surrounding it with that purple substance. The elves consumed it and started turning reddish and strange. This elf tried to destroy the tree but was whipped across the face, likely when the clown installed the gear. Later, she seemed to be handing over 100 high-ranking elves to those people. By then, everyone in the forest was already under manipulation. Elizabeth witnessed everything that had transpired, including the moment this woman was killed. Near her appeared the cartoon archer, which seemed to be how she was saved. Back in a circle with everyone gathered, Elizabeth declared that this was unforgivable. But what was truly unforgivable was that the juice Li Ping had brought was hers, so he should stop sharing it. Everyone was happily drinking, amazed by how incredible it was. Their magical energy was rising, and they had never felt so invigorated. The elf then handed over some cards explaining she had kept them to try to save Bose and Elif, but everything worked out in the end. Elizabeth looked and realized it was the archer card. Suddenly, a towering elf woman appeared behind everyone. She was probably Elif's mother and Ba's wife. The scene shifted to the skies. The woman looked back and said they had finally reunited. Bas asked if she was Nikita. Both ran toward each other, overjoyed. He hugged her tightly, asking if it was a dream and saying how much he missed her. He told Elif to come speak with her mother, but Elif hesitated. After all, her mother was supposed to be dead. Nikita explained that in the real world she had indeed died, but she had been reborn within the sacred temple. She gently stroked Elif's hair, marveling at how beautiful her daughter had become. Elif cried as her mother said there was much to tell her. But suddenly, Nikita seemed alarmed. She mourned that they were running out of time and didn't know where to begin. She began telling the story of how her father had forced her to return to the tribe to help. But by the time she arrived, many souls had already been stolen, gear was installed, and chaos had erupted. Bose and Elif watched her, thinking how cute and energetic she was. Meanwhile, Nikita was animatedly making gestures, explaining everything that had happened. The story was long, but in the end, as they knew, she had died. Still blushing, Bose and Elif watched her, prompting Nikita to ask why they were acting like that instead of paying attention. Bose hugged them both, saying the past didn't matter. All he wanted was to cherish the little time he had with them. All of this was thanks to Mr. Li Ping, who made his dream of seeing her again come true. Nikita explained she was trapped in that card, but as long as he stayed close to the creator, they could keep seeing each other. Then she began to fade, saying she still had a mission to follow. Elif asked if she was leaving already, but Nikita replied she wasn't going anywhere. She would continue protecting her through the card. The two shouted after her, but she simply told them to remember that those who believe in peace live eternally. With that, she seemed to return to number 4 along with the other souls. They both disappeared into the sky, and back in the present, they were crying. Elizabeth immediately realized their souls had traveled through a dimension. Li Ping had no idea what had just happened. Both stood there, fists clenched, fully motivated to forever be Li Ping's most loyal followers. Meanwhile, Elizabeth was trying to understand how Li Ping could cultivate power in another dimension, save souls like that, and create such connections. But of course, he had absolutely no idea what she was talking about. Sissy didn't really grasp what had happened either. She only noticed that while everyone drank the juice, that father and daughter gained significantly more power, and suggested it might be some kind of reward for their fight against the Black Guild. Sissy, however, muttered to herself that even though she was the strongest, she had disappointed the hero. Suddenly, the blonde raised her hand and made a selfish request. She wanted him to save the elven tribe. Elizabeth immediately responded with a blunt no. Li Ping awkwardly suggested that since Elizabeth probably had some resurrection magic, she could handle it. Elizabeth explained it was impossible. First, because she could only resurrect 10 people and thousands of elves had died. Second, their corpses would still be affected by the Black Guild's magic. Third, there was no longer a sacred tree, which was essential for the elves' survival. Li Ping brushed off the third issue, saying they could just plant another tree. He even quoted a proverb, "It takes 10 years to grow a tree and 100 years to grow a person." The meaning was that even if it didn't seem like much now, that seed could bring hope. Of course, this guy had to plant a legendary tree. He approached the remains of the old tree and noted that from his experience, the roots were completely dead, so there was no point in trying to save them. He placed his hand on the ground and scooped up some soil, saying it wasn't much different from the soil at his own home. The problem was that normal seeds would take too long to grow back. Elizabeth wondered if this lunatic was seriously planning to replant the sacred tree. The elf explained that Lady Twila had sacrificed herself to summon the sacred tree, something that couldn't be replicated. Suddenly, Li Ping smiled and said he knew a faster way to grow a tree than just planting it in the ground. He asked for help. The 4 immediately appeared, eager for instructions. But Li Ping replied that he didn't need that many people, just watching would be enough. Excited, Chissy said that whatever he needed, she'd give it her all. He then asked if she still had that twig she took from his house. Startled, she summoned it and asked if that was what he wanted. He took it, saying it probably wouldn't be a big loss for her, so it was fine. if he used it. However, she interpreted that as him being disappointed in her performance, like he was taking back the sacred sword to make her reflect more on her actions. She solemnly promised to be more attentive moving forward. Leping left and Chissy punched the ground, apologizing and vowing it wouldn't happen again. Boast was impressed, saying that Leping was incredibly strict even with the sword saint. Elif told her to calm down because what she and her father had done was much worse. Meanwhile, Rennie commented that even though she had been with the saint the entire time, Leping hadn't scolded her once. Maybe she had fallen so far in his esteem that he wasn't even disappointed in her anymore. Chissy declared that she no longer deserved the title of Sword Saint and told everyone to forget that name. In the background, Elizabeth praised Leping's method of publicly punishing someone so everyone understood how he felt. She was eager to see how he would handle this planting because resurrecting that many people was impossible, especially since he had no magical power. Leping then threw the twig on the ground, dug into his backpack, and pulled out fertilizer. He explained that trees grew this way at his home, so if he planted it like this, it would probably grow faster. On top of the fertilizer, he sprinkled a little holy water. That way, the fertilizer would infuse with the soil. Now it was just a matter of waiting for time to work its magic. But of course, the roots of the plant were already spreading through the ground. Suddenly, an earthquake began and the branches started killing nearby animals. With a touch, they turned into wood and the entire area was being destroyed. The group was confused and even the elves in the forest started fleeing. Something felt different. This was the true arrival of the world tree. The barrier around the area began to dissipate and Leping was confused. He asked Elizabeth if she knew what was happening. Suddenly, the first branch sprouted leaves, and many more appeared throughout the forest. From inside each one, elves began to emerge and were expelled from the tree. Moments later, they were all on the ground, confused about what happened. Meanwhile, the tree kept growing and expanding. Even strange animals like unicorns began to appear. The eye patch-wearing elf had no idea how so much magical power was flooding the forest. Not to mention, this sacred tree that Leping had planted was growing far faster than the previous one. Leping watched in amazement, muttering that this thing was growing faster than he expected. He then realized that because he planted it on elven territory, the soil had far more energy to absorb, causing it to grow so rapidly. He teared up, realizing that when it came to magic, this world was truly incomparable. Elizabeth remarked that to resurrect so many people, she would need to consume 10 of her own lives. Strangely, she admitted that she could recover from that after some rest. However, Leping had achieved far more without even using a single spell. She noticed that each flower was functioning like a vessel for souls, while the roots absorbed the necessary nutrients and magic to reconstruct the bodies. Elizabeth understood the basic principle but had no idea how the spirit and body were fused so perfectly. Even the magical items she most admired were nowhere near capable of reconstructing life like this. That's when she concluded that the only way something like this could happen was if Leping were a divine being, someone capable of rewriting the laws of nature. Man, she even dropped to her knees. In that moment, she realized there were things he could do that she never could. It was no coincidence that the clown called him the creator. Bose turned to Elif, saying he felt something strange and asked if she could sense the elves' aura. She replied that it felt like Leping had resurrected everyone, because she could sense countless elves around them. Meanwhile, Chissy reflected that the same branch she had wasted in her hands had been used perfectly by him, and commented that even with the full understanding granted by the demon's red eye, she couldn't figure out what he had done. Leping, casually scratching his head, simply said he tried to help however he could. Approaching the two, he told them the rest was up to them. The blonde questioned what he meant by the rest, since there wasn't much else to do. Leping explained that some of the saplings hadn't matured properly yet, and he was leaving that in her hands. But she lowered her head, saying she couldn't handle something like that. Even though she was an elder, she had also been the one who hurt her own people. Suddenly, she smiled and pointed to the group in front of them. She said it was Elif's mother who had saved her, and as a descendant of the elders, Elif was the most suitable person to care for the sacred tree. Bose was confused, and Elif nervously asked if they were talking about her. Leping smiled and said it was a great idea. Since she was of mixed human and elf blood, it was the perfect chance to end the division. Elif hesitated, unsure of how she could manage such a responsibility. But Bose placed a hand on her shoulder and they both bowed, promising to help her as much as possible. He reminded her of what her mother had said, that as long as they were heroes, they had to give their best. Lenchet, the eye patch-wearing elf, grabbed her hand, promising to continue working as a general and doing everything for the tribe. The three of them were determined to do their best to make the hero happy. Annie remarked that this was a redistribution of power, as now the Card Guild would take care of the elven forest. Chissy observed quietly and Leping called out to Elizabeth, saying it was time to go home. But he seemed to notice something strange and tapped Elizabeth's head, asking what was going on. Suddenly, someone approached and asked him to wait. It was Chissy, saying she had a favorite ask. He asked when it was and she said she wanted to know the true meaning of the Tai Chi sword. Since she started practicing the 10 moves he taught her, she had been struggling to control her power. She wanted to know what she was doing wrong and begged for his help. Leping thought for a moment and then said he would tell the truth. When it came to the secrets of that sword, he tended to forget everything. Confused, she asked if he just said he forgot. He confirmed and suggested she return to the Sword Saint Guild to learn. The three of them were shocked to hear that, thinking he was humiliating her. Trembling, Chissy asked if he was saying this because her swordsmanship was that bad. She had been the one who taught swordsmanship to the saints of the Sword Guild, so what was he implying? Leping admitted he couldn't explain it well, but what fascinated him most about the Tai Chi technique was the formless sword. He remembered seeing the sword saint of the guild during a competition, using something similar that extended from his finger. He figured that if Chissy went back, she might find the answer she was looking for. The moment he pointed his finger at her, her soul literally left her body. She was instantly transported to the mountains. What was happening to her? Suddenly, she was being carried away, and when she opened her eyes, she was in front of the Kunlun Mountains. Or rather, no, she was flying on a sword through the skies, traveling toward the so-called Kunlun. Yeah, my friends, I'm just as lost as you. But she finally arrived at a temple, where a sword appeared in her hand. There were some children practicing, and in front of them stood an old bearded man. He seemed to stretch out a brush, and with that, the children attacked Chissy. But in the next second, her sword fell to the ground. She was beaten and now looked younger. Apparently, she was there due to her poor practice. I don't know if she got younger, if this was the past or the future, but I know she cultivated by the waterfall. The children attacked her again. She looked back, but the old man did nothing. Once again, she face-planted into the ground, landed on her butt, was tossed into the air. Then she sat at a table with the old man, in front of a giant incense burner. He served tea and extended his hands toward her. She took it from the table, took a sip, and observed the place, asking if this was the meaning of the formless sword. She looked at her reflection in the tea, and suddenly found herself floating over water, sword in hand. Man, things are getting really abstract here. I'm doing my best to understand. She performed a graceful movement, slashing the water, crouched down, and blood started dripping from her mouth. But suddenly, she calmed down and the place became peaceful. She gazed at the horizon, relaxed again, closed her hand, and the sword sank into the water. She looked up, raised her hand, moved it to the side, performed another gesture, and small plants began swirling around. I think this meant that a lot of time had passed because the leaves fell, and someone was already sweeping the courtyard. Man, it was Chissy herself, now an old woman, all those same devilish kids were still practicing around her. But with a simple sweep of the broom, she created a tornado that flung the kids into a corner, all buried under leaves. Tea was served once again. She sat with the master. He asked if she had finally learned about Tai Chi. Chissy lowered her head and asked what he meant by that, explaining that she had forgotten why she had come to this place. The old man responded that if that was the case, it was time for her to return. She asked, return where? And suddenly, she was back as the healthy Chissy we know. The old man told her she needed to find herself and become nature, not try to control it, but integrate with it. That was the true meaning of Tai Chi. She replied that she didn't know how to repay him for such wisdom and begged to at least know his name. The master said it wasn't important, but his name was Zhang Sanfeng. For those who don't know, that's the name of the actual creator of Tai Chi. With that, she vanished and he wondered who would appear next. Leping stood there, stunned, trying to understand what had just happened. Chissy was floating in the sky, rapidly advancing through realms. She had now become a 4-star demon king. Annie commented that the Sword Saint had ascended 3 entire realms in mere moments. Aerith and Bose were shocked. They both knew that only someone like Leping could make something like that happen. Chissy then descended and thanked him for guiding her this way. She explained that she now understood her mistakes and would strictly follow his instructions from now on. She would return to the Sword Saint Guild and start teaching everyone about Tai Chi, abandoning swordsmanship. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared, becoming a star in the sky. Leping waved goodbye, thinking how hard it was to understand these powerful people. They changed their minds out of nowhere. He then asked what everyone else wanted to do, and if they needed Elizabeth's teleport. Elif said she would help rebuild the tribe. Boaz said that after recovering the cards, he would help the guild and return to support the tribe. Annie replied that she preferred to return alone because the teleport made her nauseous, but in truth she decided to go somewhere else. Leping commented that since everyone had personal plans, he and Elizabeth would head back first. He started poking Elizabeth, asking what her problem was, telling her to hurry home. She just stretched out her finger, activated the teleport, and meanwhile, Chissy was soaring through the skies. Looking down, she saw 2 men standing in front of a gear. They were 2 members of the Sword Saint Guild, named Ash and Bali. Ash, the one in the suit, said it all made sense now. How the guild members had transformed into these apostles. The creature in front of them was the 6-pillar demon, Faradizag. Faradizag declared that he would show the strength of the beast race. He lunged forward, activating 100% muscle release. Ash quickly dodged and asked Elder Bali what they should do. Bali replied, telling him never to underestimate himself and to remember that the old man had already reached the rank of a demon lord. As soon as Bali unsheathed his sword, he activated the needle flash ability. In the blink of an eye, the wolf was covered in needles, all over his body, even in his head and tongue. Ash stepped back, performed a jutsu-like move straight out of Sasuke's playbook, and summoned a concrete binding technique. The wolf began getting trapped but still charged forward. Ash activated another ability, blade vibration within the concrete, probably to solidify it quickly. The wolf struggled in the middle of it all and glanced to the side, while Ash pushed the ability to its limit. The concrete trembled and the entire ground in the region lifted. The wolf, now coughing up blood, was being crushed and slammed into the ground. Bally calmly observed from a wooden beam nearby, praising how well Ash was fighting and saying that's why he had high expectations for him. Ash finished the attack and announced that the vibration was complete. Bally congratulated him, saying soon you would surpass the blue blade. Ash humbly replied that he would move forward step by step. But of course, it wasn't going to be that easy. The concrete shattered. A thick cloud of smoke rose, and Ash immediately asked if Bally could sense that terrifying aura. The old man told him to focus and raise a barrier. He activated the Blade of Darkness ability, summoning 3 swords in front of him. But from within the smoke, the wolf simply stretched out his hand and flicked them away. The 3 swords shattered instantly. Ash was coughing up blood and was thrown toward Bally. The wolf, now thin and sinister, walked toward them. Man, I thought they'd last a bit longer than that. The wolf muttered that the other guy was right. These gears only served as conduits. He needed to dive into chaotic power to find infinite energy. He spread his arms wide, boasting that he had now surpassed the power of Lord Malfoy. But suddenly, 2 slashes cut through him. Bally instantly recognized Chissy. Man, there was no drama. The wolf was already on the ground, and she casually asked Bally what he was doing there. Wow, I thought this little wolf would be a tough opponent, but he barely lasted a panel. The old man explained that he had gone south, hoping to find a small nation that could help them fight the Black Guild. Chissy acknowledged this, but insisted they all return to the guild first. Before continuing with any plans, she had an important announcement to make. The scene shifted to the demon realm inside a goblin cave. A minotaur-like man remarked that he had heard these goblins were different from the ones outside, because they had never made contact with humans. The green-haired man reassured him, saying that besides having the green sword in the group, they also had Mr. Travy, so if any goblins appeared, they'd just wipe them out. The pink-haired man, who I assume was Mr. Travy, said that if it weren't for a favor he owed the Holy Guild, he'd never be there. Meanwhile, the mage admitted that the idea of barbaric goblins made her uneasy. Man, I'm starting to worry this is turning into Goblin Slayer. The Minotaur explained that due to the lack of competitions lately, they decided to take the risk in a place like this. The green sword looked ahead at something massive and promised to protect it carefully. The mage Severed Gem was reacting strongly, indicating numerous creatures approaching. The green-haired guy looked deeper into the cave and realized they had been discovered. Suddenly, a horde of drooling goblins rushed toward them. Aw man, they're talking about women. Yeah, I'm getting serious Goblin Slayer vibes. I knew it was coming. The guy whipped out his giant sword and declared himself ready for battle. The goblins looked a bit twisted, so maybe they had a chance. Nope, blood splattered and Travy was already slumped against the wall. He tried to say something about these barbaric goblins lacking magic, but then he got clubbed in the head. Everyone was already dead. The Minotaur's head was on the ground, and the green-haired guy was sliced up while the mage was tied up. Then a massive fat goblin stomped forward, declaring it was time to make babies. But something suddenly clenched its hand. It seemed like he was about to attack, but as time passed, the fat goblin was lying there, lifeless. Actually, he had been turned into slime and appeared to be trapped in an illusion. The mage was licking her fingers. Oh yeah, she's definitely evil. She said it didn't matter how barbaric someone was. They always turned into a dog before her. She was holding a gear in the middle of the mountains. Her name was Ruth Bader, a 5-star sovereign demon. She leveled up and declared that now that they had witnessed this, they could show themselves. Then a bald-headed, bug-like creature emerged, laughing. Hands burst out from inside it, and guess who appeared? If I'm not mistaken, this guy is Dargor. He told her that if she wanted the power of the gear, there was no need to hide her identity. She wouldn't even need to hunt for Malfoy, because he could get it for her if she did him a favor. She wouldn't even need to hunt for Malfoy, as he could handle that for her if she did him a favor. She responds that she's noticed he and the president aren't on good terms and asks if he's planning to betray the guild. Some heads start wrapping around him, seemingly her ability of fatal attraction at work. He tells her to stop wasting that ridiculous magic because he has no interest in such desires. And he's also not interested in betraying Malfoy. Confused, Ruth asks what he actually wants, while wondering if he's at Demon King level for her ability to not work on him. Before he can answer, she tells him to forget it since she has no idea how she could help him and calls him Lord Exitote. He says she's a very perceptive woman and questions if she's afraid he won't offer satisfactory terms. He then explains that the gear she desires so much is just a transitional tool. If she accepts his contract, she could gain 10 times more power. Suddenly, something called chaotic power emerges from his mouth. He explains that it's enough for her to skip the Demon Lord level entirely and jump straight to Demon King. She would become stronger with that than by absorbing 1,000 gears. The reason, he says, is that her charm ability is incredibly effective, which is why she was chosen. As she observes the chaotic power, she's dazzled by the idea of reaching Demon King level so quickly. She says that if that's the case, then the deal is done. Back at our dear Leping's house, his little plant is on the ground recovering. He comments that the magical world is amazing and that plants can even understand humans, which is unusual for him. However, he tells the plant that he has to go back home and wishes it a long life. But as soon as he leaves, Leping's other plants are already staring at it. Then he tells Elizabeth that he's back and asks if she wants some freshly sliced apples. She's still in her chibi form and says no. She mentions that apples aren't as good as these snacks. He says that's obvious, but that she shouldn't eat so much and tells her to relax while he makes a snack. She puts the snack aside and grabs a Coke. She takes a big gulp, while he wonders what happened to make her so depressed. As soon as she finishes drinking, she lets out a burp. She seems to get angry, throwing Coke everywhere. Liping starts wondering if she's that mad because his performance as a hero didn't please her. He truly has no magic and can't learn swordsmanship properly. She's probably upset because he was so foolish. Meanwhile, Elizabeth is thinking how ridiculous it is that he might be above the world's laws. If that were true, there'd be no reason for her to suffer and train. She concludes that none of this matters. In the end, she's just another step for him to become more famous. Or maybe not even that, since he doesn't seem interested in defeating her. Apparently, she underestimated herself once again. She falls onto the couch, thinking she used to rule the world. But now, even as a 7-star demon queen, life has no meaning anymore. Liping has no idea why she's so angry, sad, moody, anxious, lazy, and still eating so much. He then figures she must be on her period. But after living together for a year, he's never seen her go through this. Maybe demon cycles are different from humans. So he calls her to eat since she usually comes flying when she's lazy, and she smacks her face on the table. He says he not only made curry, but also a stew. She asks what that's about, says she's not interested, and shovels the curry into her mouth. Then she turns around, telling him to eat that stuff and that she'll have more snacks later. But when he lifts the lid, he tells her it would be good to take a look first. She turns and a bright glow hits her face. It was a soup of red dates with eggs and some kind of tremella, whatever that is. He explains how he made it, takes a little spoonful, and offers it to her as she stares at him. Obviously, she finds him creepy. But her expression doesn't change and he's all smiles, politely asking her to try it. Not caring much, she decides to accept and taste it. Immediately, her expression changes and she seems to be teleported inside a sauna. Looking down, the thing was really hot. Someone in front of her says this was the brown sugar sauna. 3 little people in the corner say it's extremely good for circulation and restoring strength. Each of the 3 represented a spice, and they said they were there to serve her. A towel is thrown. Thank goodness it arrived just in time as Elizabeth asks what kind of service they mean. The little woman on the right says it's a full-body massage that would nourish her yin and make her skin more beautiful. With that, the soup broth starts moving and Elizabeth is floating peculiarly. The 3 spin the little towel, and she falls face first to the floor. She tries to get up, asking what they think they're doing. But one of them approaches and takes her hand. She tells her not to worry and just close her eyes and enjoy the massage. Elizabeth wanted to break free, but at the same time realized the feeling was very pleasant. Another one works on her back and says not to worry, that this would bring her calm and she didn't need to resist. It was an egg white massage that would make her skin extremely youthful. With that, the 2 continued helping until, after a while, the red-faced one said it was his turn. The little girl turned and said she still wasn't relaxed enough. But maybe it was fine since she got a solid foundation and could probably handle it. All 3 little people were women. Elizabeth was confused about this talk of resistance, especially since the woman was trembling and it didn't seem possible that she could do anything to her. Then the old lady said she would have to stretch her muscles. In a split second, she turned into a buffed-up version like Chris Bumstead. Elizabeth was startled, but before she could react, her calf was grabbed. The old lady said she couldn't be gentle. Elizabeth wanted to get away, but the other woman said this massage was perfect for opening her meridians and improving blood circulation. And so the chiropractic session or myofascial release began. Elizabeth was suffering, or at least it seemed so. The one with tightly curled hair, Miss Tremella, was a 9-star saint. The one known for perfect skin beauty was an 11-star saint, and the red-headed one was a 17-star saint. Elizabeth was there as always in her transcendence. At that moment, back at home, she leveled up, reaching the 8th realm. Liping stood there holding a spindle and asked if she was feeling warmer. He noticed her face was a bit flush and thought maybe it had worked. The queen slowly began to open her eyes. He asked if she managed to handle it or if it was too different this time. Obviously to her, this was just him showing he could change the rules whenever he wanted, so she had no way to win. The gap between them was so vast that there was nothing she could do, and she might as well accept defeat. Elizabeth was sweating, not even knowing what to say. Suddenly, she reverted to her chubby form and said that this rule-changing thing was real, so there was nothing she could do. She collapsed onto the table and said it didn't matter what she ate since everything would stay the same. Not understanding why she didn't seem to improve, Li Ping said he would let her rest for a while and wouldn't bother her anymore. Then he said he was going out to train with Alpha and asked if she was okay with that. Slumped on the couch, she just told him to do whatever he wanted. But when Li Ping got outside, he noticed Alpha wasn't at his usual spot on the tree trunk. He knew the boy had often hung out with Wang Kai and wondered if the 2 had gone for a walk. Elsewhere on the property, they were together. Alpha was complaining about a strange noise he was hearing getting louder and louder. Wang Kai asked if he was trying to be lazy since he himself wasn't hearing anything. Alpha insisted he was, saying he had a buzzing in his ear for days and couldn't even sleep properly. Suddenly, Wang Kai stood up and told him to get ready because something suspicious was approaching from 3 kilometers away. Nearby, someone was fleeing from some fat goblins. Here comes that cursed mage again with her little plan. She claimed she never expected to find such valuable information. Now she knew the exact location of the legendary hero and the demon Queen Elizabeth. This information had been passed on by Tagore. She was certain he must be much stronger than Malfoy. After all, he had easily helped her level up. Now she had the perfect chance, as her charm ability allowed her to defeat enemies even if she was weaker. Even though the demon Queen Elizabeth might be nearby and the hero was a man, so she had a way to win. What she didn't expect was a torpedo crashing into her back. A bit confused, she turned around and saw the two goblins had been obliterated. The problem was that they both had dark gears, so they shouldn't have been defeated so easily. Suddenly, she found herself trembling after another explosion. Wan Kai had aimed all his weapons and immediately asked what her purpose was there. Ruth was shaking, unable to speak properly. She knew that if she said the wrong thing, she would die. But Waffle, being a fool, told Wan Kai to stop scaring the poor girl who was just running away from some monsters. He quickly introduced himself as the right-hand man of the legendary hero and the true wielder of the sacred sword. However, the dog barked at him to shut up and stop revealing information to someone he hadn't analyzed. The analysis arm approached while Ruth wondered if that was a monster, a magical tool, or something else. Ruth could feel the energy scanning her body, and if her secret were discovered, it would be the end. Suddenly, she activated her power, realizing that in this situation, she had to strike first. Fatal Attraction was activated. Instantly, Alpha fell into a trance. He imagined himself beside a heroic Le Ping, who asked what his partner was thinking. With that, they were already slicing copper, fighting dragons, traveling around, dueling here and there, and celebrating after each victory. Meanwhile, things outside were probably chaotic. Now he was commanding a ship and invading Elizabeth's castle. Apparently, the hero fought bravely, and she was already defeated on the ground. Le Ping raised his sword, saying that when he was lost, Alpha had guided him. They were truly great partners. Alpha smiled, saying that this was the bond they would always have and that it was good to be with him. Then we see an explosion behind Wan Kai. Whoa, looks like the illusion worked on him too, and now he's running across the field, fleeing from Le Ping. He throws a frisbee, and Alpha catches both and has fun. Elizabeth closed the snack bag, but Le Ping kept petting Wan Kai. The gum is then disarmed. Ruth said that as long as the desire existed, it was impossible to resist her charm, no matter how strong the person was. But at that moment, Wang Kai's system started beeping about virus detection. Some files were updated and a vulnerability patch was installed. Immediately, the weapon pointed back at Ruth, leaving her confused, not understanding why her charm wasn't working. Wan Kai then ordered her to explain who she was and why she invaded his system to make him happy. He realized she wasn't a threat at the moment, but since he didn't know her intentions, he decided it was better to eliminate her. Ruth was trembling, unable to understand how things had escalated so quickly, until someone arrived calling for Wan Kai or Alpha. Everyone froze and the little dog immediately had hearts in his eyes. He disarmed everything and started hopping toward our boy. Le Ping said he heard a loud noise coming from that direction. At that moment, Ruth realized it was the legendary hero. At least this was a normal man, which would be much easier to deal with. The perfect story of a hero saving a princess always worked, so she would play along with that fantasy. She collapsed on the ground far away while Li Ping asked Alpha what he was laughing about. The fool was laughing in confusion, and Li Ping kept calling him. He gave him a slap, wanting to know if he was okay. Instantly, Alpha snapped out of it, confused about where he was. Le Ping said he was scared because Alpha was acting like a lunatic and asked if he had been sleeping well. With that, they started leaving, abandoning Ruth, with Le Ping advising Alpha to get better sleep and chop some wood. When Ruth noticed they weren't going to help her, she stood up playfully and asked if anyone could help. Le Ping turned and asked who she was. Meanwhile, at home, Elizabeth was eating chips and gaining weight. Then Alpha arrived with someone falling on his head, and our boy was carrying the woman in his arms. Elizabeth got furious and he asked Ruth if she was hurting anywhere. She replied no, just a bit dizzy and needing to rest. He gently placed her on the couch while Elizabeth was ready to kill this woman. Le Ping told Ruth to rest a bit while he prepared some tea. Elizabeth was radiating a dangerous aura from the couch. Alpha and Anka were trembling with fear, saying they hadn't done anything. But Elizabeth already launched a flying kick into the dog's face, and Alpha was ready to draw his sword. The poor thing was thrown far away. The screen was glitching, indicating she had misunderstood something. But she grabbed Alpha by the head. He asked why he kept bringing people home, and if he didn't take her words seriously. From inside, Ruth realized that this was the legendary Queen Elizabeth. She didn't fully understand why, but she was sure she had stirred up trouble between Elizabeth and that weapon. All she needed now was to capture the hero Le Ping and use him to kill Elizabeth. She activated Fatal Attraction, which immediately targeted Le Ping. However, nothing seemed to happen, and he approached her while she was scared, not understanding why the effect failed. He calmly came closer and told her there was a cup of tea for her. She used Fatal Attraction again, certain it was impossible to resist as long as the target was a man. Le Ping's eyes were spinning, or rather, he noticed her eyes spinning, and asked if she wasn't feeling well. The girl was struggling to keep her power active. He handed her the tea and told her not to be so nervous and to relax a little. Once she recovered fully, they would send her back to the city. As she took the cup, Ruth felt it had enormous magical power. She decided to drink it to see its effect, took a big sip, and was overwhelmed. At that moment, she advanced to a 2-star demon king. Liping asked how she was feeling, but the cup fell to the floor. She clutched her stomach, wondering what he had given her to drink. Suddenly, purple veins began appearing on her stomach. Her neck itched as she scratched herself. Liping was confused, wondering if she was allergic to wheat. Elizabeth, however, explained that this woman was like Chissy and had been infected by a contract from the Dark Sea. Liping then asked Elizabeth to save her like she did with Chissy that time. But Elizabeth refused, saying there was no way she'd do that. She had already figured out that Liping gave her that tea on purpose to force Elizabeth to cancel the contract, and she wasn't about to work for free. Agonizing, Ruth said he must be trying to witness the greatness of the creator. Something started crawling up her throat and she spat it onto the floor. A purple slime appeared and Liping said it was the same strange magic from the insects. The creature said it had infiltrated extremely secretly, so how had it been discovered? It threatened that one day it would destroy Elizabeth with chaotic power, only to be cleaned off by the little robot. Liping said he was scared but relieved it was just a bit of dirt. Elizabeth immediately demanded that Ruth explain her purpose for being there. Ruth told them not to misunderstand and claimed she was forced into this. After all, she realized that the contract with Azathoth had been broken and their combined power exceeded expectations. But Elizabeth simply told her not to think she could lie like that. Suddenly, Ruth found herself in the world of skeletons. Confused, Ruth said she was also in the Demon King's realm. So why did she feel like an ant in front of Elizabeth? Liping seemed to start pushing through the illusion and mentioned that Elizabeth had been a bit angry lately. He asked Ruth not to be upset but to explain more about this Black Guild situation. Immediately, Ruth agreed to explain everything. Man, this guy really puts in too much effort for a game. Elizabeth wanted to know what this crazy woman was doing. Kneeling, Ruth explained that Azathoth from the Dark Sea had forced her to work for them. She didn't want to do anything wrong and had secretly run away, but she didn't know something had been planted in her body and begged Liping to save her. He said it was no problem at all, but first they needed to understand the details. Sometime later, he handed her some clothes and she complained they were a bit tight. Elizabeth told her that was because they were tailored for her. She warned that regardless of Ruth's intentions, it would be best if she disappeared before dawn. However, Ruth revealed that her plan had been to kill Elizabeth, but after being purified by Liping, she had completely changed. If the Demon Queen wanted her gone, she wouldn't dare disobey, but if Liping insisted she stay, she couldn't refuse. Elizabeth, however, told her to stop being shameless and warned that this wasn't a place to live for free eating and drinking at will. Ruth claimed there was a saying that a hero could only be tempted by a maiden. Maybe it was because of her perfect body, something Elizabeth couldn't understand. Elizabeth grabbed her stomach and asked Ruth if she truly thought this was her real form. Then she snapped her fingers, activating attribute conversion. You know who's back? Elizabeth then asked if this was the perfect body Ruth had mentioned. She slowly approached Ruth, who began backing away. Elizabeth got up close and demanded to know where all that confidence had gone, warning her to look carefully because she was nothing in front of this demon queen. Elizabeth threw a mountain over her, but this woman enjoyed a fight. Ruth reacted quickly and unbelievably overpowered Elizabeth. She laughed in the queen's face, who couldn't believe it. Then Liping showed up, asking what was going on. Suddenly, Ruth turned, grabbed Elizabeth's arm, and got slapped in the face. She dramatically claimed that if she had done anything wrong, she was willing to make it right. Elizabeth didn't seem moved at all. Liping asked why she did that. Still crying, Ruth told him not to blame Elizabeth and that the punishment was fair. Liping told her not to cry, saying it must have been a misunderstanding. He turned to Elizabeth and asked if that wasn't true. Ruth was sure Elizabeth would try to justify herself. All she needed to do was take the blame and Liping would protect her. But Elizabeth bluntly replied that there was no justification. She just wanted to hit Ruth, and she didn't see any problem with that. Embarrassed, Ruth asked Liping for help. He crossed his arms and called out to Elizabeth, who asked what it was. He gave a thumbs up and said if she hit Ruth, she must have had a good reason. Liping told Ruth that Elizabeth was a demon queen, so she could sense dark powers. That slap was probably to eliminate any leftover magic. He patted Elizabeth and said he wouldn't bother them anymore and was heading out. Ruth trembled, begging Liping not to leave now. As soon as he left, Elizabeth scoffed, saying that was a very clumsy little trick. She warned Ruth that she didn't even consider her a threat, so she wouldn't take her seriously. If Ruth thought she could make a difference in that house, she was overestimating herself. Man, Ruth got completely destroyed at her own game. Meanwhile, outside, Wang Kai was fixing himself up. After dinner, Ruth had evolved into a 3-star demon king. Liping asked if she wanted a bit more rice with pork, but her nose was already bleeding. She said no, she had eaten more than enough. The truth was, she knew she was advancing too fast and her body was struggling to keep up. Meanwhile, Liping served a massive portion for Elizabeth. She wondered how they could eat that as if it were a casual meal. The problem was that she was in the realm of a demon king, supposedly the highest in this world, yet the gap between them was massive. Now she was determined to stay with this Liping because it explained why the demon queen gave up on the entire world. She commented that Elizabeth had quite the appetite, but maybe Liping wouldn't like her as much if she ate that much. However, Liping said he was happier than ever when he saw her enjoying his cooking. Ruth rested her head on the table, saying she also wished she could be someone who got to eat meals made just for her every day. At that moment, Elizabeth slammed the table, saying she was losing her appetite, because she was wondering if the only thing she was good for was being this guy's food tester. She sat on the couch and Ruth asked if she didn't like Liping's cooking anymore. Elizabeth looked at Liping and said there's a saying that when people get what they want, they stop appreciating it. But she still thought it was the best food she ever had. Elizabeth, however, didn't seem to care about all this drama and continued munching on her chips. Meanwhile, our hero was just thinking that Elizabeth's mood had been swinging a lot during her period. But seeing her this sad somehow made him feel strange. The scene then shifted to the bathroom, where Ruth was enjoying the bath. Man, this place even had Liping's liquid soap. Just by applying it to her body, she advanced to a 4-star demon king. She told herself how amazing it was that simple things like drinking water, eating, and bathing were incredible in this place. She used to follow the strong because she thought it was the best way to evolve in this world. But she never dreamed of owning everything. Now with Liping nearby, she was sure she could achieve something like that. If she had him, she could have the whole world. From now on, she would abandon who she once was and become someone solely focused on conquering Liping. Our boy was in the living room when she shouted from the bathroom, asking for clothes. He thought about fetching some, but she suddenly appeared in a towel, telling him not to worry. Liping tried to explain that the towel she was using was his, but she sat between the two of them, saying it was fine. It's just that Elizabeth's clothes were too tight on her. Then she asked if he was watching something called Icky, whatever that was. She clung to him, saying that whatever it was, she wanted to watch it with him. But she bumped her head on the couch when he moved away. He told her not to worry and that he'd go grab some clothes for her. Ruth, annoyed, thought he was trying to escape again. She stood up and said it was fine. She'd still have plenty of chances to keep pursuing him, and eventually he'd fall. Until suddenly, her mouth was covered. Elizabeth said her plan was to avoid dealing with a minion like Ruth. Ruth couldn't react, and Elizabeth said she was curious about a friend who was part of the Black Guild. Ruth panicked, and Elizabeth told her to fix that towel or their channel might get shut down. Elizabeth assured her she wouldn't die as long as she cooperated. Ruth told herself that to conquer Liping, she couldn't afford to lose. She activated Fatal Attraction, saying she'd show the power of a 4-star demon king. But suddenly, she was in prisoner clothes in a room full of torture devices. Girl, you better run from there. Oh no. Someone was approaching, and even I was getting scared of what would appear next. The door slowly creaked open, and Ruth was terrified. She asked what was going on because this person should have fallen into her illusion. Elizabeth was surprisingly calm, considering her standards, holding a whip. She said Ruth had indeed fallen into the trap on purpose. But at the same time, Elizabeth had brought her here for this. Ruth questioned if Elizabeth wasn't afraid of what Liping would do when he returned and saw her like this. But the queen explained that she had made some adjustments to this primitive illusion. 1 hour here equaled 10 seconds outside. Once the time ended, she'd return and nothing would have happened. Ruth laughed and asked if Elizabeth was doing this to make her give up on Liping. But she could be sure that would never happen. She had already realized that with just small favors from him, she was advancing. So her future was limitless. But she immediately took the first lash. Elizabeth said she was going too far, and all she wanted to know was where Amelia was. Another round of strikes hit her thighs, face, and neck. Elizabeth said it had been a while since she last heard from Amelia, and clearly the Black Guild wasn't destroyed. So she wanted to know if Amelia had been captured. Through the pain, Ruth tried to say she didn't know anything about that. Elizabeth kept whipping her, saying all Ruth had to do was endure it. Then, man, the whip cracked hard. Ruth was trembling, insisting she really didn't know anything. She started begging the Demon Queen to let her go. Elizabeth was starting to believe her and asked where Amelia had gone. But at the same time, she was thoroughly enjoying getting revenge on this woman. She wondered if this satisfaction was because she was jealous of Liping. Suddenly, someone called out, asking what she was doing. It was our boy, all stylish, asking what she thought of his outfit. Elizabeth turned red and couldn't say anything. Ruth was nearly drooling and said it looked great. But in reality, he was just holding a plain white shirt, asking if it was the right size. Suddenly, the door slammed shut and Elizabeth ran off. Meanwhile, Ruth was left exhausted, vowing never to do anything like that again. Liping was startled when he saw Ruth in that state. Night fell and Ruth was wrapped in blankets. She had no idea what had just happened, but the fear still lingered in her body. Now that she was a 4-star demon king, she was as strong as the Sword Queen or even the Black Guild itself. So why did those two in front of her make her feel like an ant? Then she suddenly got up, fired up, saying she wouldn't give up and had to dive deeper. But something caught her attention. Elizabeth was standing at the window staring at her. She pointed to her eyes and told Ruth she was watching her. With that, Ruth dove back under the blankets. Elizabeth remembered that she had forced Liping to promise he wouldn't let anyone else sleep in her bed. He probably agreed to bring this woman in as some sort of competition. He might be able to alter the world's rules, but he couldn't change people's emotions. Slowly, she would defeat this woman in this competition, and, in a way, defeat him too. Morning arrived, and our boy woke up. Something caught his attention. There was Ruth cleaning the floor, and he told her there was no need for that since they had a little robot that would take care of everything. He asked Elizabeth what she did, and she immediately replied that she didn't force Ruth to do anything, so it wasn't her problem. All glowing, Ruth said that she had made a mess on the floor yesterday and just wanted to clean up a bit. But in truth, the demon queen was staring her down, and Ruth was just looking for something to distract herself with that morning. Leping approached and told her to get up. As he helped her, Elizabeth just watched from the corner, until she slammed her juice on the table and shoved Ruth. Elizabeth grabbed Leping's cloth and said that cleaning the floor was an extremely simple task and he didn't need to look so alarmed. She tried to snatch it from his hand, saying she'd show him how it's done, but he didn't let go. She asked why. He said those were the rules, so it'd be best if she let go. Immediately, she released it and he walked away. He said he was going to tidy things up and that they should wait for him. To him, the rule he referred to was that she had clearly brewed tea that morning. That meant her period wasn't over, and she was still in pain. So obviously, as a knight, he couldn't let her work. Gloating with pride, he thought he had once again solved the crisis perfectly. Ruth mocked Elizabeth, agreeing with Leping, saying she could be rude and intrusive sometimes. Elizabeth coldly told Ruth she was leaving today and this was her last chance. If she said anything else foolish, she'd be annihilated on the spot. Ruth trembled and quickly said she'd be leaving soon. At that moment, Leping felt like a rare treasure, and the second strongest person in the world was guarding him. Some eggs were fried, and our boy made ramen for breakfast. He gave a thumbs up, telling everyone to come eat. Ruth hesitated and asked Elizabeth if she could eat it. Elizabeth snapped that she should eat quickly and disappear. Ruth started eating, saddened that this would be the last gift she received from the hero. At first, Leping asked why she was leaving so soon. Elizabeth simply said she'd open a portal as soon as Ruth finished eating and questioned why Leping cared so much. He said he just wanted to ask Chissy and Mr. Bose for help, since everyone was against the Black Guild. Ruth asked if he meant that Chissy and Bose from the Card Guild. Elizabeth told her to shut up and reminded her that Ruth had already decided where she was going. Ruth knew she had no more chances to stay, but now she realized the growth of the Card Guild and Chissy's disappearance were connected to this place. Leping suggested they could keep discussing it for now. Ruth sipped some water and started eating eggs. Elizabeth asked why she was making so much noise while eating. Leping told her to stop putting so much vinegar on her food. It seemed like a saying to stop being jealous, but at the same time she was actually using vinegar. Obviously, the queen was embarrassed, thinking he was calling her out for being jealous. He explained that too much vinegar would ruin the food. She looked down and realized it was indeed terrible, but she slammed the table, claiming it didn't matter because she liked it anyway and kept eating. He asked if it was really good, and despite suffering, she said it was delicious. But obviously, it was overwhelmingly sour. She tried to endure it, but the flavor felt like a ticking time bomb. When the explosion hit, memories of everything she'd been through with Leping flooded back. From the very beginning, their near kiss, their destined meeting when she descended from the skies and fought Wan Kai, to when they became friends and traveled the world conquering it together. Whether intentional or not, he always guided her, always by her side. But now she had recently discovered he was the creator of his own laws, something she could never come close to. In his eyes, she was probably no different from anyone else, yet he was still genuinely kind. She wondered if she was any different from others in this world, or if it was all just an illusion in her head. The sauce dripped, and she was nearly in tears. She stood up, saying it was way too sour. Frustrated, she called out to Leping. She slammed the table and asked if he had ever liked her. Leping was caught off guard, not fully understanding the question, wondering if she was asking whether he had any feelings for her. At that moment, she got embarrassed, realizing that jealousy had made her act without thinking. Meanwhile, Ruth was sitting nearby, trying to understand if the queen had actually just confessed out of nowhere. Even Alpha and Wang Kai peeked in through the window. Curious, the blonde one said there was a great show happening. Elizabeth told them to get lost, and they immediately whistled as they left, saying they had a courtyard to patrol. Elizabeth ordered Ruth to go back to eating her ramen, startling her into turning around. Leping looked a bit awkward, but Elizabeth insisted she had asked a question. He nervously asked if she meant that she wanted more eggs and ramen, and if so, he could cook more for her. Tired of it, Elizabeth told him to stop playing dumb and answer her directly. The question had been obvious, so she wanted an obvious answer. Man, Leping's heart was pounding out of his chest. 1,000 thoughts ran through his head. Should he keep acting clueless? Had he finally been found out? He didn't know if he should run or if he could even say yes or no. The problem was he didn't want to offend her, but he also needed her reputation to survive in this world. Or maybe she liked him too, but he thought that was impossible. After all, they were from different worlds, and she was far stronger than him. In the end, he concluded that even though this question put his life at risk, he should answer with his heart. Blushing, he hesitated until Elizabeth slammed the table and demanded a yes or no answer. He finally admitted that he liked how she got mad at him sometimes, how eager she seemed to eat what he cooked, how they explored the world together, and how she protected him when things got tough. He tried to say more but kept thinking that in the end, he was more of a servant than a friend. Meanwhile, she was the most powerful being in this world, the Demon Queen. Elizabeth grew anxious and urged him to answer already. Then he decided he needed to cheer her up, so it was time to bring out the perfect dish. He told her he had made pudding and went to get it, but as he stood up, he said he was really happy about the year they spent together. If she hadn't shown up, he might still be living alone in the world he created. He brought back the pudding and told her that once she finished eating it, she would naturally understand his answer. Excited, Elizabeth claimed she understood the meaning behind it. He couldn't say it directly because it would go against his role as the creator of the laws. That's why his way of answering was giving her the perfect pudding. And if she accepted it, it was like saying yes to his love. She reached out to take it, but then he pulled it back and told her to forget it. Confused, she asked why, and he said there were rules. Poor Elizabeth was already imagining their wedding, wondering why he still wouldn't express his feelings. With his hand in his pocket, he said it was simple, and he didn't understand how she couldn't see it. He leaned closer and placed his hand on the wall. He explained that whether he liked her or not was determined by the rules. As the president, he was the one who created the 10 rules. Holding her chin, he asked if she understood. Back in the house, Elizabeth muttered that those rules were stupid. She told herself that these weird illusions kept invading her mind. Liping explained that in the world he came from, the rules worked that way. Oh man, he was getting nervous. Because on Earth, women aren't supposed to eat cold food during their period. That was the rule, and Elizabeth was crying, saying she understood this whole rule nonsense. She concluded that, in the end, she wasn't any different from anyone else to him. A tear rolled down her cheek, and she teleported away. Liping was left confused, not knowing where she went. He figured she realized his feelings and got offended, so she disappeared. The truth was, he had no experience dating women, so he couldn't understand what she was thinking. The last thing he wanted was for it to be this obvious. He always tried to maintain the right distance. Ruth, on the other hand, seemed to understand everything. She knew those two fools were in love. In that moment, she saw a new way to win. She said that since Elizabeth was gone, she wanted to try the pudding. But Leping immediately refused. She dramatically asked why, especially since Elizabeth wasn't there anymore. Heading toward the fridge, he explained that it might seem strange, but this was something between him and Elizabeth. That special fruit pudding was something he only made for her. If Ruth wanted pudding, she could eat one of the store-bought ones he brought from his trip. Ruth's expression shifted, realizing those other foods wouldn't satisfy her. All she wanted was what Elizabeth was eating because this was her chance before the queen returned. Suddenly, the scene shifted to Elizabeth. She was back home, saying she had processed her emotions and was ready to do what needed to be done. But as she looked around, she wondered where everyone was. There was a knocking sound behind the door. She cautiously approached, afraid of what she might find. She opened it and demanded to know what they were doing. It better not be what she was thinking. The Pink stood there blushing, and Elizabeth collapsed to the floor, begging them to stop whatever it was they were doing. Meanwhile, Ruth was muttering that it was too late now. The fruit had ripened and Liping was hers. She was losing it when someone suddenly brushed a hand across her face. It was Liping, and apparently she had fallen into an illusion. He asked what she was laughing about and if she was still hungry. She said no, just feeling a little dizzy after breakfast, probably still affected by the Black Guild's lingering power. Liping got worried when she nearly collapsed, saying she might faint again. He placed a hand on her shoulder and told her it was okay to rest on the sofa. She asked why, and he questioned if she didn't want to. She replied that to recover properly, she needed Liping's bed. It would be much more comfortable. She'd be comfortable, he'd be comfortable, so they'd both be comfortable. Liping was utterly confused, wondering why he needed to be comfortable too. But before he could process it, Ruth was already pulling him along. She stumbled toward the bedroom, saying she felt really weak. Once inside, she commented on how cozy his room looked. She had found her target and was closing in. Liping tried to stop her, but she was already scheming, thinking she'd pull him in as soon as he got close. But our boy was quick. He grabbed a rolling chair and sent it spinning toward her. They hit perfectly, spinning with style. Ruth drifted back and slammed into the desk. Books shook, and Liping apologized, saying the ergonomic chair was super comfortable, perfect for resting. With a lump forming on her forehead, Ruth reluctantly agreed that the chair was indeed very nice. But then the books from the shelf toppled onto her head, making her hit the desk again. Liping apologized again, explaining that those were just notes he had written to pass the time when he was alone. Ruth sat there, frustrated, wondering how this guy couldn't understand what she was trying to do. But then she started thinking about the books he had written. She suddenly stood up and asked if she could read them. Liping said yes, but warned they might be a bit boring. Ruth began grabbing all the books. Even though he had unlimited power, if she learned about his carnal desires, she could defeat him. She spun around in the chair, holding up a book, and said she wanted to start with this one. When Liping leaned in to answer, she activated Fatal Attraction. Was Liping caught this time? Now she was in a nightgown, saying he had finally arrived. But our boy had turned into a repair technician and asked if she needed any services. She coyly said yes and asked for help with the shower. In the bathroom, she claimed the water wasn't working, and he calmly said it would be a quick fix. He turned a screw, and suddenly the water gushed out all over her. She awkwardly acted embarrassed, but Liping simply turned it off, saying the job was done, and he was leaving. Desperate, she mentioned she had an impressive skill and asked if he wanted to see it. Liping seemed interested and asked if he could really check it out. She told him not only could he see it, but he could also touch it. Suddenly, he was in a workshop built on her back. He grabbed a Nimbus 3000 drill, calling it the perfect model. Ruth was baffled, wondering why this appeared in her illusion. The book she had grabbed was The Final Temptations of the Repairman. Liping explained it was a summarized book he wrote when he first arrived, covering all kinds of tools. He got emotional, saying how time had flown. Ruth, irritated, asked why the book was even called The Final Temptation. He looked away and said she wouldn't be so direct this time. Maybe she should try using charm through preferences. Ruth grabbed another book, Thoughts on Medical Care. The scene shifted to a medical office. She walked in and called for the doctor. Li Ping, now in a white coat, welcomed her to the Li Ping Health Club and asked what was wrong. She sat in front of him, claiming she felt very tired and asked for help with her condition. He grabbed her arm, checking her pulse, and diagnosed her with weak energy, an unstable heart, and kidney yin deficiency. She asked for treatment, suggesting that if she was satisfied, she might pay him well. Before she could say more, something splashed in her face, making her recoil. Li Ping calmly offered her traditional Chinese medicine to drink twice a day for a full recovery. Ruth apologized, saying she couldn't stand the smell of that medicine. Maybe a massage would be better. Li Ping nodded, saying he knew a bone massage that was much more stimulating than medicine, but she'd need to remove some clothing. Intrigued, Ruth agreed, thinking she'd finally taken control. Li Ping gently placed his hand near her neck, telling her not to worry, it was just the collar. As she leaned in, curious about what he'd do next, he suddenly cracked her neck in a chiropractic adjustment. 2 quick presses along her spine to align the vertebrae. It looked painful, and yes, she was definitely suffering. Li Ping placed his hand beside Ruth's head and told her to calm down. If she survived this, the impurities in her body would be eliminated. Then there was a loud crack. He asked how she was feeling and if she was more relaxed. Overwhelmed, Ruth said yes. Her body felt much lighter. But then suddenly, her body collapsed to the ground, shocking her. Back in reality, she was holding her head, screaming in pain. Li Ping warned her to be careful because the things in that book were made by professionals and she shouldn't imitate them or she could get hurt. He apologized and said he understood now. Man, she even regressed from a 4-star demon queen back to 3 stars. Now she realized it wasn't charm working on Li Ping, but the book pulling her into its world. But there was still one book left, The Campus Memories of Complex Relationships. She was certain that inside, she'd find everything she needed to conquer the legendary hero. It was too rare of an opportunity to give up. Then we see our boy in a school setting. A towering teacher asked if he had finished his homework and said she'd check it. He casually replied that it wasn't necessary since he finished long ago and was now solving his own problems. Still, the teacher approached to check what he was working on. It was a bunch of geometry problems, finding the conditions of a triangle's angles, analyzing 2 semicircles inside a square, and calculating isolated areas. Problem after problem, all about space and circles. Ruth wondered if this was related to magic circles. The problems clearly held ancient and mysterious power. Just by looking at them, she felt an invisible pressure. She was sure that if she mastered them, she would glimpse the truth of the world, but it was far too difficult. But Li Ping said all that was easy if you had high school math knowledge. Ruth weakly told him not to pressure himself too much and to relax for now. Then something caught his attention. His phone was ringing and a girl's photo popped up on the screen. He stood up, telling the teacher he had to leave because his girlfriend was calling. The teacher scolded him for not only bringing his phone but also getting into relationships. But Li Ping calmly replied that none of this was real. He graduated a long time ago. If she wanted, he could recite the entire derivatives table. He began spouting off countless formulas and complex calculations, and the teacher begged him to stop because her head was hurting. Ruth collapsed to the floor while Li Ping casually stood next to Elizabeth by the door. The numbers continued swirling in Ruth's mind, causing her brain to overload. Meanwhile, Li Ping and Elizabeth were calmly looking at each other. He walked into the light and Ruth desperately begged him not to leave her like this. Suddenly, she heard a sound and the illusion shattered. The book snapped shut, and she was back home with Li Ping handing her something. He said the book was a bit embarrassing and told her to forget about it. Originally, it was supposed to be a collection of geometry problems, but in the end, it turned into a pure high school romance story. Ruth began reflecting on this idea of pure love, starting to understand why her heart ached so much when she saw it. In a memory, she called for her captain, who promised to take care of her forever. They embraced, but everything changed as she now lay broken. She asked why if he promised to care for her. He was abandoning her as the guild leader. Man, she wasn't even betrayed. She was outright abandoned by another man. He coldly told her that if she didn't please the old man, she wouldn't qualify for the next dungeon formations and wouldn't earn money. Apparently, she stabbed him in the chest, draining all his energy. After that, she awakened her charm power and began wandering the continent, seducing people and consuming their life force. The more depraved she became, the stronger she grew, and that's how she joined the Black Guild. But in truth, everything she did was an attempt to forget the true love she hadn't known in a long time. After that, she tapped the object Li Ping had handed her, and it began to emit a soft sound. Our boy called for her, and she was now floating. Man, she literally turned into a saint. Li Ping was confused, not understanding why she transformed. She thanked him, saying he had awakened her, and now she had a mission to spread true love across the world. She wanted to fight against evil forces, but with a single note from the music, she vanished. Li Ping was left bewildered, wondering how people in this world even thought. The scene then shifted to a random place in the demon realm. A mutant rat was chewing on gears until a cat appeared, crushed it, and devoured it. But then it looked down and saw a swarm of flies, and the rat had fused with its own hand. I'm not sure what was happening, but energy pulsed through a tunnel, leading to another place where a giant egg rested. Inside the purple egg was a golden egg. In front of it stood a drained clone of Malfoy. Apparently, that egg belonged to Amelia. Malfoy muttered how envious he was that she managed to get so close to the queen. He had observed all the memories they shared, and he was impressed that her majesty hadn't changed at all. She was as stunning and captivating as ever. Just then, the little robot beside Malfoy called out to its master. They reported that Samui and Ruth had been missing for a while. They had probably betrayed him, so what was he going to do? Malfoy replied that none of that mattered. If they wanted to leave, they could. He didn't need to do anything. The robot persisted, saying that the person Malfoy had sent to the Elven Kingdom had also disappeared. On top of that, there were rumors that the Card Guild had taken over that place. The robot knew Malfoy had already drained all the magical power from that egg, so why wasn't he dealing with the Demon Queen? Malfoy coldly repeated that none of this mattered. What was lost was lost. In the end, he had successfully caught Elizabeth's attention, since she had sent Amelia to kill him. The robot wondered if Malfoy's sudden devastation was due to losing all the power he had built up. It decided it had to do something to help its master recover. Suddenly, the egg began to tremble, and Malfoy asked what that pressure was. The robot warned him she was back. Malfoy admitted he knew, but in his current state, there was nothing he could do. Outside the demon realm, Elizabeth appeared, crying. She thought about the rules about the Creator and how her emotions meant nothing. Her tear touched the ground, which began to bloom with life. A field emerged, and she sat down, consumed with self-hatred for wanting all of this. She couldn't believe how pathetic she was for feeling sad over something like this. She decided it didn't matter. She could live without them. But for them, losing someone as irreplaceable as her would be much worse. At that moment, she felt something. She knew Amelia was in this realm, so why hadn't the task been completed? In an instant, she shot into the sky as creatures screamed below. Effortlessly, she flew past them, extracting dark gears from their bodies. She tossed them into the sky and destroyed them with a flick of her hand. She muttered how disgusting this stuff was, spreading everywhere. Even though she only wanted to observe, she decided to wipe it all out. Then she shook her head, saying no, she wasn't connected to him anymore. She needed to focus on her own responsibilities. Elizabeth noticed a dark hole and questioned why Amelia was hiding there. If Amelia had accepted this disgusting power in pursuit of strength, then Elizabeth had truly overestimated her. Once more, Elizabeth shouted for Amelia, but the egg remained still. She knew Amelia could never disobey her due to their contract. There was only one explanation left, but Elizabeth found it impossible. Since Amelia was a golden dragon in the realm of a demon king, it was unthinkable that anyone could defeat her. Elizabeth then moved her hand, and dark energy seeped into the ground. A hand emerged, pulling the egg from the depths. She examined it carefully. With a squeeze, the shell cracked, and the egg floated toward her. Elizabeth cast a spell and touched it. The egg began to shatter, revealing Amelia. But as Amelia fully appeared, Elizabeth noticed something on her chest. Seeing that mark, Elizabeth admitted she had underestimated the Black Guild. Amelia's life and magic had been completely drained, leaving behind only an empty shell. Elizabeth kissed Amelia's forehead and activated a 1,000-year life spell. The resurrection completed, and Amelia opened her eyes. Elizabeth immediately demanded an explanation, but Amelia asked, "Who are you?" At the same time, Amelia seemed to wonder who she herself was. Elizabeth instantly realized someone had stolen Amelia's soul and memories. She swore she would find that cursed Malfoy and utterly destroy him. Her aura began expanding across the entire planet, activating the Demon Queen's gaze. Anne, in the middle of a battle, felt someone watching her. The Sword Saints Guild sensed they were being monitored. The same happened in the Elven Kingdom and even with Tagore. Tagore muttered that it was time to return to the Dark Sea. Meanwhile, Alpha and Ankai strolled calmly, already accustomed to this presence. Our boy, however, was feeling sad and on the verge of tears, thinking about how distant they had become. Looking at his system screen, he wondered if this was a provocation and whether he should attack. It's unclear whether it was him or someone else thinking this. Elizabeth saw all these scenes. She felt relieved seeing how upset he was about being distant from her. Now she had finally caught him off guard. But she snapped back to reality, reminding herself it wasn't the time for those thoughts. She gently cupped Amelia's face and hugged her, promising she would recover her memories. The scene then shifted elsewhere. A map displayed the Black Guild, the Sea of Emptiness, and a poisoned swamp. There was also an infernal volcano, the next location. In the Demon King's training grounds, Elizabeth's purple egg was there. The robot questioned why they had teleported there. Malfoy pressed a button on his throne, explaining that he had set up a barrier to counter Elizabeth's magic. This way they wouldn't be found. The robot, confused, asked if finding Elizabeth wasn't his ultimate goal. Malfoy confirmed it was, but that was exactly why he needed to be in peak condition before confronting her. The robot tried to stay calm and ask if there was anything it could do for its master. Malfoy calmly replied that for now there was nothing the robot could do. This was a test of patience, and whoever could endure the longest would win. He began quoting numerous sayings, all basically emphasizing that patience leads to victory. For him, someone who had been waiting for so long, continuing to wait was easy. Once again, he watched Amelia's memories. He commented that beyond everything else, he could comfortably watch all these memories, which was something quite enjoyable for him. The robot grew frustrated. It knew it was easy for the old man to say that, But Malfoy should understand that all the other guilds were growing stronger while they were steadily losing influence. Meanwhile, back with Li Ping, he casually remarked that it had been a while since she left. As he chopped onions, his eyes teared up. He thought about making onion soup because it always cheered her up. He tossed the chopped onions into the pot, wondering if his feelings were that obvious. And even after everything that happened, could they still be friends? Glancing at the clock with the soup ready on the table, he couldn't understand why she wasn't back yet. Then the door suddenly opened and his face lit up with excitement. But it was only Alpha and Wang Kai. Disappointed, he asked if they had seen a like on this video. And remember, last chapter ended with the protagonist at home thinking Elizabeth had come back. But then he sees his Alpha and immediately goes, "Yo kid, did you see Elizabeth outside?" Alpha answers, "No, but hey, where do I put this meat?" Li Ping just looks all sad and stays quiet when suddenly something appears right in front of him. He looks up, and there she is blushing, saying, I'm back, what's the problem?" Meanwhile, she's thinking, "I just need to stay calm. I already erased every memory of that damn woman who was using magic, so I don't have to feel embarrassed about coming back." The protagonist, overjoyed, "Man, I really thought you weren't coming back." She tells him not to worry. A queen knows how to forgive. Our boy is just standing there confused because the mood is really weird. And damn, the artist clearly leveled up. Her tan looks amazing. And there's something else too. Yep, that little dragon. Amelia just pops up out of nowhere like she's coming straight from a top 10 list of best places to live. The protagonist's like, "Hold up, who's this?" Elizabeth explains it's Amelia, the golden dragon he found in the treasure dungeon. He remembers the little girl and wants to know how she turned into this. Elizabeth explains it's because of the Black Guild. "I rescued this girl, but she lost all her memories. There's no trace of who did this, and now I need help getting her memory back." Li Ping's just standing there thinking, damn, Elizabeth doesn't even know how dangerous the outside world is. She kept sending Amelia to deal with the Black Guild while I, the legendary hero, was totally useless. He apologizes, saying it's all his fault. But Elizabeth just shuts him down, telling him to stop apologizing already and help Amelia get her memory back. Then Alpha speaks up, telling everyone to relax because he's got experience with this. Both of them turn to look at him like, "What do you mean by that?" Amelia's already placed on the table and Li Ping's like, "Kid, what exactly are you about to do?" Alpha just tells him to chill and trust him. Then he calls out to Wang Kai, "Yo bro, give me a hand here and I'll help you out with that thing later." Elizabeth tells him to get on with it already and asks if this is actually going to work because they don't have time to waste. Alpha says fine, he'll start right now. Suddenly, it looks like the two of them are trying to scare Amelia. She's shaking all over before bolting like she's running straight for the world's top 10 vacation spots. Elizabeth, completely unimpressed, just asks, "That's it?" Alpha says yeah, the idea was that her memories would come back when she felt extreme fear. But out of nowhere, both of them get slapped by Elizabeth, who calls them boring idiots. The poor guys are apologizing, thinking that's what worked for Alpha back then. Elizabeth crouches down and tells Amelia not to worry, she'll find another way to restore her memory. That's when Li Ping suddenly gets an idea. The scene switches to the garden as they walk together, and he says the key to memory is obviously the brain. Then he goes on about how she eats walnuts, which are good nutrients for the brain. Maybe that'll help. Elizabeth's confused, but Li Ping's already picking one up saying this will work. She says this queen has tasted everything you've put in this place, and I can guarantee there are no walnuts here. Li Ping explains that's because he recently wanted to bake a walnut cake, so he asked the wish tree for some and they grew just like that. Easy. Just think about it and boom, they're in your hand. Elizabeth picks one up, asking if it really helps with memory, and he says yes, that's what people say in his world. She tries it, makes a cute little face, and says it's gross and sour. Li Ping laughs and says that's not how you eat a walnut, you have to eat just the inside. He pulls out a knife, cracks it open, and wait, what? The thing inside looks exactly like a tiny brain. Elizabeth's freaked out, asking why there's a brain inside this thing, but the protagonist just hands it straight to Amelia. Then he turns to Elizabeth and asks if she wants to try one too. Pure like that, he says, the taste is way better. Looking to the side, she just thinks that those fruits were ordinary to her, but maybe it actually worked for Amelia. So the three of them take a bite, and right away she starts feeling this strange sync, like she's stepping into some kind of realm. Then it hits her. She had totally forgotten this condition even existed. Probably the fact that Li Ping both created and ate this thing must have helped trigger it. On the big cinema screen, a preview of the magical world starts playing, and of course, the two of them are the stars of it. She glances around, wondering if there's anyone else inside this place. And sure enough, there is. There's this huge cave woman standing there, complaining about what kind of awful movie this is. She's saying if the two of them already like each other, then why aren't they just saying it out loud? In the wild world she comes from, she would have already beaten Li Ping unconscious, dragged him back to her cave, and made a bunch of babies with him. The cultivator standing next to her says she's way too blunt. She explains that the Li Ping she knows served in the army for years, slowly rising through the ranks, earning great power and eventually living with her. That's when Elizabeth notices, along with me, that there are actually multiple Elizabeths here, all from different worlds. The sword surfer speaks up. In the cultivation world, I went through 81 tribulations alongside Lei Ping, and only after slaying celestial beings were we finally able to be together. Then the pirate chimes in. In my ocean world, me and Lei Ping competed countless times to see who'd become king of the pirates. In the end, he lost to me. But the truth is, when it came down to the last moment, he let her win on purpose. She shouts that now the idiot keeps saying he's her treasure just to comfort himself about the loss she suffered. Meanwhile, the real Elizabeth realizes that each one of them has a completely different relationship with Lei Ping in their own worlds. She's wondering what kind of place this even is when an old lady speaks up. This is the theater of Elizabeths, where you can watch every Elizabeth from all timelines. She wants to know who this old woman is, and the lady says she's the Elizabeth from the normal world, just an ordinary old woman. The queen doesn't understand how they even got there. The old lady explains that she doesn't know exactly, but apparently every Elizabeth has her own way of entering this place. The only requirement is that her relationship with Lei Ping has reached a certain stage. On the big screen, Lei Ping is visiting the world's top 10 luxury homes while the girls scream that it's time to make babies and grow the population. The real Elizabeth asks the old lady, has my relationship with him really reached that stage? But the old lady says, not even close, dear. Your relationship isn't at that point yet. You only got a temporary ticket. Everyone starts yelling that this is the worst version of Elizabeth, the most stubborn of them all, and how boring she is. The queen's standing there confused, wondering if that's really how they all see her. The old lady says, my child, it's hard to please so many Elizabeths. Each one is the main character of her own world. In fact, my story is probably the most boring of them all. But when it played on the screen, everyone got emotional. Those were beautiful memories. The queen asks her what that story was. She explains that it was just an ordinary story. She and Lei Ping met, got married, had kids, and grew old together. The queen blushes at the thought of going through all that herself. The old lady continues, saying that even without magic or technology, that world was a deeply happy one. She remembers being at the market, throwing tomatoes in Lei Ping's face, then him splashing water back at her, laughing, the two of them bickering as always, sharing a kiss, getting married, and suddenly, boom, they were living together. Look, dear, he pooped his pants, peed on me. What a disaster. They sent Lei Ping off to school and watched the sunset together. The old lady says that relatives grow older, children grow up too, and in the end, the only one who'll be by her side until the very end is Lei Ping, and all of it passes in the blink of an eye. Then suddenly, there's a special broadcast of Lei Ping's monologue, where he says that he loves Elizabeth, and all he really wanted was for her to become his girlfriend. All he wanted was for her to just come back home already. At that moment, Elizabeth realizes that apparently he had liked her all along. All the other Elizabeths start celebrating. My God, there's a slime Elizabeth, a furry Elizabeth, a tentacle Elizabeth, they're all there, there's even an astronaut. But then, the screen suddenly shuts off and a cavewoman demands to know what kind of nonsense this is. Where's the scene where they make a bunch of babies? She wants to see the whole thing right now. Cavewoman Lei Ping really suffered, or maybe not. The Japanese Elizabeth says she's always focused on what happens in the bedroom, but still, this doesn't make sense. Though she admits she really wanted to see that too, with this couple finally get together. That's when the old lady says Elizabeth's temporary ticket had just expired, and she reminds her that in every world, Lei Ping and Elizabeth share an unbreakable bond. All she needs to do is follow her heart. Elizabeth turns to ask something, but suddenly she's back in the forest. Amelia is there holding her head, and Lei Ping says, oh, Elizabeth, take a look at Amelia here. Maybe she's allergic to walnuts. Right away, the queen activates a strong healing spell, but Amelia just screams even louder. Lei Ping doesn't understand what's happening, and the queen tells him he overestimated Amelia. Lei Ping has no idea what they should do, and Elizabeth says there's nothing they can do except wait for her to get through this herself. Elizabeth is thinking that this sudden synchronization probably dumped a flood of memories into Amelia's mind all at once, and now her brain doesn't know where to put them. She's probably in pain from trying to process it all. Amelia glances at Lei Ping's approaching hand and suddenly remembers something about being controlled. Fear strikes her, and she begs for them to shut it all off. Then, out of nowhere, the old man wants to know what happened. It looked like the files had been stolen, but that should have been impossible. Suddenly, Amelia runs off crying in total panic, and man, she takes a serious hit along the way, completely knocked out. Not many could withstand a blow that hard. Elizabeth thinks once again that Lei Ping went against his own principles to help her because of Amelia. The protagonist apologizes for scaring her, but Elizabeth says it's fine. All she's going to do is send Amelia into the contract space so she can rest there for a while. Elizabeth looks at him and he's just standing there, not knowing what to do, and neither of them says anything. Up above, Wine Kai and Alpha are watching. Lei Ping starts talking about the sky, about the weather, and Elizabeth just nods along. Alpha's thinking, damn it, when I tried to scare her, she got mad at me. Lei Ping does the exact same thing, and it works. Wang Kai says obviously, nobody can scare someone worse than Lei Ping can. But then something starts calling out to Alpha, saying that if he refuses, he'll be punished. Alpha grabs his head as veins start bulging in his neck, feeling pain like his whole head is about to explode. Wine Kai quickly pulls out a noise-blocking headset and puts it on him. Alpha starts to calm down, wondering what just happened to him. He hadn't been hearing anything before, but there's not much else he can do now, so he just decides to take the kid to the forge and check him over later. Meanwhile, in the garden, Elizabeth turns around and says that since there's nothing else to talk about, she's leaving. She starts walking away little by little, wondering why that damn Liping isn't running after her. In the other worlds, he always seems so much more proactive. The protagonist stands there with different versions of himself arguing, some telling him to go chase after her, others asking if he's not afraid she'll leave and never come back, others calling him a coward. That's when he decides that even if she rejects him, he doesn't want to regret it for the rest of his life. Elizabeth, meanwhile, is wondering if she's really going to have to make the first move. But then she remembers what the old lady said, to just follow her heart, and she activates a forced teleport. Liping, however, calls out for her to wait, asking her if she doesn't want to know whether he likes her. She turns around looking a bit surprised while he says that without even realizing it, after living for a whole year, he knows very well how far apart they are, but inside, he's thinking. He admits that the so-called legendary hero who can't use a sword or magic was never good enough for her. And then he says that if it were possible, what he really wishes is to live an ordinary life by her side. Of course, without some kind of misunderstanding, that wouldn't even make sense. Elizabeth wonders if he's saying he's so strong that he'd have to lower himself just to live a normal life with her. Then Liping says, I'm just a guy who never even left the house with zero life experience and I don't even know how to make a girl happy. Because of the difference in status between them, he never dared to say how he really felt, but he couldn't keep running away anymore. He gathers up all of his courage and finally says he likes her. The boy feels relieved and emotional, glad he finally said it. In the very next second, Elizabeth spreads her wings, rushes him, and hugs him. What the? The protagonist is completely confused as she grabs him and takes him straight up to the moon. Wait, is there a double meaning here? Elizabeth says it's nothing. She's just acting on how she feels. He's standing there stunned, and now the queen's the one making the move. Wait, is that a kiss? Damn, I literally finished the last video right at this exact moment. Liping's all emotional, saying he likes her, and she says it back. But right then, she vanishes. Wait, could it be someone's about to do something terrible? Is Liping finally about to lose it and go on a killing spree? Took only 135 chapters, but it finally happened, people. In the following chapter, our boy is seen cooking eggs, even shaping the yolks into hearts, cutting vegetables with a big grin on his face, and preparing ramen. Looks like Natalia had chickened out before, but now she's back. He serves the meal, and she asks why today's feast is a little different from usual. She couldn't quite tell what it was. There was a strong magical energy, but also some mysterious feeling. The protagonist is sitting there, kind of unsure, wondering if she noticed that he cut everything into heart shapes. Suddenly she takes a bite, freezes completely, and looks shocked. Turns out what she felt inside that ramen was love. While our protagonist is standing there wondering if the food was so bad it paralyzed her, he tries a bite himself just to make sure he didn't mess it up. And here comes that classic dog and spaghetti Disney movie scene. But right at that moment, Alpha opens the door, cheerfully saying good morning and asking for today's orders, only to get punched by Elizabeth and sent flying all the way into the mountains. Elizabeth mutters, that bastard, ruining the queen's good moment. The protagonist, though, says to just forget it. Maybe they should watch a little TV instead. She agrees. They sit there watching apparently a police drama first, then a cooking show, while their hands slowly start moving closer together. Actually, he tries to reach for her hand first, but she pulls away, and now he's wondering why. He thought that yesterday they had already made their relationship official. But then he remembers, Elizabeth is the demon queen. Maybe she was just playing with him. Looking ever so calm and relaxed, he starts to think maybe he imagined too much. Maybe none of it even happened for real. Then suddenly, she takes his hand and asks if something's wrong. All flustered, he blushes and says no. Then she leans into him, pulling him closer to the top 10 places spot. They keep watching TV, and that's when she asks what people who like each other do in his world. He says they eat together, go out on dates, and watch shows together. Elizabeth points out that they've already been doing all that for a long time. He gets embarrassed and admits she's right. Then she says now she wants to know something that only couples do, something just for them to do right now. The protagonist says that holding hands like this is the first step. But she says if that's only the first step, that's not enough. She wants to take it further. So the protagonist goes for it and says that in that case, just like what happened yesterday, let's take it to the next level. She starts moving closer, both of them blushing. But there's that damn Alpha again at the window calling for him. Elizabeth says that today he better have a very good explanation for interrupting her. Looks like that holy sword is going to get in the demon queen's way no matter what. But that's when Alpha explains that there's a whole group outside wanting to see him. Oh great, the whole squad showed up. Everyone's already out there having a picnic while the protagonist just wants to know, so guys, what are you all doing here out of nowhere? Annie steps up and says, yesterday I felt Elizabeth's power back in the demon kingdom, so I came here today. Chichi adds that she felt the same magic and came here to get orders. Boz and Elif say the same thing, and they also wanted to show how much they've grown to the hero. Alpha's over there thinking everyone's too weak, and he's the only one who stays close to Liping handling the important stuff. Elizabeth, though, says she never asked for any of them to be there, so they can all disappear right away. But Liping says there's no need to rush. Since they're here, might as well explain what's going on. Shichi says she's been sharing her sword technique with everyone, and news about the Black Guild seems to be vanishing more and more. Annie says the same thing. For some unknown reason, the members seem to have completely disappeared without a trace. Liping celebrates not only had Chichi gotten stronger, but it looks like the Black Guild had calmed down. Halif explains that the elves are putting new policies in place, plus they're starting to establish connections with the outside world and build an intelligence network to prevent the Black Guild from rising again. That's when Liping says, now that everyone's had their turn to report, it's my turn to announce something important. Boss thinks, oh man, he's going to give us the next mission now that we've leveled up. Ilif says everything's fine, that the elf tribe still has the upper hand and can handle whatever comes their way. Annie assumes they're about to compete against each other to see who becomes the main servant. Shichi thinks there's probably an even more powerful enemy out there, and that must be why the Black Guild has disappeared. But then the protagonist reveals that he's now together with Elizabeth. Everyone freezes, not really understanding, and they want to know what else he's trying to say. The protagonist, a bit confused, says, yeah, you didn't get it? Me and her, we're kind of a couple. The girls glance at each other, wondering if he's just saying that so they'll stop interfering with his life. Chichi apparently thinks to herself that yes, she's hit the nail on the head. Elizabeth realizes that ever since that whole mess with the orphanage and the problem involving the Elf Guild, everything had been solved by her and Liping. They really do need to get stronger so they won't have to rely on the two of them anymore. Chichi concludes that if it weren't for Elizabeth breaking the curse that had been placed on her, she'd still be trapped in it even now. So she declares that Chichi Sagas will move forward and nothing will stop her. Bose and Elif are thinking they really screwed up letting the cards fall into the hands of the Dark Tribe. They clearly have a lot more to work on and immediately ask for Liping's next orders. Now everyone's wondering, if he's saying he's together with Elizabeth, does that mean the two of them won't be helping anymore? But if the next mission is too dangerous, how would they handle something like that? Liping tells them, yes, everyone, I do have something to ask of you, but if you think this is going to be easy, you better forget it. Everyone immediately tenses up, thinking this guy just saw straight through their cowardly hearts. Boast is sure those words from Liping hit harder than any beating, because without him, neither of them are anything. Then Liping reveals that he's planning a trip with Elizabeth, even she didn't know about this. Shichi asks where the two of them are planning to go. He then reveals that he's going to the kingdom of Aristotle. He needs to persuade those people to abandon the Black Guild and join the rest of the world. Only then will his work as a hero be complete, and he'll finally be able to live his life in peace. The queen thinks about the map and realizes that the only region he hasn't visited yet is the north. But why is he going so far away just for this so-called tranquil village? That's when it hits her. She's always been foolish, always thinking that Liping was just wandering around to show off his power and humiliate her. But from the very start, his plan had been to reach this point where everything would be settled so the two of them could live a quiet future together. She immediately says that's fine. If this is the last place they have to conquer, then she'll go there and wipe that whole nation off the map. Liping tells her not to do something so reckless. The plan is to restore order to the world, not destroy everything. Elizabeth softens up, saying fine, then she'll just follow his lead. But then Annie speaks up and says she has a request. She wants to come along on this trip to the kingdom of Aristotle. With the demon eyes she possesses, she's sure she can help. Shichi jumps in right away, saying she wants to come too, since she knows the best route to get there. Boja and Ilif add that they'll join as well. Lanchet is taking care of the elf tribe right now, so they have enough time to handle this. But the protagonist says they don't get it. He isn't asking them for anything related to the kingdom of Aristotle. Elizabeth cuts in, warning them that they better not interfere with her. Whoever ruins the mood will have to deal with the consequences. Liping then tells her to go home and rest before she really does get angry. She says fine, the queen has no interest in such trivial matters, and teleports away. Then Liping calls everyone closer, saying he wants to tell them something. Everyone's a bit confused, and then our boy asks if they know of any hot springs nearby. Ilif says, maybe the hot spring in our tribe will work. We can heat it with fire magic. But the protagonist says Elizabeth wouldn't want to go back there. Besides, he wants something more natural. Then Annie mentions a place near a volcano back in the Demon Kingdom. After a few adjustments, it would definitely be the perfect spot. She thinks to herself that the place is extremely dangerous, but for Liping and Elizabeth, it wouldn't be much of a problem. Liping says that's exactly the kind of place he's looking for. Could they give him a hand getting it ready? It'll be a perfect surprise for Elizabeth. Since everyone there has magic, it should be easy enough, right? Chichi shivers but says no, it won't be a problem at all, though she wonders if that volcanic zone isn't the closest place to the Demon King's domain. Bosha is already convinced that when Liping talked about clearing the area, what he really meant was that they should wipe out everything there. He tells Chichi that they'll give it everything they've got, and she thanks him. They're really going to need all the help they can get. Liping then says that the hot spring plan is set, and now they have 1 month to finish the preparations. Chichi tells him not to worry, they'll start working on it right away. Liping leaves and everyone seems relieved. Bosha comments that they have 1 month to take care of this before Liping and Elizabeth get involved. Chi-Chi warns that the creatures living there might be interdimensional demons from the Sea of Darkness. She's going to try gathering intel so they can act effectively. Annie says that every time she thinks about the Demon Kingdom, she feels some strange force pulling her toward it. Elif, though, is relieved they at least have a month to get ready. During that time, she needs to break through to Demon King rank. Alpha shows up about to say something, but suddenly everyone is teleported away. Someone grabs Li Ping's arm, the bedroom door slams shut. Oh boy, and Elizabeth is already on top of him, saying that finally, nobody's going to interrupt. She says that now they're going to do something only lovers can do, and hearts are raining down. Okay, but it was just with lips, I guess it was just a few kisses. Calm down, she's not gonna show up pregnant or anything. But a week later, we see him completely wiped out in the forest. Man, the poor guy looks exhausted. He was just washing dishes when she came over and hugged him. Then he went to chop some wood, and suddenly a teleport appeared and she landed right in his lap. He was taking a bath. Oh boy, and not sure what happened there. And what the heck? When he was sleeping, he looked down and found something hiding there. At this point, Liping really can't handle the Demon Queen anymore. He asks her if she wouldn't rather rest a little in her own room. She says she doesn't mind. From now on, she's always going to sleep near him. The protagonist, though, is completely drained, wondering how he's supposed to rest with a life like this. Like the classic phrase, the meat falls right onto the vegan's plate. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out a power pill. This kid is basically brewing his own tadalafil at this point. Alpha asks what that is, and he says it's just an elixir made from some traditional medicinal herbs. Right away, he feels renewed, saying the man is back. Elizabeth is there as usual, towering and happy. She had just reached the holy human kingdom of a star, all thanks to how close she's been getting to him. She seems to be advancing faster than ever, and her plan is in motion. Just a few more steps, climb a few more ranks, and then begin producing the most powerful child ever. The two of them are laughing, full of energy, while Alpha thinks they're becoming more and more alike. Even Wang Kai came along this time, celebrating that he was finally taken on an adventure. Then Chi-Chi shows up, greeting them, and our boy notices they've entered dwarf territory. Further ahead, they walk through the city and reach a forge where a few guys are making shields. The guys are deep in production. The protagonist comments that these guys really do live up to their reputation as great blacksmiths. Alpha's there going, there's nothing they can forge that can compare to me. Elizabeth, on the other hand, wants to know why they're even in the dwarf kingdom. Chi-Chi, with that cut stomach of hers, girls at like 3% body fat, says it's because these dwarves are the only ones who have a direct trade route with the people of Aristotle. A red-nosed dwarf says he only accepted the visit because it looks like this guy named Li Ping might be able to help them produce rank as weapons again. But he warns them that if they don't have the celestial-colored ore, it's impossible, and they shouldn't bother disturbing his father. The protagonist has no idea what ore he's talking about, so the dwarf explains that it's a type of ore that fell on this continent 2,000 years ago. The impact was so massive that it altered the whole area and even formed the sacred mountain that now serves as the dwarf's protection. Right now, his father is deep inside the mountain with his sacred hammer, searching for a solution. And what's this? The old man is literally fist-fighting a sword. He lets out a deep sigh and says, experiment 10,997. Result, rank A. Even after using tungsten steel, it's still not enough. He grabs his monocle, sets it to 100 times magnification, and sees tiny imperfections on the blade. Right away, he starts breaking it apart, saying it's garbage. On this planet, there's just no more decent material left. He refuses to let something like this get made and ruin the entire legacy of the dwarves. Just then, his son comes in, saying he brought some friends, but the old man immediately tells him to get lost and stop distracting him from finding a solution. The son begs him to be patient, saying he brought Chichi Saugus, a saint of the sword. But the father snaps back, telling him to shut up and stop being insolent. He doesn't care who he brought. Chichi sits down gracefully and says, Your Majesty, even our years of cooperation with the guilds, we might be able to discover a new way to create rank as weapons. The father stomps the ground, leaps in front of her, and damn, this guy is huge, declaring, I am the great Forge Master, Heimerdinger. Wait, League of Legends. He says, if I can't find the solution to this problem, then who could possibly manage it? The son is in shock, while Chichi keeps her composure, saying she knows someone who can definitely succeed. The man throws his arms up, asking if they really want to experience the fury of his fists. But then someone in slippers steps forward, and right away his expression changes. Elizabeth, towering from this angle as always, says it's been a long time since they last saw each other. He charges forward to throw a punch, but at the last second, he drops face first to the ground. Everyone is confused for a moment, but it's obvious. This guy is already sweating bullets and trembling, stammering, saying that this humble servant was ignorant and failed to realize that Her Majesty was here blessing them with her presence. But she says that she was gone for only 500 years, and now someone like him dares call himself king. Li Ping is stunned, so even the king of the dwarves serves her. Heimerdinger says he accepts any punishment and deserves to die 1,000 times. Later, sitting at the table, he explains that the world is becoming more chaotic by the day, and to prepare their people, He, as the leader of the tribe, had no choice but to shoulder all responsibility and rebuild the kingdom back to its peak. His son then asks, "Hey, Chi-Chi, why didn't you tell me you were bringing the legendary king and queen?" She apologizes, saying that unfortunately their identities must be kept secret. Elizabeth just tells him to reveal everything to them. Heimerdinger says he'll explain right now. There's no big secret. Malfoy is the one behind the Black Guild. He created it, and he's the one trying to throw the world into chaos. He's been capturing people of many different races for more experiments. Meanwhile, Jin has been searching for the queen for a very long time. Apparently, during that time, he met a woman who was into some dark romance, married her, and became some scary horned demon. Mulgur, the king of the orcs, met a tragic end. They said his bloodline was beginning to weaken, and they took revenge by killing him. Whoa, sounds like the orc tribe's got some seriously tough girls. Dangerous. As for the elf queen, all he knows is that she sacrificed herself for the forest. Lastly, the place Elizabeth wants to visit, the kingdom of Aristotle, was founded by the ancient high priest Baron. Apparently, he played a major role in the fight against the Black Guild using something called the power of science. In honor of all the inventions he created, the place was named the Kingdom of Aristotle. The problem is, humans live such short lives that after his death, new leaders took over. Policies changed, things got worse, and now all they are is a mining trade partner. Elizabeth immediately snaps, saying, "You wretched fools, I told you to maintain peace between all races, so why are you fighting on your own?" Heimerdinger, to his credit, is honest. He apologizes, saying that at first, everyone tried to follow the queen's principles. But personal ambition and greed eventually swayed everyone, even him. The protagonist tells Elizabeth not to blame them. It's like a classroom full of kids without a teacher. Of course, it turns into chaos. Elizabeth softens, saying that if he says so, then it must make sense. Then Chi-Chi asks our boy for help, saying they need him to help them get back to forging rank as weapons. The red-nosed dwarf says he doesn't doubt the hero's skills, but without the extremely rare ore they need, it's impossible. There's nothing they can do. Heimerdinger says his son Brian is right. He's been in seclusion here for years and years, trying everything possible in the forge, but nothing surpasses rank A. Even he can't forge something lower than rank as quality anymore. Liping comments, "Wow, if this celestial-colored stone is that necessary, then yeah, this is really a tough situation." He's impressed. He never imagined the dwarves even used meteorites to forge their weapons. Heimer explains that this stone was actually discovered many generations ago. Back then, the dwarves didn't have an empire or anything like that. They were just wandering blacksmiths. But guided purely by their natural talent, they stumbled upon a cave. Inside, there was a material with countless colors that reflected a brilliant light. To their surprise, it wasn't even about using the material. It was enough to just touch it with a hammer, and apparently it instantly turned into a golden pickaxe. Naturally, the tribe started crafting every kind of item they could to advance. The material was perfect, and all the masters of that time came to rely on it. But as ages passed, the stone slowly got smaller. Unfortunately, when the queen took the throne and the war against the demons began, they had no choice but to forge countless weapons. He trembles as he says that sadly, all the legacy they had built through the celestial stone is disappearing. His son tells him not to blame himself. He says the fault lies with him because he never had the skill to become a blacksmith as good as his father. And then here comes Le Ping. He says, "I know a few forging techniques, want me to give it a try?" While thinking, well, I don't know anything about swords or magic, but forging isn't something I'm completely clueless about. And since I came all the way to the dwarves' kingdom, I might as well trade some ideas and learn from this master. Heimer agrees, saying, "Very well then." If he's not mistaken, the spiritual weapon the queen once summoned was this very boy standing before them. But that is a naturally perfect and unrepeatable existence. Could that have been crafted by a hero? The protagonist says no, none of the things he makes are like Alpha, who's standing there all proud. Then Waka pulls out a whetstone, and the protagonist says, "Since I knew I'd be coming here to the demon kingdom, I brought a little whetstone with me. How about we make it useful and help each other out?" Heimerdinger scoffs, saying, "A whetstone? You have no idea how many materials I've already tested." Elizabeth is just standing there, demanding to know how he dares go against what the queen's chosen man just said. Heimer immediately agrees. And then Lipping remembers that he had some knives back home that he forged himself, the kind that were practically SS's rank, slicing everything into micro-thin pieces. Elizabeth orders him to start preparations right away, and he says fine, he'll do it. Molten magma is poured out, and the protagonist asks, "So this is the material you use for forging?" Heimer explains that it's a mixture of many compounds, liquids, and countless materials, something refined through centuries of experience. Brian grabs one of the tools, spins it with a bit of flair, and says that since he's the worst one there, he might as well embarrass himself first. Even though his skill is laughable compared to his father, he's still considered a forging prodigy. He dips the cup into the magma, flings it upward, takes a gulp of beer, spits it out to temper the blade. The whole thing turns into a flashy Alaforge technique. Suddenly, something appears in the sky. Holy hell, he actually forged it. Ryan says he'll leave the crucial step to his father, who steps in and takes a bite of the blade to sharpen it. The protagonist claps, saying that this is the coolest forging process he's ever seen. Heimer examines the blade, noticing that it has a special effect. Its wielder grows stronger when drunk while using it. Leping is impressed. Looks like Heimer has an analysis ability as well. Ryan asks how the blade turned out, and his father says no. It's trash, just a useless ultra-ranka weapon. Poor Brian apologizes, saying, "Father, I've brought shame to the dwarves again." Heimer pats his head and says, "It's fine, son, you're still young. Given a few hundred more years and you'll surpass me." Brian thanks him. But now Heimer says it's the hero's turn. Leping cracks his knuckles and says fine. He'll take his turn to be embarrassed. Inside, though, he's fired up. This is his chance to crack something while being watched by the great Forge Master himself. That alone is an incredible honor. Watching closely, they say it's rare to see Leping do something he's actually most skilled at. Honestly, Shichi had made some great preparations. She thanks him, thinking that even though her bladeless style is strong, not everyone can master it, especially with the Black Guild constantly expanding. Then Alpha chimes in, saying that all this talk about S-rank, Ultra S-rank, Super S-rank, none of that really matters. If a weapon doesn't have a spirit in the end, it's just a bandage for its wielder, not a true weapon for battle. Wan Kai asks what he thinks of him, and Alpha explains that he's basically some kind of strange, unexplainable smart home accessory. Then Wan Kai wants to know what Alpha thinks of those kitchen knives, the ones with a nice balance and everything. Alpha replies that those knives are practically godly artifacts. Meanwhile, Leping is starting to pour the magma into the mold. Heimerdinger watches and says, "This guy's just going to make a little knife." The protagonist pulls it out of the magma, quenches it in water with a grin, and says that now it just needs a bit of polishing and it'll be ready. Ryan looks at the process and says his forging techniques aren't anything special. When it comes to variety of skills, we actually have more than he does. But his father asks if he notices what might make Leping special. The son replies that yes, rather than chasing absolute perfection or endlessly exhausting himself, Leping seemed to actually enjoy the process. Leping steps closer and tells them to listen carefully. They need to hear the voice of the things they forge. He runs his finger along the dagger, which suddenly emits a golden glow, and he declares it finished. Brian starts shaking and tells his father to look. His father says it's so bright he can't even open his eyes. In Heimerdinger's 700 years of forging, he had never seen anything like this. It was as if a divine being had descended and was touching the dagger. Alpha says, "I told you, Wan Kai. Weapons forged by Leping are strong enough to draw the attention of gods from another world. Anything he creates pulls in some kind of divine consciousness." Leping walks up to Heimerdinger and says, "Can you run an analysis on it?" The old man, trembling, says, "Of course, Sir Leping." He activates his magnifying lens, zooms it in 10,000 times, and the edge is still perfectly smooth. He can't even understand how something could be so impossibly flawless. He wonders if his lens must be broken. There's just no way. He decides to ignore the edge for now and focus on the special effects. But the result says it's a kitchen knife, a creation of Leping, just a simple weapon forged personally by him. And yet, its special effect is instant death. Heimer is horrified, afraid of accidentally cutting someone with it, wondering what kind of terrifying thing was just created. This was way beyond rank S. This was a divine artifact. He says he understands now. It must be that whetstone, that's the secret. He has to check it. He picks it up, thinking it's something far more advanced than celestial gold. But when he touches it, it shatters and he falls to his knees, realizing there was nothing special about it at all. Leping asks, "Your Majesty, are you okay? What just happened?" Heimer is crying, saying he needs to understand how something like this was even possible, how Leping's comprehension of forging could be so vast. Leping, completely confused, asks, "Your Majesty, are you messing with me?" Thinking to himself, this king's being sarcastic. I just used the simplest forging methods possible, and nothing I do compares to dwarven techniques. Then he says, "Well, I've never thought too deeply about forging. If I had to explain it, I'd just say that I have the belief." The protagonist understands right away. The old man is acting like this because he knows Elizabeth doesn't want him to humiliate the kid. And then suddenly, Leping just says one word, heart. Heimer doesn't get it at first, but our boy starts glowing with an aura, and suddenly Heimer says, "Now I understand." Elizabeth laughs. That Leping, teaching them how to fish instead of just handing them the fish. That really is how someone powerful acts. Very well done. A little while later, we're already on the train. Heimer tells them this train will take them straight to the people of Aristotle. The problem is, the trip takes 2 whole days, so why don't they just teleport? As soon as I saw the train, I wondered the exact same thing. But Leping says that's not the point. What matters is that they want the kingdom of Aristotle to feel their goodwill. Shichi thinks, this guy is really talking about goodwill? But I know that if they don't accept a peace treaty, they'll be forced to accept defeat. Elizabeth, however, is way more interested in knowing what they're going to eat today. Brian tells them to focus on the journey, since there are more and more bandits lately, but the two of them just ignore him. Our boy says he brought plenty of ingredients and all she has to do is say the word and he'll cook. Elizabeth says that no matter what he makes, she'll eat it. Meanwhile, Heimerdinger is holding the insta-kill dagger, asking if Leping is really going to give them something so precious. The The protagonist just says it's no big deal, no need to be so formal about it. But Heimer says that with this blade, their kingdom would rise to new heights. He drops to his knees and orders his son to do the same. The two of them bow so low they're basically kissing the ground, saying that it was truly a blessing from the gods that they visited their nation. But then someone shouts that the train is leaving. It's Alpha and Wang Kai telling him it's time to go. Our boy waves goodbye. I thought those guys were coming along, but nope. Elizabeth spreads her wings and they leave, leaving Chichi and the blacksmiths behind. And just like that, it's just our boy and his romance. Good lord, what a massive thing this is turning into. Elizabeth is suddenly all soft and sweet, and now I'm starting to get worried. When she's this nice, I can't help but feel like something's about to happen to her. She's looking at him, wanting to know what he's thinking. And suddenly he says there's something on his mind. Out of nowhere, he pushes her down and asks what kind of fusion she thinks his technology would create when combined with her magic. Obviously, he's probably talking about some kind of weapon and not necessarily kids, but Elizabeth's already blushing bright red. Leping says, I heard that over in the kingdom of Aristotle, magic and technology are closely intertwined. Elizabeth's ignoring everything he's saying, just replying that if he really wants it, it's not impossible. Then he clarifies that he was talking about the kingdom of Aristotle, but now he finally gets his chance. She realizes that this whole time it wasn't really about her, until he takes her hand and says that of course it is about her. Because without her on this journey, everything would lose its meaning. And when all of this is over, he wants to formally ask her something. She asks what when suddenly a meteor slams into the train and both of them get thrown around, asking what's happening. Elizabeth glances to the side and sees a group of fat guys riding floating bikes. Oh my god, they're actually trying to rob the worst possible train to rob in this entire world. They try launching another wave of attacks, but she just stretches out her hand and blows everything to pieces in the sky. Our boy asks her to take it easy and at least leave a few of them alive so they can ask questions. Plus, if they capture these idiots who are interfering with the shipment of metals to Aristotle, they might be able to earn some goodwill with that kingdom. Elizabeth says fine, but if these guys are connected to the Black Guild, then that's a different story. Just then, Alpha comes running, telling the two of them to wait and asking to let him handle this. The protagonist asks, are you sure about this, kid? Alpha answers, relax, Dad, the Holy Sword's got this. Meanwhile, the bandits are thinking, so this time they actually hired someone to guard the cargo, but it still won't be enough. But one of them says not to underestimate them. They had just destroyed a cannon enhanced with magic. These guys weren't weak. That one was the leader, Pisces, who shouted for them to focus on destroying the train's gears, then retreat. His men immediately acknowledged the order and charged straight toward the trio. Right away, the protagonist realizes they're trying to sabotage the place. And suddenly, Alpha starts gathering aura, telling him to just leave it to him. The enemies rush toward the wheels, but out of nowhere, a flurry of golden flashes lights up the air. Alpha's standing there with his eyes closed, saying this is the legend of the golden sword, the noble blade, the divine weapon that decides every battle. But the bandits are freaking out, asking what the hell is up with this blonde kid and what they're supposed to do now. Pisceus instantly realizes that this boy is a spiritual weapon, but doesn't make sense. The Dwarven nation shouldn't have the celestial gold required to make something like that anymore. Alpha is midair when the enemies release a yellow smoke. He wonders what it is when suddenly the substance starts to solidify. A stone-like smoke bomb detonates above and something comes crashing to the ground, spreading like some massive chunk of hardened sludge. The enemies laugh, saying their boss's invention really is amazing. Meanwhile, the protagonist yells, Alpha, you okay, kid? Elizabeth tells him to relax. The boy might act like an idiot, but he can't forget that he's still the Holy Sword. Dealing with this kind of thing should be nothing for him. She adds, forget about him for now. Why wouldn't you just tell me what you were about to say? Leping explains that now isn't the right time. He wants to wait until the 1-month anniversary of their relationship. Meanwhile, the fight rages inside the hardened sludge while Pisceus orders everyone to scatter. But in the blink of an eye, explosions light up the sky. Alpha says it's already too late. He wants to see who's going to dare underestimate him now. Pisceus, still flying, admits the boy's magic isn't half bad. Then he pulls a Gatling gun out from inside his arm, cranks it to maximum power, and declares that in the face of science, magic is nothing. Alpha blocks the attack, saying their efforts are pointless. Li Ping already ordered him to keep them alive. But that's when he notices that his sword arm is covered in tiny spheres. And not just his arm, but his entire body. In seconds, he's completely coated. Pisceus charges forward, saying that everything in this world follows the principle of mutual reinforcement. If you understand the nature of something and apply the right rule, even the weak can become strong. In the end, Alpha is nothing more than a spiritual weapon made of metal, the perfect conduit for countless materials. Pisceus throws a massively reinforced haymaker, smashing Alpha into the ground and leaving him broken. He mutters, damn it, it's been 2 months since a train last came through here, and now they send one full of powerful people? What's going on? But those questions didn't matter. All they needed to do was destroy the source of these materials and get out. He spots the train coming, activates his arm one more time, and fires a pneumatic shot at full power. But in an instant, his entire arm corrodes, because there was a spatial magic field exactly where he fired. Then Elizabeth appears, saying the game's over and he'd better tell him right now what his connection to the Black Guild is. Before he can answer, she spins her finger and his entire body twists unnaturally. Lip Pink steps in, saying, "Easy there. We don't even know what internal conflicts they're dealing with yet." Elizabeth replies that it seems he's figured out too that this is an internal problem. Suddenly, the hulking body breaks apart, and inside, there's a small blonde girl. She pulls herself free, smashing against the orb, yelling at them to let her go, threatening to curse those lapdogs of the royal capital. She's pissy as a genius inventor from the kingdom. The protagonist is shocked. Not only was that a humanoid puppet, but there was a girl inside controlling it. Elizabeth smiles and says she'll let him handle the interrogation. The protagonist is excited. He really wants answers to a lot of things. Meanwhile, the pirate below yells, "Let go of our boss, you bastards. Without her, we're finished. Meet our squad leader." Everyone's shocked for a moment. Then Wang Kai handles it all in one move, digs a hole, drags Alpha out, pulls out a weird-looking demagnetizer, presses it against the little metal spheres, and just like that, Alpha's free. Man, Alpha actually lost. Damn, that holy sword really is a pain sometimes. Back in the kingdom of Aristotle, a thunderclap strikes in the middle of the city. A bunch of robots are destroyed, their parts falling to the ground. That creepy little computer belonging to the villains says they had the audacity to steal the gears of darkness and now refuse to submit. The long-nosed human says the Black Guild needs to understand that they were the fools who gave them the gears, and now they'll use them however they see fit. On top of that, he's interested in this light magic that strengthens his body. He slams the ground and more little robots start appearing. They pull out cannons and fire a flash of lightning tears through them, blowing them all to pieces again. The monitor comments that even these high-voltage resistant materials aren't good enough. When they explode, he just laughs, saying it's ridiculous for them to think they can go against the Black Guild. The robots repair themselves, but the monitor keeps laughing, saying it doesn't matter how many times they rebuild. Soon, everything will be wiped out. Steel Sentinel number 3 appears, and the long-nosed man says this is what he's been researching from the very beginning. The conversion rate might be low and the energy limit tight, but he has ways to solve that problem. The monitor realizes he's talking about his own energy source, but says he has no idea how the guy plans to pull it off, and that it'd be better if he just submitted to the Black Guild now. The robot tries to use the same punch pisses used on Alpha, but the monitor dodges and wonders, damn, this kingdom isn't even that strong, so why hasn't the master just taken over already? Then he shrugs it off, saying, whatever. Today number 34, will conquer this place and make the master proud again. The robot keeps attacking, saying the fool would rather die than submit. Missiles are fired at the monitor, but he dodges easily, saying the gap between their power levels is massive. But the long-nosed man refuses to give up. Then the monitor fires a massive energy beam straight at him, filling the giant robot with crackling power, leaving it smoking and twitching. Number 34 declares that from this moment on, the kingdom of Aristotle is officially under the control of the Black Guild. But the human just laughs, saying this is perfect. Everything's going exactly according to his calculations. He starts shaking as his power surges to the max, stomps the ground, and charges straight at number 34, thanking him for the energy before landing a clean shot right to his face. The monitor's screen cracks as he's thrown far away, but he survives. He's completely confused, saying it doesn't make sense. That attack should vaporize him. Worse still, he felt for a moment that there was no way to dodge it, even if he wanted to. Then the robot appears behind him again, saying he's curious to know how he generates so much power. He fires another full blast, slamming the monitor to the ground, and this time number 34 is completely destroyed. The massive robot lands with style, saying that the Black Guild isn't the only one who knows how to be sneaky. Then the tables turn. The ground starts shaking, a huge crater opens up, and energy surges everywhere. The guy is confused when suddenly a small robot crawls out from below, saying they've broken the limiter that was holding it back. Wait a minute, could this be something Liping made? No way. And holy hell, it turned into a bombshell beauty. Barely dressed and overflowing with power, she's the demoness of the 6th pillar. Man, one thing I love about this story is that when bad guys die, they turn into women. When monitors die, they turn into women. Everyone turns into a woman. This is the good stuff. The chubby guy recognizes her as the legendary lightning fairy and says he's actually interested now. He's going to give it everything he's got. He charges in, saying his ambitions are no less than those of the Black Guild. But the fairy just waves her hand and activates the immortal lightning. A massive bolt crashes down into the city. Good grief, that guy just got fried. She says that big ambitions are worthless without the strength to make them happen, and she, number 24, is going to completely wipe him out. But suddenly, from the guy's head, some disgusting, grotesque demon emerges. The man's body rises, floating around her, saying it's interesting how her attack keeps shocking its target until it's completely dead. He admits it's worthy of a monster of her rank, but she needs to understand he hasn't been a living creature for a very long time. The fairy completely ignores him, doesn't even look at him, and says he talks too much. Does he really intend to resist? Whether he intends to resist or not, he sure seems to be enjoying it. He says that in the kingdom of Aristotle, they have a saying, in the face of science, magic rank doesn't mean everything. But she snaps back, saying she's got another saying for him. In the face of absolute power, magic rank has always been everything. He claims she can't win. He's pinned her body to the ground, saying she have to electrify the entire continent or she'll die here. But she summons a huge burst of power. Her hair rises like Killua's, lightning surges everywhere. Her rank keeps climbing higher and higher. Then suddenly, a voice whispers in her ear, asking what she thinks of its appearance. Out of nowhere, Malfoy appears, grabbing her from behind. What the hell? This guy really is everywhere. Oh, here we go. Now we're about to learn how this girl was born. 400 years ago, the protagonist was repairing Wang-Kei's body after it was wrecked when the queen beat him up. But one of the sparks that came off during the repair scattered along the wall shot up into the sky and fell into the demon kingdom, where it turned into this girl. So basically, she's nothing more than a spark from Wang-Kai. Man, we could use a little pet like that too. Huh. Some poor beast tried to devour her and got electrocuted instantly, died on the spot, and she collapsed to the ground. That's when she looked to the side and saw Malfoy approaching. He was electrocuted the moment he picked her up, but he activated his demonic power and said that no matter what, he wouldn't give up. The poor lightning fairy thought he was talking about her and thanked him for not giving up on her. But obviously, he was talking about Elizabeth. Next thing, she's inside a capsule and he begins test number 24. He presses the red button and dozens of bolts of lightning strike countless creatures. The whole place is electrified, the capsule begins to glow, and little by little, she opens her eyes. In the end, she was just another creation tied to Le Ping. Poor Malfoy, the guy just can't catch a break. He says he'll bring her back, and the fairy wonders if he's talking about her. Why is this guy so devoted to her? If he's going to take care of her like this, then she's not going to give up either. Suddenly, her energy spreads through the whole kingdom. She realizes she's finally evolved into a form that can generate energy on her own. She thanks Malfoy, saying he's the one who saved them. But then, out of nowhere, her electricity starts bouncing around the room and zaps him. She rushes to ask if he's okay, and he replies, "Of course not." Just by trying to get close, she paralyzed him completely. She says she'll back off, but he grabs her tightly. Man, what a guy. Willing to take 10,000 volts just for her, saying that if he can't survive something like this, then he doesn't deserve her. The lightning fairy is left confused, wondering, does this guy really need me this badly? Malfoy asks her if she believes in love at first sight. Even as he's still getting electrocuted, his demonic powers activate. He gathers microwaves and metal scraps, forms them into a glowing orb around the two of them, and when it's over, she's turned into a monitor. He says that this will stabilize her power and let her always stay by his side. She agrees, saying fine then. With that, the poor girl is pinned against the wall as he says he's going to start the tests. Her electricity starts spreading everywhere. A single strand of hair appears and he smacks it, yelling, "Damn it, stop that." Finally, they had managed to get an infinite source of power. So what was the problem? Number 24 asks what happened, while he demands to know why it hurt the queen's hair. That broke the very laws of the magical world. But that's when he realizes if he was hurting the queen's hair, even though she was immune to magic, it meant something else. Maybe if he used that power the right way, he could actually invade her body. He grins, saying there's another way to bring her back. Man, I thought up until now that Malfoy was just being misunderstood, but he hugs number 24 and tells her not to worry, that he'll always be with her. But mentally, he's thinking about the queen stepping on him. This guy is the biggest simp in all of fiction, seriously suffering through all this just to get crushed under the queen's heel. Damn, what a curse. What won't a woman make a man go through? Back in the present, the demons are standing around saying, heh, as expected of chaotic energy, even mental invasions are possible against the lightning fairy. The loudmouth says, all right, that's enough. Let's just take her already. But his partner replies, there's no need to rush the delivery. Now that they have her energy, they can create all kinds of things and don't need her anymore. They run off saying the Black Guild is as good as done, and soon they'll control the world. Meanwhile, the bug who had been freed from Elizabeth's seal tries to take control of Chi-Chi. Malfoy, though, was thinking that he never imagined the weakest one of them all would end up bringing in the most profit. The king of Aristotle slams the ground and raises an alchemic smelter. He orders them to put her inside, saying that now she'll finally be able to do everything he commands. The poor girl just obeys and gets sealed inside the capsule. Man, I felt bad for her. She was born from a spark, and from the moment she came into existence, she's been treated like nothing but a battery. Back on the train, Pisses asks if they really aren't hunters hired by the kingdom. The Pink says, of course not. We thought you guys were part of the Black Guild too. This is all just a misunderstanding, right? So let's talk while we're heading toward the kingdom. Pisces explains that their plan was to cut off the supply of resources going to the kingdom of Aristotle, destroy the place, and free all the people. The protagonist doesn't hide anything anymore. He says, well, my name is Li Ping. I'm the legendary hero. This here by my side is Queen Elizabeth. We just want the people of Aristotle to agree to cooperate with us to put an end to the Black Guild together. But since it's been so long since they've gone outside, the others just stare and say, legendary hero, demon queen, never heard of you. Pisces says the same thing. She has no idea who they are. But she warns that the chaos coming from the Black Sea is massive, and they have no clue how powerful the Black Guild has become. The protagonist asks Elizabeth if this Black Sea business is what affected Chi-Chi. Elizabeth replies that she doesn't know, though mentally she's only wondering what he plans to tell her in a month. He asks Pisces for more details, and she says that it all started when she was just a child. She was in the kingdom of Aristotle when. Right then, Elizabeth orders her to shut up. Everyone's confused, including Li Ping. But Elizabeth just says that it'll take too long and she doesn't feel like waiting. She unleashes a memory-seizing attack, stealing everything they have in an instant, and calls Li Ping over to watch with her. Together, they see Pisces as the happy princess, tinkering with inventions, spilling oil, while a cute little bunny hopped around playfully. The old man was amazed. She kept studying and learning. Even as a child, things he found indecipherable were things she could solve with ease. At first, he thought she was erasing important parts of the process, but then his expression changed. He realized she had found another way to convert energy. She then explained that if they did it that way, they have enough energy to power every component. She walked into the room excited, but her expression quickly changed. The old man turned to her and said, "Hello, Princess Pisces. I couldn't wait any longer, so I already began the tests. Look at what happens with this so-called power of chaos. It comes from the Black Sea and is unlike any mana. It's a primal authority that can both destroy and reconstruct life itself. The only flaw is that the subject must desire life, something hard to manifest in this situation. That's why I spent more than 6 years searching for an answer to that question. Who could have guessed that it would be your solution that gave me the answer I needed? And wow, from the very start, the devil was already in the details." At that moment, he connected the gear, saying the purity was at 60%. Then his expression shifted as he said, "Pisces, as long as we keep working together and producing this on a large scale, we'll break the limits of human life and become evolved beings." Pisces froze but said fine. They continue the research. And honestly, I thought she'd already realized something was wrong the moment the guy opened his chest and there was a demon inside. A month later, she told him that reaching 80% purity would be difficult, but it was finally ready. He thanked her and connected another gear. But suddenly he started panicking, demanding to know why the chaos flow had been reversed and what she had done. Moon, it was a trap. He was blown to pieces. She thought she had won and went to speak with her parents, but they were there, trembling strangely. Then the monster appeared from behind the throne, saying she truly was a genius of her century to have planned something like that. But it was a pity. Humans were just mortal sacks consumed by fear, and her parents were no different. And it was laughable to think she believed they knew nothing. Li Ping comments, "Wow, you rescued all the soldiers and even created a rebellion team. But why didn't you ask the elf tribe or the dwarves for help?" Elizabeth, meanwhile, is muttering, "Damn it, I can't access Li Ping's memories." Pisces explains that she had no contact with the outside world and there was even a bounty on her head, so she couldn't trust anyone. And the soldiers, now mechanical, say they follow her because she was the one who rebuilt them and gave them a chance to keep living. Pisces insists it's not about her. What matters is that they have to stop the Minister of Science or else the entire place will become a sacrifice for the Black Sea. Since she didn't have the strength to fight them head-on, what she tried to do was cut off their resources to force them to leave. Everyone is silent, and Alpha asks why it's so quiet. Elizabeth asks what Li Ping is thinking. He says, well, it's a matter of principles. Something that doesn't use mana, can't be constructed, and can't be controlled. Through Pisces' memories, he finally understood how that mechanism worked, how they were combining magic and science. They needed to inject amplifiers. And then comes this massive explanation. The conclusion he reaches is that the peak of his career as an engineer is creating companions like Wan Kai. There's no way he can build massive machines like Aristotle's and infuse magic into them. He's really sad and disappointed. Elizabeth says that if he feels that way, she'll take care of it herself. Then with a single wave of her hand, the gears inside those soldiers pop out immediately. Pisces jumps to her feet, demanding to know what they think they're doing. She knew that this wasn't the most noble technology in the world, but without it, those bodies wouldn't survive. Li Ping also asks her to calm down, saying these people aren't bad guys. She replies, I get it, but even if they were a little different, they still contain traces of mana from the Black Sea. Some were produced in Aristotle, others by the Black Guild. But regardless of how they were made, once one of those gears is implanted into a body, it corrupts the user's soul. Sure, you get stronger and live longer, but in the end, your mana still gets siphoned into the Black Sea. Corrupted souls, mana enhancements, bodily mutations, even advancements to higher demonic tiers, even the elves' necromancy. She's realizing that the Black Guild is using science to produce these gears through human bodies. All that effort, just so in the end, every single user feeds the descent of chaos into the world. They're the first ones who will be corrupted and devoured. She then destroys the gears and says that yes, it's a matter of principle. And from the looks of it, wow, she actually killed those guys. Of course, Pisces doesn't accept that and rushes in to punch her, shouting that she'll never forgive her. But with a single snap of Elizabeth's fingers, an abyssal gift engulfs the train. Immediately, Pisces feels something strange. The others are confused, calling out to their boss, asking what just happened. One of them says his body suddenly feels strangely human. Pisces says that's impossible and tells them to explain. When she touches his cheek, she realizes it really is flesh and blood, and she gets emotional. She turns to Elizabeth and apologizes for what she said earlier. Liping just says that's how the queen is. She always gets what she wants. But then Elizabeth suddenly pulls out some tea and tells everyone to calm down, that it wasn't a big deal. And here comes Liping saying that if they're feeling better, they can take the medicine he brought. The guys say they're fine, it just feels like they woke up from a deep sleep. That's when Elizabeth sees the protagonist put his hand on Piss's shoulder, telling her she can count on him. They'll expose all of that Minister of Science's plans and put an end to everything he's doing. That makes Elizabeth wonder why Liping can always connect so easily with ordinary people. When she ruled the world, she was used to looking down on everyone as inferior. The gap between them was too great. Just as humans can't be friends with ants, she felt there was no way to truly get close to those people. Now that she had reached the level of the saint's ascension, even resurrection had become trivial. The distance between her and mortals only kept growing. And to her, these mortals were nothing more than particles in motion. Did any of it matter to her? Of course not. It was all insignificant. But then someone approaches and the queen glances to the side. It's Liping, glowing like a holy saint, saying that all beings have the same value. She's shocked, thinking that it's such a ridiculous idea. Watching him among the people, she thinks that with the status he holds, these are pitiful emotions. These people could never understand the complexity of the dimensional existence he lives in. So why does he care about their problems? Why does he sit there listening to their childish questions? She can't understand what he's looking for, but she realizes that it's not pity for the weak. Watching the way Liping looks at them, she wonders if maybe he's trying to see the world she herself never reached. Her strength had reached the heavens, devoured, conquered, and ended everything with the infinite mana she possessed. But she had never stopped to think that maybe she should seek power within herself. Instead of just standing above all and looking down, he seemed to dive into the very origin of life itself and observe it. Maybe these tiny beings, these little particles within his reach, were the path to the world she had never explored. She starts coming to the conclusion that Liping had transcended the shackles of sheer power, and now she was finally starting to see that path for herself. Naturally, this triggers yet another breakthrough for her, advancing her to the second rank of saint. She's completely emotional. My God, this girl is already going too far. She's saying that just to be with her, he deliberately suppressed the radiance of a creator. That he shaped the very truth of the universe into a bouquet just to hand it to her, because that's what he saw as romance. Yeah, this girl isn't entirely right in the head, but she asks if there's anything she can do to help. The protagonist is shocked that Elizabeth is actually offering to help. Then she sits down beside him and says of course, she wants to learn more about him. The protagonist thinks she's being a little sarcastic and is actually mad that he offered to help the princess. Pisses thanks them both while thinking this is crazy. She has no idea what this whole legendary hero and demon queen thing even is, but their strength is absolutely unreal. She asks what the plan is to take down this whole conspiracy. They promise they'll do their best, while also thinking it'd be best to finish this quickly before Elizabeth really gets angry. Pisces explains that the original plan was to cut off the supplies, but with the two of them there, everything has changed. Now they can just go on the offensive. First, they'll disguise themselves as ore delivery workers and sneak into the kingdom, which will be easy now that they have human bodies and can pass the mechanical inspections at the gates. Once inside, they'll lay low for a while, hiding out in different areas. When night falls, they'll start moving through the city, avoiding the soldiers' patrols. Eventually, they'll access the tunnel hidden down in the sewers of street number 3. She has studied the entire filtration system from top to bottom and knew the perfect route to get straight to the capital. 5 kilometers later, they'd find a sealed chamber, and once they broke through it, they'd reach Aristotle's magic reactor. The downside was that there was no way to do this without triggering alarms. Once that happened, they'd have 10 minutes to plant bombs and blow the whole thing to pieces. Whoever was on the demolition team had to be ready to die. This would create enough chaos to distract the Minister of Science, and that's when she'd start her plan to hack the brain of the entire system, because the capital itself was nothing but a giant mechanical body. She knew exactly how to short-circuit everything, triggering a chain reaction that would collapse it all like a line of dominoes. Without the reactor, the Minister of Science wouldn't be able to build those giant armors anymore, and without those, his plan to end the world would fall apart. But she warns them, anyone joining this mission cannot be afraid of dying. This was a revolution that demanded sacrifice. Her comrades nearby say they're only alive because of her, so of course helping her see this through is the purpose of their lives. Elizabeth says that sharing one's remaining lifespan with others is a logical thing to do. She has no objections to the plan. Liping, however, hesitates. Pisces asks what the problem is, isn't offering up her life and risking everything enough. But Liping says, no, Miss Pisces, this plan of yours is stupid. You need to get rid of that idea right now. The poor girl just accepts it and lets a tear fall. I thought he was going to fight her on it a bit more, but then he says, wait, there's a better way to deal with this. I used to think just like you, and that's what made me start this hero's journey. I even made a pact with Elizabeth to unite everyone and protect this world. But in the end, all that happened was that we wasted time and people died for nothing. Liping thinks to himself that these people are ready to throw away their lives for peace. It's time for him to finally end the promise he made. And then he says, Elizabeth, I want you to go now and protect the kingdom of Aristotle. I can't wait even one more second. Elizabeth says she'll go because she's thinking he means he can't wait for that thing they're supposed to do in a month. She says the job will be finished extremely quickly. With that, the perfect world that belonged only to the two of them would finally be born. Meanwhile, back in the kingdom, countless gears are being forged and fried. The Minister of Science says everything is going even better than he imagined. The gears just keep coming, piling up higher and higher. In just a single day, more than 5,000 gears have been produced. That meant the conversion of humans would speed up completely, and their research would advance to the next stage. And everything was moving even faster now that the fairy had transformed and activated her infinite discharge. The demon stands there grinning, thinking that finally these so-called heroes, a demon queen, and that cursed Malfoy would all pay for the arrogance they had shown. But then suddenly, he starts trembling. In a single second, the queen is towering in front of him. Oh man, I totally forgot she had that insanely strong armored form, and she stomps him. Was he crushed? Editor, rewind that stomp angle, because that was way too fast. Didn't even get a chance to appreciate it. Wait, no, hold on. It's not over yet. Next chapter, he's still there shaking, and the minister asks what's wrong. He says he can feel that she's coming, and he knows they can't fight her head-on right now. He walks over to the Sea of Gears and says he's taking them to the Black Sea right now. The minister looks confused. What? He said he'd take them tomorrow. The guy just tells him not to worry. He'll be back tomorrow, assuming the fool is still alive. The Minister of Science can't make sense of it, but the guy disappears, taking all the gears with him. At that moment, alarms start to sound, warning that a maximum alert intruder is nearby. In the city, a guy riding a scooter wonders what's happening. All the robots aren't even moving, and in the sky, Elizabeth appears with the group, wanting to know if they were really teleported to the center of the kingdom. Li Ping tells everyone to stay calm. He's with Elizabeth there, while Alpha tells everyone to stop being so dramatic. The creatures are all pointing and fire a shot in her direction, but with a flick of her finger, they are all transformed into a manhole cover. The leader of the scientists there wants to know why he lost connection with all the sentinels in an instant, and everyone is wondering the same thing. What are these manhole covers doing here in the middle of the city? Suddenly, everyone falls dead, and the gears that were in their bodies start to fly. Did Elizabeth just rip everything apart in an instant? The scientist is freaking out, wanting to know how she turned everything to dust so quickly. And it really is fast. In less than 5 pages, she's already wiped out the entire city. Then the guy says that there won't be any kindness. He has to eliminate this threat before all of Aristoteles falls. He starts stealing all the energy from the lightning fairy who was trembling. The entire city and castle begin to move, and a gigantic robot rises. At that moment, Pieces says he's crazy for activating that without even a power converter. That should be impossible, and she can't believe he saw the formula. Then the true war mecha rises. Up top, the guy is extracting all the energy from the girl. While observing Elizabeth, Pieces, and the others, he wants to know if those bastards were from the Holy Guild. He finds it unbelievable that all the gears disappeared in a second. The protagonist is excited, saying, wow, the guy summoned the badass robot, and Elizabeth says she let that guy summon it because she knew he would like to see it, so now she can start. However, Alpha tells her not to worry. He will handle this without them having to do anything. He's eager to erase the embarrassment he faced earlier. He goes full throttle, flies out, collides with the robot, and ends up all limp, crashing to the ground in an explosion. Man, I've never seen such a useless item. Only the ones the protagonist produces are decent. If it were that little knife, it would have killed that robot by now. But then Elizabeth says that guy was weird. He had a vibe like he was part of her family. The old man celebrates, saying, now with the light fairy, I have unreachable levels of energy. My war mecha is as strong as a demon in the 4th stage. He stretches out his hand to deliver another attack, saying it's the end for everyone, and the gigantic fist heads toward the group. Everyone is scared while Li Ping remains calm. Elizabeth, with a simple hand movement, destroys the entire bracer of the monster along with its body. The only thing left is the old man and the energy core in the air. Elizabeth grabs it in the same second, already finishing off the head. What's this? Did she really just pull the head off? Oh, did she see there was a core inside? And she asks Pieces if this is the guy from the Science Kingdom. Trembling, she says yes. And the chubby guy says that the wretched girl really found powerful allies. They can't believe she took him down so easily. While Elizabeth just says quickly if she has anything to ask this guy because she wants to end this. Pieces, however, says she has nothing to say to trash like him, just finish him off. The guy laughs as he is blown up, saying she thinks this is over. However, those who support him will soon arrive, and when they do, BM. Blown up with that, the electric beauty is falling there, waking up, while the protagonist thinks that when Elizabeth gets involved, it's easy to resolve things. At that moment, the girl seems to see the projections of the master and remembers that he is the legendary hero. Elizabeth is saying that in front of her supremacy, problems are non-existent. The protagonist is a bit confused, but just thinks that if his girlfriend said so, then it must be right. Ah, already calling her his girlfriend, huh? Meanwhile, the light fairy wants to know why those two are there. Wasn't she fighting against the kingdom of Aristoteles just a second ago? How did she end up in this place? Oh, the girl's arrogance speaks louder. and she feels that if she kills the legendary hero at this moment and captures the demon queen as an offering, that guy will surely be happy. Oh, poor girl, she came all hot, bubbly, and electric to hit Li Ping. But the Queen of the Hour says she now knows where the familiar feeling came from. Man, she goes to attack, but when the electricity is about to touch his hair, something asks how she has the courage to challenge him. In an instant, the girl disappears. Li Ping asks what that was, and Elizabeth says it was nothing, thinking that everything that happened was his doing from start to finish. However, since it's his way of showing affection, all she can do is accept it. Pieces is there, a bit confused too, but in the end, everything had ended. At that moment, the queen stretches, saying it's time to go home. Oh man, she already grabbed the girl's arm and said he has to compliment her. Our boy is there saying yes, she's amazing, a perfect deity. While Pieces is confused, she knows she should be happy. She survived, got her revenge, so why does she feel empty? The obvious becomes clear. The problem she wanted to fight against was resolved in the blink of an eye. The king of Aristophanes said that the value of life lies in the ability to awaken and reflect. However, maybe he never considered that even after such awakening, there were beings that for them mortals were no more than a speck of sand. And for her, that was much more terrifying than death. Man, that was the fastest chapter I've ever narrated, my god. It was from the moment the shot girl finished until now. What's this? Pieces, however, decides to return to reality. She still had a country to rebuild and many people depending on her. And in an instant, she has a crown, a scepter, and everyone is calling for her. The people throw their arms up, shouting the name of Queen Pieces. She is there not understanding while someone says that the little princess has grown a lot. Crazy, her parents are there, the ones who never have their eyes drawn frighteningly. They approach her and say that today is the day of the great coronation. She is there crying, confused, saying she doesn't understand. Why are they there? Everything happens so fast. Was this real? The father says, relax, girl. We'll ask the doctor to take a look. You must not be feeling well. Meanwhile, up in the sky, Li Ping is waving goodbye, saying he didn't think Elizabeth would go that far. She says she's a perfectionist and even gave him a bonus. It seems that apparently she went back in time after this war to the time when her parents were really alive. The protagonist noticed the whole world was like a toy in her hands. He then takes a deep breath, saying he doesn't even know why he has a legendary hero like him. Elizabeth thinks, my god, I didn't leave any problems for the hero to solve. And now, everything is too peaceful. The world is going to be boring for him. She then tells him to relax because she will destroy everything. But at that moment, he says, no, let's just go home, my woman. And explains that now he understands he is no longer into this hero business. He has her, and all he wants is to go home and live a normal, peaceful life. The crazy girl is all confused, wondering if he wanted to teach her the purpose of a hero's existence. In that, she clings to him, snaps her fingers, and the two disappear. Strangely, Pieces, who is down below, knows that her memories have been altered, but she remembers that it was Queen Elizabeth who used magic to rewrite all reality there in the castle of Aristotle. And now she is determined to study magic instead of engineering and one day catch up to her. Oh, my daughter, I don't know if that's going to work out. Meanwhile, back at the protagonist's house, lightning strikes and calls for the elemental squad. A little fire appears from the oven, water from the faucet, maybe the grease from the knife. What's that dog doing on the floor? Electricity is rising, hitting 220, and the light fairy appears. Out of nowhere, she turned into an old lady. Where's that strong and thick, juicy one who was in the middle of the fight? What a sad day. But hey, there's the water fairy, the fire fairy, the metal fairy. They're all here. Surely it must be the tough ones. They want to finally merge completely. The little yellow fairy, who is the metal one, says that if they join forces, maybe this time they will have a chance. The lightning fairy agrees and tells them to start the elemental fusion and win this. The water fairy, on the other hand, is a bit hesitant and says they don't belong here. Without the strength given to the artifacts of the creator, they won't be able to do anything. The metal fairy, however, explains that they, who are beings from another world, when temporarily accessing the realm they possess, will have peak power. And the electricity fairy explains that even though they were brought to this place out of admiration for the creator, they will become 10 times stronger and finally prove the power they possess. They were tired of being used to create other things, especially the oldest one there, the earth guy. The little creature on the ground gives a glare and lets out a roar. It seems that was the warning that Liping returned, and in an instant, everyone runs to their corners. The protagonist arrives home with the juicy tough one there with a little hand on her butt. Oh man, he already sits on the couch, orders 2 sodas for Wankai. The moment he opens the fridge, the fairy says that this year there will be another internal competition. However, Wankai warns that there is no way he will let that catastrophe happen again. The light fairy, which I'm still mad about because it used to be a giant babe, says that she can't worry, especially since last time she also stopped before it turned into a big disaster. Not to mention that she thinks the biggest culprit for all the mess is always him. Wankai is there thinking that this time he messed up because the protagonist tampered with his chip, gave it some upgrades, and he got a bit out of control. But then he tells her to stop bothering him. She, however, says that just this once, he could let it slide. They already lost 3 championships in the house. Please, boss, let the elements fight. He grabs the sodas and says fine, there will be an event, but only when the master leaves. and this time they will decide once and for all who is the strongest. She thanks him, then says that when the voltage that had disappeared returned to her, she receives some information, but suddenly he just slams the door and says goodbye. The protagonist and Elizabeth are there on the couch talking about plans, and she says that everything worked out thanks to him. He takes a sip of soda and has that look on his face saying that he just wanted to help everyone. But what can he do, right? That hard-headed guy wanted to resolve things that way. Elizabeth agrees and says that guy really didn't deserve to exist. Elizabeth thinks with herself, now I know why he did this. He used pressure on the opponents and kindness on friends to create loyalty. With that, the stability he placed in that kingdom will last a long time, unlike hers, which disappeared for a short time and soon everything turned into a disaster. Once again, she learns another lesson. The protagonist tells Holy Sword, Elven Tribe, Cathedral of Annie, the Kingdom of Dwarves, and now Aristoteles. All powers were controlled. The only variable that existed was the Demon Kingdom. Even though the Black Guild had disappeared, he has the feeling that something is wrong. Elizabeth tells him not to worry. As always, she's already been there, turned the whole place upside down, and nothing was wrong. However, Lipin continues insisting, wanting to know if Amelia has woken up and if they don't have to ask her something. He glances at the girl's house, right? Man, the hero is mad at himself because every time he is alone now, he's having thoughts. Just like you guys, I would never imagine myself living in that plumpy house happy as truck. He imagines that maybe it's normal, but they aren't married, yet she is gigantic. The boy takes a 10-0 from his own head, while Elizabeth says that Amelia is still stabilizing in the dimension. Only when she is 100% will the memories return. However, she wants to know why he is all stiff, and he says nothing, all awkward. The girl gives a little laugh with her plump lips and teleports to his side, wanting to know what he is hiding. Is he planning to confess to her in a month? Whoa, man, what's this queen? This fight I don't know if Liping wins. He got a double fireball attack on the poor guy. She even came with a wind strike to the ear saying, thinking about getting closer. Man, the hero took off for flight and immediately stands up all crooked, saying that the time has come. The time to make dinner, of course, he leaves all crooked saying he's going to cook. The queen, however, just thinks that there's no reason to rush. The longer it takes, the better the wine gets. When she delivers the love, it will be intoxicating. Man, she put the strongest muscle of the human body out there, saying he just needs to wait a little longer. With that, 3 days pass, they are in the kitchen. 10 days pass, they are soaking up the sun. 18 days pass, they are using the electric saw to cut down trees. Meanwhile, back in the Elf Kingdom, the boss is killing everyone. All the guys from the Holy Sword Guild were advancing against Octopotus, the Lava King. Lunasorgos, the blonde, wants to know why they were sent there by the commander. It doesn't make sense. Man, Anna Sorgos, Shissy gave her surname to everyone, apparently. She says that out of nowhere, she gave up her position as guild master and left to learn some Tai Chi. And now she sends this message telling them to prepare hot springs, and that's confusing. The Blue Sword responds that the orders came from that person. All they have to do is follow. However, the two find it strange. Why would the legendary Chissy be obeying someone? Even the Black Eagle Guild disappeared in front of her. Suddenly, some cards arrive and someone tells her to be careful with what she says. And Elif says that if she speaks ill of that person one more time, she better not blame her for the lesson she will teach in Chichi's place. Anna is itching for a beating, challenging, saying that girl just gained a little power and now thinks she's tough. Luna comments that she isn't even from a faction and she's talking about teaching lessons. Oh man, Elif just drew a card. The crazy thing is that the sword entered the front and defended. Is a fight going to happen? I don't think so, because there's a gigantic octopus behind them. Everyone seems to have forgotten that there's no kingdom. I mean, no queen or hero. However, Anna is telling Blue Sword, get out of the way. I want to see how strong this little girl is. He responds that it won't be possible. He promised Chissy he would protect everyone, and tells Elif that if she wants to calm down, let it be against him. The crazy girl drew about 8 cards and said that's fine then, but as soon as she wins, everyone will owe her an apology. The one who is angriest about all this is the boss, who is there looking at one, looking at the other. The sword, and then say he's eager for a rematch after that tournament. However, at that moment, the boss attacks with everything, but suddenly a dragon from the sky crashes into him. A brawl starts between the two, and the poor boss, my man, was a bonus. Now the girls who were criticizing are so scared that she is facing off against Blue Sword like this. Elif is impressed. That bastard is really worthy of being Chichi's disciple, and the guy knows she is still holding back. In that, the two see each other once again face to face in the sky, and she says it's time to stop holding back. It was time to end this in one blow. He agrees, and suddenly, the explosion of the 7-star scythe appears, and while he activates destruction against the wind, power goes everywhere. However, a card passes, cuts everything, and when it returns, it's Bose, saying that's enough of this. They are not there to start a war. He tells Elif to calm down because that's not how she should be acting. Blue Sword is scared. One move from Boz ended the fun for both of them. While Elif tells her father that they can't let this go, they insulted that person. For the pride of the Elven tribe, she couldn't let that guy go unpunished. However, Anne appears in the sky saying that person once protected her in the midst of a crisis and humbled himself. She is sure he believes that those who do not understand do not deserve to be punished. Ilif knows her not as Annie, but as the Witch of the Heavens, and she pulls out Raphael's puppet, saying that this would help everyone's aura calm down. Luna still wants to know, what are they looking for a hot spring for? Boss explains that not even Chichi knows completely. Everyone is following the instructions blindly. Anna says she understands, but who is this person? Why is no one talking? While Luna feels that they are a joke, they are nothing more than a punchline. Blue Sword tells everyone to calm down and just says that an order received is an order they have to follow. They have 10 more days to find a perfect hot spring in this volcanic region. The problem is that, so far, they haven't found a drop of water. The boss explains that it's not about literally finding a hot spring, it's a test to gain the favor of that person, and they were sent by Chichi. And about who that person is, everyone has already met him, but he can't say anything beyond that. Annie, on the other hand, finds it strange. This volcano should be full of springs, so why is it dry? Ilif comments that the real tests are never what they seem. Maybe the true meaning is this difficulty. But then suddenly, Annie changes her expression and says something sinister is coming from the skies. Boss wonders if it's the appearance of the evil one, while the two nearby are already collapsed, unable to breathe. Ilif approaches, and the older guy says they'll have to attack with everything they've got, while Annie says that whatever it is, it's arriving. From the clouds, a chunk of a giant robot emerges and boom, it crashes into the ground. At first, I thought it was just leftover parts from the one they had already killed, but no. As soon as Annie asks if this thing really exists, a robot is standing right before them. No, above them, towering. Annie comments that they've been noticed. Well, obviously. At that moment, the Sword Saint says the way is always to strike first and charges in. Boss tells him to calm down, but too late, he's already activated the Azura bird. But his attack is blocked by a strange green dragon. He recognizes it as the Dragon Slayer's Slash, a skill only Sword Saints can use. Inside the robot, someone speaks, saying it's been ages since they left the Dwarves' land, and the first thing they're greeted with is this enormous strike. Luna asks if he's okay, and the swordsman falls back. And who is it? More than obvious, right folks? It's the king of the dwarves, our dear Heimerdinger, wielding the biggest dagger in existence. Crazy enough, he's standing right next to Chissy, who says that everyone there, except for her disciple, are people chosen by the hero. Even the eccentric Pieces is there, wanting to learn magic. Chichi apologizes for taking so long, while the boss thanks them for finally arriving. Down below, Heimer explains that it was that very person who helped him solve the huge crisis in the dwarves' nation. Looks like the two women just realized it's true, that he's the legendary hero, and that other person too. Pieces points out that her new mech was actually inspired by his robot dog. Elifai, however, says they shouldn't be revealing the identity of poor Elizabeth and Leiping like this. But Heimer explains that he himself served Elizabeth, so there was no reason to hide it anymore. Then someone tells them to get their focus back. They're here to find a hot spring, which supposedly 500 years ago existed in abundance. Bose explains that they've already searched everywhere and haven't seen a single drop. Pieces, on the other hand, wonders why they're struggling so much. They think she has some brilliant idea, but she just suggests that since everyone here can use magic, why not just summon a ton of water? Problem solved. Luna and Anna laugh, saying they thought she had a real plan. She's a little confused, so Anne explains that elemental magic doesn't work like that. Maybe with shadow magic they could fix the problem. And then comes the big reveal. Annie says that 400 years ago, the elemental spirits of the continent vanished, and no one knows where they went. Pieces is confused, she has no idea when elemental spirit even is. Annie explains they are the fairies' blessings. Without them, no one can use magic above the intermediate level. Their disappearance sparked a magical revolution, where most things had to be developed with engineering and mixed magic. Currently, the most powerful water spell possible is the Ice Sphere, but it requires a place with lots of water already available and is useless and impossible to cast at a volcano like this. Feeling down, Pieces says, "Sorry, I didn't know." She thinks it's embarrassing how little she knows, but promises to study hard and someday reach even the Demon Queen's level. Heimerdinger then gives a simple idea. Why doesn't Chichi just slash through the land until she hits a distant lake, creating a path for the water to flow here? Kiki says she could, but she won't. Her friends think it's because she doesn't want to make things easy for everyone. But Chichi tells them to think carefully. If she alters the terrain like that, it would cause an ecological disaster. All that just for a sauna. What would the hero and the Demon Queen think about that? Out of nowhere, everyone panics as they see themselves falling into an abyss, being told that if they, the ones fighting against evil, allowed themselves to be corrupted by greed, they'd be no better than the very enemies they want to defeat. On the hero's scales, their deeds must always weigh positively. If that balance shifts, then it's them who'll be executed. Annie agrees, saying that Chichi's words are true. She thinks that back then, she was saved because her heart was pure, not because she praised them or had any potential. Good thing Chichi didn't let her go through with such a stupid plan. Heimerdinger says he understands they really wouldn't be any different from the Black Guild. Pieces then says they could dig a tunnel from the ocean, come from underground, and create a perfect hot spring around volcanoes. Luna laughs and says here comes the silly girl with a dumb plan. If it's that easy, why doesn't she do it herself? Pieces says fine, leave it to her. She'll use her new mecha Re to dig a tunnel straight to the sea, and at most 7 days it'll be done. Boss says that's perfect and says he'll start preparing some plants. Heimer agrees and says he'll prepare furniture to make everything beautiful. Excited, Pieces says this is going to work and already asks for help gathering more volcanic stones. Annie will have the bears handle transportation and Chichi, obviously, will cut down everything necessary. The boss is proud that everyone shares the same goal. Heimerdinger agrees, saying the last time he saw such unity was 500 years ago. With that, they join hands, saying they'll give it their all. The scene then shifts to 1,000 meters underground. And look who's there. It's Malfoy, isn't it? Wondering why Heimerdinger, Chichi Sorgus, and even those cursed with the Din Din bloodline are there. Surely the location must be the Master's mana. There's no way he could be tracked. But he does notice that the monitor, number 24 of the Lightning Fairy, has disappeared. Could she really have switched sides? The problem is, he can't leave while he's absorbing this mana. But that's fine. Once he's done, everyone will be offered as a gift to the Master. The scene then changes to around our boy's house. A beast prepares an ice attack, throwing it at another dragon, which barely escapes to the side. But then it coils around to deliver a killing bite from above, only for a rain of meteors to explode and smoke all around them. And up in the sky, there's a phoenix that, good lord, takes a direct hit to the head from the Mammoth King. But then someone casts a jutsu. It's that frog from the beginning, using its long tongue to grab the elephant's trunk. With a yank to the side, the beast crashes on its back. Suddenly, he tells them to rise because the immortal hasn't finished yet. At that moment, someone claps, saying they're not bad at all. When the battle frog looks back, who is it? Winkei clapping, saying they've truly taken the doctrine of battle to heart. The frog says that when the pressure to survive disappeared, all the magical beasts grew lazy. But ever since he gave them the lesson of battle, they've been training rigorously to stay in shape. Wankai says fine, but now it's time they pay the price for the protection they've been given. The frog replies, Boss Ankai, such harsh words. This isn't a price, but rather a heartfelt contribution to the great creator. In this vast world of beast planes, we were lucky to be chosen. To become flesh and nourishment for the creator isn't death, but transformation. They will be destroyed, rebuilt, and seek evolution through this world, because that is the only truth. I don't understand what's happening, but there's a fish evolving into a dragon. The battle frog explains that in recent years they evolved from majorling-type beasts to archfiends. He's just curious whether the master released any new ingredients this month. Crispy, juicy fried chicken, grilled eel with rice, rich and firm. And a big chunk of meat too. That mammoth meat, fatty but not greasy. I don't get it. Are they offering themselves to be eaten by Lai Ping? I'm kind of confused here. Wankai comments that the boss said it had been a while since he eaten bullfrog. Right then, the fool starts trembling all over. Back at our boy's house, just from the shadow you can tell it's the juicy one. She tells him to be gentler, but you know what's going on here. A little foot massage, obviously. Lai Ping says they better stop there, but she says no. This little bit of pain didn't scare her. Still, she was trembling all over while he said he hadn't even started yet. She asked him to wait a second, that she needed to make her mental preparations and then everything would be fine, he could press. Now I feel sorry for her. He says, there's an old saying that pain means a blockage. If there is a path, there is no pain. Foot massages may seem to hurt a little, but once I'm done, you'll feel relieved. Look at this artist. He spent more time on this foot than on the whole chapter for sure. I've never seen so much shading and locking in of light. Oh no, what am I about to read? Elizabeth is saying he's causing pain, making it itch and tickle. That absurd amount of sensory responses was putting her on high alert. Mixing that with the aromas in the room, she knows he's trying to put her in a state of soul-melting ecstasy. But she's going to resist, she won't fall for these tricks. And then Lai Ping says he's about to start the real massage. The moment he touches her foot, her eyes blaze like a demon's and she's transported into the bamboo realm, transformed, beautiful. She's already drifting off, saying bamboo is hollow, yet grows like an arrow, just like the flow of mana, which must be filled without leaving gaps. If you fill it too much, it stagnates. Meanwhile, Lai Ping is pressing the Tai Chong point. Then she enters the Lotus Realm, rising from immaculate mud and bathed in pure waters, but never in excess. He strikes the Zeusen Li point and she appears in the Cherry Blossom Realm, saying that even while crossing an icy mountain, one must still dare to bloom, unafraid of cruel winters and without becoming a fleeting flower. Then he strikes the Sanyan Jiao point and she appears in the Orchid Realm small, saying she was still inside the orchid's cocoon, about to release a sudden fragrance. True strength doesn't need to shout, it understands itself. I feel like her armor is coming undone. Then he presses the big toe and she suffers immense pain. I'm telling you it was coming undone. What is this? She evolved into the thickest sage mode I've ever seen. The guy triggered a transcendence with a foot massage. She collapses onto the bed, exhausted, drained, while the protagonist throws a towel over his shoulder and tells her to rest. He'll prepare dinner. Elizabeth is wondering the same thing. How did she evolve from a foot massage? It makes no sense. But somewhere nearby, something is hatching from an egg. Ah, it must be Amelia, right? Yes, exactly. In the next chapter, she's at the table. Liping thanks her, saying he's glad she finally woke up. He had prepared spicy bullfrog, perfect for protein recovery. When Elizabeth asks Amelia if she lost, she remembers facing the old man, who said she had finally been surpassed. Amelia calls him a bastard, saying that was an insult to the master. And that's when the Temu Elizabeth bursts out of the orb. She strikes, and what a retreat from Amelia. I didn't know she was that strong, really hitting those squats in the gym. She wants to know how the old man managed that. He answers that it's very simple. It was pure love through countless endless experiments. Not for a second did he believe the master had died, and that's why he's been waiting with all his love all this time. Amelia tells him to stop with that nonsense, that she'll end him now. Two of the servants try to attack her, but she transforms her claw and knocks them both away, exploding them on the ground. Number 24 immediately asks if she should break her seal to deal with this. Malfoy, however, says that won't be possible. She was essential to this experiment. He orders 24 to call the rest of the people and get everyone out of there. Amelia, on the other hand, thinks he's overconfident, believing he can capture her, just because he's hiding behind the master's magic. That changes nothing. But then an attack comes from the ground and grabs her arms. Because it was Elizabeth's magic, she wasn't able to detect it properly. Worse yet, this absolute prison was a perfect copy, and she couldn't understand how this old man was even able to replicate that. The fake Elizabeth is dripping onto the old man's head, and he says, Amelia, you know her magic better than anyone, so you must know this isn't fake. At that moment, Elizabeth makes a move and Amelia begins to be strangled. Since she has a contract with Elizabeth, she had no way to suppress this power. Malfoy tells her to be a good girl and cooperate, that way she would suffer less. But then Amelia summons the Golden Dragon and warns that while she may not attack the Master, she can destroy all of this land. She begins to create a world-ending spell while that girl, whose name I don't even remember, is standing nearby wondering if this is the true power of a demon lord. Malfoy tells everyone to run, and then Amelia unleashes the Dragon Lord's breath and the whole place starts to explode. From afar it's clear the area was truly disintegrated. The thick-thighed one was there, terrified, thinking this power was horrifying. The entire kingdom had been wiped out and Amelia lay exhausted on the ground, thinking she had been far too arrogant. Who would have imagined this guy would actually use the Master's magic? That's when she realizes she is still standing on solid ground. Malfoy had activated the forbidden transgression. He praises, saying that if it weren't for Elizabeth's power, he would be nothing but ashes. But then he tells Amelia to show him more, or perhaps all her magic had already been absorbed to be used by the perfect master. At that point, Amelia only thinks that this time she failed, and boom, she collapses to the ground. Still, she managed a defensive form, creating an egg around herself. Malfoy thinks it doesn't matter, the important thing is he will still extract her magic. Back in the present, she says that's how she was completely defeated. She apologizes and says she has no right to live. Elizabeth should give her death. Elizabeth, however, only asks if she's done crying. Enough of that. Meanwhile, the protagonist is asking about the bullfrog. Poor bullfrog, seems it's not so immortal anymore, huh? Ended up in the pot. Elizabeth is asking for some fried rice and Liping says he'll cook it. They're chatting casually while Amelia just observes all this friendship and begins to feel jealous. Suddenly, Elizabeth shoves a bullfrog leg into her mouth and says that's the reward. In an instant, she finds herself in another realm on a path of stars. She wonders why the master put her in this place, probably as punishment. This was truly how the master disciplined her disciples. Now all she can do is walk through this place forever, thinking and reflecting on the failure she is, until one day she eventually dies. She walks a little further and falls to her knees crying, saying she'll never see the master again. But she doesn't deserve to anyway. Still, she misses her. And look who shows up, saying there she is. When Amelia lifts her eyes, the giant frog drops down in front of her, saying that the king of beasts, the golden dragon, is there. Apparently, this is her final test to advance to the rank of Demon Lord. Amelia is confused while the frog says few recognize him since he was only a tadpole back when they were already great masters. But in the years she disappeared, he stole her place and has been absorbing and dominating all the magical beasts. Now he has to defeat her to be considered the new king of beasts, and finally the day had come. All that's left for him is to win. He charges, saying today he completes his evolution. A golden explosion, actually it's the protagonist finishing the fried rice. He wants to know what happened with Amelia, and Elizabeth explains she's savoring the protein he gave her. The protagonist thinks, wow, so dragons eat like this, huh? Slowly and carefully. Awesome. Meanwhile, Amelia has the frog in her mouth, but in the illusion she's already transforming into the golden dragon. The immortal frog says she truly deserves the title of king of beasts. She asks if he still wants to fight. The poor guy, all beaten, says it's not necessary. He admits defeat, but says this won't be the last time. Soon he will win and complete his evolution. He falls flat on the ground. Amelia thinks that if she can't even digest a single defeat, then she doesn't deserve to serve the master. Even in loss, she was still the queen of beasts. She lets out the roar of the golden dragon queen and wakes up in the room, releasing the same roar outside. The protagonist asks, hey, should we get some water for this lunatic? Elizabeth says, no, she's just not used to eating what you cook. Soon she'll get used to it and really enjoy it. Liping is there, a bit confused, but says it would be better if she liked what she eats. At the same time, he finds it strange. Dragons should be immune to spicy food. Meanwhile, Amelia evolves 4 times, reaching the peak of Demon Lord. Elizabeth thinks that she truly is worthy of being her pet. She fell, but quickly got up again. Amelia looks all cute and hugs her while the girl tells her to stop being dramatic. Our boy says that protein really works well, while Amelia is mad at him but has no choice but to accept it. The strength of this being called hero was incomprehensible. Now she understood that protein means taste defeat to reach the peak, and this fight was only a way to serve as encouragement, but also a threat. She almost lost her position, but she won't slip again. She says, Lai Ping can have whatever food he wants, send it to me and I'll crush it. Our boy says, all right then, just don't eat it all. You have to leave some for Elizabeth. Meanwhile, Alpha is outside turning back, the most useless guy in this whole story. It's morning and our boy is under a warm blanket, but something is crawling underneath. Amelia appears between the two, transforms back and pushes him away, tossing Li Ping aside and saying today she's the one who will warm this bed. The protagonist, all twisted, says, all right then. He goes to prepare breakfast. Elizabeth watches him leave and thinks, so you're going to keep stalling little hero, thinking to wait until the end of the month to take the next step? No way. She says she'll settle things before he has the chance. Our boy, on the other hand, is cooking an egg, tossing in ramen. Breakfast is ramen, egg, and pudding. Pretty healthy. American standard, he says he was about to call them, and then notices it's no wonder Amelia is Elizabeth's mount. Outside, Wankai wants to know, hey, where's Alpha? They've already eaten. Our boy is washing up while Amelia is impressed that Elizabeth has really been living here all this time. She can't understand why. In Amelia's eyes, Elizabeth had already surpassed everything that exists, to which the queen says it's something hard to explain. On a mountain, she walks, saying she finally reached the peak, but then she sees she's still far away. That's how she feels. Amelia says it's not possible that even more distant peaks exist. She's already mastered all magic. Elizabeth says, only when you cross one huge mountain will you see that right after it there's another. Just like this drama we're watching, I've watched it countless times, but still can't fully understand it. Strange things are appearing on the screen and Amelia is studying about the Dragon King of the Four Seas, a calamity in the heavens, the Eastern Pilgrims, dragons turning into horses. My god, what's going on? The 3 immortal Purus, N1, Jade Emperor, the Buddha, the Bodhisattva, my god. She realizes Elizabeth is right. All of this was incomprehensible to her. It's too much information, she takes it straight to the face and faints. Elizabeth says she should take it more slowly. Then Lai Ping shows up and asks if Amelia has fallen asleep again. Elizabeth says it's perfect, while our boy invites her to get some fresh air outside. And now we're at the picnic. Our boy goes to throw a frisbee with Wankai, but he takes it to the head and goes into alert mode, poor guy. He goes crazy, activates the black hole mechanics, but even then, the frisbee cuts through the black hole and flies out. He tries to analyze it, but the composition is too complex and he starts to overload, pulling out 500 weapons and exploding everything. Lai Ping cheers, saying, wow, look at Wankai having fun. Elizabeth, when he comes back, it's your turn to throw. But she says, no, I'm not in the mood. Don't you have something deeper to offer? The protagonist says, deeper. What do you mean? She says, exactly that, what's the problem? She realized that ever since he mentioned a little surprise for the end of the month, he's been distant. They're not in love anymore. What's he waiting for? He's so old-fashioned. Lai Ping admits, maybe he really is a bit old-fashioned. He thinks, my original plan was to propose to her at the hot springs. I wanted all the wonderful moments to come after that. But Elizabeth says she can't hold back anymore. She wants to deepen this relationship. She says, unless you doesn't want to. Lai Ping confused and replies, we're outside, girl. While thinking that, as a normal guy, he wants it too. But for the first time outdoors, he's not prepared. Elizabeth says it doesn't matter, there's no one around. The protagonist hesitates, but if she insists like that, he can't be the boring one. Just as he says he's going to take off his clothes, she tells him to talk more about his past. Damn, and everyone fell for the bait, me included. She says she's curious to know everything about him. She knows that looking into the past of someone so powerful is almost taboo. Here it comes, she's going to completely misunderstand everything. The protagonist says that really, in a relationship, they need to know everything about each other. They've been living together for so long, but never talked about the past. Then he asks, Elizabeth, do you really want to know about my past? She says yes, and he replies, in my world, I was just an ordinary guy. I grew up with my grandparents working on the farm. They were hard times, but also the happiest. After that, I went to the South China Agricultural University. Every weekend, I'd run home to help in the village. That was my life until graduation. Then I went to the big city to start working. Little by little, I wasn't visiting my grandparents as much. Without realizing, one by one, they died, and when I noticed I was alone in the big city, my routine became waking up, going to work, working, coming back home, repeating that every day. I didn't like games, didn't like anime, and the only thing that gave me any pleasure was watching some farming videos, when suddenly I ended up in this place. Upon arriving, I received the so-called legendary hero system, but I wasn't interested in it. All I wanted was a quiet life. Elizabeth asks, "That's it?" He says, "Yeah, that's it. Simple, right?" But off she goes, tripping out, saying no, it's not simple at all. Liping walks such a pure path that others could only dream of. His greatness lies in that very simplicity. Finally, after reaching the sage ranking, everything starts to make sense. Now she wonders why this legendary system wanted to pit him against her. But in the end, his purity even overcame the strength of that system. The protagonist says now it's her turn. He wants to know everything about her too. She asks, "Everything about what?" He says, "Everything, since childhood. How did she become the demon queen who rules this world?" He admits he's already nervous, and she warns, "Fair warning, it's not a fun story, and if you get bored, just say so." It all begins in the territory of the heroes before magic appeared. The place lived in peace and all races in harmony, but extremist groups began to emerge. They spread hatred and division, setting one race against another. The continent fractured, nations split, endless wars began. In this poisoned climate, those of mixed blood, once seen as symbols of unity, were cast out and reviled. Desperate to survive, they fled to the most desolate lands, places no one wanted to live in, and there they were called the Demon Kingdom. But even among the demons, there was no true unity. In a land of scarcity, crime, violence, and blood were everyday things. Someone snatches the bread from her hands and says, "Hey kid, out of the way. No, give me back my bread." His eyes go wide, crushed, until he feels a strange pain. The girl had already dropped into this world possessed, warning it'd be best to give her damn bread back. Maybe because I carried the blood of countless races within me, but at 5 years old, I had already awakened my magic. In the Demon Kingdom, power is everything, and by 9, I had conquered all the districts. They called me the Witch Elizabeth. At 13, I formed the Crimson Moon Mercenaries, and with each mission, I secretly infiltrated forbidden territories, collecting ancient and lost magic. On my 16th birthday, the last piece of magic was recovered, creating the Second Awakening. After that, power rose quickly. I unified the Demon Kingdom and began to conquer the world. No one could stand before my absolute strength. The elves surrendered, the beastmen surrendered, the dwarves surrendered, until the time came to attack the capital. And the moment I arrived, Malfoy the nerd was already head over heels. The place was completely destroyed, and she says the intelligence was right. They get Balkrite sacrificed lives to stay alive. She would erase such trash from this world now. I was the twisted, disgusting king saying, "Elizabeth, you won't kill me just because you reached the sovereign demon's realm. Take that." In that instant, he was pierced through, completely destroyed. Beautiful, wasn't it? But the one who killed him was Malfoy, asking if she was the demon queen. Right away, he surrendered, saying he gave himself up in the name of all humanity. And that's the story of how I conquered the whole world with absolute strength. Like an iron hand, I destroyed all division between races and unified the hero's continent, restoring it to what it was meant to be, equality for all with peace and prosperity. But even with all my ideals achieved, I still didn't feel happy. Maybe I had become too strong to understand anyone else, or maybe because I had no purpose anymore. That's when the prophecy about the legendary hero appeared, and it excited her. She dove into endless training to rewrite her magic. And that's when she arrived at the realm of the Demon King. But the moment she felt ready, he never appeared. Until she went there and pulled that damn sword from the ground, teleported, and ended up face to face with the boy. She asks if he understands how many years she has been waiting for him. The protagonist, awkward, says sorry, but maybe it was better they hadn't met because that way they didn't fight, right? They became friends. Elizabeth turns her face away in agreement, but thinks, "I already know you planned all this just not to hurt me. Even so, I wish I had met you earlier." Suddenly, the protagonist comes closer. He apologizes and she doesn't know why. He says he never imagined she went through so much as a child. If he had met her earlier, he would have cooked the best food, sewn the best stuffed animals by hand, and made sure she always went to sleep smiling. That was the childhood she deserved. He's all romantic now. She's a little emotional, saying that anyway the outcome is good. But he says no, from now on she doesn't have to carry any of that alone. The boy even says he'll protect her smile until the end of time. Unstoppable. They're getting closer, but I imagine the chance of this working out is zero, just as their lips are about to meet. Wankai shows up with the battered frisbee thinking, "Damn, to stop this cursed disc, I had to rebuild countless lines of code." But right then, he senses a new alert. The aliens are fleeing. Elizabeth calls him a dumb dog and kicks him hard. The protagonist looks, "Damn, Wankai flew far." But then Elizabeth says it's not ending here, calls for the boy. "What's this?" "I'll have to throw in a white glove here, she's putting everything on the line. All in the house, my paycheck that's going to get demonetized." Hearts float while Wankai smokes in the distance thinking, "Damn it, even after so many upgrades you can't deal with the trauma of this violent woman." Nearby, someone's at Alpha side asks if that's Li Ping and Elizabeth's top general. He's the new hero Sama, and Alpha says yes. The guy says he looks like an idiot, not a threat. The guy has a system too. Yes, Li Ping's system. It went looking for someone else. It warns him not to underestimate the enemy and to make sure he can complete the final mission. He had to eliminate Li Ping and Elizabeth to gain full access to the system. The guy says he understands and orders Alpha to keep monitoring and notify him telepathically if anything changes. Alpha is all messed up under hypnosis, just saying he understands. The man vanishes and Wan K notices Alpha is nearby. Really, he'd gotten involved with some weirdos, but he has no time to think about it. He's wrecked and has to repair himself right now. The scene then shifts to the Sea of Darkness. That strange demon there says that all the gates are open, but 5,000 gears weren't enough to light them all. He's a fragment of Azathoth's consciousness, known as the Whisperer. The other one there, also a fragment known as the Demon of 1,000 Eyes, says it's fine. He had analyzed the chaotic entropy, and as long as they began the process, integration was guaranteed. Others that will appear were also part of Azathoth. This one is the Devouring Worm, who says they can't let the locals discover them, or else everything would be for nothing. The Profane Jaw says the locals won't matter. One of them alone would be enough. If he, for example, passed, he would turn everyone into paste. The Cranial Weaver tells him to stop being an idiot and asks if he already forgot about the legendary hero they met. Not to mention that damn Malfoy is still around, wanting to recover what he lost. The Observer tells them to calm down. None of that mattered. He had already seen all the futures, and none of them ended in failure. The power of complete chaos was enough to wipe out this dimension. The Jaw is eager, saying that just thinking about ending everything makes him hungry. The Weaver agrees he's in need of some fresh corpses. All of them, together with the Observer, are also anxious to take revenge on that damned Malfoy. And the strangest of all, the Mosquito, says to Elizabeth to wait a little longer because she'll regret it. Meanwhile, at our protagonist's house, he's preparing toothbrush, hairbrush, nail clipper, towel, moisturizer, because skin can get really dry in those hot springs. Elizabeth's things were almost ready, and he just had to pack his little swim trunks too. On top of that, he notes down to grab some fresh ingredients before leaving. He just hopes he's not forgetting anything. He goes to the drawer and pulls out the big one. What's this? Wasn't the plan to make the most powerful progeny of all? Fully ready, he quickly shoves it into his backpack while Elizabeth is calling. He asks what it is, and she wants to know if he can help her pick out a bikini. How about this micro one? The protagonist is startled, asking where she got that from, while thinking it was him who made it. A few days ago, thinking about this trip, he had designed many swimsuits with some peculiar styles. Seeing his reaction, Elizabeth doesn't like it and asks if it looks ugly on her. Suddenly, she snaps, changes instantly, and asks what he thinks about this one. This one's more modest. The protagonist tells her to take it easy, but she keeps getting angry, asking why she felt for a second that he looked hesitant when seeing her clothes. Elizabeth, meanwhile, is thinking that as she strengthens her relationship with Li Ping, she starts to better understand what he likes. She followed the strongest signal she could find, and that's how she found those outfits. But judging by his reaction, did she interpret things the wrong way? She snaps again, and, man, things just keep getting worse for poor Mamoru. YouTube, forgive the boy, it's for the good of the viewers. Phew, there's Amelia calling, all modest, asking why her clothes are so tight and why humans wear things like this. When the two of them went to the hot springs, they wore nothing at all. Elizabeth agrees, saying it's always better with nothing. While thinking that she got distracted, Li Ping may have liked those clothes, but in the end, they're just preferences and accessories. If she obsesses over that, she'll miss the true point, which is that what Li Ping really likes should be her, regardless of anything. The hero saves even the monetization of this channel. Thank you, Li Ping, you're a powerful being. Phew, now we're already outside and he's put some decent clothes on this crazy girl. Li Ping is there saying, damn, I can't wait to see what incredible place Heimer prepared for us. The queen says she's also excited for that, but what she's most excited for is Li Ping's surprise for her. Amelia is clingy as always, saying she can't wait to bathe with the master. At that moment, Elizabeth activates the forced teleport, and they appear among the mountains. The protagonist looks around and suddenly his eyes shine. My god, they really prepared a gigantic bathhouse. Elizabeth says it doesn't look like anything special, but then Pieces shows up to greet them, saying that after her kingdom stabilized, she came here to help Miss Sword Saint, and together they built this for them. The protagonist thanks her, but she says it was nothing special, since the kingdom of Aristotle could never repay its debt anyway. Pieces blushing from being close to Elizabeth, but Amelia already tells her to take those disgusting eyes off. The queen just orders them to be taken to the place, and the group follows along the great carpet. At that moment, someone from the household greets them with a good morning. When our boy turns, it's Chi-Chi and all the sword saints dressed as butlers, saying that today they're working as the security of this place. The protagonist thanks them while Anne says, weren't the queen and the great hero supposed to come? Who are these two randoms? Luna replies, I heard they're just a princess and a servant from some isolated place. Then Chi-Chi bows and greets the great hero. Our boy thanks her, saying she truly is worthy of being the great sword goddess. People are still hesitant. Blue Sword wonders if this guy is really the hero of legends. If so, he hides his presence in a terrifyingly good way. Anne and Luna are trembling, saying it can't be. This is the guy who taught Miss Chi-Chi Tai Chi swordsmanship. The protagonist greets everyone, saying they must have seen him back at the tournament conference. They both say they remember him, and that alone is enough to make them faint on the spot. The protagonist then touches Blue Sword's shoulder, who's turning pale, and asks, Chichi, did you learn from this guy? His fencing is really good. Confused, Chichi asks, wait, you want me to learn his fencing? The protagonist says, exactly. Remember when you asked me how I learned formless Tai Chi sword? All I did was watch him and evolve from that point onward. That's when they realize the protagonist learned from Blue Sword, who learned from her, who learned from the protagonist, forming a cycle. Our boy then adds a wise saying, among three people, there is always someone I can learn from. And he learned a lot by always being near the two of them. Blue Sword tells the hero to stop praising him so much he doesn't deserve it, and tells Chichi he doesn't understand. She, however, tells him to calm down, that he doesn't need to be shy. While thinking about that saying, among three, there is always someone I can learn from. She then says the hero made his point very clear. It was her lack of knowledge that kept her from truly seeing the path. The first lesson wasn't about techniques, it was about following the flow of nature. But trying to become nature itself was still a forced way. She had to simply be, without separation. She was still tied to her past and her identity as the most powerful human. But the hero opened her eyes by saying that even he had learned from Blue Sword. She understood that the saying of the three meant even the weakest had lessons to teach her. Now it was clear why the hero told her to return to the Sword Saints Guild. The girl is floating, advancing to the 5-star Demon Lord rank, while Blue Sword wonders if just one phrase from the great hero made her advance. He begins to think this hero was always among them, but this was the one who created the Boss Legendary Guild. He was the one who saved Chichi, who saved the heroes, who saved the dwarves, who saved Aristotle, and now this guy was saying he learned something from him. Lai Ping asked if he's okay, since he's on the ground apologizing, saying that thanks to the hero, he's learning something new. The guy begins to advance through countless ranks right there. Elizabeth says that's enough and tells them to move along. But she wonders, did Lai Ping make them advance because he feels the chaotic forces in the Sea of Darkness are preparing? She begins to understand. This hot spring plan was only to keep them close in case something went wrong. Chichi is flying, saying not to worry, just to count on her. The protagonist only thanks her and steps aside, thinking it's best not to interrupt her training. He celebrates, saying they finally arrived and the door opens. Inside are Heimer, Boss, and his daughter. Our boy greets them together with Elizabeth, thanking them for all the hard work. But he notices the place was insane. It wasn't just any hot spring. There were floating islands, perfect water, a bridge, flowers, statues, and more. The protagonist tells her to take a look. That statue there looked like her, and it was much bigger inside. Not to mention there was water, it seemed magical, rising on its own. He thought it was an exaggeration, saying they didn't need all that. And Heimer immediately trembled, saying he did his best to hide the flaws. He tried to cover up the problems with all that magnificent exterior, but the hero right away said it was exaggerated, made it clear it was even shameful. They did everything to hide it, but in the end, all that was left was to fall to their knees. Lai Ping, confused, wants to know what happened. Why were they kneeling? He thought it was good, really well done. Since they worked so hard, he'd have to give them a gift. The three were trembling, thinking they'd messed up and would receive divine punishment. But he gives them a basket of fruit, saying these are fresh, he picked them this morning. They'd be perfect to restore their energy. The guy is a little startled, and Li Ping says there weren't many, so they should share them with everyone, because he needs to save some to cook for Elizabeth. If she gets mad, the trip is ruined. At that moment, Heimerdinger apologizes but says he wanted to ask something about Lai Ping's forging. He answers that he doesn't have much to teach, but since he's asking sincerely, he should go ahead. The king then asks, Lai Ping, no matter how much effort I put in the details or any part, I can't replicate the quality of the weapons you forge. What am I missing? The protagonist, standing with Elizabeth, thinks, here comes this king again, pretending he's interested in this just to please me because he likes Elizabeth and we're connected. But since he's asking sincerely, I need to give the right answer. He then says, from my perspective, being meticulous isn't about obsessing over details. It's more of a feeling. Basically, instead of relying on the eyes, you need to rely on the heart. If the feeling's right, that's already good enough. Of course, Heimerdinger is shocked, saying, I understand, not relying on sight. With just a few words from the hero, I feel as if my 700-year forging career was nothing but running in circles, searching for the perfect amount of materials, sharpening angles with absolute precision, timing the forge. I became obsessed with details and focused on each one thousands of times, but none of it was true work from the heart. Forging shouldn't be stopped by external limits. Suddenly, he rips off both monocles, or glasses, whatever, from his eyes, blood dripping, while Lai Ping asks, what did you do, old man? The things fall to the ground while Heimerdinger thanks the hero for the guidance. Finally, he was seeing the light. The guy congratulates him but asks if there's a way to recover his eyes. The leaf says yes, she'll prepare a potion now. But Heimer closes his eyes and says he doesn't need it. Today he sees clearer than ever. Every flaw in that place he could feel with his heart. He's powering up while the protagonist doesn't understand, wondering if those things on his face were power limiters. He really doesn't get why the king of dwarves was limiting himself, but who knows? Heimerdinger cries, saying yes, that tool he once took pride in had in the end become his greatest shackle. It really was a limiter, and today he has only one more question for the hero. I wanted to know what he was going to ask, but Elizabeth interrupts, asking if they weren't going to end this already, saying enough of all this chatter. They were being too greedy and wouldn't be able to handle what she was about to do. The men all press their heads to the ground, apologizing, saying the queen is right. Then Pisces says she'll escort them to the suite. Since the path was a bit long, they take transport. She goes near some plants, says those leaves are the perfect size, pulls out a pill, and throws it on top of them. Immediately, the thing transforms into a kind of leaf ride. And she says this is the new invention, combining magic technology, space capsules stored in the body, and a conversation, comprehension of energy. Oh my god, I messed that up 5 times, and they're already on top of the little plant. The protagonist says the thing was pretty unstable, but it flew much better and was really quiet. Pisces thanks them while thinking about Wonkai. From the moment she saw Elizabeth and that dog, she's had endless ideas. Amelia, however, wants to know why Elizabeth is there. She could just fly on top of her. Pisces says vehicles can be replaced anytime. Amelia, angry, wants to know if she's trying to steal the place of the Dragon Queen. The two glare at each other while Elizabeth tells them to stop wasting time and move along. Pisces speeds up the little bike and they fly through the skies. Lai Ping points out that suddenly there's a golden toilet on one island, a water park on another, and a place full of plushies. Pisces explains that each island has different hot springs, and they can go to any of them, of course. Just call her and she'll take them. Our boy thanks her, and soon they arrive at the door that, in theory, leads to their room. She says that if they need anything, just ring the bell in the room and they'll appear right away. With that, he waves goodbye, turns, and says they're finally there. Elizabeth immediately brings up the subject, asking where that surprise he'd been hiding is. Embarrassed, he says he'll explain inside. Let's go in first. Hand in hand, the doors open and they enter the place, which looks kind of like his house, more or less. There's a path of petals. Elizabeth, seeing that, says this surprise doesn't even need to be said. The Empress already knows very well this night will mark an important step in her journey. She's already imagining the intense, creamy duel, but Amelia interrupts, saying the bed will be very comfortable indeed. Sleeping there with the master will make the dragon very happy. But suddenly she's caught in a blue aura. Elizabeth pulled out the Pokeball and caught the girl. The protagonist notices it's the item he designed himself and left on the table. Why is it in her hand? Elizabeth says it's nothing special, just a convenient way to store Amelia. She throws it into her backpack and clings to our boy, saying now there's no escape, just the two of them. And in the next chapter, of course, he really can't escape. Out of nowhere, Annie shows up from the bathroom, saying she's so happy they came. Lai Ping, confused, wants to know what on earth she's doing inside their room. She explains she wanted to study the architecture and technology of the place, so she registered as the bathroom cleaner. The protagonist says she doesn't have to worry, he'll handle it later. Annie notices Elizabeth don't look very happy to see her and realizes the bed was messy before they lay down. She apologizes, saying she tried to copy his skills in sewing, making pillows, sheets, and so on, but knows it's nowhere near as good as what he makes. Lai Ping says it's fine, the way she cooks is enough. It's just an inconvenient situation. Suddenly, Elizabeth shouts that enough is enough, asking how many times they'll repeat this scene. It's already losing its charm. Poor Annie, who just arrived, has no idea what she's talking about. Elizabeth raises her hand and says, "You want a gift, don't you? You don't need Lai Ping to teach you. I'll give you a gift this time." She touches Annie's head, giving her a gift from the abyss. The protagonist is confused, telling Elizabeth to be careful. And suddenly, horns sprout. What? They grew out instantly. But no, she didn't transform. In fact, her Jin bloodline awakened. The protagonist asks if Annie's okay, while thinking, wow, Elizabeth is amazing. She made her evolve so easily. Elizabeth says, I awakened your bloodline, now you learn how to use it. Annie wants to say something, but Elizabeth casts a spell on the lock and throws her away, saying enough chatter. Annie goes flying and Elizabeth puts her hand on her waist, saying that finally they're quiet and at peace. Now it's his turn. The protagonist stammers, "See, calm down, Elizabeth, step back." But he trips on the bed and she says she's tired of being calm. She's waited long enough for this moment. She blasts him in the chest, knocking him onto the battlefield. He's there bleeding from the cheek while she closes in for the finishing blow, saying this time no one will interrupt her frantic sequence. And then she demands he show the great surprise he's been preparing. The protagonist is there wondering if she already knows he's going to propose. Meanwhile, she says she wants to see everything now. She moves closer to land the decisive moisty blow while he keeps blushing. But the cruel woman first slaps his stomach with her palm, then hits him with 2 gigantic hot and warm fire spheres. She uses a bone crusher with her hand, then delivers a violent bite. The guy tries to react with a strike to her back and manages to break free, saying the time hasn't come yet. The queen, furious, demands to know what the problem is. She's the demon queen. He says he really wants it, but he doesn't want it to happen like this. What could he want more than this? The protagonist thinks everything is going according to plan, but he wants her to have an unforgettable memory, and only after proposing will he let the creamy fight happen. The queen, however, misunderstands and says, "Oak, I get it. You didn't like the sequence of attacks and domination. Fine then, I'll let you be offensive. I will stay here and you can attack me with your sword." The protagonist insists it's not that. He likes it when she takes control, but then he takes her hand and tells her to listen. Just like making a cake, he wants it to be perfect, and for that you can't skip any steps. They need to mix little by little, cook it perfectly, then add the cream on top. Every stage required attention to detail. You had to put your soul into it, only then could you get a perfect cake. Some might say it doesn't matter, since in the end it all goes to your stomach. And he agrees with those people. But for Lai Ping, it's not the same. Even one wrong step turns something perfect into something less perfect. Maybe she thinks he's old-fashioned and stubborn, but he wants her to understand his heart. This was his conviction of pure love. He's already imagining putting a ring on her finger, getting married, lifting the veil, giving her a kiss, and then going further. He asks if she understands, and wow, he convinces the queen. She says he's right. She almost let her desires consume her. He used the cake metaphor to explain something simple. He was a divine being and she was being trained to shine. He would use this queen as an ingredient and prepare her in the perfect way. Really, the preparation had already begun from the start. She imagines him touching the strawberry, telling her not to skip a step. He would savor it when it was at its very best. A bite of the strawberry and she nearly dies, saying the queen finally understands. The protagonist thinks, ah, good thing Elizabeth accepted. For someone with such an incredible title, she's actually a gentle woman. Meanwhile, Elizabeth is only thinking that she's eager to reach this perfect form and finally be able to create the powerful child. With that, she throws her clothes up and it's time to head out to the pool. According to what Pieces explained, they turn this handle, a random number appears, and when they step out, they're taken to that place. This time, on the first try, they end up at the water park. Lai Ping stares at an endless slide and tells Elizabeth maybe it's better if they go somewhere else. He's hesitant, but she says no way, and blasts in with another fireball strike, sending him sliding down. He's thrilled, saying this is wild. Elizabeth wonders how he can enjoy this kind of simple contraption. How can he relax so much and approach it so naturally? Then she sees a god transcending, realizing she must let go of ranks. Just as he didn't care about levels when dealing with the people of Aristotle, she, even at saint rank, should know how to descend to the level of mortals. She needed to observe on a microscopic scale, absorb it, and then turn it into nourishment for herself. That was the only way she could destroy her habit of looking down on others as inferior. Once again, Lai Ping was teaching her something. Today, the queen learned to set aside rank and enjoy this imperfect world. She screams with him as if dying of fear, and the two fall into the water. They swim with floaties, she splashes water at him, and they have fun together. The queen wonders if this is what he wanted to teach her, the pure and simple feeling of joy. The little elephant sprays water, the two of them stand underneath. What's this? An attack. The queen doesn't waste her chances either, slashing his back with her claws. Lai Ping gets angry. Enough games with the hero. He grabs her tightly and pulls her in. Nice. The fight is intense, both of them panting, until the protagonist, puffing smoke, says he loves her. The queen, shaken and trembling like a train, says she loves him too. But suddenly, she asks what attack that is near her thighs so intensely. Ha, Dan Arthur tricked me too. It's the ring he had kept there to propose to her. Lai Ping thinks the timing is perfect. If he doesn't propose now, then when? Nervous, stammers, I do wanted to ask if you want to stay with me. He thinks, what am I even saying? My mouth is trembling. I'm too nervous. The queen covers her mouth, saying he doesn't mean to say anything more. She's already accepted. Whatever his desire is, he can do as he wants. He thinks she's misunderstanding, and right then Pisides shows up nearby, saying the location is the Elephant's Spring and it looks like they stayed under that curtain for more than 30 minutes. Pieces asks, could this place have some hidden design we didn't notice? Or is it the simplicity that makes them like it so much? They needed to study this carefully to refine the others. The protagonist, embarrassed, says, ah, Elif, Pisses, what a coincidence, huh? Don't worry about us. While thinking, damn, the perfect mood was ruined. Then the queen, gigantic, steps forward, saying she's had enough. She apologizes to Lai Ping but says she won't lower herself to the level of inferior beings, letting them get close and disrupt her life like this. She says she's tired of it, accident or not. They should disappear. Energy expands violently, destroying everything. From below, Heimerdinger comments that this aura is no joke. Boss doesn't understand what's happening. Heimer explains that 500 years ago, when the queen was at her peak and attacked the human city, half of it was evaporated in an instant. From below, Blue Sword tells Kiki that the whole place was absorbed by the sea, suffocating. The space inside was being reduced to nothing. Lumen and Anna want to help, but Chichi tells them to stay put. This isn't something they can deal with. Meanwhile, they wonder why the queen's aura is expanding this way. 1,000 meters underground, Malfoy is celebrating, saying, yes, yes, this is the aura he missed. Something exuding infinite pressure, intoxicating. He never forgot the rage she showed when he took her to his father's underground lab. When she discovered that half of that place's citizens were just magical corpses walking around, a kind of experiment they had been conducting. She burned his soul, and that was wonderful. Elizabeth said that ending miserable lives like that was also mercy. That was the moment she destroyed half the city, while Malfoy swore to be her dog. She tortured him, stomped him, whipped him with her tail, but that wretch must have enjoyed it all. What he loved was always yearning for a reward, but not noticing the terror of being cruelly crushed. That thin line between life and death was wonderful. The guy is nearly dying, seizing up, saying she's too close, but he can't reach her. It's too much. Suddenly, he strikes the throne and says enough. He can't take it anymore. The fusion seems to begin, and he rises from the throne, saying that once he eliminates the weak around her and returns to being a dog under her foot, the world will be perfect. She would once again belong only to him. From above, Elizabeth says they don't need to fear. She will destroy everyone in this place, but later she'll reconstruct them. Liping as they're trying to calm Elizabeth down, while thinking that he actually understands her. People are always interrupting them, and finding a romantic moment in this place is impossible. Then someone begs Her Majesty for forgiveness. It's Bose, saying they may have been idiots, but he takes full responsibility and pleads for the Queen's mercy. He kneels over the cards, saying he'll pay with his life. All he wants is for her to forgive Elif. The Queen only asks if he wants to disappear too. She waves her hand to the side and says fine, let them all vanish together. He tries to defend himself with the cards, but not even Liping's cards can handle it. This time he apologizes to Liping, saying there's nothing a father can do. Liping looks and says it doesn't have to be this way, while thinking that for a second he forgot. She really is the Demon Queen. He tries to find a way to calm her before she loses all reason. But the Queen says, Liping, don't try to stop me. This time violence is the most effective solution. He pushes off a rock and pulls her into a hug, saying no, she has to calm down and breathe deeply. Even if she could destroy them and then reconstruct them, those recomposed souls wouldn't be the same. Just as she is irreplaceable to him and will always be unique. It seems to short-circuit something inside the Queen, who realizes that deep down he's right. She can organize life on an extremely detailed level, but maybe one microscopic detail is enough to alter everything in a person's life. Just as Liping didn't conjure her as the perfect partner, he walks beside her even with her imperfections. That's because souls are unique. If souls could be mass-produced, what would her existence mean? When it comes to understanding life, she isn't anywhere near him. She may have reached saint rank, but she has no idea how to move beyond it and realizes how far she still is from the rest. She begins to think that this whole hot springs plan is just to put them in situations where something almost happens, but someone interrupts, which irritates her, while she has to learn countless lessons to awaken. He teased her desires and ruined them every time, again and again, forcing out all the negativity in her heart. She remembers him saying he wanted to be with her, just not like that. And now she thinks it meant that she hadn't reached a high enough rank. She misunderstood everything he said once more and made herself the fool. He was being calm, patient, and using everything he knew to bring out the best in her. She seems to go through another breakthrough, leaving Saint rank and stepping into Creator rank. She says she understands and frees Boss, the girls, and reconstructs the place. Anne asks what just happened, while Heimerdinger begs the Queen to calm down. Annie still wants to know if there was a problem. Liping says no, nothing much, just a misunderstanding. He thinks to himself that thankfully Elizabeth isn't too hard to calm. Honest words always work with her, and she lets things go. Elif is exhausted, almost fainting, while Kiki thinks, I don't know what happened, but Liping saved the world again. Boss bows, saying he won't bother them anymore and that he's leaving. But the protagonist asks, you're leaving after all this? Everyone thinks death was the forgiveness. Now that they're alive, they still have a price to pay. Elizabeth, now calm, asks what he's thinking. With his eyes closed, Liping says he noticed something important. Suddenly, everyone falls to the ground, begging him to say what it is. He says, take a look at yourselves. Kiki, confused, had ourselves. The protagonist says, you're always waiting for me, the so-called hero, to clean up this mess. The way you act sometimes is pathetic. Don't tell me you still haven't realized that every time we speak, we are waiting for